This is a rather cramped room, seemingly a hospital ward, with a single bed draped in white sheets positioned at its center. Lying on it is a strikingly handsome boy, approximately 8 or 9 years old. The boy lies motionless with his eyes closed, evidently in a state of unconsciousness. On either side of the bed stand a few individuals. Among them a tall young woman clad in a white coat, whose hands rest gently on the boy's forehead, a greenish light flickering incessantly between her fingers. Her eyes are remarkable, with pale irises almost blending into the whites, and faint veins visible at the corners, suggesting a concentrated gaze. After a moment, the green light emanating from her hands and the tension in her eyes gradually dissipate, replaced by a look of perplexity on her face. "How is he, Mingbu?" asks a slightly plump young man wearing a forehead protector. No abnormalities detected. The young woman sighs, shaking her head. The young man furrows his brow, pondering for a moment before turning to the two boys standing beside him. "Kai, are you certain that Zoankian fell during the swift movement training?" Kai, dressed in a green fitted outfit with prominent brows and eyes, nods affirmatively. "Absolutely. Just moments ago during the physical training class, I, along with Hybe and many classmates, witnessed it." The other, a smaller boy, follows suit, asserting, "Earlier, Zoankian's foot was struck, so his posture was somewhat off during the swift movement, resulting in an accidental fall." "His foot was struck." Hybe, the young woman in white, raises an eyebrow, directing her gaze back to the boy on the bed. "Yet he bears no injuries that, at least, through my Byakugan, I see no signs of any bruising on his foot." Hybe blinks in astonishment. "Could that be true? Should we take him to the hospital for a checkup?" The plump young man inquires again. "That might be wise," the young woman concedes. "The infirmary here cannot determine much, if there is indeed a serious issue." At that moment, the boy on the bed suddenly emits a faint groan and slowly, groggily opens his eyes, gazing around in a daze while his right hand instinctively begins to search. "You're awake, Zoankian?" the plump young man exclaims in surprise, quickly leaning in to assist him. However, the boy seems oblivious to him, slightly raising himself as his right hand continues to fumble at the bedside, mumbling incoherently, "Strange. Where's my phone? What did you say?" The plump young man is taken aback. "That MY phone." Just as the boy is about to speak again, his expression suddenly freezes, eyes wide in shock as he stares at his hands, filled with an indescribable astonishment. He hastily throws off the thin blanket, examining his body as if encountering it for the first time. "Zoankian? Zoankian? Noharu." "Zoankian?" The plump young man, witnessing his almost frantic state, reveals concern and tension on his face as he shakes his shoulders while calling out repeatedly, "Noharu Zoankian." Upon hearing this name, the boy appears to be stirred, his body trembling slightly as he raises his head, gazing at the plump young man in a ninja vest and forehead protector, clarity gradually returning to his bewildered eyes. "Captain Funaya Dahe?" he hesitantly inquires. Hearing this, Funaya Dahe visibly relaxes. "Zoankian, are you all right?" Noharu Zoankian nods blankly, then like a marionette, collapses back onto the bed, lapsing into unconsciousness. "Zoankian! Zoankian!" On the training ground, a group of children runs in orderly lines, while a short-haired female, Chūnin, occasionally shouts commands, her expression stern. In a corner of the training field sits a solitary boy of 8 or 9, observing his classmates sprinting nearby, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions incomprehensible to others. There is confusion, uncertainty, yet also a flicker of anticipation and excitement. Despite a whole day having passed, he still struggles to grasp a singular fact. He has been reborn. Though his exterior remains unchanged, the current Noharu Zoankian is no longer the same 80-year-old boy. To be precise, he hails from another world. Just yesterday, he was a student at a third-rate technical institution in Huaxia, indulging in video games all night, preparing to rest for a mere 2 hours before his final exam. However, upon awakening, he inexplicably found himself as a second-year student at the Ninja Academy of Kanahegakure in the land of Fire Noharu Zoankian. Though he often considered himself an agnostic, the notion of reincarnation left him utterly unsettled. Especially now, witnessing the group of children who have completed dozens of laps without exhibiting even a hint of fatigue, Noharu Zoankian's understanding has been profoundly shaken. nearly causing his head to spin once more. Perhaps due to the side effects of his transmigration, his mind was in disarray upon awakening in this body. However, after a day of acclimatization, the essence of the 80-year-old boy's soul seems to have merged seamlessly with his own, bringing clarity to his understanding of himself. In this world at this juncture, he can almost confirm that he is indeed in the world of Naruto, a realm where ninjas and jutsu exist, a world where humans can wield supernatural powers. And his current identity, Nohuru Zuenkian, is a character that appears in the original Naruto series, specifically the examiner who perpetually chews on a toothpick during the Chūnin Exams. This character has minimal screen time, essentially a tertiary supporting role, one he barely recalled. In addition to being the examiner in the original series, Nohuru Zuenkian also holds a rather unique title. He is one of the bodyguards of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Moreover, he has collaborated with two other bodyguards to employ the Fourth Hokage's famed technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, the present Nohuru Zuenkian is merely 8 years old, engaged in the most rudimentary studies at the Ninja Academy, not yet the future Hokage's bodyguard or examiner. The current timeline marks his second year at the Ninja Academy on September 24th, 639 in the Land of Fire's calendar, just over a year since the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. Only 2 months prior, he had just celebrated his 8th birthday, alone like some of his peers. Nohuru Zuenkian's parents perished during the Second Great Ninja War. His father, Nohuru Yukikage, was an outstanding graduate, ranking second in his class at the Ninja Academy, possessing considerable strength. Regrettably, Nohuru Yukikage lost his right arm during a mission, his prowess stunted at the Chūnin level, ultimately falling in battle during the Second Great Ninja War. While both Nohuru Yukikage and his wife were merely Chūnin, lacking extraordinary power, their profound love for each other extended deeply to their son. The loss of his parents had a significant impact on Nohuru Zuenkian, arguably shaping the carefree, toothpick-chewing persona depicted in the original series. Fortunately, his innate talent was commendable, and his parents had endeavored to provide him with some early education, ensuring that despite his laid-back demeanor, he maintained above-average performance in school, which likely contributed to his selection as a bodyguard for the Fourth Hokage in the future. In the corner of the training ground, Nohuru Jinkan sat alone for a while, instinctively reaching into his pocket in search of a mobile phone that no longer existed. This gesture persisted for several seconds before abruptly ceasing. He couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head with a hint of melancholy. It seemed that from this moment onward, he would truly be nothing more than Nohuru Jinkan, the Nohuru Jinkan of Konohagakure. Indulging in the privilege of not having to partake in physical training, Nohuru Jinkan silently observed his classmates drenched in sweat on the training ground. Each first-year class in the Ninja Academy primarily accommodates advanced students, while the subsequent classes are generally regarded as elite, followed by the ordinary or expendable classes. Class 5 undoubtedly qualifies as an elite class, comprising several individuals of notable repute from the original narrative. The first figures to catch his eye were his two classmates from the previous day's visit to the school infirmary, his desk mates, Might Guy and Ebisu. Ebisu, slender in build, exuded a playful demeanor, while the stout figure clad in a green bodysuit, with prominent brows and large eyes, was unmistakably Might Guy. Might Guy, without further ado, would later ascend to become a pinnacle of martial arts within the ninja realm. Ebisu, on the other hand, served as the tutor to Uchiha Kanoamaru in the original tale, similarly situated as a tertiary character. He was known for his lewd tendencies and was the first to succumb to the seduction technique of a jonin. At this moment, although Ebisu was merely 8 years old, he already exhibited signs of his dubious nature, whereas Guy was considerably more earnest, his mind brimming with youthful zeal, diligently striving both inside and outside the classroom, being the sole student in the class who never complained about their martial arts instructor. In addition to his two desk mates, the class also included Uchiha Obito, Nohuru Rin, Moonlight Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai, among others. Although Kakashi had enrolled in the same year, he was not in the same class, nor even in the same grade. In fact, Kakashi had advanced to a higher grade merely 6 months after enrollment and was currently in Class 6, likely to graduate the following year. As the martial arts lesson finally concluded, a chorus of exhausted cheers resonated, and the students of Class 2, Year 5 began to disperse toward their classroom. There was, however, one exception, Despite the conclusion of the physical training, Guy continued with his personal frog jumps. In truth, he seized every opportunity to train on the grounds, a habit he had maintained since his first day at the academy. Ebisu promptly dashed to Noera Gunkan's side, playfully tapping him on the shoulder, and exclaimed with a grin, "I truly envy you. It seems you won't have to train for the next few days." Unfazed, Noera Genkin rose, hands tucked into his pockets as he made his way toward the classroom, inquiring, "What is the next class? It should be life skills, right? Oh, by the way, Genkin, I just found a book titled Intimate Stories yesterday. Would you like to take a look?" Ebisu remarked, placing a hand on Noera Genkin's back as they walked. The curriculum for the first and second grades was quite fundamental, consisting of only 4 subjects: ninja fundamentals, physical training, literacy, and life skills. Among these, ninja fundamentals encompassed the most content, with most of the instructors also serving as the class's responsible teachers. The instructor for Class 2, Year 5 was the rotund man Noera Genkin had encountered in the infirmary the previous day, named Funabashi Daikaku. The 4 subjects primarily revolved around basic knowledge, offering only a cursory overview without any significant difficulty. While the fundamentals of ninjutsu were mentioned in the general course, they were not explored in depth, and the teachers refrained from instructing students in the practical application of specific ninjutsu techniques. Only upon students entering the 3rd grade does the school commence its formal ninjutsu curriculum, imparting knowledge of ninjutsu along with the rudimentary techniques. After all, the Ninja Academy is designed to cultivate genin, commonly referred to as lower ninjas, a term that carries a more disparaging alias, cannon fodder. A solid foundation in physical techniques is the essential quality for any competent cannon fodder. Unsurprisingly, it turns out to be yet another dull life lesson, as a rather unremarkable teacher monotonously recites knowledge that most could easily acquire at home. Even though the present-day Kazuki Shiranui has resolved to diligently study, he finds himself nodding off after merely a few minutes. Meanwhile, despite Ebisu's incessant boasting about the arduous journey he undertook to find the Intimate Tales collection, not the one by Jiraiya, Kazuki, having once been a well-read young man in his past life, remains entirely unaffected by such introductory literature. The day's lessons swiftly conclude. After school, Kazuki returns home alone, hastily consumes a light meal, and then reclines on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The world of ninjas is undoubtedly captivating, yet it is fraught with instability. While he is not a fervent admirer of the Hokage, he is nonetheless aware of the impending Third Great Ninja War. In a few short years, it is expected that this conflict will erupt. If he continues with a conventional pace of learning, by the time war arrives, he will most likely still be a mere genin. In such a grand scale of warfare, even the 5 Kage may meet their demise. A simple genin would undoubtedly be nothing more than true cannon fodder. At that time, Kazuki may find himself at the mercy of fate, merely hoping to survive. Thus, in the ensuing years, it is imperative that he acquires as much knowledge and skill as possible, striving to become a competent ninja capable of navigating the treacherous waters of the impending war. Mastery of ninjutsu is essential to this endeavor. However, the foundational ninjutsu will not be taught until the following year. Prior to that, aside from physical training, the school's curriculum offers little to enhance his currently non-existent abilities. He must take action. He refuses to accept a destiny as mere cannon fodder. It is a fate he shall never embrace. With this conviction in mind, Kazuki immediately springs up and rushes into his parents' former bedroom, rummaging through the clutter. Soon, he unearths a somewhat musty notebook from an old storage box. The cover bears a name, Shiranui Genma. This must be it, he muses silently. This notebook belonged to his father, Shiranui Genma, containing notes on his studies and missions, a compilation of his life's learnings intended to be passed down as part of their family legacy. Though Shiranui Genma may not have been a particularly formidable figure, he was nonetheless a Chūnin, and judging by his academic performance, he was certainly no fool. Had he not lost his right arm, it is entirely conceivable that he could have been promoted to Jonin. His lifelong learning, in the context of the current situation, would certainly suffice to grasp the events leading up to the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, allowing him to acquire some ninjutsu in advance. Furthermore, apart from this notebook from his father, he possessed no other resources to rely upon. Xianjian nodded, brushed off the dust, and opened his father's notebook. Upon turning to the first page, he was met with densely packed text. The calligraphy of the Noera clan was not particularly elegant, but was characterized by its neatness and strength, as if inscribed upon the paper. The initial pages chronicled Nohara's experiences upon entering the academy and some trivial reflections, resembling a collection of musings. Xianjian skimmed through them before flipping to the section regarding the body technique. The body technique encompasses 3 essential transformations for a ninja: the transformation technique, the clone technique, and the substitution technique. Mastering these 3 techniques signifies a possibility of survival on the battlefield. At the lower ninja level, the transformation and clone techniques are merely rudimentary illusions, easily discernible and lacking substance. However, in the ever-changing dynamics of actual combat, when executed skillfully, even basic transformations can yield unexpected advantages. The substitution technique is slightly more complex. According to the notes, it is fundamentally a unique summoning technique that allows a ninja to switch positions with a predetermined object over a short distance, effectively facilitating a last-minute evasion. In his previous life, Xianjian had deemed the substitution technique a flaw in the system, but now he recognized its inherent limitations. The selection of an object posed a significant challenge. Basic substitution could only target dense, immovable objects, such as wood or stone, and these must be in close proximity. Should a formidable ninja clear a wide area with a large-scale ninjutsu, the utility of the substitution technique would be drastically diminished. Moreover, executing the substitution technique necessitates that the ninja first perceives danger, and combat is perpetually fraught with lethal intent and deception. No one can guarantee the ability to detect potential threats consistently. In summary, all 3 techniques hinge heavily on practical application. Learning them is not difficult, but proficiency in their execution is paramount. Xianjian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before flipping through a few more pages, hoping to discover any high-utility offensive techniques, such as the Rasengan, which do not require hand seals. After some searching, he found numerous offensive techniques, including wind and fire release jutsu, as well as various sword techniques. Yet none resembled the Rasengan. Disappointment washed over him, though it was somewhat expected. After all, not everyone possesses a background as formidable as Naruto's. And at this point in time, Minato Namikaze had likely not yet developed the Rasengan. There would be no place for him to learn it. Shaking his head, Xianjian turned a few more pages, only to be taken aback. A page before him suddenly displayed a chaotic scrawl, disjointed and markedly different from the previous neat and powerful handwriting. He quickly deduced that while recording this particular page, his father had lost his right arm. The ensuing content was entirely inscribed with his left hand. Just like the handwriting, the content underwent a sudden transformation, previously filled with descriptions of ninjutsu and swordsmanship. This page abruptly delved into the understanding of hand seals as perceived by Narashikaku. It elucidated that chakra is constituted by both mental and physical energies. Thus it follows that the manipulation of chakra is governed by 2 threads, one stemming from the mind and the other from the body. While every part of the body can influence chakra to varying degrees, the hands undoubtedly serve as the most dexterous organs, capable of infinite variations and possessing acute sensitivity. Consequently, the chakra thread originating from the body tightly encircles the 10 fingers of a ninja. However, this does not imply that the loss of a hand precludes one from becoming a ninja. At least, those who have lost a hand can still perform hand seals. For instance, it is said that some exceptionally gifted ninjas can execute hand seals with a single hand, such as the likes of Uchiha Itachi and Minato Namikaze. Furthermore, there are even intricate sealing techniques like Jiraiya's foot seals, and it is rumored that some can initiate ninjutsu without forming seals, Itachi being a notable example, though the original text does not explicitly state this. Nevertheless, whether using one hand, feet, or no seals at all, such feats are not within the reach of ordinary ninjas. It requires the talent of prodigies like White. The vast majority of ninjas must diligently utilize both hands for their seals. Thus, the loss of an arm is nearly devastating for a ninja, especially the right arm. It seems that the writer's father, after losing his right arm, yearned to master the art of single-handed seals to continue his ninja career, but there is no further elaboration on this. After turning a few pages, the discussion on hand seals abruptly ceased, transitioning back to previous content, chronicling various ninjutsu, experiences, and some records of mundane daily affairs. It is likely that after his amputation, Narashikaku's life became considerably more relaxed. This is indeed reflected in the memories that Ganshu holds of his father, which predominantly consist of scenes of him idly at home post-amputation. It was not until the onset of the Second Shinobi World War that Naruto resumed his duties as a Chūnin from Konohagakure. Did his attempts at single-handed seals ultimately succeed? The significance of single-handed sealing is indisputable. Mastering this technique would allow a ninja to free one hand while executing ninjutsu, which could decisively influence the outcome in battles of equal standing. With this thought, Ganshu eagerly began to leaf through the notebook. As he turned each page, the previously chaotic writing gradually regained its neatness and vigor, nearly identical to the original script, with scarcely any distinction. Simultaneously, records of practice for single-handed seals began to emerge in abundance, suggesting that Naruto indeed dedicated considerable effort towards this endeavor. However, even upon reaching the final page, Ganshu did not uncover a specific method for single-handed sealing. His father's efforts ultimately ended in failure. The technique of forming hand seals with a single hand is ultimately not a skill that can be mastered by an ordinary person. However, Hoshigaki Genkai did not emerge empty-handed. Through his father's notes, he became aware of the myriad challenges and difficulties that practicing the single-handed seal would entail, should he choose to explore and master this technique. These invaluable records could save him considerable effort. Moreover, although Shiranui Hoshigaki was unable to develop the single-handed seal, he did indeed cultivate a proficient single-handed sword technique. The latter sections of the notes meticulously documented his explorations, practice experiences, and the ultimate success of his swordsmanship, the left-handed blade. Without this left-handed blade, it is likely that Shiranui Hoshigaki, having lost his right arm, would not be able to participate in frontline battles. Having skimmed through the contents regarding the left-handed blade, Genkai pondered for a considerable time before quietly flipping through the notes until he reached the final page. The concluding entry detailed his father's last mission, which occurred during a later stage of the Second Shinobi World War. According to intelligence, 2 formidable puppet masters would be among the enemy forces tonight. I hope the antidote I prepared will remain unused. Flipping back to the earlier sections concerning body techniques, Hoshigaki Genkai resolved to attempt practicing the simplest transformation technique. The basic transformation technique requires merely forming an unsealed hand sign, which involves placing both hands together, with the left hand slightly higher and the left pinky and ring finger resting atop the corresponding fingers of the right hand. The unsealed sign bears a resemblance to the tiger sign, albeit the latter is more symmetrical. In fact, the two not only resemble each other, but also share numerous similarities in their effects on chakra. More experienced ninjas can even execute the transformation technique while forming the tiger sign. It is evident that the basic transformation technique is indeed a very simple ninjutsu. Despite Hoshigaki Genkai not having undergone systematic ninjutsu training, such a straightforward maneuver should pose little problem. Quietly noting down several details of executing the transformation technique, Hoshigaki Genkai then channeled the chakra within him, swiftly forming the unsealed sign. Transformation technique. Bang! A surge of air erupted around him with a resounding bang, causing the nearby table to tremble thrice, exuding an impressive aura. Despite the formidable display, Hoshigaki Genkai looked down only to discover that he had not undergone any transformation whatsoever. Upon reflection, he realized that the tremendous commotion was entirely due to his lack of mastery over the transformation technique. Not only had he failed to successfully execute it, but he had also squandered a significant amount of chakra. At this moment, Hoshigaki Genkai was merely 8 years old and had only recently learned to sense and manipulate chakra a few months prior, with his chakra reserves being lamentably scant. In this single attempt, he had depleted nearly 1/20th of his chakra. Determined to try again, Hoshigaki Genkai steadied his mind, focused his attention, and drew upon his chakra to form the unsealed sign once more. Transformation technique. Bang! This time, the commotion was considerably less, yet he still failed to achieve any transformation, remaining unchanged. Transformation technique. Bang! 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 After numerous attempts, Hoshigaki Genkai finally achieved a modicum of success. He managed to darken the hue of his skin slightly. The transformation appears strikingly discordant. Rather than a mere change in skin tone, it resembles a layer of diluted soy sauce smeared across the body. It becomes evident that even the most rudimentary technique of transformation requires rigorous training to master. The numerous unsuccessful attempts at this technique have squandered a substantial amount of chakra, and soon, the chakra within Naruto Hoshikage dwindles to a mere trickle. As dusk falls, he promptly ceases his practice, tidies up, and, clutching his father's notebook, returns to his room. The following morning, At the Ninja Academy, physical training stands as one of the most vital pillars of a ninja's foundation. Moreover, for a genin, it serves as the primary means of offense, its importance self-evident. Thus, from the first year of enrollment to graduation in the 6th year, students partake in 2 physical training classes daily. In addition to outdoor training focused on physical fitness and combat, classes frequently occur indoors, where instructors impart knowledge closely related to physical techniques, such as ninja tools and first aid. This particular physical training session is held indoors. The teacher, known as the Mother Tiger, Uchiha Haru, stands at the podium, vociferously lecturing while occasionally striking the blackboard with fervor, commanding the undivided attention of her class. This 30-something kunoichi, though not unappealing in appearance, possesses a formidable presence, exacerbated by an unyielding strictness that instills fear in all her students save for Guy. Even for the diligent Guy, Uchiha Haru's demeanor remains unchanged, offering no commendation or admiration for his earnest efforts. She seems to embody a peculiar intensity. Uchiha Haru strikes the blackboard once more. Now, let us discuss the knowledge of hidden weapons. A competent ninja must possess a thorough understanding of such tools. Not only must one learn to wield at least one type of hidden weapon, namely shuriken, but they must also grasp the art of evading them. Listening to Uchiha Haru's discourse, Nara Hashikage feels a stirring within. Hidden weapons. These are undoubtedly among the swiftest means for a genin to enhance their capabilities. If deftly employed in battle, a genin could very well turn the tides against a Chūnin. With the impending outbreak of the Ninja World War looming in a few years, he wonders what level of strength he might attain by then. Nara Hashikage silently resolves to dedicate more effort to mastering hidden weapons. At that moment, Uchiha Haru raises her hand, revealing a 4-pointed shuriken nestled between her fingers. This is the most commonly used hidden weapon among ninjas, the shuriken. In the coming outdoor physical training sessions, we will incorporate shuriken practice. This, she continues, producing a metal caltrop, is a frequently deployed obstacle. Once thrown to the ground, one spike will invariably stand upright, effectively hindering the enemy's movements. Next, she presents a flash bomb and a smoke bomb. Uchiha Haru then retrieves a needle and states, "The sunbon is another relatively common hidden weapon. Compared to shuriken, sunbon are more difficult to detect and guard against, and they can be wielded in hand. However, the training required to master sunbon is correspondingly more challenging." After a brief pause, she added, "Similar to the 1,000 books is the flying needle. Although the latter is considerably more challenging to master, and lower-grade students will not encounter such concepts for the time being." Intrigued, Nara Shikamaru wondered if the 1,000 books were not merely flying needles. After all, in his eyes, the 1,000 books in Uchiha Haru's hands resembled nothing more than a simple needle. He nudged Hibiya with his elbow, asking, "Do you know the distinction between flying needles and 1,000 books?" Hibiya, momentarily taken aback by Shikamaru's unexpected curiosity, replied, "How could I possibly know?" Shikamaru then turned to his left to address Sakai, intending to inquire further, but upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely that he would gain any insight and decided to postpone his questions for the teacher after class. The 1,000 books possess dual tips, while the flying needles have a single tip. At that moment, a melodious yet somewhat youthful voice rang out from behind. Startled, Shikamaru instinctively turned to look. Seated behind him was a short-haired girl, who, if Shikamaru recalled correctly, was none other than Tsunade's future top disciple, Haruno Sakura Sr., Shizen. Even at this age, with a hint of baby fat adorning her face, she appeared remarkably youthful in a classroom where the average age was merely 8. Is that the only difference? Then why did the teacher mention that flying needles are more difficult to master? Shizen pondered aloud. "I believe it might be because most flying needles are more slender than 1,000 books," she suggested, her curiosity piqued. "Do you wish to practice flying needles, Shikamaru?" Nara Shikamaru contemplated for a moment before responding, "I haven't made up my mind yet, but I feel that 1,000 books might suit me better." As evening descended, the final lesson concluded, and students began to depart in small groups. "See you tomorrow, Shikamaru." Shizun cheerfully waved at him before taking the hand of Noera Rin and walking away. Shikamaru smiled and resumed packing his bag. At that moment, Hibiya crept closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Shikamaru, why do I feel you've been acting a bit strange these past couple of days?" "Have I?" Shikamaru frowned. Hibiya's eyes widened. "Of course, you rarely chat with girls, yet today you conversed with Shizun for several classes, more than you've spoken to any girl in an entire year." It was just about academics, Shikamaru casually replied while hoisting his backpack. Humph, Hibiya scoffed. As they exited the classroom and passed the training ground, Shikamaru glanced up to find, as expected, Kai training alone on the field. I wonder why he is putting in so much effort. Training after school is rather dull, he mused. Hibiya had evidently noticed Kai as well. Watching the determined Might Guy, who was running on his hands and sweating profusely, Shikamaru slowed his pace. In the past, despite being one of the few in class familiar with Kai due to their seating arrangement, he had harbored a certain disdain for him. After all, he was merely a child, and such attitudes were inevitable. However, as a mentally mature individual now, fully aware of Kai's future achievements, Shikamaru no longer entertained any feelings of contempt. After being reborn, perhaps due to the fusion of souls, Noarajinosuke's thoughts became noticeably more vibrant and clear. However, the growth of his chakra did not exhibit significant improvement. After all, chakra is composed of both spiritual and physical energy, and the influence of the physical aspect on chakra is evidently more pronounced. With the mind enhanced but the body unchanged, it is naturally challenging for chakra to make substantial progress. Observing Kai, who was engrossed in his own training, Noarajinosuke fell silent for a moment before heading towards the training ground. What are you doing? Hibiki asked, momentarily taken aback and instinctively following him. Noarajinosuke set down his backpack and remarked coolly, I plan to train like Kai from now on. You can either go home or join me. What? Hibiki exclaimed, wide-eyed and in disbelief. What on earth has happened to you these past few days? You seem like a completely different person. You weren't like this before. Noarajinosuke did not respond. Instead, he mimicked Kai's actions from a distance, performing a handstand and then starting to jog around the training ground. Witnessing two upside-down figures running on the training field, Hibiki stood there, bewildered. A friend who once shared his lackadaisical attitude had suddenly become diligent, leaving him behind. Who could accept such a shocking turn of events, especially an 8-year-old child? Sweat began to bead on Hibiki's forehead. Damn it, he exclaimed, wiping his brow. He pointed at Noarajinosuke, hopping in frustration. If you want to train, then go ahead. I, Hibiki, would rather die, even if it means jumping off the Hokage rock. Then be as foolish as you two. With that, he turned and stormed away, his back radiating indignation. Noarajinosuke remained unfazed, continuing to run in a handstand on the training ground, and his speed was increasing. The natural laws of this world were evidently different from his past life. Though his body was that of a child, it possessed extraordinary strength and endurance, far surpassing his former self. In his previous life, as an unathletic individual, he could hardly manage to run, let alone perform a handstand for such a duration. It must be said that engaging in training that even Olympic champions would find daunting was exhilarating. If only he were not constantly being outpaced by Kai. As the day gradually darkened, Noarajinosuke, after his first high-intensity training session, sat on the training ground, gasping for breath while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Meanwhile, Kai continued to run with the same fervor as at the beginning. After a while, the school and its surroundings were illuminated by lights. To his surprise, Noarajinosuke noticed a group of students emerging from a rather inconspicuous corner of the school, chatting and laughing in small clusters. These students varied in age. Some appeared to be around 11 or 12, while others were of a similar age to him. Noarajinosuke's gaze sharpened as he recognized a somewhat familiar figure among them. Silver hair, a black mask, hands tucked into pockets, and a distinctly lackadaisical demeanor. Kakashi Hitaki. No. Wait, Kakashi Hitaki. In his early days at the academy, Kazuki Nara had only shared half a year as a classmate with Kakashi, and thus they were not particularly familiar with one another. However, drawing upon his past life experiences, he quickly recognized Kakashi. What could be the reason for this? Just as Kazuki was lost in thought, a voice rang out beside him. It's Class 6 Year 1. They've just finished their classes. Turning at the sound, Kazuki discovered it was indeed Guy. Guy maintained his headstand position as he looked at Kazuki and asked, Kazuki, what brings you here? After a moment's silence, Kazuki replied, Did you not notice me earlier? Guy appeared momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with surprise, I thought I saw someone doing a headstand on the field. Could that person have been you? That seems likely, Kazuki responded, wiping the sweat from his brow. He continued, Does Class 6 Year 1 finish so late? I was previously unaware. Guy's head nodding in his upside-down stance resembled more of a vigorous shake as he replied, Class 6 Year 1 primarily consists of advanced students, including Uchiha Shursui and Hitaki Kakashi. Their dismissal times vary, and sometimes they extend late into the evening. With a grin, Guy added, I should be the only one in our class who knows about this. Now, you make two. Kazuki smiled back, so? It seems that on my very first day of determination, I've already made a small gain. He then asked, when do you plan to head home? Probably in about half an hour, Guy contemplated before responding. Kazuki nodded. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. I will continue tomorrow after school. Upon hearing this, Guy suddenly extended a hand, his eyes gleaming with fervor. What is it? Kazuki inquired, puzzled. A pledge of youth, Guy exclaimed. Eventually, Kazuki joined him in a high five. Upon returning home, Kazuki drank a few glasses of water before locating his piggy bank. He smashed it on the ground, shattering it to retrieve the bills and coins inside, counting them one by one. After a moment, gazing at the stacks of bills and piles of coins spread out before him, Kazuki frowned. 2,655 Ryo, 15 Ryo, his entire savings. What does 2655 Ryo signify? It could purchase a few new garments or sustain him through dozens of bowls of ramen, albeit not of the high-end variety. Nor could it afford luxurious meal sets. In terms of perception, 2655 Ryo in the Land of Fire likely equates to a little over 1,000 yuan in the former life of Huaxia. As an orphan, Kazuki was entitled to free meals at the school cafeteria and received 2 new sets of clothing each year, ensuring he lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance. Thus his allowance was minimal, amounting to a mere 500 Ryo each month, which disappeared swiftly when purchasing snacks. In his past life, Kazuki had been but a child, with little understanding of saving, which accounted for the meager amount he had managed to accumulate, effectively making him one of the poorest in all of Konoha. The deceased parents left him an inheritance, yet the strict regulations of Konohagakure dictate that orphans are not entitled to access their inheritance until they graduate from the ninja academy. Thus, the meager sum of less than 3,000 Ryo constituted his entire fortune. It should suffice, he mused to himself as he pocketed the money and stepped out. Although this world is one of ninjas, technology is not entirely absent. Practical electric lights were invented 2 decades ago, ensuring that even at night, Konohagakure remains brightly illuminated and bustling with activity. However, due to the formidable power of ninjutsu, contemporary technology is largely disregarded, its development uneven, and many ninjas consider it a misguided pursuit. The scientific endeavors of ninjas often attract scorn and derision from their peers. For instance, in the original storyline, Orochimaru faced ostracism not solely due to his perverse nature, but also because of his obsession with science. After wandering through the village, he arrived at the largest ninja tool shop, Mampintu. Excuse me, do you have shuriken? He inquired, raising his gaze. He had come here with his entire fortune to purchase some shuriken for practice. While shuriken are the most commonly used and fundamental of concealed weapons, he believed that merely mastering the basics would offer little advantage in actual combat. To effectively ambush or even counterattack, one must rely on more discreet and specialized projectiles, such as needles. Among these, shuriken are relatively easy to master and convenient to handle, making them ideal for his current level. The young female clerk smiled gently upon seeing him and replied, Yes, little brother. What type of shuriken are you looking to buy? What options are available? He scratched his head in confusion. The clerk gestured toward the wall beside her, saying, We have 3 types of shuriken in total, each available in large and small sizes. Following her gesture, he noticed 6 shuriken hanging on the wall, 3 large and 3 small, which appeared quite similar at first glance. What are the 3 materials? And how do they differ? He asked. The clerk explained, The most common shuriken is made of iron, which is inexpensive and suitable for regular practice or frequent use. The better quality ones are crafted from high-carbon steel, offering greater durability and resistance to rust and damage. These are commonly used by Chūnin and Jonin. Lastly, we have shuriken made from a special alloy that is chakra-compatible, allowing them to harness a ninja's chakra to unleash tremendous power. However, this type is generally not purchased by anyone other than skilled users. What are the prices? He inquired as he leaned in for a closer look. Iron shuriken cost 500 Ryo for 10 pieces, while high-carbon steel shuriken are 250 Ryo each. As for the chakra-compatible shuriken, the small ones are 4,000 Ryo each, and the large ones are 4,800 Ryo each. How exorbitant! He exclaimed in astonishment. With just over 2,000 Ryo, he could only afford a handful of the cheapest iron shuriken. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, I will purchase 5 iron shuriken. The clerk responded, Iron shuriken are sold in sets of 10, little brother. 10 iron kunai amounted to 500 taels. Spending such a sum at once made Noera Genkin feel a twinge of reluctance. After all, he had merely intended to purchase them for practice, and 5 would suffice. He pondered for a moment, glancing at the samples displayed on the wall. May I acquire 5 iron kunai, along with 1 steel kunai? He inquired. The saleswoman pouted, seemingly in contemplation. Come on, dear lady, the total is still 500 taels, just sell them to me. Noera Genkin, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his youthful appearance, resorted to adopting a charming demeanor. Suddenly, the saleswoman chuckled, leaned in, and pinched his cheek, saying, very well then. Through this playful exchange, Noera Genkin ultimately procured 5 iron kunai and 1 steel kunai for the price of 500 taels, all of which were of larger size. Holding the steel kunai, he soon began to regret his decision. It appeared hardly different from the iron ones. He intended them solely for practice, not for actual combat. Yet, having made the purchase, he resolved to accept it. After all, while they might not be needed immediately, they would surely prove useful in the future. Upon returning home, Noera Genkin headed straight to the storage room. After stacking 2 old wooden crates in one corner, he pinched 4 kunai between his fingers and aimed for the crates, then swiftly released them. With a series of soft thuds, the dim light revealed splinters flying. Not bad, he mused, nodding in approval as he retrieved the 4 kunai. After practicing for a while in the storage room, he noticed the time nearing 9 o'clock at night and tidied up before returning to his room. Lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, Noera Genkin found himself lost in thought. After a moment, he seemed to remember something, turning over in bed, grabbing 1 kunai, and hurriedly dashing to the bathroom. Gazing at the youthful and delicate face in the mirror, he glanced down at the kunai in his hand. Could it be? Noera Genkin hesitated for a few seconds before placing the kunai between his teeth. So that was it. Observing his reflection with the kunai held like a toothpick, a smile spread across his face. He realized that in the original story, he wasn't holding a toothpick, but a kunai. The kunai was the true essence. A significant portion of Noera Genkin's memories of the original narrative stemmed from the interactive broadcasting platform of his childhood, inevitably leading to many oversights. Until now, he had believed he was holding a toothpick in the story. It dawned on him that toothpicks did not exist in that context. Kunai were the true focal point. His brown hair, youthful and refined features, coupled with the glint of the kunai, subtly echoed the image of that ninja from his memories. If he recalled correctly, during Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, he was already a special jonin in the original narrative. Now, with the advantage of reincarnation, he was destined to achieve accomplishments far surpassing that of a jonin. This body possessed commendable potential, and being in his youth afforded him high malleability. Now, endowed with a precognitive and expansive soul, reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world seemed entirely within the realm of possibility. Upon reflection, Noera Genkin could not help but clench his fist. In this lifetime, he vowed never to become a mere bystander. Days passed unnoticed, and unlike the initial confusion and hesitation, Noera Genkin had now fully acclimatized to the life at the Ninja Academy, even more so than before. Besides the curriculum set by the school, he engaged in various high-intensity physical training sessions with Kai after class. Upon returning home, transformation techniques, shadow clones, and the Thousand Shuriken technique became his primary focus of training. He diligently followed his father's notes, even utilizing the seemingly mundane life lessons as a means to study, knowing that the teachers paid little attention. The transformation in Noera Genkin was evident, particularly in his training alongside Kai, which stirred a considerable commotion among the student body. For the longest time, Might Guy had been perceived as a comical and incomprehensible oddity in the eyes of nearly all his peers. During every break and after school, students could observe the green-clad figure exerting himself in seemingly irrational endeavors. No one could have anticipated that someone would choose such an eccentric as a role model for learning. Yet, remarkably, such an individual had emerged. Moreover, this individual was none other than the typically lethargic Noera Genkin. Consequently, in recent days, Noera Genkin faced an array of bewildered glances and inquiries, and the camaraderie with several friends had noticeably diminished. His relationship with Ebisu had reached a near breaking point, leading them to avoid conversation whenever possible, which was particularly awkward since they were desk partners. Despite possessing the mindset of an adult, Noera Genkin found himself troubled by the situation. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to unveil a powerful tactic. In his previous life, Noera Genkin had devoted nearly a decade to the study of painting, only ceasing due to the pressures of pursuing higher education in high school. While his artistic skills may not rival those of professional artists, he excelled in amateur circles, even earning a considerable amount of pocket money through portrait commissions. That afternoon, Noera Genkin swiftly completed a sketch during his lunch break and arrived early at the classroom, placing the drawing within Ebisu's general studies textbook. 20 minutes later, as class was about to commence, Funia Dahe, with his arm cradling a textbook and a cup in hand, sauntered into the classroom, calmly tapping the desk to gain attention. The room quickly fell silent. After pacing a few steps at the podium, Funia Dahe began, "Before we officially start the lesson, I would like to address something else. You all must have noticed the changes in Noera Genkin over the past few days." Laughter erupted in the classroom. "Please refrain from laughing," Funia Dahe admonished. Tapping the desk again, "I wish to commend Genkin for his efforts, and I hope you all can learn from both Genkin and Kai." His tone shifted to one of reflection. "There are matters you may not comprehend yet. But what I wish to convey is that being born in the village hidden in the leaves, we bear the mission of a ninja." "What is a ninja?" Funia Dahe inquired, then articulated carefully. "A ninja is the embodiment of war. Without war, the existence of a ninja holds no significance. The tranquility offered by the village school is but a fleeting comfort. Inevitably, each of you will confront the specter of war, and every one among you shall either sacrifice themselves or bear witness to the sacrifices of loved ones. I can assert with certainty that the vast majority of you, upon experiencing your first battle, will come to deeply admire the likes of Kazama and Kai. It is evident that the words recently spoken by Funia Dahe have stirred the students, plunging the classroom into a momentary silence. After a brief pause, Funia waved his hand, signaling, "Enough of that, let us commence our lesson. Please turn to page 68 of your textbooks. Today, we shall briefly discuss the land of Earth. First, let us explore the isolated geographical environment of this land. To the southwest lies a range of high plateaus, while the southeast is enveloped by numerous bodies of water, including the most perilous river in the ninja world, the Grass River." The sound of pages turning echoed throughout the classroom, as Nara Shikamaru flipped through his book while occasionally stealing glances at Ebisu to his right. After a couple of seconds, Ebisu froze mid-turn, his movements abruptly halted, and his eyes widened in astonishment, his face flushing a deep crimson as his trembling hands betrayed his shock. In the center of the textbook lay a stark white page, vividly adorned with the illustrations of two scantily clad maidens, their exquisite forms entwined in an exceedingly suggestive pose, their gazes entranced and expressions utterly captivating. "This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." From Nara Shikamaru's perspective, this was hardly remarkable, yet for Ebisu, a second-year student with limited experience, the image was overwhelmingly provocative. He stood speechless, eyes fixated, completely taken aback. Nara Shikamaru leaned in closer, inquiring, "What are you looking at?" "Wallet." Ebisu hastily closed his textbook. Nara Shikamaru said nothing, merely smiling slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. "No, I didn't this isn't mine." Ebisu stammered, his face still flushed. "I understand." "Understand what?" "This truly isn't mine, I assure you. Don't make wild accusations. The innocence of youth can be remarkably fragile. A minor incident may sever bonds, yet the same trivialities can also mend them." Because of that single sketch, Ebisu's facade of indifference crumbled within moments, dissipating the awkwardness between the two. By that afternoon, Ebisu seemed to have entirely forgotten the previous embarrassment, engaging with Nara Shikamaru in lively discussions about the origins of the illustration in their textbooks, their laughter echoing as usual. As school concluded, the two departed the classroom alongside Mike Guy. Passing through the training grounds, Ebisu remarked, "Are you two still planning to train here?" "Indeed," Nara Shikamaru nodded. "At least until graduation, I shall persist in training here daily. In fact, I feel my chakra has noticeably increased over these past few days." "Really?" Ebisu exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, Kai flashed his signature brilliant smile, clapping Ebisu on the shoulder. "So, what do you say, little show? Care to join us?" Ebisu pondered in silence for several seconds before responding. "What do you plan to practice?" "Frog leaps." Kai, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "My father informed me that frog leaps are among the most effective exercises for strengthening the legs." Upon hearing frog leap, Ebisu's expression visibly stiffened. Shiranui Genkin promptly interjected, "Akai. Today marks Xiaosu's first time. Let us practice something simpler. like sprinting, shall we? Although frog leaps provided a higher intensity workout, the posture was undeniably awkward, and Ebisu likely needed more time to acclimate. After a brief contemplation, Kai readily nodded. Very well, let us practice sprinting then. Xiaosu. Well then, all right, Ebisu scratched his head, ultimately conceding. An hour later, the trio rested on an open patch of ground, with Ebisu panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, while Shiranui Genma and Kai remained relatively composed. How does it feel? Can you sense the fire of youth igniting within you? Kai clenched his fists, exuding an exuberance that was difficult for others to comprehend. Ebisu wiped his sweat again and nodded. It's not bad. From that point onward, Ebisu was officially welcomed into their ranks. Whenever the three had a moment to spare, they would head to the training field to hone their physical techniques. Initially, due to his shyness, Ebisu engaged only in conventional exercises like sprinting and throwing. Gradually, however, he became unfazed, executing frog leaps and inverted runs with unreserved enthusiasm. The trio of unconventional figures soon became a striking sight at the Ninja Academy. One day, after finishing their training and resting on the ground, Mike Guy suddenly clapped his hands and tugged at his tight-fitting outfit, exclaiming, "Would you like to have a similar set of tight clothing?" Ebisu shook his head repeatedly. It better not look too ridiculous. This attire is snug, breathable, elastic, and exceptionally warm, an essential ensemble for youth. And just how is this outfit unattractive? Ebisu appeared skeptical. Is that for real? Absolutely. So do you wish to have it? With that, Kai turned his gaze towards Shiranui Genma. Kai, I have a question that has been on my mind, Shiranui Genma pondered. What question? After scrutinizing Kai's tight-fitting outfit once more, he contemplated before asking. How do you manage to use the restroom in that outfit? As the seasons changed, the land of fire transitioned into winter. By late December, aside from the exceptionally talented Class 6, the students of the Ninja Academy began to enjoy a 2-week winter break. With the onset of this holiday, Shiranui Genma found himself with ample free time. In addition to training with Kai and Ebisu, he devoted the remainder of his time to practicing the Shadow Clone technique and the Thousand Needles technique, particularly with the Shadow Clone technique. Shiranui Genma invested a significant amount of time, equating to the total time spent on it over the previous 3 months. The fusion of his reincarnated soul, combined with rigorous physical training, led to remarkable growth in his chakra, reflected not only in quantity, but also in quality. In the past, Noera Genma was considered to possess a relatively low chakra capacity. However, in the present, his chakra levels have become indistinguishable from those of his peers. And both the quality of his chakra and his control over it significantly surpassed those of his contemporaries. Consequently, after more than 10 days of practice during the winter break, just 3 days before the new school term begins, Noera Genma finally mastered the technique of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. In his room, Noera Genma swiftly formed 3 hand seals. And with a soft sound, a surge of air rippled before him, conjuring a boy who bore an exact resemblance to him, standing opposite his original self. "This is my clone," he exclaimed, a thrill of excitement coursing through him as he gazed at his doppelganger. Yet, he quickly realized that although this clone appeared indistinguishable from the real thing, a mere sensation would reveal it to be nothing more than a mass of chakra, lacking both physical form and independent consciousness. Such limitations are inherent to the basic form of the clone technique. To create a clone capable of engaging in combat and possessing its own awareness, he would need to learn the more advanced Shadow Clone Jutsu. While the Shadow Clone Jutsu is documented in his father's notes, Noera Genma is not yet adept enough to practice it. This is not due to its difficulty, as the challenge posed by the Shadow Clone Jutsu is not significantly greater than that of the basic clone technique. Rather, it imposes a stringent requirement for chakra quantity. Presently, attempting to create a shadow clone could exhaust Noera Genma entirely. Furthermore, if one were to utilize shadow clones frequently and intensely, the fatigue transmitted back from the clones could be overwhelming for most individuals. It is likely due to this inherent risk that the more chakra-consuming multi-shadow clone technique has been classified as a forbidden jutsu by the Second Hokage. After manipulating the clone to strike a few simple poses, Noera Genma promptly dispelled it. Having self-taught the transformation and clone techniques within a span of 3.5 months, his progress is commendable, especially when compared to Naruto, who could not master the clone technique even by the 6th grade, though the circumstances of the two are not directly comparable. As for the most challenging technique among the 3, substitution, Noera Genma has no intention of practicing it at present. This is primarily due to the requirement of forming 5 hand seals to execute the technique, which poses a considerable challenge for someone who has yet to undergo training in seal formation. In any case, in 3 months he will advance to the 3rd grade, at which point a specialized ninjutsu instructor will provide students with foundational training in seal techniques. He can always practice substitution later when his hand speed improves. Lying on his bed, Noara Jinkin began to contemplate. With the transformation and clone techniques mastered, he found himself unable to practice any more complex ninjutsu for the time being. In this era of peace, conserving chakra is prudent, and expending it can facilitate its growth. Thus, what should he practice now? Walking on trees, walking on water? These are fundamental skills for a ninja that do not require seals and are certainly necessary to hone. However, such activities consume minimal chakra, and given his control over chakra, he would likely master them in no time. What other exercises demand considerable chakra, yet do not require seals? As he pondered, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. If one were to inquire about the most practical and potent offensive ninjutsu, without a doubt, Noara Jinkin would cast his vote for the Rasengan. This technique, devoid of hand seals yet possessing incredible power, stands as a lethal move for any ninja, barring the likes of the later era Otsutsuki deities. From Minato Namikaze to Jiraiya and Naruto, every ninja who has mastered the Rasengan has developed a fondness for this spinning sphere. Naruto has taken this affinity to its zenith, either crafting the Rasengan or its grander variant. There exists no dilemma that a Rasengan cannot resolve. If it does, a larger one suffices. Should he master this technique, Noara Jinkin's prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that Minato, at the tender age of 18 or 19, though already renowned, had not yet been credited with the invention of the Rasengan, leaving Jinkin with no avenue for learning it. Since there was no place to acquire this knowledge, why not attempt to invent it himself? Indeed, this was Jinkin's line of thought. He recalled the episode where Jiraiya taught Naruto the Rasengan, which primarily involved the repetitive practice with a water balloon, a rubber ball, and an air-filled balloon, ultimately enabling the ninja to condense a high-speed, stable chakra sphere known as the Rasengan. The first phase merely required the chakra to rotate and burst the water balloon, which, upon reflection, seemed rather uncomplicated. The crux of the Rasengan lies in the control of chakra, and if Naruto, despite his poor control, could achieve this through such a method, Jinkin felt he had no justification for failure. Thus, it was decided. With this resolve, Jinkin set out, money in hand, to a nearby grocery store. Shopkeeper, 50 balloons. 50 balloons, you say? That will amount to 20 ryo. To his surprise, on his way home, he encountered Kakashi in front of a restaurant. Jinkin, long time no see. At this moment, Kakashi, though appearing somewhat lackluster, still bore a relatively cheerful disposition. Even so, the fact that Kakashi recognized him in an instant left Jinkin momentarily taken aback. Ah, long time no see, Kakashi. Out to get something to eat? Indeed, my father sent me to fetch some salt-grilled mackerel and such. Kakashi waved the bag in his hand before continuing. By the way, it was you and Guy I often saw on the training field last semester, right? Jinkin nodded. Just as he was about to respond, Kakashi let out a slight sigh and quipped, perhaps in jest or a bout of youthful nostalgia. Ah, to be young again. With that, he slipped his hand into his pocket and departed with the bag. Jinkin was left pondering. Youth? What on earth? Even by physiological age, you're still several months younger than I. Upon returning home, the first thing Jinkin did was inflate a water balloon and attempt to harness his chakra to induce a rotation. However, he soon discovered that no matter how hard he concentrated, the chakra would merely flicker and swirl in his palm, failing to take shape or spin. The water balloon, let alone bursting, barely exhibited any noticeable quivering. After nearly an hour of practice, the chakra within Noara Jinkin was nearly depleted, prompting him to come to a halt. He set down the water sphere and shook his head, realizing that diligent training was still required. As the clock struck past noon, Noara Jinkin made his way to the ninja school, intending to have lunch in the cafeteria. For the orphans attending the ninja school, the institution served as their true home. They not only studied there, but also frequently dined at the school, even during holidays. In contrast, their own homes resembled mere dormitories, serving only as places to rest. As he walked toward the cafeteria, Noara Jinkin suddenly heard a familiar, melodious voice. What are you all up to? A furrow crossed his brow as he turned to see Shizune and Noara Rin encircled by several boys, one of whom was a classmate named Uchiha Nakai. The others appeared to be members of the Uchiha clan, their familiar faces betraying a sense of intimidation. Under the pressure of the boys' presence, Shizune and Noara Rin appeared frightened, gripping each other's hands tightly and instinctively retreating. Yet, with every step they took back, Uchiha Nakai and his companions advanced, their demeanor audacious. "What do you want?" Shizune's face flushed with a mix of anger and fear. "Humph," Uchiha Nakai scoffed, then addressed her directly. "You little brat. I've heard you are related to that old hag Tsunade. Is that true?" "Uchiha Nakai, are you not afraid of being apprehended by the police for openly slandering Lady Tsunade?" Noara Rin retorted indignantly. "The police?" A tall, overweight upperclassman, seemingly around 11 or 12, laughed heartily. "Don't you know that the police are all members of our Uchiha clan? Ha! To say we would be caught by the police is utterly ridiculous." The others joined in the mockery, their laughter echoing mockingly around them. Uchiha Nakai chuckled for a moment before pointing at Noara Rin. "Slander? Huh. Tsunade has yet to be held accountable for her slander against our Uchiha clan, and you dare accuse me?" He then turned his gaze to Shizune, his voice dripping with menace. "I don't care what your relationship with Tsunade is. Tell her that if she does not publicly apologize to the Uchiha clan, I, the direct descendant of Uchihaya, will ensure that one day she kneels before me in supplication." Standing at a distance, Noara Genkan was taken aback by these words, scrutinizing Uchiha Nakai with a discerning eye. How could such a young child be so foolish? Truly, he was of the Uchiha clan. However, a wave of confusion washed over him. According to Uchiha Nakai, it appeared that Tsunade had previously clashed with the Uchiha clan. What was the story behind that? Additionally, who was Uchihaya? He felt a sense of intimidation emanating from the name, yet he could summon no recollection of it. Shizune pressed her lips together tightly, her face etched with fury. "You Uchiha clan members are all lunatics. What did you say?" The boys erupted in anger, the atmosphere suddenly charged and tense. The reaction of Shizune was unexpectedly composed, as she showed no intention of calling for a teacher, but instead assumed a childlike stance of defiance. Noara Rin appeared frightened, yet upon glancing at Shizune, she too mimicked a posture of readiness for battle. Observing this, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but break into a sweat, realizing that these girls were rather reckless. Should a real fight ensue, the outcome was uncertain. He quickly scanned the vicinity and noticed a tall young man passing by. He waved his hand and called out, "Teacher, there's about to be a fight here." The imposing figure turned, revealing a stern visage adorned with a short beard. He surveyed the scene and pointed at Uchiha Nakai and his companions while striding over, reprimanding them. "Hey, what do you all think you're doing?" In an instant, the expressions of Uchiha Nakai and the others turned grim, particularly the chubby upperclassman, who turned pale. "That person is Hayama Ichika, the 6th grade ninjutsu teacher. And he is very strict. What should we do?" "Damn it," Uchiha Nakai growled, glaring fiercely at Nara Shikamaru. "Let's make a run for it." He promptly turned and sprinted away, prompting the others to follow suit in a flurry of panic. "Stop!" Hayama Ichika bellowed, then leaped forward with the speed of an arrow, chasing after them. The students, who were barely even genin, stood no chance of outrunning him. Just as Nara Shikamaru leisurely approached Shizune, they were herded back like sheep by Hayama Ichika. With arms crossed, he demanded, "Now, tell me what just happened." Shizune pointed at Uchiha Nakai, her voice tinged with indignation and a hint of grievance. "He insulted Lady Tsunade and said he would make her kneel." Uchiha Nakai, unwilling to back down, retorted by pointing at Shizune. She claimed that our Uchiha clan are all lunatics. "You are indeed." "What? Say that again." A flash of anger crossed Hayama Ichika's face as he commanded, "Silence." The atmosphere grew tense, and he turned to Nara Shikamaru. "You first, explain what transpired." Nara Shikamaru nodded and recounted the events in detail. After listening, Hayama Ichika turned to both parties and asked, "Is this true?" Shizune affirmed, "Yes." Uchiha Nakai reluctantly muttered a confirmation. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Hayama Ichika addressed Shizune. "I hope, in the future, you will be more mindful of your words. The Uchiha clan has made significant contributions to the establishment of our Konoha. Do not utter statements that undermine our unity, understood?" Shizune pouted, appearing somewhat unconvinced, yet she nodded. "Understood, teacher." "You all." Hayama Ichika's explosive temper erupted in an unexpected roar that nearly caused Uchiha Nakai and his companions to soil themselves. "Follow me to the office." With that, he strode ahead toward the disciplinary office. Uchiha Nakai and the others exchanged glances, ultimately resigned to follow with grim expressions. "Thank you for your help earlier, Shikamaru," Shizen said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Shikamaru smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. But didn't you consider calling for a teacher earlier? After all, there were so many of them, and some were even upperclassmen. That scoundrel was truly despicable, daring to insult Lady Tsunade." It infuriated Shizen to no end. After a brief silence, Nara Shikamaru inquired, "Shizun, are you truly related to Lady Tsunade?" The Warring States period had ended merely a few decades ago. Yet the remnants of a strict hierarchical system lingered, leaving many commoners without surnames. Nara Shikamaru initially assumed that Shizun was one of them. But he recently discovered through his father's notes that, after a certain time, even members of the Senju clan lacked surnames. The exact reasons were not extensively detailed by his father, or perhaps he himself was unaware, having merely stumbled upon this information and noted it down. This revelation astonished Nara Shikamaru, yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible. For instance, in his memory, he had never encountered anyone with the surname Senju. Nor had he ever heard of Tsunade being referred to as Senju Tsunade or by any surname at all. Thus, it was conceivable that Shizun, lacking a surname as well, might indeed be a relative of Tsunade. Shizun lowered her head slightly. "All my relatives perished in the war. Lady Tsunade is the fiancée of my uncle, and ever since he fell in battle years ago, I have remained by her side." Nara Shikamaru nodded in understanding, his heart easing. No wonder that even when Tsunade was fleeing from debts, Shizun consistently followed her dutifully. It turned out their bond extended beyond that of a teacher and student, encompassing a mother-daughter relationship as well. "Shikamaru, are you here for ramen too?" Inazuka Kiba suddenly asked. Nara Shikamaru was taken aback. "Ramen?" Shizen nodded. "Yes, Shikamaru. Are you not aware? The renowned ramen chef at the cafeteria has created a special ramen, which is on sale today. Many teachers and students have come." "Is that so?" Nara Shikamaru had indeed never heard of it before, and since this was the case, he decided to give it a try. "Let us go together." Before long, the trio arrived at the school cafeteria. Upon entering, they noticed a rather lengthy queue at one of the windows, bustling with activity. They took their place at the end of the line, and, after waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally Shizun's turn. "One bowl of special ramen, please." Shizun presented a meal ticket. "All right," replied a man in his 30s with a smile from behind the window. After a short while, Shizun received her ramen. "It smells amazing. If you were to open a ramen shop, it would surely thrive." The man laughed heartily. Nara Shikamaru's expression became somewhat peculiar. Not long after his rebirth, he had sought out a ramen shop named Ichiraku in the village but had found none. It appeared that it had yet to be established. Now, watching the chef at the cafeteria, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but wonder if he was the legendary Ichiraku. Unfortunately, he couldn't recall the name of the elderly man. Otherwise, he could have simply asked. The cafeteria was relatively empty during the holiday, allowing the three to choose an isolated table without anyone around. After a few bites of ramen, Nara Shikamaru pondered. "Tsunade, earlier Uchiha Nakai mentioned that Lady Tsunade had slandered the Uchiha clan. What is the truth behind this?" Shizen set down her chopsticks. "Slander? It is simply a fact, although the Uchiha themselves refuse to acknowledge it." "What fact?" Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brow slightly. "Lady Tsunade has stated that a significant majority of the Uchiha clan members suffer from varying degrees of mental issues, with a considerable percentage even reaching the level of mental illness," Shizen explained. Noera Rin's expression became somewhat uneasy. "That can't be right. I think Obito is just fine." "Not all Uchiha are like that, and besides, Obito hasn't even awakened his Sharingan yet," Noera Rin replied, taken aback. "Awaken the Sharingan?" Shizen nodded slowly. "You may not be fully aware that throughout history, the awakening of each pair of Sharingan has almost always been accompanied by intense psychological trauma, such as losing loved ones, facing the brink of death, or enduring immense humiliation. These experiences often lead to mental issues. If one does not encounter such trauma, it is nearly impossible for an Uchiha to awaken their Sharingan, thereby suggesting that those who do awaken it are likely to have significant psychological problems." Nara Shikamaru began to reflect, realizing that indeed, the instances of Sharingan awakening noted in history occurred following profound emotional upheaval. For example, Sasuke awakened his eyes on the night of the massacre, achieving the Mangekyo after Itachi's death. Itachi awakened his eyes during the sacrifice of his comrades and achieved Mangekyo during Shirsa's suicide. Obito awakened his eyes at the brink of life and death. Fugaku awakened his Mangekyo when his close friend perished, and Madara awakened his eyes early on after severing ties with Hashirama. There has been no mention of any Uchiha who awakened their eyes purely through diligent training. Shizune continued. Moreover, for a considerable span of history, Uchiha clan members who had not awakened their eyes were forbidden from marrying. This practice has persisted into the present day, albeit with diminishing strictness. Consequently, for the past century, each generation of Uchiha has predominantly descended from the previous generation of awakened individuals, naturally increasing the likelihood of awakening, but also raising the proportion of those with mental issues in each successive generation. That sounds rather alarming, Nara Shikamaru remarked. It is indeed the reality, Shizune replied. Have you not noticed that a significant portion of those frequently involved in fights at school are Uchiha? Nara Shikamaru fell silent for a moment before inquiring, by the way, I heard Uchiha Nakai mention he is the direct descendant of Uchihaya. Who is Uchihaya, and why does that name seem unfamiliar to me? Uchihaya was the second leader of the Uchiha clan after the establishment of Konoha, but I am not well versed in the specifics. Shizune shook her head. Noara Rin appeared to suddenly recall something. I remember my grandfather mentioning that Uchihaya was executed by the Second Hokage. Executed? For what reason? Noara Rin shook her head. I don't know. It seems like a topic that shouldn't be discussed openly. I only heard my grandfather mention it by chance. Nara Shikamaru realized it was a sensitive subject. Regardless of where one may wander, even if reborn into another realm, the benevolent deity of harmony remains steadfastly by humanity's side. Although many questions still linger unanswered, a realization dawned upon him. The long-standing discord between the Uchiha clan and the village of Konoha had been festering for ages, and the eventual downfall of the latter seemed almost predestined. The winter break of 2 weeks swiftly came to a close. In the final 2 days of this hiatus, Noara Jinjin diligently honed his skills in tree walking and water walking, ultimately mastering them on the eve of the new academic term. This outcome did not surprise him, for in the original narrative, Sakura had effortlessly grasped tree walking on her very first attempt. Even Naruto had not squandered much time on these techniques. After Jiraiya repaired his seal, his control over chakra improved significantly, allowing him to quickly comprehend the art of walking on water. Noara Jinjin inherently possessed a remarkable aptitude for chakra control. Although he lacked the foundational strength of the graduated Naruto and Sakura, 2 days proved sufficient for him. Upon the commencement of the new term, Noara Jinjin continued his studies and training with a regimented fervor, as if wound up like a clockwork mechanism. The sole annoyance during this period stemmed from Uchiha Nakai, a rather foolish child who frequently sought to provoke him, often accompanied by a rather rotund 5th grader, reminiscent of the schoolyard ruffians Jinjin had encountered in his previous life. Initially, Jinjin attempted to evade them or defer the matter to a teacher, but eventually, exasperated, he summoned Kai and Hibi to confront them together. To his astonishment, the 3 of them emerged victorious. The 5th grader, who often mingled with Uchiha Nakai, appeared intimidating but was no match for Jinjin's mastery of the shadow clone technique, exhibiting clumsiness in physical combat that rendered him woefully inept. After being soundly defeated by the trio, Uchiha Nakai finally ceased his provocations. However, it was evident from the occasional glint of malice in his eyes that his animosity towards Noara Jinjin had only intensified. Perhaps one day, the Sharingan would awaken in response to this enmity. Time passed swiftly, and more than 2 months slipped away. In March of the year 640 of the Land of Fire, the Ninja Academy welcomed yet another graduating class. On that midday, the graduates gathered in the school cafeteria for one final meal as students, donning their headbands that symbolized their ninja identities before congregating on the training field for a group photograph. Apart from the graduates and their parents, many younger students crowded the field, creating a lively atmosphere. Noara Jinjin, Kai, and Hibi sat on the ground, observing their classmates from Class 6-1 as they posed for their pictures. Kakashi had graduated. Kai sighed, lamenting that they still had 4 more years ahead. After a moment of silence, Hibi remarked, "Actually, we could apply for early graduation, but I can hardly manage anything beyond physical techniques." Kai replied, lowering his head, unusually voicing his discouragement. Early graduation? Noara Jinjin scoffed, finding it inconsequential. Children aged 8 or 9, or even 11 or 12, had yet to fully develop. Regardless of their brilliance, prematurely departing from the learning environment would be more detrimental than beneficial. It was merely the incessant conflicts and frequent warfare within the ninja world that necessitated such a short training cycle for ninjas. If given the choice, Naruto Genma would ideally commence his ninja career only after reaching the age of 18. As for advancing a grade, it is an impossibility. Otherwise, one would merely be vying for the role of a mere pawn. Of course, Kakashi's situation differs from theirs. For Kakashi, the school environment is far from an optimal setting for learning, and the world he would face post-graduation is hardly fraught with peril. After all, not every father is named Hatake Tsukumo. Lost in thought, Naruto Genma suddenly noticed a silver-haired man in his 30s leading Kakashi towards him. Upon recognizing Hatake Tsukumo's approach, Genma and his companions were momentarily taken aback before hastily rising to their feet. This formidable ninja, renowned as the Konoha White Fang during the Second Shinobi World War, enjoys immense respect within the village, a fact evidenced by the Hokage insignia adorning his left arm. To many, he is viewed as the designated successor to the Hokage. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Lord Tsukumo, the trio greeted somewhat awkwardly. Hatake Tsukumo replied with a warm smile, directing his gaze towards Naruto Genma. Genma, I've heard you've been working exceptionally hard lately. I believe if your father were aware, he would be quite pleased. Genma was momentarily stunned by the remark. Before recalling that his father, Naruto Kyukin, and Hatake Tsukumo were classmates, sharing a bond of camaraderie. Unaccustomed to interacting with elders from his previous life, Genma scratched his head, adopting an expression of bashfulness without uttering a word. Tsukumo patted his shoulder, encouragingly saying, "Keep up the good work. After you graduate, if I have the time, perhaps I could even serve as your mentor." Undeniably, Genma felt a flutter of excitement upon hearing this. However, he quickly pondered that for Lord Tsukumo, the issue may not revolve around having time, but rather the precariousness of life itself. Genma contemplated offering a cautionary word, yet he had no inkling of the circumstances surrounding Tsukumo's demise and was at a loss for how to proceed. Thus, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. Captain Tsukumo. At that moment, a striking young woman with flowing hair approached, greeting Tsukumo warmly. Tsukumo turned at the sound. "Ah, it's you, Yui. Your brother graduated today, correct?" Genma observed that as the young woman conversed with Tsukumo, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of evident impatience. His arms crossed behind his head, he averted his gaze. "Yes," the young woman affirmed, then excitedly gestured with her fingers, exclaiming, "Captain Tsukumo, look, my Sharingan has evolved into the three-tomo." Upon witnessing her crimson eyes adorned with three-tomo, Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback, before smiling and saying, "Congratulations. If all goes well, you should be promoted to Jonin this year." "I have no intention of participating in the Jonin examinations. It's far too troublesome," Uchiha Yui replied. "Are you planning to apply for the special Jonin position?" "Indeed. Considering your experience in the intelligence department, there should be no issues," Hatake Kakashi mused. "I will need Captain Zayun's letter of recommendation then," he added with a smile. "Of course," Zayun replied with a hearty laugh. The two continued their conversation, while Kakashi sighed and retreated to a corner, lost in thought. Nara Shikamaru and his companions observed this, and, after a moment's contemplation, settled down as well. "Kakashi, do you know who your instructor is?" asked Guy. "Ah, yes. It is the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze," Kakashi replied casually. Nara Shikamaru nodded, unfazed. "I've heard he is quite a formidable ninja. Do you believe that?" Kakashi furrowed his brow in response. "What troubles you?" Kakashi squinted, appearing as if he might doze off. "I've never heard much about him before, and suddenly, I'm assigned to him. My father mentioned his prowess. I fail to see why you consider him so impressive. Is it merely due to his name?" Nara Shikamaru was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, Kakashi opened his eyes and waved towards a figure in the distance. "Tsunade-san." Nara Shikamaru turned his head and indeed saw a striking blonde woman in a green coat approaching them, adorned with a blue diamond mark on her forehead, undoubtedly Tsunade herself. Upon hearing her name, Tsunade's expression slightly stiffened. "Kakashi." Zayun also noticed Tsunade. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I came to buy a few things and suddenly remembered that Kakashi and the others are graduating today, so I thought I'd drop by," Tsunade replied, quickly ruffling Kakashi's hair as she spoke. After her gesture, Kakashi instinctively attempted to evade her touch, his face betraying a hint of annoyance. Tsunade's presence rendered the expressions of several nearby Uchiha clan members somewhat awkward, including Uchiha I. "My apologies, Captain Zayun. My brother must have finished taking pictures. I will head over now." Uchiha, I managed to smile weakly before departing with the others. Once they were gone, Tsunade remarked coolly, Zayun, you should keep your distance from the Uchiha clan. They are a bunch of lunatics and utterly unreliable. Zayun chuckled dismissively. Here we go again. You are the granddaughter of the first Hokage. How can you openly undermine the unity of the village? You never listen to reason, Tsunade retorted. How much trouble has the Uchiha clan caused for Konoha? She sighed softly. If only my grandfather had heeded my great-uncle's advice back then. We wouldn't be facing so many issues now. Perhaps Konoha wouldn't be as powerful as it is today, Zayun countered. Maybe, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, though her tone clearly indicated her disagreement with Zayun's assertion. As the sixth-year students graduated, the school felt somewhat sparse, with only 5 grades remaining. As evening fell, Nara Shikamaru, Guy, and Hebe exited the classroom together. Yet today, the usually exuberant Guy appeared notably subdued. What is wrong, Guy? Hebe inquired. Kai remained silent for a moment before finally responding. In 4 years, Kakashi may very well be a jonin, while we would have only just graduated. The thought is truly disheartening. Ebisuzawa remarked, what can be done? Kakashi possesses exceptional talent and a formidable father. How many in the entire Hidden Leaf can compare? At that moment, Nara Shikamaru, cradling a water balloon, suddenly inquired, Kai, what is your dream? Upon hearing this question, Kai felt a twinge of embarrassment. A dream? Why don't you share yours first, Shikamaru? Me? Nara Shikamaru slowed his pace, gazing at the fading twilight. After a brief pause, he stated, my ambition is to become the strongest ninja in history, surpassing all who have come before. His tone was resolute yet casual, as if he were merely deciding what to have for lunch. The moment those words left his lips, both Kai and Ebisuzawa halted, staring in astonishment at Nara Shikamaru. Within seconds, beads of sweat began to form on Kai's brow, a mixture of shame and confusion washing over his face. Shikamaru, how can you so easily articulate your aspirations? Nara Shikamaru smiled slightly. If one firmly believes in their dream and is actively striving towards it, then they can express it without hesitation. Otherwise, they cannot. Kai fell into silence for a moment, but soon the fire of ambition reignited in his eyes as he clenched his fists. I've made my decision. From today onward, I shall engage in weight training. Weight training? Ebisuzawa looked taken aback. Indeed, our current training regimen has become too lax. Only by incorporating weight can we achieve better results. Shikamaru, Ebisuzawa. Let us head to the weight training hall at once. Nara Shikamaru and Ebisuzawa were pulled along by Kai to the weight training hall. Upon arriving at the entrance, Ebisuzawa couldn't contain his curiosity. Shikamaru, are you going to buy weights? Nara Shikamaru weighed the water balloon in his hand. I might purchase a little, but not too much. After all, I don't intend to dedicate all my efforts to taijutsu. Then I shall buy some as well, Ebisuzawa replied thoughtfully. By the way, what purpose does that water balloon serve? Nothing much. It's merely a toy suitable for an 8-year-old child. Nara Shikamaru remarked as he followed Kai into the weight training hall, with Ebisuzawa hurriedly trailing behind. Upon entering the store, a female clerk greeted them with a smile. What are you looking to buy? Kai glanced around before asking, do you sell weights here? The clerk looked surprised. You're here to buy weights? Yes. Kai scratched his head in embarrassment. Have children reached the point of needing weights nowadays? The clerk muttered, then gestured, follow me inside. It would be best for you to try the weights first. The three followed her into a spacious back room filled with various ninja tools, where several men were busy organizing. On either side were closed rooms, and a staircase led to the second floor, which also had several closed doors. Though they had visited the weight training hall before, this scene was entirely new to them, prompting the trio to gaze around in wonder. Kazuma, these kids are here to buy weights. Please assist them, a voice called out. The female shop assistant pointed to Kai and addressed a busy young man before turning back to the front hall. The youth, known as Tsangjia, acknowledged her with a nod, then set aside his work, clapped his hands together, and approached Kai. Are you here to purchase weighted items? We offer both conventional and sealed types. Which one do you intend to acquire? Tsangjia inquired. Sealed type? Kai asked in curiosity. The sealed weight is crafted using special sealing techniques, Tsangjia explained. Its advantages include a compact size and substantial weight, but it comes with a high price and, compared to standard weights, is more susceptible to damage. He gestured to the ground beside them, where dozens of gray metal blocks lay, each about the size of 2 fingers and wrapped in paper talismans adorned with intricate patterns and symbols, with a single character inscribed in the center. Few people opt for sealed weights, We currently have only this limited stock, which has been sitting here for quite some time. However, for your needs, this may not be necessary, Sanjia continued. Kai nodded. What about the conventional type? The conventional type consists of standard heavy objects. Come over and try them. I advise against purchasing something too heavy, as it might harm your health. Sanjia opened a large wooden box and retrieved several weight blocks, handing them to Kai and Ebisu. Meanwhile, the attention of Shiranui Genma was captivated by the sealed weights, particularly by the paper talismans affixed to them. He crouched down to examine the sealed weights closely. Despite having acclimated to the wonders of the ninja world since his rebirth, he felt an overwhelming curiosity toward the talismans. Carefully, he grasped one of the gray metal blocks, pulling with all his might, only to find it utterly immovable. Applying even more force, the block merely wobbled slightly, but remained firmly in place. These sealed weights are indeed peculiar, he mused, ultimately resisting the urge to lift the metal piece. He recalled Sanjia's earlier words. Not only were they heavy and expensive, but also prone to damage. Although he could not fathom the purpose of creating weights that were easily breakable, he considered the possibility of inadvertently breaking one, which could lead to dire consequences. Shiranui Genma shifted his gaze to the talisman atop the metal block, scrutinizing it in hopes of uncovering some clues. To him, the patterns and symbols on the talisman appeared as a chaotic jumble, lacking any discernible order. It was hard to imagine that such a piece of paper could endow the weight block with such extraordinary heft. Minutes passed, and a clear male voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Excuse me, is Teacher Yin here? Sanjia looked up to see a blond young man entering, scanning the surroundings. Please hold on, Sanjia instructed Kai and Ebisu, then hurriedly ascended to the second floor and entered through a wooden door. Teacher Yin, Mr. Minato has arrived, he announced. Upon hearing this, Kai and Ebisu exchanged puzzled glances. Minato? Could it be Kakashi's mentor? Kai hesitantly remarked. Ebisu, it seems my father had mentioned before that Namikaze Minato is a young man with a head full of golden hair. He must be the one. Upon noticing Sanjia calling out, Namikaze Minato strolled a few steps, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he spotted the crouched figure of Noera Kurama not far away. A slight furrow formed on his brow, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, Namikaze Minato walked directly over to Noera Kurama's side. Little one, what do you have in your hands? Namikaze Minato, being innately sensitive to chakra, possessed an extraordinary ability to control and perceive chakra far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He had sensed the fluctuating chakra within the water sphere the moment he entered. His curiosity piqued, prompting him to inquire. Noera Kurama's attention remained fixated on the sealing paper imbued with weight, and he merely glanced at Namikaze Minato, responding nonchalantly. It's a water sphere. Namikaze Minato momentarily faltered. It's Minato. The talisman you requested is ready. At that moment, a balding old man emerged from the wooden door on the second floor. Without descending, he spoke while tossing a small cloth pouch toward them. Namikaze Minato raised his hand to catch the pouch, smiling as he said, Thank you, Teacher Yin. The old man waved his hand dismissively and retreated back into the room. Holding the pouch, Namikaze Minato glanced once more at Noera Kurama, but ultimately shook his head indifferently and turned to leave. Wait, Minato. Noera Kurama finally regained his senses. The golden-haired youth was named Minato? That realization struck him with astonishment, and suddenly, with a loud bang, the water sphere he had held in his hands for days exploded, sending droplets splashing wildly onto the sealing weights before him. With a resounding crash, the dampened sealing weights rapidly expanded as if they had detonated, transforming in an instant into massive gray metal ingots. A cascade of heavy ingots fell, and the surrounding ninja tools were not spared, clattering and breaking in a cacophony of noise. Had it not been for Noera Kurama's timely evasion, he might have sustained injuries himself. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at the scattered remnants before him in utter disbelief. What the hell? In his quest to master the Rasengan, he had been toying with the water sphere for months, and it could have exploded at any other moment, yet it chose to do so atop the sealing weights. Noera Kurama finally comprehended the fragility of the sealing weights, feeling utterly drained of sarcasm. If the paper talismans were so easily damaged, couldn't they have implemented some protective measures? At the very least, a layer of skin would have sufficed. Now, looking at the shredded sealing talisman, it was clear even to the most naive that he had undoubtedly ruined it. The tremendous commotion inevitably drew attention, The busy staff turned their heads in this direction, and shadows appeared at the doors of several closed rooms. A short, stout middle-aged man pushed through the door on the right, and upon witnessing the chaotic scene before Noera Kurama, his expression darkened instantly. Songjia, what on earth happened here? Manager Ishino. It appears that this child has spilled water onto the sealing talisman of the weighted seal, Kobayashi stammered. Water? Manager Ishino's eyes widened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kobayashi, exclaiming, "How could you allow someone to bring water into the back room?" Huh. The child entered with a water balloon. We mistook it for a regular balloon and did not pay attention. Not paying attention is your excuse. Manager Ishino interrupted loudly. Who will bear the cost of this loss? Huh. Kobayashi responded, and Manager Ishino directed his gaze at a few staff members peering over. What are you staring at? Get to work. Do you think this matter does not concern you? Huh. This month's salary will be docked by 2,000 for everyone. After uttering this, Manager Ishino's expression softened considerably. He glanced at the damaged weighted seal and requested, "Calculate the total loss for me." After a moment, Kobayashi handed him a piece of paper. "Manager, the primary loss is the weighted seal, along with some damaged ninja tools, totaling 225,000. Manager Ishino turned to Nara Genin. "Boy, who are your parents?" "I don't have any," Nara Genin replied, bracing himself. "None. You are an orphan?" "Yes." After a moment of silence, Manager Ishino waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Humph. In that case, you shall work to repay the debt." Work? Nara Genin was taken aback. Having just arrived in this world, he had yet to even don a ninja headband, and now he was expected to work? This transition was indeed too abrupt. "Boss, I am still a student at the Ninja Academy." Manager Ishino cut him off. "What of being a student? Does that grant you the liberty to act without consequence? Should a student not repay their debts? Huh. Either repay the 225,000 or work here to offset the amount. Half-day work for 2 months. Full-day work for 2 months. If you work hard, you should be able to repay it within a year." The room fell silent for a moment before he pointed at Nara Genin once more, pressing, "So, boy, will you work or not?" Moments later, at the entrance of the shop, "Genin, are you truly going to work here?" Heibei inquired, "Should I speak to my father about helping you repay the money?" Nara Genin forced a smile, replying, "No need. 225,000 is no small sum, even if borrowing. It would be difficult to acquire from someone with whom he wasn't closely connected." He felt embarrassed to ask friends for such a large amount, let alone their fathers. Kai remained silent for a moment. "Will you still train with us afterward?" "Until I clear the debt. I fear that will not be possible. But I believe I can still find time to train at the shop, so you need not worry. I will certainly keep up with my studies," Nara Genin assured. Kai and Heibei exchanged glances. "Well then, Genin, we shall take our leave." "All right." Watching Kai and Heibei depart, Nara Genin sighed softly, hands buried in his pockets, feeling somewhat disheartened as he returned to the back room of the shop. According to his original plan, he intended to solidify his foundation in physical techniques over the next few years, increase his chakra capacity, and master the use of the 1,000 hands and various ninjutsu, ideally even perfecting the spiral sphere. When the Great Ninja War erupted, he hoped to be vigilant enough to navigate through it safely. Once the Third Great War had passed, it ushered in a prolonged period of peace lasting over a decade, ample time for him to bolster his strength. Yet, here he was, burdened by debt, reduced to performing menial tasks at a weapon shop. Even with his relentless dedication to full-time labor, it would take him 10 months to repay his debts. However, as a student, how could he possibly work full-time continuously, save for the holidays? By such calculations, it was uncertain how much time he would squander. His previously stable and orderly life had been thrown into disarray. Truly, one's plans often falter against the whims of fate. As he entered the back room, Suji approached him, saying, "Xianjian, from now on, you will work alongside us. Whatever we do, you shall do as well." Typically, the tasks are not overly complicated. They mainly consist of moving items and cleaning, with the occasional need to assist customers in the front when we are short-staffed. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. While working, there are certain precautions to observe, such as not bringing fire or water into the back room and refraining from disturbing the masters upstairs. I will elaborate on these matters later. Noera Shinjian nodded slightly, about to respond, when Suji leaned in closer and whispered, "There's one crucial point. Never contradict Manager Ishinoya." Manager Ishinoya? The short, stout fellow from earlier? Noera Shinjin grimaced. Indeed, Suji chuckled, patting his shoulder. Though reluctantly employed at the shop, it coincided with the end of the semester, and in a few days, the Ninja Academy would embark on its spring break, lasting roughly half a month, akin to the winter holiday. This fortnight of respite provided Noera Shinjin with a buffer, preventing him from becoming too overwhelmed. Beyond his work, one matter lingered persistently in his mind, the Rasengan. That fateful encounter with Minato Namikaze had serendipitously enabled Noera Shinjin to successfully detonate a water sphere using chakra for the first time. Although it cost him 250,000 Ryo, it had sparked a significant realization within him. He could now manipulate chakra to create a spiral. While detonating a water sphere remained a challenge, every endeavor begins with difficulty. And the invention of the Rasengan finally appeared within reach. As night fell, patrons at the shop dwindled, naturally easing the workload for Noera Shinjin and his colleagues, enveloping the store in a closing atmosphere. After placing a number of swords onto the weapon rack, Suji clapped his hands and exhaled. At last, we've finished our tasks. Noera Shinjin inquired. Suji, what is the general price range for these swords? These. Suji gestured towards the weapon rack. These are all affordable, typically priced around 100,000 Ryo each. 100,000. Suji chuckled. Compared to kunai or shuriken, swords hold significant value for many ninjas. In fact, they can be considered a primary means of combat. Thus, swords must be crafted from high-quality steel, making the price of around 100,000 quite reasonable. Truly valuable swords are priced in the millions, even reaching tens of millions. For instance, the 7 blades wielded by the fog-hidden 7 ninja swordsmen are each valued at no less than 50 million Ryo, with the most expensive, the shark skin, rumored to be worth over 100 million Ryo. Of course, even with an offer of 100 million, the likes of Suigetsu wouldn't part with the shark skin. Sanjia spoke with fervor. Upon recalling the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kazuki could not help but think of the events involving himself, Kai, and Hebe when they encountered the 7. Had it not been for Kai's father's timely arrival, the 3 would have undoubtedly met their demise. He pondered whether, in this reincarnation, such an event would still unfold. Stepping out of the back hall, he found a secluded corner in the front hall to sit. Kazuki retrieved a water sphere from his backpack, cradling it in his hand. With a mere thought, chakra spiraled from his palm, stirring the water within the sphere, causing its surface to tremble. Moments later, with a resounding pop, the water sphere burst, splattering some water onto Kazuki, who, unfazed, wore a smile of satisfaction. Another success. After the spring break, Class 2 to 5 became Class 3 to 5, aside from the elevation in seniority, allowing them to refer to first and second year students as children. What excited the third year students the most was the newly introduced ninjutsu class. Beginning in the 3rd year, they would formally commence their training in ninjutsu. The school did not disappoint. On the very first day of classes, ninjutsu lessons commenced, featuring the legendary ninjutsu instructors. Before the class began, the classroom of Class 3 to 5 was unusually quiet, with students eagerly awaiting the entrance of their teacher. As the bell rang, a tall young man with a short beard entered the room punctually, his demeanor notably serious. Kazuki was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the same Hayu Ikaku who had previously taught Uchiha Nakai? He recalled the events from a few months prior vividly, easily recognizing Hayu Ikaku. To his astonishment, Ikaku was now his ninjutsu instructor. Kazuki glanced in the direction of Uchiha Nakai, only to find Nakai looking pale, nervously rubbing his textbook, entirely intimidated. Sensing something, Nakai turned his head, their eyes meeting. Kazuki offered a faint smile, causing Nakai's face to shift through shades of green and white, his eyes brimming with indignation and fury. Seemingly oblivious to past events, Ikaku entered without a glance, cleared his throat, and addressed the class. Good day, students. I am your ninjutsu teacher, Hayu Ikaku. For the next 4 years, I will be guiding you through your ninjutsu courses. Clearly a decisive instructor, he introduced himself briefly before diving into the lesson. Ninjutsu is the foundation of a ninja's existence, and its significance is undeniable. However, techniques are ultimately lifeless. The essence of learning ninjutsu lies not within the techniques themselves. Pausing momentarily, he continued, for a ninja to wield powerful ninjutsu, 3 essential qualities must be possessed: the amount of chakra, the ability to control chakra, and the skill to form hand seals. Among these 3 aspects, the first 2 are significantly reliant on innate talent, whereas the ability to perform hand seals primarily depends on a ninja's diligent training. Thus, for a competent ninja, mastering hand seals constitutes the most essential foundational skill. Through perusing his father's notes, Naruto has developed a profound understanding of hand seals. Chakra is composed of both spiritual and physical energy, relying solely on the mind. A ninja finds it arduous to achieve precise control over chakra. It is only by integrating physical manipulation of chakra that the execution of ninjutsu becomes feasible. Observing the human body, the most pliable parts are undoubtedly the hands, making hand seals a time-honored method devised by generations of ninjas to influence chakra most effectively. It is through this technique that ninjas can master a multitude of extraordinary ninjutsu, unleashing incredible power. Consequently, from the 3rd grade until graduation, hand seals remain a focal point of both instruction and assessment, directly determining one's ability to graduate smoothly. Moreover, proficiency in hand seals can only be attained through relentless practice. Should one neglect regular training, failure becomes the only option come examination time, remarked Hien Ikaku. As his words faded, a subtle stir rippled through the classroom. Students engaged in discussions, with some theatrically demonstrating hand seals. Hien Ikaku displayed no surprise at their reactions, nor did he intervene. After a few minutes, he tapped the blackboard. "All right, let us settle down." The classroom quickly fell silent. "Now, please turn to page 5 of your textbooks, as we shall formally delve into the fundamentals of hand seals." Hien Ikaku pressed down on the textbook resting on the lectern to flatten it, then began to speak slowly. According to the insights of past ninjas, there are currently 12 basic hand gestures, known as the 12 characters: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, and snake. 6 months later, in October of the year 640 of the Fire Nation, Naruto stood in the courtyard before a large stone, centering his mind and spirit. He then summoned the chakra within him, swiftly forming 5 hand seals before striking the stone with an open palm. A subtle sensation emerged, as if a chain extended from his being, establishing an ethereal connection with the stone before him. After completing this, Naruto stepped back a few paces, raised one hand to form a sword finger, positioning it in front of him to create a half seal. Bang! A surge of air rushed forth, and in an instant, Naruto's figure vanished from the location of the large stone, which simultaneously appeared where he had just stood. The body replacement technique was a success. Observing his surroundings, Naruto could not help but smile. After 6 months of training with hand seals and repeated practice of the body replacement technique, he had finally succeeded in executing it flawlessly. It could be said that at the age of 9 years and 3 months, he had essentially attained the prowess of a lower-ranking ninja. After relocating the large stone to a corner, Naruto returned to his room, retrieved his father's notes, and sat by the bed, engrossed in reading. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. For the past 6 months, despite the considerable time consumed by his part-time job, he has remarkably adhered to his training regimen. By donning weights, even while sweeping the shop, he has managed to achieve a certain level of physical exertion. This consistent effort has allowed the chakra of Naruto to grow at an impressive rate. Although he has not made direct comparisons, he is confident that his chakra reserves now surpass those of the vast majority of his peers. Thus, he believes it is high time to practice the shadow clone technique. From a technical perspective, the shadow clone technique is not particularly challenging. In fact, it is one of the simplest ninjutsu, so much so that Naruto was able to master it in a single night. However, this technique imposes stringent requirements on chakra reserves. Ninjas with limited chakra often hesitate to utilize it freely. Naruto estimates that, with his current chakra level, creating a shadow clone should not pose a significant challenge. His urgency to master the technique stems primarily from the overwhelming demands of his job, which, despite his increasing diligence, inevitably impacts his training. After 7 months of labor, he has barely managed to repay over 90,000 ryo of debt, with more than half still outstanding, necessitating nearly another year of toil. A year. The mere thought of it is daunting. If he can successfully learn the shadow clone technique, he will be able to utilize clones to free up considerably more time. After meticulously reviewing the details of the technique in his notes, Naruto rose, channeling his chakra and forming the necessary hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a burst of energy, a figure identical to Naruto materialized, but it dissipated in less than 2 seconds with a loud pop. His first attempt at the technique resulted in failure. Feeling the significant depletion of his chakra, Nara Shinkai couldn't help but marvel at the toll it had taken. Just a single attempt had left him with scant chakra reserves, likely rendering him unable to practice again that day. The chakra consumption of the shadow clone technique is truly no trifling matter. It seems only someone like Naruto, who possesses an innate abundance of chakra and is the host of the Nine Tails, could use the technique at will. After 3 days of dedicated practice, Nara Shinkai finally mastered the shadow clone technique. At that moment, in his room, two Nara Shinkais stood facing each other, examining one another curiously, occasionally reaching out to pinch each other. Gazing at his doppelganger, Nara Shinkai was filled with astonishment. The shadow clone was indeed remarkable. With his current level of sensory perception, he could not discern any difference between his clone and his real self. Everything about it, appearance and touch, was indistinguishable from reality, akin to a flawless copy. In addition to its physicality, the shadow clone possessed independent consciousness, capable of executing premeditated plans or adapting to various complex situations. "You must be the clone, right?" At that moment, the clone hesitantly spoke up. Upon hearing these words, Nara Shinkai was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with sudden intensity. He suddenly realized that he could not yet confirm whether he was the original body. The memories of both the original and the shadow clone were identical. Both recalled the moment he had just performed the shadow clone technique, after which another version of himself inexplicably appeared beside him. Fortunately, the original and the clone differed in their positions, sensory perceptions, and remaining chakra, allowing the two iterations of Nara Shikamaru to quickly ascertain their identities. Once he confirmed he was the original, a slight bead of sweat formed on Nara Shikamaru's brow. He had never anticipated encountering such a dilemma while utilizing shadow clones. Following the prearranged plan, the clone ventured out for a solitary stroll. After meandering nearby, the jutsu was dispelled, and the memories returned to the original. Thus, a new memory of the walk materialized in Nara Shikamaru's mind, leading him to momentarily question whether he was indeed the original or the clone. This sensation was undeniably fascinating. Furthermore, it resolved a long-standing curiosity in his heart regarding why clones with independent consciousness willingly obeyed the commands of the original. The explanation was simple. Once the shadow clone technique was employed, both the clone and the original shared a complete experience of each other's existence. Although they appeared to be autonomous, they were, in essence, inseparable. The following morning, after a light meal, Nara Shikamaru produced a clone to carry a backpack to school, while the original went to work at the full-point hall. After all, once the clone's chakra was depleted, it would automatically dispel, and with the meager chakra the clone possessed, it could likely only attend classes but not engage in other activities. With the clone attending school, the original could work full-time at the full-point hall. In just 6 months, Nara Shikamaru would be able to repay his debt of 250,000 Ryo. Upon arriving at the full-point hall, Nara Shikamaru encountered the stout manager, Ishiya, in the front hall. "Huh," Ishiya exclaimed in surprise. "Why aren't you attending class today?" Nara Shikamaru replied, "I have decided to work full-time for 6 months to pay off the remaining debt." Ishiya stroked his chin thoughtfully and chuckled nonchalantly. "While I don't mind you working full-time, aren't you concerned about being expelled for skipping class for 6 months? That's not something you need to worry about," Nara Shikamaru retorted. For most ninjas, 9 years old was typically an age at which they had yet to master even the basic clone technique. Using the shadow clone technique at this age, while not indicative of genius, was enough to stir a small commotion. Nara Shikamaru was not inclined to attract undue attention at this time and had no desire to engage in lengthy discussions with others. Upon hearing this, Ishiya furrowed his brow, opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Ultimately, he waved his hand dismissively, relinquishing the urge to lecture. "Do as you wish. But don't blame me if you get expelled." The menial tasks remained as monotonous as ever, transporting ninja tools and cleaning. By afternoon, Nara Shikamaru was assigned to inventory alongside a few others. After toiling until evening, the group submitted dozens of pages of organized lists to Ishiya, marking the completion of their work for the day. In the corner of the front hall, Shiranui Genma idly twirled the pencil in his hand, instinctively doodling on the back of several discarded lists. This habit had been ingrained in him since his previous life, and even now he found it impossible to shake off. Whenever paper and pen were at his disposal, he felt a compulsion to create something. This time, he sketched his character from the original story, a nonchalant elite shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village, casually holding 1,000 books. Of course, the finer details eluded his memory, so he occasionally contemplated his current appearance while drawing. As he sketched, Shiranui Genma silently reflected on his experiences since his rebirth. It had been a year since he arrived in this world, and through his endeavors, his life's trajectory had diverged significantly from the original narrative. At the very least, the Shiranui Genma from the original story, at the age of 9, certainly would not have been able to utilize the shadow clone technique, let alone the basic clone technique. In stark contrast, he had already mastered the basic three-body technique, the shadow clone technique, and the use of shuriken, with substantial improvements in his physical abilities as well. While his chakra reserves and physical prowess were somewhat constrained by his physiological age, he currently possessed the strength of a low-ranking shinobi. However, it was evident that this was still far from sufficient. The Third Shinobi World War was drawing near, prompting him to ponder what further efforts he should undertake. The Rasengan remained a top priority. He was currently engaged in the second phase of his training, making good progress, and anticipated reaching the third phase by the end of the year. The first phase involved practicing with a water ball, the second with a rubber ball, and the third with a balloon. By balancing the balloon while ensuring the chakra within his palm spun at high speeds without causing turbulence, he would successfully complete the third phase, effectively mastering the Rasengan. In truth, Shiranui Genma was already capable of creating a spinning chakra sphere, albeit with insufficient power. It was merely a rudimentary form. Besides the Rasengan, he had contemplated the one-handed hand seals multiple times, considering the extensive records in his father's notes. If he committed to exploring the one-handed hand seal technique, he held great hope for success. Nevertheless, for the time being, he would focus on solidifying his foundational skills with two-handed seals. Thus, his efforts would be directed toward the Rasengan, mastering the basic hand seals, and honing his fundamental physical techniques. "Hey, kid, your drawing is quite impressive," came a surprised voice from behind him as he casually shaded his self-portrait. Turning around, he saw a balding elderly man standing behind him, casually dressed and sporting sparse gray hair, likely in his 50s. It was Master Sarutobi. This unassuming old man was none other than the renowned master of talismans, Sarutobi-in. Sarutobi-in nodded and then inquired, "Whom did you learn your painting skills from?" Nara Shinkai fell into silence for a moment, then somewhat vaguely replied, "I came across a painting album when I was young and often practiced from it." Gradually mastering the art, he had to fabricate such an excuse, for he could hardly disclose that he had spent 10 years honing his craft at a youth center in his previous life. This fabrication, however, did not go unnoticed. Sarutobi-in's gaze shifted slightly, scrutinizing Nara Shinkai as if he were a rare and exotic creature. It was only natural. Nara Shinkai's artistic proficiency was that of a child with a decade of dedication, a remarkable achievement indeed, especially for a self-taught individual. Sarutobi-in then asked, "How old are you?" "9, came the reply. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sarutobi-in suddenly turned on his heel and dashed away, leaving Nara Shinkai utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Could it be that he had spun such an outrageous tale that it angered the old man? Just as Nara Shinkai pondered this perplexity, Sarutobi-in returned at a hurried pace, clutching several slips of paper. He handed one to Nara Shinkai, saying, "Infuse this paper with chakra, I wish to see." Although still somewhat confused, Nara Shinkai complied obediently, accepting the slip and channeling his chakra into it. To his astonishment, as soon as the chakra was infused, the paper erupted in flames, incinerating it completely before he could withdraw his hand. Nara Shinkai blinked in surprise. Meanwhile, Sarutobi-in's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fire-type chakra. Upon hearing this, Nara Shinkai quickly realized that the slip of paper was a tool for testing chakra properties. It seemed to have appeared in the original narrative as well, particularly during Naruto's training with the Rasengan. From the paper's transformation, it was evident that his chakra was predominantly of the fire element. "What is your name?" Sarutobi-in queried. "Nara Shinkai," he replied. Sarutobi-in then glanced at the drawing in Nara Shinkai's hands, nodding in approval. "Excellent, quite talented indeed, and with fire-type chakra. Come, be my apprentice. I shall teach you the art of talisman crafting." The mere mention of talisman crafting conjured visions of wealth in Nara Shinkai's mind. After working at the Full Point Hall for several months, he had witnessed firsthand the lucrative nature of talisman crafters, not to mention the rare talismans. Just the explosion talismans alone, priced at 6,000 ryo each, could sell thousands daily, making them a significant source of revenue among the hall's various ninja tools. Beyond the monetary aspect, the capabilities of a talisman crafter were not to be underestimated. Possessing a plethora of explosive talismans made a talisman crafter a formidable presence on the battlefield, one that every ninja would find daunting. Although Nara Shinkai had envied such individuals on numerous occasions, he had never imagined that he could one day join their ranks. What? Unwilling to learn? Sarutobi asked. Nara Shinkai, filled with eagerness, quickly responded, I am more than willing. Very well. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, and then, as if recalling something, he inquired, you are only 9 years old. How is it that you are working here? Nara Shinkai scratched his head and recounted the incident of accidentally damaging the ceiling weight mechanism. Sarutobi suddenly realized, so you are the one who broke the ceiling talisman. He waved his hand dismissively and said, never mind. You need not repay that small amount of money. From now on, after school and during vacations, come to me to learn talisman crafting. Just as Sarutobi finished speaking, the store manager, Ishiya, happened to emerge from the back room. Master N, Ishiya greeted with a broad smile. The status of a talisman master is far superior to that of a mere assistant. Even as the store manager, he must show deference to a master, especially one bearing the name Sarutobi. Sarutobi turned to Ishiya and said, I have something to discuss. This child has damaged several ceiling weights and owes some money. I will cover that debt, and I would like him to learn talisman crafting under my guidance. Ishiya paused, blinking in surprise. You wish to take him on as an apprentice? Indeed, Sarutobi replied with a smile, reaching over to take the drawing from Nara Shinkai's hands. Look at this. His artistic talent is clearly suited for a talisman master. As Ishiya approached to examine the drawing, he saw a young ninja with hands in pockets, a mouthful of kunai, depicted in a casual but remarkably vivid style, suggesting the artist's considerable skill. This was drawn by this boy, Ishiya exclaimed, incredulous. Sarutobi returned the drawing to Nara Shinkai and remarked to Ishiya, isn't it astonishing? Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it was created by a 9-year-old. He continued, drawing is a fundamental skill for talisman masters, and those with a natural aptitude for art generally possess commendable chakra control. I just tested his chakra affinity. His primary affinity is fire. So crafting explosive talismans will be no issue. Thus, I have decided to accept him as my apprentice. Upon hearing this, Ishiya scrutinized Nara Shinkai anew, as if gaining a fresh perspective. He then raised his head and smiled. Since Master N has decided to take him on as an apprentice, I certainly have no objections. With that, Ishiya patted Nara Shinkai on the shoulder and spoke in an unusually warm tone. Well done, young man. It seems that soon our shop will boast yet another talented talisman master. Haha. Observing the amiable store manager, Nara Shinkai silently gestured a middle finger in his mind. On his way home, Nara Shinkai spotted his shadow clone practicing the body flicker technique not far from his house. What is going on? Is the shadow clone training in physical techniques useful? He instinctively considered asking, but then thought better of it. Once the clone dispelled, the memories would return to him, and he would know. So he ignored the clone and entered his home directly. Engaging in unnecessary communication between the body and clone would merely waste chakra. The shadow clone, in perfect harmony with its original, busily engaged in swift training, paid no heed to the latter. After a while, within the confines of the bathroom, as Nara Jinjin brushed his teeth, a surge of memory flooded his mind, indicating that the clone had been dispelled. Reflecting on the clone's initial experience at school, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Due to the limitations of chakra, the clone rarely engaged in physical activities at school, spending its time either attending lectures or napping, even taking a leave from the body technique class under the pretense of feeling unwell. After all, if the clone were to be dispelled due to chakra depletion, not only would it attract attention, but it would also lead to unexcused absences, creating quite a hassle. Thus, after the day's classes concluded, the clone began to contemplate whether to alter its strategy, ultimately deciding to conduct a personal experiment to assess how long it could sustain physical activity. The results, however, were disappointing. Even the most fundamental swift training could not be maintained for half a class period. In light of this, it became evident that sending the clone to school was an untenable approach until chakra levels improved. Fortunately, he no longer needed to work tirelessly at the full-time establishment, rendering a clone attending school unnecessary. With school off the table, what should the shadow clone engage in instead? Practicing the spiral sphere? That seemed unfeasible, as the meager, Non-replenishable chakra the clone possessed would likely be exhausted quickly. After pondering for some time, Nara Jinjin realized he could not identify a suitable task for the clone. Never mind. Tomorrow marks his first day as a talisman apprentice. It would be prudent to conserve chakra, as it might prove invaluable. The following day after school, Nara Jinjin rushed straight to the full-time establishment without even stopping to eat, seeking out Sarutobi Inn. The door was ajar, allowing him to glimpse several individuals busily at work inside. Jinjin has arrived. Come in, Sarutobi Inn's voice called out before he could knock. Yes, Nara Jinjin replied, entering the room and gently closing the door behind him. The room was spacious and elongated, adorned with a somewhat chaotic array of talisman papers scattered about. There were several partitions within the room, each occupied by a young talisman maker, presumably Gungan's senior apprentices. These young artisans were engrossed in their respective tasks, showing no signs of distraction upon Gungan's arrival. Dressed casually in slippers, Sarutobi Inn led Nara Jinjin to the back of the room to sit down. Jinjin, you must be a third-year student at the ninja school, correct? Can you use ninjutsu? Sarutobi Inn inquired, stroking his sparse beard. Yes, teacher. I know a bit of ninjutsu, such as transformation technique, clone technique, substitution technique, and shadow clone technique. Nara Jinjin responded candidly. Shadow clone, Sarutobi Inn exclaimed in surprise. You can use shadow clone now? Nara Jinjin shyly nodded. I just managed to do so yesterday. However, to his astonishment, Sarutobi Inn did not express awe or approval. Instead, he stroked his beard, deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly said, open your right hand, palm facing down, and try to create a vertical chakra line extending upwards from the back of your hand. Let me see. Uncertain of the reasons, Nara Shinkai complied nonetheless. He opened his right hand, channeling chakra, extending a thread of chakra approximately 10 centimeters vertically from the back of his hand. Chakra is typically imperceptible to the naked eye unless it is densely concentrated. However, despite its invisibility, one can still sense it. The ability to perceive chakra is an essential skill for ninjas, particularly those adept at sensory techniques. Sarutobi Inn blinked in surprise, instructing him to extend it further. Nara Shinkai obliged, lengthening the chakra thread by another 10 centimeters. Extend it a bit more, Sarutobi Inn urged, his astonishment becoming increasingly evident. Subsequently, Nara Shinkai stretched the thread of chakra until it surpassed the height of his head. This is all I can manage, sensei, he declared. Although this operation seemed straightforward, it was far from simple, serving as a significant test of chakra control. The vertical chakra thread, measuring several dozen centimeters, represented Nara Shinkai's limit. Any further extension would likely result in its collapse. As he felt the chakra thread on the back of his hand, Sarutobi Inn ceased his habitual beard twisting, gazing at Nara Shinkai as if he were a peculiar anomaly. To a certain extent, the universe is just. When it closes one door, it often opens another. Conversely, when it opens a window, it may also close a door. Generally speaking, ninjas with a large chakra reserve tend to exhibit poorer control over it. This is akin to the fact that intelligent individuals often exhibit a degree of laziness, while diligent individuals may display a lack of cleverness. Those who possess both intelligence and diligence are exceedingly rare. Upon learning that Nara Shinkai could perform the chakra-intensive shadow clone technique at the tender age of 9, Sarutobi Inn felt a twinge of concern, as it likely indicated that Nara Shinkai's chakra control might not be exceptionally refined. For a seal master, however, the ability to control chakra is paramount. Yet, upon testing, it became evident that this young man not only possessed an extraordinary amount of chakra, but also exhibited remarkable control, far surpassing that of his peers. Among his contemporaries, Sarutobi Inn had encountered those with greater chakra reserves and had known a few with superior chakra control. However, he had never seen anyone excel in both areas to such an extent. Sarutobi Inn was aware that Nara Shinkai was an orphan, and orphans typically lack formal instruction in ninjutsu. Thus, the only plausible explanation for his mastery of transformation, clone, replacement, and shadow clone techniques at such a young age was that he had taught himself these jutsu. With a remarkable chakra reserve, exceptional chakra control, extraordinary talent, and a commendable work ethic, along with striking looks, it was no wonder Sarutobi Inn regarded Nara Shinkai as a remarkable individual. Sensei, is something the matter? Do I have a problem? Nara Shinkai inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. No, Sarutobi Inn laughed heartily, You are perfectly fine. From today onward, you shall study sealing techniques under my guidance. I assure you, you will become one of the most outstanding seal masters in the ninja world. Sarutobi spoke with unwavering confidence. The shy Shiranui Genma smiled gently. Sarutobi took 2 explosive tags from the table beside him. In nearly every ninja village, explosive tags are the primary product of talisman makers and the most commonly used charms by ninjas. The process of creating explosive tags is the most refined and straightforward among all talismans. Consequently, all talisman makers begin their studies with explosive tags. Sarutobi continued, naturally. I will start teaching you with explosive tags. Yes, teacher, Shiranui Genma nodded. Sarutobi handed him the explosive tags, saying, first, observe the differences between these 2 explosive tags. As Shiranui Genma took the tags and lowered his gaze, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The 2 tags did look somewhat different, but to him, aside from the character for explosion in the center, the tags were filled with what appeared to be nonsensical characters, leaving him perplexed. Sarutobi chuckled. Speak your thoughts freely. Hearing this, Shiranui Genma examined the 2 tags once more and hesitantly remarked, one has a simpler pattern, while the other is more intricate. Indeed, Sarutobi affirmed. Taking the 2 explosive tags and elaborating. As you stated, the runes on these 2 tags differ in complexity. What does this indicate? Shiranui Genma was truly at a loss for an answer. This indicates that there are 2 types of explosive tags, Sarutobi explained. Upon hearing his explanation, Shiranui Genma felt utterly speechless. Isn't that stating the obvious? Moreover, teacher, didn't you just mention that these are 2 types of explosive tags? Sarutobi seemed to realize the redundancy, his face reddening slightly as he coughed twice, and continued. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of explosive tags, which we refer to as ninjutsu style and chakra style. Of course, there is actually a 3rd type, the composite style, but you need not concern yourself with that for now. These 3 categories are nearly universal among all talismans. After a brief pause, he continued. The so-called ninjutsu-style talisman involves sealing a ninjutsu into the paper tag, which can then be released at the right moment. The main characteristic of this type is its ease of production. The number of runes is often only about half that of chakra-style tags, and the ninjutsu sealed within need not be that of the talisman maker, significantly reducing their chakra expenditure. Thus, the ninjutsu style is the most common explosive tag, and the ones sold in the store for 6,000 ryo each are of this type. The production of ninjutsu-style explosive tags begins with the talisman makers creating semi-finished paper tags, which are then entrusted to fire-style ninjas in the village with substantial chakra reserves and some knowledge of talismans to seal the fire explosion technique. Upon hearing this, Shiranui Genma felt a spark of realization. The ninjas proficient in fire style within the village are primarily from 2 prominent clans, the Sarutobi and the Uchiha. However, in terms of chakra reserves, the former is evidently superior to the latter. It seems, then, that the explosive tags are essentially an industry controlled by the Sarutobi clan. In this manner, during times of intense warfare, Konoha can produce tens of thousands of explosive tags in a single day. Sarutobi then waved the other explosive tag. The chakra style, on the other hand, seals chakra directly, with the ninjutsu being executed through the runes inscribed on the tag. Its characteristics are intricate in production and can only be accomplished by the talisman master themselves. When it comes to explosive talismans, this method of creation is rather impractical. Hence, chakra-based explosive talismans are not commonly seen. However, chakra-based talismans are not without their merits. For instance, their power often surpasses that of ninjutsu-based ones. And some advanced talismans can only be crafted in the chakra style. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it only gets more exhilarating. Nara Shinkai nodded and then inquired, does the composite style refer to the amalgamation of ninjutsu and chakra styles? Precisely, replied Sarutobi. The creation of composite talismans is the most challenging, yet they possess the greatest power. Producing a composite talisman is often regarded as a hallmark of a talisman master's proficiency. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. Of course, one must avoid impatience and lofty aspirations in talisman crafting, so do not concern yourself with these for now. Your immediate goal is to successfully create a semi-finished ninjutsu-based explosive talisman. Understood, master. Sarutobi then proceeded to impart a wealth of foundational knowledge regarding talismans to Nara Shinkai. When he became parched from speaking, he took a sip of water from a nearby cup. At that moment, Nara Shinkai suddenly remarked, "Master, I have always had a question regarding talismans." "What question?" Pondering deeply, Nara Shinkai replied, "Why is there always a character in the center of the talismans, such as seal, forbid, or explode? Are these standardized characters also considered runes? Undoubtedly, the form of runes is directly linked to the laws of this world. However, characters like seal and explode are purely artificial symbols and theoretically should have no effect. Yet, every talisman invariably features a character in its center. What is the reasoning behind this?" Sarutobi contemplated for a moment before responding. "You are correct. These characters are known as fuya, and while they do not belong to the category of runes, they are not without significance. In fact, their role is crucial. Without the fuya, the vast majority of talismans would lose their efficacy. However, the function of the fuya is entirely independent of their form. Any symbol or pattern can serve as a fuya, which is why people generally use characters for clarity in distinguishing talismans." Nara Shinkai felt a sense of relief and nodded. After a brief pause, Sarutobi continued, "While fuya are not runes, they perform a vital role. Conversely, at times, the influence of certain runes may not be as critical or even superfluous. Talisman masters often refer to these runes as redundant runes, which I will elaborate on later." Sarutobi then retrieved a blank talisman paper and a slender, elongated pen. The pen appeared to be a soft-tipped one, with its long barrel radiating a subtle golden hue. The primary tools of a talisman master consist of talisman paper, talisman pens, and talisman ink. Generally speaking, the talisman paper is made from several special grasses, resulting in a paper that is remarkably resilient and compatible with talisman ink. Talisman pens symbolize the identity of the talisman master, and due to the inclusion of rare materials in their crafting, they tend to be quite costly. The variety of ink used for talismans is quite extensive. Taking the explosive talisman ink as an example, its primary components, aside from the fundamental 5-element tree ash, include gold powder, various additives, and fragrances. Sarutobi added, "The 5-element tree is a type of tree capable of absorbing chakra. The paper I previously provided for testing chakra attributes was also made from it." Upon hearing this, the term divine tree suddenly flashed in the mind of Noera Izumi. Could this 5-element tree be related to that divine tree? I shall draw a talisman for you to observe. With that, Sarutobi smoothed out the talisman paper on the table, grasped a brush in his right hand, and began to draw from one corner of the paper. As his brush moved gracefully, faint traces of chakra flowed from the talisman brush. Approximately 2 minutes later, with a beautiful flourish, all the runes of the explosive talisman were completed, the entire process as smooth as silk. Observing the look of awe on Noera Izumi's face, Sarutobi could not help but feel a sense of pride. He lightly stroked his beard with one hand, while with the other, he retrieved a pale golden seal. Lifting his hand to stamp it in the center of the talisman paper. Seal. The character for seal appeared in the middle of the explosive talisman. "Oh no, I stamped it incorrectly," Sarutobi exclaimed in dismay, hastily taking the brush to erase the character, and instead scrawling a crooked little character for explosion beside it. Noera Izumi broke into a cold sweat, surprised that such a procedure existed. "A minor mishap. Ahem," Sarutobi coughed twice. "This is a semi-finished ninja art explosive talisman. Now, we merely need to seal a C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, explosive flame technique into it for it to be complete." After explaining some fundamental knowledge, he handed a blank sheet of paper and a regular soft-tipped pen to Noera Izumi. "You should first attempt to replicate the runes of the explosive talisman." "Understood." Noera Izumi took the paper and pen, adjusting his grip several times before starting to replicate the semi-finished explosive talisman that Sarutobi had just drawn. After 7 or 8 minutes, Noera Izumi set down the pen and scrutinized both talismans. Remarkably, at first glance, the differences in the patterns were indistinguishable, at least to Noera Izumi's eyes. "Excellent." Sarutobi nodded in approval and then retrieved more talisman paper and a brush. "Let us try this again. When replicating, infuse a small amount of chakra into the pen." As soon as Noera Izumi grasped the pen, an unusual sensation traveled through the handle, causing a slight shift in the flow of chakra within him, subtly gravitating toward the talisman brush. Holding this peculiar brush, he followed Sarutobi Inca's instructions and infused a small amount of chakra beginning to replicate the runes of the explosive talisman as before. However, as soon as he made contact, he sensed a difference. Although the talisman paper was quite thick and resilient, it felt as if he were writing on rice paper. With the slightest pause, the ink began to spread. Gazing at the large black blot where the brush had touched, Noera Izumi surmised that this attempt was ruined. No worries. Keep going, Sarutobi Inka said nonchalantly. Noera Izumi had no choice but to continue, and a few minutes later, a grimy, ink-stained explosive talisman lay before him. Did you gain any insights? Sarutobi Inka inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Noera Genkin remarked, indeed, the faster one draws, the lesser the chakra infused, thus making the ink less likely to blur. However, the swifter the drawing, the more prone the runes are to deviation. An insufficient chakra infusion could adversely affect the explosive tag's efficacy. Sarutobi In replied, so, do you comprehend your current objective? To master the drawing of runes and regulate the chakra infusion? Noera Genkin hesitated. Sarutobi In fell silent. What is it, teacher? Sarutobi In rubbed his bald head and reassured him, it's nothing. Your understanding is quite accurate. Despite the words, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Were children now so astute that he, as a teacher, was losing the chance to impart wisdom? Sarutobi In continued, for now, you need not concern yourself with the amount of chakra infused. Your primary task is to proficiently master the drawing of runes. As he spoke, he retrieved a small booklet and a stack of graph paper from the drawer. This book contains the standard drawings of most commonly used runes. You must practice diligently. Once you have mastered the 48 runes utilized in the ninja art explosive tags, you may commence your training regarding chakra. Yes, teacher. Well then, it is getting late. You may return home now. That evening, Noera Genkin took out the booklet given by Sarutobi In and carefully perused its contents. Titled Comprehensive Guide to Common Runes by Sarutobi In, the booklet contained hundreds of frequently used runes, accompanied by examples of several incantations, explained in a clear and accessible manner. After a brief study, he marked the 48 runes employed in the explosive tags of ninja art and began to replicate them on the graph paper. Just as he had copied a few, Noera Genkin suddenly recalled how to utilize his chakra. He promptly executed the shadow clone technique, creating a clone to practice alongside him. At last, he found a purpose for his clones. Henceforth, they would be tasked with rune drawing. The two Noera Genkins continued their replication until past 11 at night. Fatigue setting in before they dispelled the technique and prepared for bed. From that point onward, the study of incantations and rune knowledge became one of Noera Gunkan's essential subjects. Each day, apart from school and training, he attended Master-In's lectures at the Full Point Hall, occasionally lending a hand. Meanwhile, his shadow clone remained at home, diligently practicing the runes. In November of the year 640 of the Fire Nation, after a period of practice, Noera Genkin had become thoroughly familiar with a portion of common runes, including the 48 used in the explosive tags of ninja art, and could draw them with relative ease. This rapid learning once again astonished Sarutobi In. Although runes appeared to be merely peculiar symbols, they were steeped in complexity. In terms of drawing, each stroke of a rune demanded stringent precision. Any deviation must be maintained within an exceedingly narrow margin to be effective. Missteps could lead to catastrophic failures. Even memorizing the basic names of the runes proved to be quite a challenge. The initial challenge lies in the fact that many of the runes are named using archaic terminology, rendering them somewhat convoluted. Additionally, the striking similarities among several runes can lead to confusion. Were it not for the fact that Shiranui Genkan possesses the intellect of an adult, mastering them so swiftly would have been a formidable task. Sarutobi In, unaware of Gunkan's status as a reincarnate, perceives him merely as a child weighing around 60 to 70 pounds, which inevitably leaves him astonished. Observing the 48 runes that Genkan had just sketched, Sarutobi In fell into a moment of silence, ultimately expressing with a tinge of admiration, "Your talent in rune creation surpasses my expectations. It is fortunate for you to have the shadow clone technique. Otherwise, I too would not have learned so quickly." Genkan, in truth, was not being modest. The reality was as he stated. Without the shadow clone, he would have required at least an additional month to reach such proficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi In rose and entered a small door adjacent to them, which led to his bedroom at the Mampidon. Having lived alone for over 50 years, he seldom returned home. Following the sounds of rummaging, he emerged holding a long wooden box. Genkan, This is the rune brush my master gifted me years ago. I bestow it upon you now. Jinkin was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly accepted it with both hands, replying, "Thank you, master." Sarutobi then produced a stack of blank rune paper and placed it upon the table, saying, "These are practice runes. Although they cannot be transformed into genuine charms, the tactile experience during drawing will be akin to that of true runes. Once you master the chakra infusion and the relative positioning of the various runes on these practice sheets, you will be ready to practice on the real ones." Jinkin observed that these practice sheets were of the same dimensions as the authentic runes, though the color was slightly different, with small grids encircling the central blank circle. "I have a matter to attend to. You may practice here in my absence. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to consult your senior brothers and sisters." With that, Sarutobi slipped on his sandals and departed. "Yes, master." Once Sarutobi had left, Jinkin opened the wooden box, revealing the rune brush nestled within. This brush bore a resemblance to that of Master N, characterized by its slender golden rod and soft tip. Indeed, most rune brushes shared this design. Picking up the brush, Jinkin weighed it in his hand and adjusted his posture before consulting the detailed arrangement of the explosive rune from Comprehensive Rune Compendium, Sarutobi N, and began to sketch the ninjutsu explosive rune on a piece of practice paper. The familiar sensation returned as he began. The ink, though not particularly thin, rapidly spread across the substantial rune paper, catching him off guard. Fortunately, Jinkin had become well-versed in the runes, unlike during his initial attempts at copying them, and he accelerated his drawing speed while reducing the chakra infusion. Consequently, the ink bleeding was significantly mitigated. After several minutes, a rudimentary version of the explosive rune materialized before him. Although it was now identifiable as an explosive rune, the rough execution was glaringly apparent to any observer. Were it placed among genuine runes, it would undoubtedly be deemed a failed attempt. Reflecting on the earlier drawing process, Jinkin once again immersed himself in practice. 2 hours later, he set down the brush, wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, and exhaled deeply. This rune drawing is quite exhausting. Although his body remained largely still, the prolonged act of drawing symbols proved to be an immense mental challenge. After 2 hours of intense concentration, coupled with the continuous release of chakra, Noara Jinkin felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, akin to having gone 2 days without sustenance. After a brief respite, noticing that time was slipping away, he tidied up his belongings and made his way home. Day after day, Noara Jinkin devoted at least 2 hours to his symbol drawing practice. As time progressed, the runes he crafted became increasingly precise and fluid, with the paper transitioning from mere practice sheets to genuine talismanic material. While the endeavor of drawing symbols was undoubtedly taxing, its benefits to his personal strength were not to be underestimated. The most notable change was his rapidly improving control over chakra, which also saw an increase in quantity due to his consistent practice. Consequently, during the break before his advancement to the 4th grade, he and Sarutobi mastered a C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, explosive flame technique, a technique sealed within the explosive talisman. The power of the explosive flame technique was quite remarkable, surpassing that of most ninjutsu of the same rank. However, its drawbacks were equally apparent, namely, its sluggish speed, both in hand seals and in the velocity of the flames it unleashed. Thus, its practical application in combat was exceedingly limited, only achieving optimal effect when sealed within talismans. Based on this, rumors circulated that the explosive flame technique was specifically designed for the explosive talisman. In May of the 641st year of the Fire Nation, Noara Jinkin's brush danced across the parchment, deftly completing the final rune of the explosive talisman. Setting down his brush, he let out a slight sigh of relief. This time, it should succeed, he thought. Pinching the explosive talisman between his fingers, he subtly channeled chakra and closed his eyes to sense for a moment, a smile gradually spreading across his face as he suddenly sprang to his feet. It worked. He had finally crafted an explosive talisman. Not entirely, however, as it remained an unfinished product, lacking the sealing of the explosive flame technique, and thus possessing no actual power. Without delay, he hurried downstairs, clutching the talisman, and rushed to a nearby spacious area. In the confines of the full-point hall or the talisman maker's chamber, the presence of fire was strictly prohibited. After all, while water could merely render a talisman ineffective, fire could endanger lives. Should he attempt to unleash the explosive flame technique within the full-point hall, he would certainly face reprimand, not only from the store manager, Ishiyama, but also from Sarutobi on. Placing the explosive talisman upon a rock, Noara Genkin steadied his mind and then summoned his chakra, swiftly forming hand seals. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, Zi, In, Su, Cho Mao In Wei. Fire release, explosive flame technique. As the flames erupted brilliantly, a torrent of fire suddenly surged from Noara Genkin's mouth, rapidly coalescing above his hands into a fist-sized solid fireball, radiating intense heat. He then transitioned from hand seals to pointing gestures, his left finger directing at the explosive talisman while his right hand held the fireball aloft, drawing it towards the talisman. Instantly, the talisman began to glow softly, and the fireball vanished into it, the wave of heat dissipating. Success! As he picked up the explosive tag, Noara Genma examined it repeatedly, flicking it with his fingers, unable to contain the joy that radiated from his face. Although he could only produce explosive tags at this moment, it sufficed for him. A multitude of explosive tags not only significantly increased his chances of survival during the Third Great Ninja War, but also promised an unceasing flow of wealth. One might say that from this moment forth, the possibility of remaining a mere idle fish was gradually slipping away from him. Noara Genma retraced his steps to the full-point hall, arriving at the door of Sarutobi Enma's room. Before he could knock, the door swung open on its own. Success? The outcome was evidently not surprising for Sarutobi Enma, who greeted him with a smile as soon as the door opened. Noara Genma proudly displayed the explosive tag in his hand, a radiant smile gracing his face. I did it. Accepting the tag, Sarutobi Enma glanced around and nodded repeatedly. His approval evident. Remarkable. Mastering the production of explosive tags in just half a year reflects a prowess akin to 1/3 of my own in my youth. Follow me. He led Noara Genma out of the room. Just a few steps out, they encountered a short, thin old man. Sarutobi Enma paused, then laughed. Ah, it's Sulfur. Long time no see. Yes, I've come to purchase some materials, the elderly man, referred to as Sulfur, replied nonchalantly. What brings you to Full Point Hall for materials? Sulfur scoffed lightly, seemingly recalling some unpleasant incident. It's because of unexpected issues arising from the Land of Wind that have disrupted my new ninja tool project. The Land of Wind? Sarutobi Enma furrowed his brow slightly. Is it those two from Chiyo's clan? Who else but those two old fossils? They are eager for war with Konoha, Sulfur retorted. Hearing this, a sense of urgency surged within Noara Genma. It appeared that the Third Great Ninja War was already beginning to reveal its ominous signs. Suddenly, Sarutobi Enma pointed at Noara Genma with a hint of pride. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is my disciple from last year. He is not yet 10 years old and already capable of producing explosive tags. Oh, Sulfur scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Sarutobi Enma's display of pride, yet he couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Noara Genma. After a brief exchange between the two old men, Sarutobi Enma led Noara Genma to the office of store manager Ishiya. Upon entering, Sarutobi Enma laughed heartily. Ishiya, this child, Genma, has already mastered the production of explosive tags. What do you think? My judgment was not in vain, was it? At that moment, store manager Ishiya was leisurely pouring tea, but upon hearing the news, he trembled, spilling a good amount of tea. What? Sarutobi Enma sat down directly, revealing the explosive tag in his hand. This is what Genma just made. I have inspected it. It is undoubtedly qualified. Store manager Ishiya took it for a look. Pondering for a moment, his gaze towards Noara Genma still tinged with disbelief. It took me a year and a half to master the production of explosive tags, and Genma achieved it in just 1/3 of that time. Impressive, isn't it? Sarutobi Enma continued. I brought Xuanjian here because I wish for the shop to officially appoint him as an intermediate talismonger. What do you think, Shirya? Shopkeeper Shirya was nodding. But upon hearing this, he nearly choked on his words. I must say, Master Yin, it's rather early for Xuanjian. He has only just begun to learn the creation of explosive talismans. To say he qualifies as an intermediate talismonger would be quite an exaggeration. And even for a junior talismonger, he may not yet meet the standards. Yin Sufiai's expression slightly tightened. What do you mean by that? Do you doubt that with Xuanjian's talent and ambition, he could not eventually attain the rank of an intermediate talismonger? That was never my intention, shopkeeper Shirya hastily replied. There is no question of Xuanjian's talent, but the shop has its rules. Besides, given his abilities, it won't take long for him to reach the standards of an intermediate talismonger, there is no need to rush. However, Yin Sufei waved his hand dismissively. Just say whether he can be appointed as an intermediate talismonger or not. If not, I shall take my apprentice to Huashan Hall. Although his tone seemed somewhat casual, shopkeeper Shirya could not help but break into a sweat. Master Yin, you know that Mandiantang is not solely under my authority. Even if I could make that decision, it would not reflect well. Yin Sufei reclined in his seat, remaining silent. Observing this, shopkeeper Shirya's expression turned difficult, and after a moment of hesitation, he suggested, how about we first appoint Xuanjian as a junior talismonger? The requirement for a junior talismonger is simply a 40 success rate in producing explosive talismans, and Xuanjian should be able to achieve that soon. Very well. Let us decide on that, Yin Sufei replied with unexpected decisiveness. Shopkeeper Shirya was taken aback, quickly realizing he had been outmaneuvered, and his lips twitched. Master Yin. He waved his hand in resignation, turning to the bewildered Xuanjian. Young man, your teacher is truly generous. Well then, from today onwards, you are officially appointed as a junior talismonger at Mandiantang. Junior talismonger. Xuanjian blinked in disbelief. Had he truly become a talismonger? Shopkeeper Shirya continued. As a junior talismonger, you need only create ninja-style explosive talismans, and the shop will provide you with talisman paper and ink. The specific requirements and benefits are as follows. From every 100 materials, the first 30 talismans' profits will entirely belong to Mandiantang, while for each talisman produced beyond that, you will earn a commission of 500 taels. If a junior talismonger produces over 100 explosive talismans a month, there will be a bonus. When Xuanjian left shopkeeper Shirya's office, he was officially recognized as a junior talismonger at Mandiantang. Although he had achieved the dream of many by becoming a talismonger, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had just mastered the creation of explosive talismans, and he was uncertain about his success rate. Master, I feel that there is no need to rush into becoming a talismonger. What if my success rate is below 30? Xuanjian expressed his concerns. Yin Sufei, however, clapped him on the shoulder and smiled, interrupting. When I became a talismonger, I was 9 years and 10 months old, only 4 days older than you are now. ISNT at the hope of every teacher that their disciples surpass them? As it turned out, Xuanjian's apprehensions were not without merit. In the initial batch of materials he received, out of the first 50, only 12 explosive talismans were successfully crafted, resulting in a success rate of merely 20%, which was patently unprofitable. Fortunately, however, Noera Genkin managed to perform commendably thereafter, ultimately completing the minimum requirement of 30 talismans. Although he did not earn a single coin, it sufficed to meet expectations. In the subsequent batches, his output remained consistent, hovering just above 30 talismans, barely fulfilling his obligations, with occasional earnings of around 10 to 18,000 Rio. Were it not for the guaranteed salary, commonly referred to as a monthly bonus of 50,000 Rio, his income as a novice talisman craftsman would likely be inferior to that of the shop's errand boys. Nevertheless, even the most modest talisman craftsman found life considerably more comfortable than before. At the very least, he no longer had to dine at the school cafeteria daily. As he produced more explosive talismans, his skills gradually improved, with the success rate climbing from an initial 30% to 40%, then 50%. While his monthly income surged from just 50,000 Rio to 70 or 80,000, and even exceeding 100,000 Rio. An income of 100,000 Rio per month is quite remarkable, equivalent to participating in an A-rank mission each month. And Noera Genkin finally grasped the lavish nature of being a talisman craftsman. He even speculated that if a wealth ranking were to be compiled within the ninja world, half of the top 500 might consist of talisman craftsmen. Were it not for Noera Genkin's ambition to attain the pinnacle of ninja strength, he might have wholeheartedly dedicated himself to the craft of talisman making. In April of the 642nd year of the Fire Country, Noera Genkin's birthday on July 17th was approaching, with less than 3 months until he turned 11. During this time, the ninja world, which had maintained a fragile peace for several years, began to exhibit signs of unrest once again, particularly among the 5 great nations, with the relationships between the fire, earth, and wind countries fluctuating between tension and ambiguity, rendering the situation increasingly elusive. Concerns and anticipations regarding the resurgence of large-scale warfare were beginning to surface among the populace. However, Noera Genkin felt neither worry nor anticipation, as he believed that such emotions should pertain only to matters within one's control. If a situation was entirely beyond his influence, he would simply prepare adequately and await developments in silence. That noon, after finishing his meal at the cafeteria, Noera Genkin made his way to the weapons shop, greeting the young lady at the front before proceeding to the back room. "Brother Sauka," he called out. Sauka, who was busy handling ninja tools, turned at the sound and jokingly remarked, "Isn't this the master talisman craftsman Genkin? What can I do for you?" Noera Genkin approached, stating his purpose. "I'm here to purchase a knife." He intended to acquire a blade for practicing the swordsmanship left behind by his father. After all, his current offensive capabilities were rather limited, aside from explosive talismans and shuriken, as well as the recently learned fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. He was left with only decent taijutsu. Although he could wield shuriken and kunai, a knife would undoubtedly offer greater reliability in close combat. Sauka set down the ninja tools in his hands and clapped them together, asking, "What kind of knife do you wish to buy?" "Silver Edge," Noera Genkin replied. Silver Edge is not the name of a specific knife, but rather a collective term for a type of blade. In the Hidden Leaf Village, a considerable number of Chūnin wield such blades. Previously, while working in the back hall, Noera Genkin had already gained some insight into these swords. The Silver Edge. Saruka guided him to a weapon rack, upon which lay an array of silver edges. The specific choice depended on one's combat style and chakra affinity. Noera Genkin observed the rack, which prominently displayed over a dozen gleaming swords, all featuring narrow blades, varying in length. Some were long swords, while others resembled daggers. Just as he was contemplating, Saruka suddenly remarked, "By the way, Genkin, what is your secondary chakra affinity?" "Fire and what else?" "I am still unaware of my second affinity." Noera Genkin paused slightly. Each sword exhibits a different level of compatibility with various chakra affinities. Generally speaking, mid-range blades like the Silver Edge take into consideration a ninja's secondary affinity. If you do not even know your second affinity, how can you choose a sword? Noera Genkin felt somewhat embarrassed. "I see. Then I shall first determine my second affinity and return shortly." With that, he dashed to the second floor, intending to knock on Saratobian's door. "The teacher is not here." Just as Noera Genkin was about to knock, a girl sitting in the nearest cubicle lifted her head and spoke. "The teacher is not here?" Noera Genkin pondered for a moment, then leaned closer to the girl. "Sister Hinai, do you happen to know how to test for chakra's secondary affinity? Is it necessary to use tools beyond the 5 elements paper?" The testing paper for chakra is known as the 5 elements paper, costing 100 ryo per sheet, and it is not a rare commodity. He himself possesses several sheets. However, he was uncertain how to utilize the 5 elements paper to ascertain a ninja's secondary affinity. In the past, whenever he infused chakra into the 5 elements paper, the result was always complete incineration, leaving no visible changes indicative of a secondary affinity. Initially, he believed his chakra was solely of the fire affinity, but he later realized that no ninja possesses a singular chakra affinity. It is widely accepted in the ninja world that individuals inherently possess 2 or more chakra affinities, although these affinities are often difficult to fully uncover. For the average person, discovering a second or third affinity is considered the limit. Given this, the only possibility is that his testing method was flawed. Only through special techniques or tools beyond the 5 elements paper could one ascertain the secondary chakra affinity. "You don't need that. The 5 elements paper will suffice," Hinai casually replied. "If the 5 elements paper is sufficient, does that mean a special method is required?" "I recall that when I previously infused chakra into the 5 elements paper, I did not detect a secondary affinity." Hinai chuckled lightly. "If you directly infuse chakra, you will only reveal the primary affinity. Your primary affinity must also be fire, right?" Noera Genkin nodded. "Indeed." Hinai continued. "Then you simply need to repeatedly cast fire-style jutsu until your internal chakra is sufficiently depleted, and then test with the 5 elements paper to reveal your secondary chakra affinity. Similarly, if your secondary nature is water, after expending a certain amount of fire release techniques, you may subsequently utilize water release techniques. When your chakra diminishes to a particular threshold, you can ascertain your third nature through the 5 natures paper test." She paused briefly before continuing. "As for the specific amount of chakra required, it largely depends on your innate affinity for chakra and the quantity you possess." Fire release, explosive flame technique. The character known as Noera Genjin concentrated, forming a fireball and sealing it within an explosive tag. He repeated this process, continuously unleashing the explosive flame technique and sealing them into tags. After crafting a few explosive tags, His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. That should suffice, he mused. When employing fire release techniques, the consumption of fire-affiliated chakra increases significantly. Given the recent exertion, the remaining chakra within him should predominantly reflect his secondary nature. He promptly stored the explosive tags and retrieved a piece of 5 natures paper, pinching it between 2 fingers as he quietly infused it with a modicum of chakra. Suddenly, with a soft crackle, the 5 natures paper split into 2 pieces, gently drifting to the ground. Wind. This outcome did not surprise Noara Genjin. After all, his father possessed both wind and fire affinities, while his mother had fire and lightning affinities. Logically, his secondary nature should align with either wind or lightning. Although he remained uncertain about the hereditary patterns of chakra affinities, the combination of fire and wind seemed promising. Upon discovering that his secondary nature was wind, Noara Genjin returned to the back room of the shop, seeking out Sauka. Brother Sauka, my secondary nature is wind. Wind indeed. Your secondary nature is the same as my primary, Sauka chuckled in response. Noara Genjin casually inquired, what is your secondary nature? I do not know, Sauka replied. Shaking his head, his expression suddenly somber. For someone unable to even perform the shadow clone technique effectively, what need was there for a secondary nature? Like many of the shop's attendants, Sauka had not undergone systematic study or training. He could only manage basic transformation and clone techniques, barely qualifying as a ninja. Noara Genjin offered an awkward smile, choosing not to comment further. What do you think of this? Sauka approached a weapon rack, selecting a slender straight blade labeled Silver Edge Firewind. Noara Genjin accepted the weapon, weighing it in his hand and swinging it a few times. This seems a bit too long, he remarked, holding the blade upright to gauge its length against his own height of approximately 1 meters, pondering aloud. Sauka replied, you still have room to grow. Wouldn't a longer blade be more suitable? Once I grow taller, I can purchase a longer one, can't I? Am I to wield this silver edge for a lifetime? Noara Genjin remarked nonchalantly, passing the blade back to Sauka. Sauka accepted the weapon, falling into a contemplative silence. Poverty restricts my imagination. After saying this, he switched to another silver edge, stating, let us try this instead. Although the shape remains unchanged. Reminiscent of the Tang horizontal knife known to the enigmatic Shiranui Genkan from a previous life, this blade is noticeably shorter than the one before. As it rests in his hand, it feels considerably more manageable. I'll take this one, how much? Shiranui Genkan inquired. 90,000 Ryo, came the reply, but as a talisman craftsman in the shop, you should receive a 20% discount. 90,000 Ryo, Shiranui Genkan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. How has the price increased? I recall it being different when I worked as a helper. His current savings amounted to a mere 80,000 Ryo. And even with a discount, 90,000 would nearly deplete his entire fortune. Kokai shrugged. It's simply due to the tense situation, supply is tight. Especially in the land of fire, where metal resources are scarce. If war breaks out, weapon prices could skyrocket. He mused that smugglers from the earth and wind countries would likely profit immensely. Upon hearing this, Shiranui Genkan fell silent. Indeed, as Kokai had articulated, if war erupted in the shinobi world, a dramatic increase in weapon prices was entirely plausible. By the time he decided to purchase a new blade, the cost would likely be in the millions rather than just 100,000. Furthermore, the duration of the impending conflict could last at least 5 years. With this in mind, his plan to wait until he grew taller before acquiring a new sword seemed increasingly impractical. Scratching his head awkwardly, Shiranui Genkan finally said, well then, I suppose I shall buy the longer one. In a barbecue establishment named Grilled Meat Q, a group of elderly men, all exceeding an average age of 50, gathered around a table, indulging in drink and conversation, among them the notable Sarutobi Inn. Have you heard? Recently, the land of grass experienced a severe internal disturbance. It seems quite serious. Things have become increasingly tumultuous lately, remarked a thin, white-haired elder. I heard about that. Apparently, a high-ranking official from the grass-hidden village was murdered by an unknown assailant, and the manner of death was gruesome, with the heart removed. The heart was removed? Sarutobi Inn inquired. The thin elder nodded, then furrowed his brow. It suddenly comes to mind that years ago, a similar incident occurred in the land of waterfalls, where a high-ranking official was also killed, and their heart was taken as well. Do you think these two events could be related? Who knows? As long as it doesn't lead to a shinobi world war, that's all that matters, Sarutobi Inn replied casually. By the way, old N, how is your apprentice faring? You mean Genkin? He should be on track to become a mid-level talisman craftsman by next year, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Sarutobi said. A hint of a smile crossing his face as he subconsciously glanced at a plump elder seated next to him. As expected, the plump elder's expression darkened at this remark. Humph, showing off again. If I hadn't been away from the shop that day, that lad would have surely been taken under my wing. You wouldn't have had the chance to snatch him up. That's not entirely fair. Genkin had already been working at Mantion Hall for half a year at that point. You and Nagasawa failed to notice his potential, and it was I who discovered him, Sarutobi retorted immediately. All right, you have an eye for talent. The plump elder replied dismissively, resuming his drinking with an air of disinterest. At that moment, an elder with a hooked nose suddenly asked, Old N, do you intend to pass on your legacy to that young apprentice of yours? Of course. I am certain that this child, Jinkan, will undoubtedly become the foremost master of talismans in the ninja realm, declared Sarutobi. The hawk-nosed elder chuckled softly, his words imbued with significance. I beg to differ. Sarutobi was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Iba, what do you mean by that? The elder, known as Iba, leisurely replied. This child's father is Noira Hokage, correct? Do you still remember him? Noira Hokage? The elderly men exchanged glances, most wearing expressions of confusion. However, the plump elder, who had been sipping his drink, suddenly seemed to recall something, raising his head to say, Ah, the one-armed Chūnin who wielded a blade with his left hand? Indeed, Iba nodded. I was once a teacher at the academy and have a vivid impression of him. What of this man? Sarutobi inquired hastily. The plump elder set down his cup and replied nonchalantly. He was a militant individual, a fervent warrior. A militant? The elder nodded and continued. It is said he was a classmate of Son and graduated as one of the most exceptional ninjas, second only to Son. However, he lost his right arm during a mission, and from then on, his strength stagnated. Iba interjected, after losing his right arm. The academy hoped he would take up a teaching position, but he declined. We thought he would retire, yet unexpectedly. He learned to wield a blade with his left hand and resumed his duties as a Chūnin, ultimately perishing in battle against Sunagakure. Wielding a blade with his left hand and continuing as a Chūnin? He was that formidable? The thin elder exclaimed in astonishment. The plump elder responded. A ninja who has lost an arm. How much can he truly excel? Let me tell you, at that time, he purchased 2,000 explosive tags from me to prepare for the battlefield. 2,000. The elder nodded. Back then, explosive tags were quite expensive. I suspect that for those 2,000 tags, Noira Hokage nearly drained his entire fortune. This illustrates how fiercely combative he was, even after losing his right arm. Not even financial ruin could deter him. Sarutobi's expression began to shift. But what does this have to do with Jinkan? Iba glanced at him. My nephew, who works as a weaponsmith in your shop, mentioned to me recently that Noira Jinkan spent over 700,000 ryo on a silver blade, identical to his father's. Such individuals are inherently drawn to war. They are destined not to remain complacently within the confines of their homes crafting talismans. Sarutobi stammered, it's merely a blade. And besides, 70,000 is quite reasonable. Given the current tense situation, acquiring it for self-defense is entirely normal. 70,000 may be trivial to us, but how long has that child been a novice talisman maker? How much savings could he possibly have? Iba shook his head. Moreover, as you mentioned, he possesses extraordinary talent in talisman crafting. Though I am not well versed in the art, I understand that it demands a high level of chakra control. Thus, it stands to reason that his aptitude as a ninja is also exceptional. Am I correct? Sarutobi fell silent, lowering his head to say, not only that, but he was able to perform the shadow clone technique at the age of 9. At this revelation, even Iba was momentarily taken aback. The faces of the other elderly men also bore expressions of astonishment. This suggests that not only does he possess exceptional chakra control, but his chakra reserves are also extraordinary. Iba remarked with some admiration, a talent like him will undoubtedly refuse to settle for being merely a talisman craftsman, especially with a commendable father as a role model. I have a premonition, Old Yen, that this talisman apprentice you hold in such high regard will likely shine brilliantly on the battlefield as a ninja in the future. In the year 643 of the Fire Nation, in the courtyard, Noira Jinkan held a long sword in his right hand, gazing intently at the wooden post ahead. Focusing for a moment, suddenly, he let out a soft shout, and in an instant, he transformed into a blur, rushing towards the wooden post. A flash of cold light appeared, momentarily illuminated by flickers of flame. With a few crisp sounds, as Noera Genkin sheathed his sword, the wooden post was abruptly shattered into several pieces, scattering across the ground. The cut surfaces of the wood were faintly darkened, as if they had just been grazed by a searing flame. Turning to regard the scattered wood pieces, Noera Genkin wore a stoic expression. The fire attribute chakra and the blade seemed somewhat incompatible. At least with his current prowess, he could not significantly enhance the sword's power by imbuing it with chakra. The wind attribute, however, was a suitable match for weapons, yet he had scarcely developed his secondary affinity and could not even perform a single wind release technique, rendering its effectiveness equally limited. Shaking his head, he tucked the silver blade into its sheath at his waist and turned to leave. Previously constrained by financial limitations, he had deliberated before purchasing this relatively long silver blade. The unfortunate news was that he could not yet augment its power through chakra attachment. The silver lining, however, was that the issue of his height had been resolved. Shortly after acquiring the sword, Noera Genkin entered the throes of puberty, experiencing unprecedented growth in height, weight, and chakra. He now stood at 1.6 meters tall. Although still short of adulthood, the sword felt comfortable in his hands. Moreover, with the rapid increase in chakra, Noera Genkin could finally learn and practice ninjutsu more frequently. Over the past few months, he had mastered several commonly used C-rank fire release techniques, such as the Great Fireball Technique, Dragon Fire Technique, and Fire Bullet Technique. He had also completed the third stage of training for the Rasengan. Though the results left him dissatisfied, he felt his version of the Rasengan lacked something, its power not as formidable as he had envisioned. It seemed that apart from the third stage practice, there were additional nuances to the Rasengan that he needed to explore further. Of course, despite being a rudimentary version of the Rasengan, its practicality surpassed that of ordinary C-rank techniques, providing a considerable advantage for Noera Genkin at this stage. He believed that with a few talismans, dispatching a Chūnin would not pose a significant challenge. Lost in thought, Noera Genkin strolled leisurely towards a nearby restaurant. Hands in his pockets, and unexpectedly encountered a familiar Chūnin, Kakashi. He offered a greeting. Kakashi, carrying a bag of salt and grilled mackerel, lifted his gaze at the sound and responded, Kakashi. Compared to a few years prior, the current Kakashi could be described as a battle-hardened veteran. Having witnessed much bloodshed and sacrifice, his once cheerful demeanor now replaced by a growing pallor of fatigue. This indeed validated the thoughts of Nara Shikamaru. When children are prematurely removed from their learning environments, there are inevitably some adverse effects. You must be on the verge of becoming a mid-level seal master, correct? Kakashi inquired. I've merely reached a 60 success rate with explosive tags. The criteria for becoming a mid-level seal master entails much more, Nara Shikamaru chuckled. In contrast, you seem closer to attaining the rank of Jonin. Kakashi shook his head. I still need to participate in an S-rank mission to qualify for the Chūnin exam in the Yambu, but given the current situation, S-rank missions are becoming increasingly elusive. Changes? Nara Shikamaru paused momentarily. Yes, my father mentioned that the Third Hokage, usually an ally of Konoha, has decided to personally visit Konoha to negotiate an alliance, which has significantly eased the previously tense atmosphere. The Third Hokage, he should be nearing his end soon, Nara Shikamaru mused. Perhaps it is merely the calm before the storm. He remarked casually. The calm before the storm? Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed it, responding nonchalantly, perhaps. With that, he turned and departed, still clutching the bag of salt-grilled mackerel. In the land of rivers, a certain location. The land of rivers, a diminutive country situated between the land of fire and the land of wind, possesses little strength, with only its agriculture showing any remarkable development. Here lies a forest in the land of rivers, lush with trees and traversed by a small river, occasionally visited by birds and beasts. At this moment, deep within the dense woods, a figure clad in a wide black cloak and a straw hat moved silently, without uttering a word. His gait was peculiar, resembling that of a scorpion, as he crawled forward. After approximately half an hour, a shadowy cave came into view. He glanced up briefly before proceeding directly into the cavern, where he soon encountered a faint silhouette. He halted, slightly raising his head, and spoke in a raspy voice. Are you the one seeking me? The figure seated upon a wooden chair remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, Sasori of the Red Sand, you seem somewhat different from what I had imagined. Is this shell also one of your puppets? Humph, Sasori scoffed, spare me the pleasantries. What exactly do you intend to tell me regarding my parents' deaths? As he spoke, A fleeting moment of confusion crossed Sasori's mind. Where had this wooden chair come from? Did he bring it specifically? Yet, he dismissed such trivialities, casting them aside almost immediately. The figure shifted slightly. It is widely known that your parents perished at the hands of Hitaki Tsukumo. However, I must inform you that the true cause of your parents' demise was a traitor from Sunagakure. It was this traitor's information that placed your parents in peril, ultimately leading to their murder by Hitaki Tsukumo. A traitor? The voice of the Red Sand Scorpion deepened. Who is it? It is the third Kazekage. The figure spoke in a calm tone, yet the content was astonishing. The leader of Sunagakure, a traitor to his own village? However, the Red Sand Scorpion seemed unfazed, remaining silent. The figure continued. The internal conflicts within Sunagakure have long been established. Your parents and the third Kazekage belong to opposing sides of this discord. You are surely aware of this. How did the third Kazekage betray my parents? The Red Sand Scorpion replied coldly. Every two ninja villages have their double agents. Konohagakure and Sunagakure are no exceptions. During the Second Shinobi World War, in order to eliminate your parents, the third Kazekage intentionally leaked their information to the double agent, leading to their demise. What evidence do you have? The figure replied. I can provide you with documentation detailing the tactical plans Konohagakure devised against your parents. I can also reveal the identity of the double agent who handed the information to Konohagakure. Do you think that is sufficient? The Red Sand Scorpion remained silent for a long while. Why are you telling me this? What is your objective? I wish for you to assist me in assassinating the third Kazekage, the figure stated. Huh, the Red Sand Scorpion scoffed. You think I would risk my life to assassinate a Kage based solely on your word? This is not merely hearsay. Furthermore, I do not intend for you to act alone. I will personally assist you in the endeavor, the figure assured. You? The Red Sand Scorpion furrowed his brow. Who exactly are you? The figure slowly rose and took a few steps forward. In the darkness, one could faintly discern the bandages wrapped around the right side of his face. You are Shimura Danzo. The Red Sand Scorpion exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Danzo replied calmly. Do you still perceive the assassination of the Kazekage as a perilous undertaking? So it is you, the Red Sand Scorpion said in a low voice. It seems that you, a warmonger, do not wish to see peace between Sunagakure and Konohagakure. Danzo did not elaborate on his motives, but instead continued. As far as I know, you have already left Sunagakure. What is your choice now? The Red Sand Scorpion pondered for a moment. If what you say is true, I am willing to assist you in assassinating the third Kazekage, but I have one condition. What condition? I want you to help me kill Hitaki Kakashi. The Red Sand Scorpion replied coldly. Danzo paused for a moment before shaking his head. Hitaki Kakashi's strength surpasses mine. Even if we join forces, we may not be able to kill him. Are you serious? The Red Sand Scorpion said, his voice low. You are confident in killing the third Kazekage, but not in defeating Hitaki Kakashi? While I cannot assist you in killing Hitaki Kakashi, I have ways to ruin his reputation. Danzo suddenly stated. Ruin his reputation? The Red Sand Scorpion snorted. You and Hitaki Kakashi are likely rivals for the next Hokage, aren't you? Humph, truly, you are Shimura Danzo. Danzo remained silent, and the atmosphere grew quiet for a brief moment. Traitors are always more detestable than enemies, the Red Sand Scorpion said slowly, lowering his head. Deal. The news that the third Kazekage had set aside past grievances and was preparing to form a friendly alliance with Konoha fell upon the tumultuous situation like a bucket of cold water, soothing the unrest considerably. Many believed that the looming crisis of war had quietly dissipated. At that moment, within a conference room in the Hokage building, several individuals were gathered around the conference table. At the forefront sat a kind-faced elder, appearing to be in his 50s. He was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage and the true leader of the Land of Fire. The third Kazekage has proposed a friendly alliance with us. What are your thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. The third Kazekage had always maintained a cordial relationship with Konoha, and with the alleviation of internal conflicts within Sunagakure, the pro-peace sentiment had naturally become predominant. Sitting beside him, a gray-haired elder wearing glasses spoke up. People have grown weary of war. The fact that the third Kazekage has personally come to Konoha signifies great sincerity. I believe we ought to reciprocate with courtesy. An elderly woman added. Indeed, I share your sentiment. The third Hokage nodded slightly, smiling as he responded, Yes, I concur. Therefore, I have already decided that upon the Kazekage's arrival in the Land of Fire, I shall personally go to welcome him, in hopes of ushering in a prolonged peace. However, before he could finish, Danzo Shimura leaned forward slightly and abruptly interjected, "Hiruzen, I believe such an action is inappropriate. The Land of Fire is the foremost power in the shinobi world. We have never feared war. The one who yearns for peace should be the Land of Wind. Not us." Danzo continued, "During the Second Shinobi World War, we triumphed over the Land of Wind. The Third Hokage actions are nothing short of a beggar's plea for coexistence. Even if we agree, it should be in a manner that reflects our generosity. Hiruzen, as the leader of the Land of Fire, it is beneath your dignity to personally greet the Kazekage." An elder with a long beard countered. "The personal welcome by the Third Hokage is a matter of etiquette and attitude. As the leading nation, the Land of Fire ought to possess such magnanimity. Should the Third Hokage merely await the Kazekage's arrival in his office, allowing him to knock for an audience?" Danzo replied indifferently, "That is precisely how it ought to be." The long-bearded elder fell silent. At this juncture, the bespectacled elder interjected again, "If we display such discourtesy, it may indeed tarnish the Third Kazekage's prestige. After all, he is aligned with Konoha. Should his reputation suffer, the likelihood of renewed conflict between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind would inevitably increase." Danzo scoffed. "We should not desire this peace in the first place. The Land of Fire lacks metal resources and should conquer the Land of Wind to rectify this deficiency. Moreover, failing to incorporate the Land of Wind into our territory would leave us strategically vulnerable to a blockade from 4 nations, a scenario that would ensure perpetual unrest." The elderly woman, visibly agitated, retorted, "Have you considered the countless families torn apart by war, Danzo? I have not only contemplated it, but I have also lived through it. Nevertheless, I still maintain that war is entirely necessary," Danzo asserted. He then turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, I stand by my stance. You should not personally go to welcome the Third Kazekage." After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally asked, "What do you think, Munin?" The elderly man with glasses pondered. "Perhaps it would be best to wait until the wind shadow approaches the village, and then the Third Hokage can go out to greet him. It would be a compromise." "No," Danzo insisted stubbornly. "Under no circumstances should the Hokage personally go out to meet him. Danzo, you mustn't be so obstinate. We should at least adhere to basic etiquette." I, too, found myself in disagreement with Danzo's viewpoint. The individuals in the conference room voiced their dissent. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. "Danzo, what is your reasoning? If your intention is to humiliate the wind shadow regarding etiquette, I cannot acquiesce." Upon hearing this, Danzo fell silent for a moment. "Hiruzen." Danzo shook his head, seemingly reconsidering. "Very well. In that case, I propose that someone other than the Hokage go to greet the wind shadow, perhaps Sakyu or Jiraiya. They are both renowned ninjas of Konoha and would not disgrace the status of the third wind shadow. Sakyu? He dealt a significant blow to Tsunegakure during the Second Shinobi World War. It may not be appropriate for him to go, someone remarked. Danzo cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "No, he is the most suitable candidate. If it weren't for Sakyu's decisive actions against the main faction of Tsunegakure, the third wind shadow would likely still be overshadowed by those two old geezers, Chiyo and Kaiza. Among all of Konoha, Sakyu is the one the third wind shadow ought to be most grateful to." Hearing this, several elderly members in the conference room exchanged glances, falling into silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for a moment and then asked, "Do any of you have objections to Danzo's suggestion of sending Sakyu to greet the third wind shadow?" Observing the silence among the crowd, he nodded. "Since there are no objections, it is decided. Once the wind shadow enters the land of fire, Sakyu will lead the team to welcome him." At this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile crept onto Danzo's lips. As Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to discuss the specifics of the alliance, Danzo interjected, "By the way, let us include 1 or 2 members of the Uchiha clan in the welcoming party, such as that special Jonin Uchiha I, who is relatively close to Sakyu. I believe this would be beneficial for uniting the Uchiha clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, but did not dwell on it, and nodded, "Very well." A few days later, in the western region of the Land of Fire, Sakyu led several ninjas swiftly through the forest, heading west as the dense trees receded behind them. After a moment, the closest to Sakyu was the long-haired Uchiha I, who suggested, "Captain Sakyu, shall we take a short break?" Sakyu considered for a moment and nodded, "All right." The ninjas promptly halted their advance, finding a clear spot in the woods to sit and rest, occasionally engaging in light conversation. "I wonder how far the third wind shadow's entourage has traveled by now," one team member remarked. Sakyu leaned against a tree, arms crossed. His expression nonchalant. They must have already entered the land of fire, but we should arrive at the designated location slightly ahead of them. I never expected Tsunagekyu's stance to soften so suddenly. I thought we were on the brink of war. Uchiha, I remarked with surprise. Sakyu glanced at her and smiled. What? Do you wish for war? Uchiha inquired. Does Captain Zain not wish for this? I believe that should war erupt once more, the land of fire could easily conquer the land of wind. At that moment, a tall, lean young man suddenly stood up, saying, Captain, I need to relieve myself. Kakashi Zain nodded, lapsing into a long silence, as if lost in the reverie of bygone days. Ultimately, he shook his head. My wife perished in the war. And Kakashi nearly followed suit. Your son? Uchiha blinked. Surely he has not yet experienced the horrors of battle? Kakashi Zain remarked. Kakashi's mother was killed in an ambush when she was over 9 months pregnant. Had it not been for Tsunade saving Kakashi, I would now be utterly alone. Upon hearing Tsunade's name, Uchiha merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate. The atmosphere grew quiet for a time, before Kakashi Zain's expression suddenly shifted. He glanced around and abruptly stood up. Has Shoza not returned? The team member who had previously mentioned needing to relieve himself had still not come back. As these words left his mouth, several ninjas' expressions changed, their alertness heightened as they braced for action. He was headed this way, wasn't he? Indeed, Captain. Kakashi Zain swiftly drew the white tooth dagger from his back and said in a low voice, Stay here, remain vigilant. I shall investigate what has happened to Shozu. Understood. Several team members replied. Kakashi Zain navigated around a large tree, moving in a specific direction. With a few quick movements, he arrived at a hidden corner, whereupon his countenance turned grave. Damn it! Gazing at the still form of Shozu on the ground, Kakashi Zain tightened his grip on the white tooth dagger, a flicker of lightning subtly dancing in his palm. Captain! Just then, Uchiha Yi's piercing scream pierced the air. Kakashi Zain darted back to the original spot in a flash, only to find several fallen team members. Uchiha had vanished. In the distance among the trees, a shadow was seen rapidly fleeing. Several team members, injured to varying degrees, struggled to rise, one among them uttering, Captain, he was abducted by a cloaked figure. Kakashi Zain gritted his teeth, his face revealing a hint of hesitation. It was undeniable that the strength of that cloaked figure was formidable. Uchiha a special jonin, had been unable to resist and was taken away. If he were to pursue, regardless of the outcome, it would likely consume a significant amount of time. The third Kazekage's party would already be crossing the border and approaching the designated location. Thus, it was likely he would be unable to meet them on time, which would be a significant diplomatic faux pas. Following the strict principles of a ninja, prioritizing the mission above all else would allow him to be on time to greet the Kazekage. Yet Uchiha would be in grave danger, almost certainly facing dire consequences. Kakashi Zain hesitated for a few seconds before reaching a resolution. A diplomatic breach is a minor issue, but a life is of paramount importance. Arriving late to meet the Kazekage should pose no great problem. You all remain on guard here. I shall pursue. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi Zain, dagger in hand, surged forth in the direction of the cloaked figure, swift as an arrow released from its bow. As Chimu Zain pursued fervently for merely a few seconds, his gaze swept across the surroundings, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Blood. Beneath his feet and ahead, a trail of blood was starkly visible, though scant. It stood out alarmingly within the verdant embrace of the woodland. Whose blood was this? Was it that of the cloaked figure, or that of Xiao Yi? Chimu Zain clenched his teeth silently, quickening his pace. In a moment, a figure clad in black darted through the trees, enveloped tightly in fabric. Not a hint of skin exposed. Uchiha lay motionless, slung over the shoulder of the black-clad assailant, her legs dangling aimlessly, seemingly unconscious. Halt! Chimu Zain bellowed. As his right hand wielding the white fang struck downwards, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupting from the short blade, cleaving through several towering trees which crashed to the ground, obstructing the path of the black figure. Yet, undeterred by the colossal trunks, the black-clad figure swiftly formed hand signs, and upon landing, stomped powerfully on the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the earth behind him surged, transforming into a torrent of sand that flowed backward with great force. Earth release, quicksand. Chimu Zain recognized the ninjutsu immediately and deftly sidestepped to evade the oncoming deluge. The black figure leaped over the fallen trees, continuing his flight. With a cold snort, Shimuzayan drew his finger across his palm, forming hand seals with two blades in hand. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, horse. Summoning technique. A flurry of air surged forth, and 8 ninja hounds of varying sizes materialized before him. Pursue. At his command, the hounds barked as they sprinted from both sides. The burden of carrying a person began to hinder the black figure's pace, and the gap between them narrowed. Just as they were on the verge of catching up, a river suddenly appeared ahead. The black figure formed hand seals, and the waters surged violently, erupting in 2 massive pillars that charged toward Shimuzayan like a dragon. Wind release, pressure damage. A fierce gale blasted from Shimuzayan's mouth, colliding with the oncoming torrents in a tempestuous clash. With a resounding crash, the waters erupted, akin to a deluge descending upon the forest. Just as Shimuzayan prepared to chase again, the black figure flung Uchiha aside, making his own escape. Shock and fury surged within him. His right hand crackled with electricity, the white fang transforming into a blinding sphere of light, rocketing toward the retreating figure. The earth trembled. Countless trees splintered under the force of the strike, and a cloud of dust billowed into the air. As he cast the white fang, Shimuzayan ceased his pursuit, instead deftly maneuvering to catch the descending Uchiha. However, upon making contact, his hands trembled involuntarily, his face paling in horror. Uchiha's eyes were marred with blood. Her left eye was sunken, while the right eyelid was half torn away, her once beautiful visage now rendered tragically grotesque. The 8 ninja hounds turned back, one of them, slightly smaller in stature and clutching a short white-bladed weapon in its mouth, cast a glance at the blind Uchiha before approaching Kakashi-san. It placed the short blade on the ground and spoke in a deep voice, "Son, that individual has escaped." Kakashi-san took a deep breath and asked, "Did you remember the scent on him?" The ninja hound shook its head. He bore a rather peculiar odor, masking the natural scent of humanity. "It seems he came prepared." "My apologies, Son. Was it for Little Eye's 3-tomo Sharingan?" Kakashi-san clenched his fists. "A robust hound, as sturdy as an ox," inquired Son. "Do you require my assistance in transporting her to the nearest hospital?" "Not for the moment. My team is nearby. Let the medical ninja among them attend to Little Eye first. Then we shall return." Indeed, as soon as the words left his lips, the 8 ninja hounds vanished with a series of thuds. Kakashi-san closed his eyes for a brief moment, then exhaled deeply, his expression somber as he cradled Uchiha and retraced his steps back to the original resting area. Captain, several team members, seated back-to-back in vigilance, stood upon seeing Kakashi-san. "Attend to Little Eye." "Yes." The medical ninja swallowed hard at the sight of Uchiha's grievous state of blindness. "Captain, what of the man in black?" one of the team members asked. Kakashi-san did not respond, instead turning to the lightly injured team member, Kazuki. "Accompany me to greet the third Kazekage. Let us proceed at full speed." The two hastened towards the designated meeting point as per their original plan. Throughout the journey, Kakashi-san maintained a stoic demeanor, remaining silent. However, as they neared the designated location, his expression shifted and his pace accelerated, leaving Kazuki behind. In a moment, Kakashi-san arrived at an open expanse, his gaze fixed upon a colossal bridge abruptly severed by an unknown force over the great river. Kakashi-san's pupils dilated, his face displaying shock. On one side of the bridge, dozens of corpses lay strewn across the ground, shuriken, kunai, and other ninja tools scattered about, bearing witness to the chaos of various jutsu, the scene a complete wreck. Nara Hinari, wielding a talisman brush, deftly inscribed symbols upon a square talisman paper. And after completing the runes, he took a seal to stamp it with a sign. Suppression Talisman. This talisman was one of the fundamental requirements for advancing to an intermediate talisman master, capable of suppressing a ninja's chakra and temporarily diminishing an enemy's abilities across the board, making it a relatively common type of obstructive talisman. Suppression talismans generally belong to the category of chakra-based talismans, with their efficacy directly correlated to the personal strength and talisman crafting skill of the master. Ordinary talisman masters often produce suppression talismans that only offer a degree of interference in battle, while those crafted by masters are said to even affect tailed beasts. Although Nara Hinari found the notion of influencing tailed beasts somewhat dubious, he nonetheless took the matter of the suppression talisman quite seriously. Drawing from his past experience in gaming, He recognized that when utilized effectively, the obstacle buff could decisively influence the outcome of battles. Its significance should not be underestimated. Moreover, the art of drawing suppression talismans is an essential skill for intermediate talisman makers. After completing the rune, Noera Genkin formed a hand seal with one hand and directed a finger towards a talisman, causing chakra to surge swiftly within. The creation of chakra-based talismans often involves simple hand seals, which are not overly complicated. In fact, Noera Genkin had begun to explore the technique of one-handed seals. In a moment, the talisman was complete. Noera Genkin examined it briefly before placing it alongside several suppression talismans within reach. It seems you have nearly mastered the creation of suppression talismans, Sarutobi In remarked, having appeared behind him unnoticed, nodding slightly. Teacher. Indeed, Sarutobi In acknowledged, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Now, once you learn the sealing technique and the chakra explosive talismans, you will be ready to take the assessment and advance to an intermediate talisman maker. As Sarutobi In spoke, Noera Genkin paused. Sealing technique? Simply put, the sealing technique refers to a more advanced type of talisman, typically inscribed on scrolls, and these talismans can often be reused. Sarutobi In elaborated. The sealing technique is the most common form, inscribed on sealing scrolls. Many ninjas utilize sealing scrolls to store items like ninja tools, which I believe you are somewhat familiar with. Sealing scrolls are also a significant product of the Full Point Hall. If not for their exorbitant price, at least 200,000 Ryo for the cheapest, Noera Genkin would have considered purchasing one for personal use. Speaking of which, the character in the original text, Ten, is quite the affluent figure, not to mention her endless supply of ninja tools. Even the various sealing scrolls come at a considerable cost, enough to bankrupt most ninjas. The key to crafting sealing scrolls lies in the materials, and the requirements for talisman makers are not overly demanding. Today, let us discuss the chakra explosive talisman. Once you master it, the sealing technique should pose no challenge. Sarutobi In instructed. Understood, teacher. Sarutobi In adjusted his chair and began. As I previously mentioned, the chakra. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted. The nearest talisman maker promptly rose to answer the door. Is that you, Shinji? What brings you here? The Hokage wishes to see Teacher In. Came the solemn reply from a young ninja standing outside. A frown creased Sarutobi In's brow as he approached, inquiring, what has happened? Shinji sighed. War is imminent in the ninja world. Later that night, Noera Genkin lay in bed, gazing at the faint starlight filtering through the window, struggling to find sleep. Although he had anticipated this moment, its arrival still caught him off guard. War was on the horizon. Due to the failure of Konoha's son to contact the Third Hokage in time, the Sunigakure team had suffered an unprovoked attack within the Land of Fire. Leaving the Kazekage unaccounted for and the remaining members dead, the situation was dire. After this battle, within the ranks of Sunigakure, the voices of the peace faction have been silenced, while the war faction has gained overwhelming dominance. Under the auspices of Chiyo and Ebizo, Sunigakure has officially notified the Land of Fire, demanding the surrender of the corpse of Hatake Tsukumo, 1/10 of their territory, and a compensation of 80 billion Ryo, threatening war should these demands not be met. Such stipulations bear no difference from a declaration of war. In truth, Konoha has already entered a state of military readiness. Beginning tomorrow, various shinobi tools, including talismans, will be produced at full capacity. The wartime arrangements for ninjas at all levels are swiftly being put in place, with the flames of conflict poised to ignite. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, by the time school resumes tomorrow, arrangements will be made for the upperclassmen to graduate early. Moreover, the matter concerning Hatake Tsukumo weighs heavily on Nara Shikamaru's mind. According to the information he has gathered, Hatake Tsukumo was ambushed and failed to arrive at the designated meeting point in time, leading to the complete annihilation of the Sunigakure team. Although the details remain somewhat murky, it is indisputable that Tsukumo's failure in this mission directly precipitated the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. If Shikamaru recalls correctly, this failure stemmed from his attempt to rescue a teammate. Ironically, that very teammate has since turned against him, casting aspersions upon Tsukumo, who, in his despair, ultimately chose to end his own life. Should I intervene? Shikamaru pondered. After all, Hatake Tsukumo was a classmate of his father, and thus, there existed a certain camaraderie. Allowing him to commit suicide seemed unconscionable. Yet, he questioned whether his words would bear any weight. Tsukumo had forsaken his own son for the sake of this despair. How could he possibly sway the son of a mere classmate? Alas, whether it would prove effective or not, he resolved to attempt to dissuade him tomorrow. With a quiet sigh, Shikamaru drew the curtains and turned in for the night. In the land of rain, within a secluded cave, a ragged-haired youth with crimson locks carried an object swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, as he ventured deeper into the cavern and took a seat. Moments later, he twisted his right hand at his left shoulder. Crack! With a sharp sound, the youth's left arm detached entirely, reminiscent of a marionette's fragmented parts. "It's broken," he muttered, gently shaking his severed arm before tossing it aside, as if discarding refuse, his gaze drifting indifferently toward the mummy beside him. Truly, the third Kazekage would have made an excellent puppet. The following morning, Nara Shikamaru summoned a shadow clone, instructing it to carry a backpack to school, while he himself set forth to Kakashi's residence, hoping to persuade Hitaki Tsukumo to avert the tragic fate of suicide. With the rapid increase in his chakra, his shadow clone was now capable of handling the physical training load, and given that today would likely involve minimal academic demands, sending the clone to school posed no issue. Parting ways with his clone, Shikamaru soon arrived at Kakashi's home. "Uncle Tsukumo, Kakashi." After several calls, the courtyard gate creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in melancholy, adorned with a mask. "Kakashi, is it you, Genin? What brings you here?" he inquired. "Is Uncle Zain home?" Nara Shikamaru glanced briefly around the courtyard. Kakashi shook his head. "Last night, my father was taken away by the Umbu. I have no idea where he is now." Nara Shikamaru looked taken aback. "Taken away?" "Presumably for questioning and investigation." Kakashi lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a moment. "Would you like to come in?" Nara Shikamaru hesitated for a brief second, but ultimately stepped through the door, following Kakashi into the living room. Once seated, he gathered his thoughts. "Kakashi, yesterday, my teacher informed me that due to Uncle Zain's failure to greet the Kazekage on time, the Sand Village's team suffered total annihilation. What transpired?" Kakashi remained silent for a while before responding. "It was because of that woman." "That woman? Uchiha?" Kakashi's voice was somewhat strained as he recounted how Uchiha had been abducted en route to the meeting, causing his father to delay in rescuing her. "The outcome was as you've heard." Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brow, pondering. "Is she the Uchiha woman who appeared on your graduation day?" "Indeed," Kakashi confirmed with a nod. Nara Shikamaru pressed further. "What is her condition now?" "Her eyes were taken from her. She is likely in the hospital." Wailing in despair, Kakashi replied with a scoff. "After all, an Uchiha who has lost their eyes is rendered powerless." Nara Shikamaru contemplated aloud. "It is quite suspicious that an ambush occurred on the way to greet the Kazekage, resulting in the complete destruction of the Sand Village's team." Kakashi sighed. "Of course, it is suspicious. Anyone can see that. The enemy aimed to distract my father to facilitate the assassination of the Kazekage, thereby inciting war between our nations. But what does it matter? Do the Wind Country's people not recognize the oddity? Yet they still issued demands that are tantamount to a declaration of war. If only my father had not gone to rescue that woman." Nara Shikamaru found himself at a loss for words, eventually saying, "When do you think Uncle Zain will return?" "I do not know," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. "If he does return, please convey to him my hope that he does not blame himself too harshly and that he should see things more clearly, for all will eventually pass." Nara Shikamaru felt his words were lacking in substance, yet he could think of nothing more fitting. He certainly could not say, "Uncle Zain, please do not commit suicide. I hope Hitaki Zain can find some clarity," he thought. "Thank you. I will." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru's shadow clone arrived at the school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he sensed an atmosphere markedly different from usual. The air was thick with murmurs and speculations. "Have you heard? The third Kazekage was killed within our fire country. War is imminent." Voices buzzed around him. Uchiha Nakai wore a grin. "How thrilling." "Not so fast," another chimed in. "My father claims that the death of the third Kazekage is quite suspicious, likely a calculated move aimed at inciting war." Akimichi Nara munched on snacks, adding, "Indeed." Nara Masaru rested his arm and spoke softly. "Rather than instigating a war, it is more accurate to say it provides a convenient pretext for one. A conflict is inevitable. I propose a wager of 10 packets of snacks." "I shall not wager," replied Akita Naki, clutching his snacks with vigilance. Mikami Sanda remarked, "We are likely to graduate early, aren't we?" "Hey, the third Kazekage is merely missing. Why do you all say he is dead?" "In this situation, it is all but certain," came the response. "By the way, who possesses such prowess that even the Kazekage could be vanquished. The clone of Nara Shinkai settled into a seat, while Ebisu glanced over and inquired. A clone? Indeed, nodded the clone. With the fame of the prodigious young sealing master spreading, the ability to utilize shadow clones had become rather commonplace, and many in the class were aware of it. However, only Kai and Ebisu could discern the distinction between Nara Shinkai's true self and his clone. This was not due to any exceptional perceptual abilities, but rather because Nara Shinkai, for convenience and chakra conservation, often manifested a simpler form with no weapons or shuriken, remaining much quieter than usual, allowing familiar individuals to detect the difference. Have you heard about Lord Zaoyin? Ebisu asked. Are you referring to the assassination of the third Kazekage? Nara Shinkai inquired. Ebisu shook his head. No, I meant the matter concerning Lord Zaoyin and Uchiha Ai. There were rumors regarding their unusual relationship, and since this incident, I have encountered 3 distinct versions of the story, each more astonishing than the last. Nara Shinkai frowned slightly. Such as? For instance, some say that Lord Zaoyin was not delayed in rescuing Uchiha Ai, but rather, at this point. A flush of embarrassment crept across Ebisu's face. The mischievous expression prompted Nara Shinkai to feel exasperated. Delayed for what reason? For a romantic tryst, Ebisu whispered conspiratorially, suggesting that Lord Zaoyin and Uchiha Ai, enticed by the picturesque surroundings, ventured into the woods, unexpectedly falling prey to a fierce enemy attack, which ultimately cost the Kazekage his life. Nara Shinkai was taken aback. This rumor is too far-fetched. Even if their relationship were exceptionally close, would Lord Zaoyin truly jeopardize a diplomatic mission for such frivolity? Shinkai, a voice called from behind. It was Shizune, who had suddenly poked him. What? Nara Shinkai turned to her. With an expression of curiosity, Shizune asked, what were you just discussing? What does romantic tryst mean? Silence. At that moment, Funia Dahe entered the classroom. His demeanor serious. The room fell instantly silent, and everyone straightened in their seats. Funia Dahe approached the podium and addressed the class. You are likely aware of recent events. The war between the Fire and Wind nations has essentially become a foregone conclusion, with the potential to escalate into a great ninja war, and the situation is quite urgent. Therefore, with the approval of the Hokage, the school is now preparing for early graduation for senior students. Early graduation, despite the general anticipation. A wave of unrest swept through the classroom after Funia Dahe uttered those words. Some felt a sense of excitement, while others were gripped by anxiety, leading to a flurry of discussions. Silence. Let us refrain from discourse for now. Funia Dahe coughed twice before continuing. The senior students, specifically those in the 5th and 6th grades, will undertake their graduation examinations over the next 10 days. The assessments will encompass only 3 subjects: ninja general knowledge, physical techniques, and ninjutsu. Subjects such as literature and life skills will not be evaluated. Those who achieve a score of 60 or above in all 3 subjects will be permitted to graduate and will be conferred the rank of Genin along with a ninja headband. What if one does not pass? A timid girl queried. Similar to the 6th graders. Those who fail the graduation exams may choose to either repeat the grade or relinquish their ninja status. However, repeating a grade will result in a negative record, and failing during a critical time will disqualify one from advancing to the rank of Chūnin, Funia Dahe replied. Disqualified from advancing to Chūnin. Someone gasped. Indeed. Funia Dahe replied nonchalantly, and should the situation escalate, the school may even compel mid-level students to graduate early, leaving no option for repeating a grade. Only the choices of graduating or forfeiting their ninja status. Isn't that excessive? A student protested. Funia Dahe regarded him with a fleeting glance before responding. I have previously conveyed to you that the comfort provided by the school is merely temporary. You are ultimately ninjas. As ninjas, you must confront the reality of war. To evade warfare is to abandon your identity as a ninja. Unless one meets death, no ninja can perpetually indulge in comfort, not even the Hokage. The notion that ninja are the embodiment of war will soon resonate with you, Funia Dahe declared, imparting a profound weight to his words. Unsurprisingly, the morning's lessons primarily revolved around matters pertaining to the graduation examinations. According to the current schedule, the 5th graders, including Nara Shikamaru and his peers, would commence their graduation exams in 5 days, lasting 2 days in total. Upon successful completion, they would officially become ninjas and would soon find themselves thrust into the impending conflict. Once the morning classes concluded, Nara Shikamaru's shadow clone made its way to a corner of the campus, dispelling its jutsu and returning its memories to the original. The original, dining at a nearby restaurant, momentarily froze before resuming his meal, though a furrow of contemplation marred his brow. Through the memories relayed by the clone, he was now aware of the impending early graduation, a development that was entirely expected. However, one matter captured his attention: the rumors concerning the battlefield encounters between Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha that purportedly instigated a great war among the ninja world. Various indications suggested that the relationship between Kakashi and Itachi was somewhat peculiar, at least according to the perceptions of many outsiders. Even Kakashi exhibited an oddly antagonistic stance toward Itachi, often referring to her as that woman. With significant diplomatic incidents and scandalous rumors swirling, it appeared that Kakashi was indeed ensnared in a tumultuous vortex, struggling to extricate himself. Otherwise, given his identity, it would not have been possible for him to be taken away by the Umbu for questioning. After thoroughly consuming the last of the boiled pumpkin, Noara Jenkin shook his head and left the restaurant. 5 days swiftly passed, and the 6th-year students of the Ninja Academy completed their examinations and graduated, marking the imminent arrival of the 5th-year graduation exams. During the first 2 days, Noara Jenkin frequently kept an eye on the news regarding Hitaki Satsuki. But the most he encountered were various accusations and scandalous rumors. As for the current state of Hitaki Satsuki, it remained unknown, likely still detained by the Umbu. As the exams approached, he ceased his deliberate attention to such matters. After all, despite having surpassed the standards of a lower-ranking ninja in various aspects, one must still exert some effort for the graduation examination. With only half an hour remaining before the Ninja General Knowledge exam, Noara Jenkin, like his classmates, sat in the classroom, flipping through textbooks and notes, engaging in a final wave of revision. At that moment, Ebisu leaned over and said, "Jenkin, my mother told me that when assigning graduation advisors, they will try to align with the school groups. Who do you think our advisor will be?" "How would I know? There are so many Jonin in Konoha," Noara Jenkin replied casually. "I doubt we will be assigned together," Kai interjected, raising his head. Ebisu blinked. "Why not?" Kai responded. "I've heard that while they will try to assign advisors based on school groups, graduation performance will also be taken into account. You two are usually in the top 10, and Jenkin, you consistently rank in the top 2, so it seems unlikely we will be placed together." Among the three, Kai had the weakest academic performance. Aside from his prowess in taijutsu, his scores in other subjects barely scraped by in the 60s. Fortunately, with no assessments in practical life skills, he faced a significantly reduced risk of failing. Nevertheless, due to his consistently top-ranked taijutsu score, his overall performance was not the lowest in the class, merely leaning towards the lower middle. With one consistently in the top 2, another in the top 10, and one at a lower average, if they were grouped together, they would undoubtedly stand out above the class average. For the sake of balance, it was likely they would not be assigned together. What if that truly happens? Ebisu furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a light sparked in his eyes. What if I intentionally score lower to bring myself to a mid-range level? That way, we three can balance out. What if you miscalculate and end up failing? Kai cautioned. Impossible, Ebisu dismissed, unconcerned. Kai remarked quietly, in last semester's final exam, your general knowledge score was still lower than mine. Embarrassment flushed Ebisu's face. That was an error, purely a mistake. What if you misstep again this time? Ebisu pondered momentarily before saying, I suppose I will aim for a lower score in general knowledge, perhaps around the 60s, which should suffice to drop me to the teens. You just perform normally, Sho. The general knowledge exam was his strongest subject. Having never scored below 98 since his rebirth, he could entirely dictate his desired score. Moreover, judging by the tone of Funaya Dahe previously, the difficulty of the impending graduation examination should not be excessively high. Otherwise, there would not be a regulation stipulating that those who fail the graduation exam would lose their Jonin qualifications. However, does this mean you will not secure the top position? Wouldn't that be somewhat regrettable? Ebisu inquired. First place? I have grown weary of examinations, Nara Shikamaru replied nonchalantly as he continued to leaf through his notes. Moments later, the bell rang. Funi Daikaku also rose from his seat, hands clasped behind his back. All right, the general knowledge examination is about to commence. Please proceed to your respective examination rooms. Stay alert and pay attention to the details. This will be your final general knowledge exam. Not long after entering the exam room, two invigilators began distributing the examination papers. The test was not extensive, comprising 30 multiple-choice questions, 10 fill-in-the-blank questions, and 5 essay questions, with a total score of 100, to be completed within 2 hours. Early submissions were permitted 30 minutes into the exam. Once he received the paper, Nara Shikamaru quickly scanned it. As he had anticipated, the difficulty of the exam was considerably lower than usual, save for the third essay question. Unless one deliberately sought to fail, passing should pose little challenge. However, achieving a high score would not be straightforward. He estimated that at least 10 points were beyond the reach of most, precisely the value of the third essay question. The Ninja General Knowledge course encompasses a broad array of topics, which can be roughly categorized into 5 sections: the history of the ninja world, systems and codes related to ninjas, combat knowledge, foundational understanding of chakra and ninjutsu, and a smattering of scientific knowledge. Note, these subjects are objective. Even someone like Nara Shikamaru, who has long matured mentally, or an average student from the Ninja Academy, would generally not struggle if they studied diligently. The only genuinely challenging aspect is the limited scientific knowledge. The ninja world often exhibits a peculiar bewilderment regarding scientific matters. Textbooks are notoriously disorganized, and examiners frequently concoct excessively difficult questions. For instance, the third essay question on this paper was a highly challenging physics problem, capable of easily eliminating 99 of candidates. In the entire grade, it was likely that only Nara Shikamaru could handle this question with ease, given his engineering background. The examination commenced. With the ringing of the bell and the invigilator's command, the candidates in the classroom fervently began to write. In a certain part of Konohagakure, there stood a structure reminiscent of the Hokage building, albeit with a decidedly somber aesthetic. Unlike the Hokage building, which bore the character for fire, this one was inscribed with the character for darkness, signifying its identity as the headquarters of the Umbu. The Umbu building was distanced from the bustling streets, its iron gates firmly shut, appearing almost deserted. Suddenly, the iron gates swung open with a clang, revealing a weary silver-haired man stepping out. "You may leave now, Hatake Tsukumo. But during this period, it is advisable for you to refrain from frequent outings to avoid unnecessary speculation," spoke a masked figure lurking in the shadows behind the door. "I understand," Hatake Tsukumo replied, bowing his head as he departed. After a brief tumult, the dreary iron gates closed once more. Upon exiting the Umbu, Hatake Tsukumo drew considerable attention as he entered the nearby residential area. The gazes directed towards him were predominantly laced with disdain and a hint of pity. People subtly averted their eyes while whispering amongst themselves, a stark contrast to the reverence and closeness that had once characterized their interactions. Konoha Tsukumo kept his head bowed, silently making his way home. As he arrived at his doorstep, Kakashi opened the door and rushed out, his expression tinged with concern. "Dad." Konoha Tsukumo finally lifted his gaze to meet his son's. His lips moved as if to speak, yet no words emerged. He shook his head and stepped inside the house. However, upon crossing the threshold, he felt as though his strength had been drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Dad!" Kakashi exclaimed, rushing forward to steady him. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tsukumo replied, regaining his balance and continuing into the room, where he took a seat. Kakashi followed him inside and sat in silence for a moment. What did the Umbu say? Not to go out often for the time being. Beyond that, nothing else was mentioned. Tsukumo's voice bore an unmistakable weight of fatigue. Kakashi studied him, hesitating before speaking again. "By the way, Dad, a few days ago, Genma came by. He wanted me to tell you not to be too hard on yourself." "Genma?" Tsukumo paused, as if recalling something. "Ah, the son of Hoki. I remember he's currently studying seal techniques under Master Sarutobi, isn't he? I've heard he's doing quite well." "Yes," Kakashi nodded, adding, "He's impressive. I can sense it." Tsukumo was taken aback for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly surprised. "You actually think so?" Kakashi remained silent. Tsukumo's brow furrowed slightly, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded and murmured, "Hoki has been gone for 7 years now. I never anticipated his son would excel to such a degree." After completing 5 problem-solving questions, Nara Genma proceeded to tackle 5 fill-in-the-blank questions, the total score summing to exactly 60 points. Generally speaking, this should pose no issues. The final score would likely be 60, just enough to pass. However, Genma was no reckless individual. Despite his confidence, he chose to attempt 2 additional fill-in-the-blank questions just to be safe. 64 points. If all went according to plan, his final ranking should settle around 15th place, allowing him along with Guy and Ebisu, to be assigned to the same elite Jonin instructor. Nara Genma slightly nodded and raised his hand. The proctor, noticing him, approached. Do you have a question? Sir, I wish to submit my paper early. Upon hearing this, the classroom turned its attention to him. A wave of mild commotion rippling through the air. The proctor glanced at the exam sheet and his expression darkened as he pointed towards the 30 unanswered multiple-choice questions. Is this what you intend to submit? Indeed. Humph. The proctor slammed the paper onto the desk, visibly irritated. No blank submissions allowed. A blank paper. Someone exclaimed in shock. Who would risk a negative record? The classroom buzzed with excitement until another proctor called for silence, restoring order. Genma quickly interjected. Sir, this is not a blank paper. I assure you it will pass. Silence. The proctor retorted coldly. In a moment of frustration, Shiranui Genma sighed inwardly and continued to tackle the remaining questions, filling the paper with erroneous answers. It became evident that deliberately making mistakes was more troublesome than providing correct ones. Several times, he inadvertently pinned down the right answers. Had he not checked multiple times, he might have overlooked them entirely. After meticulously verifying that all 33 questions were incorrect, Shiranui Genma submitted the examination paper and exited the examination hall. Upon returning to the classroom, the students engaged in animated discussions, predominantly revolving around how to solve certain questions and the difficulty of others. Akai, which option did you choose for the 17th question? Asked Huibishu, her tone tinged with anxiety. I selected B. What about you? Akai hesitated slightly. You chose B? That can't be right. I selected C. Huibishu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Akai's expression turned sour as he waved his hands in protest. The teacher advised us not to discuss answers after the exam. Huibishu's mood fluctuated, and just then, Shiranui Genma returned from outside the classroom. She immediately inquired, Genma, which option did you choose for the 17th question? C. Shiranui Genma replied calmly. Huibishu let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, you scared me. Meanwhile, Akai slumped his head onto the desk, looking dejected. Oh, all my answers for the first 33 questions were wrong. I remember the correct answer for the 17th question is B, Shiranui Genma added. Huibishu and Akai were momentarily stunned before their emotions flipped. Akai exhaled deeply, while Huibishu began to pound her chest in frustration, exclaiming, why does this happen every time? Why is my intuition always wrong? You probably don't recall when you were right, Shiranui Genma remarked. It's just 1 point. Why the commotion? Huibishu's face turned pale as she swallowed hard. I got stuck on the third problem and barely addressed the last 3. You're not failing, are you? Huibishu shook her head, grimacing, I don't know. Shiranui Genma patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Well, the exam is over. Just let it go and don't let it affect the upcoming tests. Huibishu closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Dad, where are you going? I'm heading to the hospital to check on Aunt Yui. Hataki-san hesitated slightly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi instantly wore a displeased expression and silently retreated to his room. Hataki-san's demeanor darkened, but he turned and left, making his way to a nearby flower shop. Excuse me, I'd like to buy a bouquet for a patient. He said. Son. Of course, the shopkeeper, a woman in her 50s, replied, initially taken aback before rising to fetch the flowers. After purchasing the flowers, Hataki-san continued towards the Konoha hospital. Upon arrival, after several inquiries, he located a patient room. Knock, knock. Inside the room sat a young woman with long hair, half reclining on the bed. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes were bandaged. Indeed, she was Uchiha Yui, who had lost her sight. The knocking went unanswered, and Hataki-san hesitated momentarily. Yui? Upon hearing that voice, Uchiha Yui's body trembled violently. Zain? Hataki-san entered and sat down, placing the flowers beside the hospital bed. It's me. How are you feeling now? How do I feel? Uchiha Yui suddenly covered her face and wept, her voice hoarse. I have lost everything. Hataki-san lowered his head. I'm sorry. Uchiha Yui suddenly grasped his clothing. I don't want your apologies. I want my eyes. I want the Sharingan. Zain, please help me get my Sharingan back, will you? Xiao Yi, please calm down, Hataki-san said. Uchiha Yui trembled even more violently, pleading, Zain, I want my eyes. I beg you, help me. As long as you can help me retrieve my eyes, I will agree to anything you ask, all right, Zain? Hataki-san replied. The person who took your eyes left no clues. I am powerless. However, the Umbu has already begun investigating, so perhaps they may uncover something. Uchiha Yui fell into a long silence, remaining wordless, her body still trembling, her face exceptionally pale and haggard. In her current state, Hatake Zain felt a complex mix of emotions. At this moment, Uchiha Ii was no longer the elegant beauty with flowing hair, if one had to describe her. She resembled an elderly woman who had lost her life savings. The hospital room fell into a long silence before Uchiha Ii suddenly let out a cold laugh. Hatake Zain, it seems you can't become Hokage this time, can you? Hatake Zain's expression paled, yet he did not retort. Uchiha Ii continued with her mocking tone. Originally, you were one of the strongest ninjas in the village, young and capable, having achieved great feats. It was almost certain you would succeed the Hokage. You could have been the 5th Hokage instead of the 4th. At that time, you could have married a woman from the Uchiha clan and stood shoulder to shoulder with the Senju and Sarutobi clans. But now, you are nothing. Don't even think about becoming Hokage. Even lifting your head while walking must be difficult for you. Xiao Yi, Hatake Zain instinctively clenched his fists. Uchiha Ii laughed maniacally, almost to the point of madness. Ha! You are even worse off than I am. Slap. Hatake Zain struck her face, then stood up, breathing heavily. Clearly agitated. Angry. Uchiha Ii touched her face, speaking coldly. Umph. Do you even have the right to be angry? Who have you done right by? Have you done right by me, or by the village? The third great ninja war is about to begin. How many will die because of you? Unless Konoha hands over your corpse as San demands. Uchiha Yi's bandages slowly seeped blood, and she turned to Hatake Zain. Do you know? Many people in the village believe you should die. You should die. She gritted her teeth and repeated it several times. You should die. 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 Uchiha Yi's voice grew hoarse, her gestures frantic, nearly rolling off the bed. Witnessing the bloodstains resembling a pair of eyes, Hatake Zain's face drained of color, and he staggered, almost falling. Hearing the commotion, nearby medical ninjas hurried over. What happened? What have you done to her? An elderly medical ninja observed the imprint on Uchiha Yi's face and the blood seeping from the bandages covering his eyes, expressing his irritation. I, Hatake Sakuen, was left speechless, unable to utter a word. Die? Uchiha Ii shouted again, prompting several medical ninjas to become flustered. The senior medical ninja huffed, waving Hatake Sakuen away. Leave. Sakuen, taken aback, leaned against the wall, as if his soul had departed, and vacantly exited the hospital. In the evening, Kakashi returned home quietly after purchasing 2 servings of salt-grilled mackerel from a restaurant. Dad, I'm back, he announced, placing the food on the table before heading toward his father's room, knocking gently on the door. Dad, I bought your favorite salt-grilled mackerel. Come out for dinner. When there was no response from within, his brow furrowed slightly, and he pulled the door open. Dad, Kakashi's words faltered as he beheld his father motionless on the floor. After a day filled with examinations, graduation tests in general ninja knowledge and physical techniques, only the ninjutsu exam awaited the 5th-year students to conclude their studies at the Ninja Academy. They conducted their usual training at the training ground, and as darkness descended, Nara Shikamaru, Guy, and Ebisu dined together in the school cafeteria before heading home. The streetlights flickered to life as Nara Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, strolled home leisurely. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of masked figures darting past him, hastily moving in a specific direction. Startled, Shikamaru instinctively stepped aside, then looked up, slightly frowning. Umbu? The fleeting figures, clad in masks, unmistakably resembled members of the Leaf Village's Umbu. The Umbu operated as a covert organization directly under the Hokage's command, undertaking classified missions and rarely traversing the village. What could have transpired? Shikamaru murmured. That direction leads to Kakashi's house? With a change in demeanor, he hesitated for half a second before hastening toward Kakashi's residence. Soon, he arrived at the familiar little courtyard, where he spotted several masked Umbu members clad in light armor gathered outside. A crowd of onlookers had assembled nearby, murmuring amongst themselves. What is happening? Why are there so many Umbu here? Indeed, didn't they come just a few days ago? Alas, Sakuen is truly unfortunate. As Shikamaru pondered whether to approach and inquire, the surrounding crowd suddenly stirred. The Hokage! The Hokage is coming, make way! The 3rd Hokage had arrived, indicating a serious situation. Shikamaru turned to see a slender elderly man in Hokage robes, flanked by 2 Umbu members, making his way through the throng, his kindly face etched with gravitas. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was just over 50 years old. Though he could be considered elderly, he bore little sign of age. With only a few strands of white in his hair, The Hokage. The nearby crowd greeted respectfully. The third Hokage nodded slightly before proceeding directly into Kakashi's residence. More than half an hour passed without any sign of his emergence. Some individuals, noting the late hour, chose to depart, while others hurried to the scene, causing a growing crowd to surround the area in layers, engaging in fervent discussions. What could have transpired with Zaiyun that even the Hokage himself came personally? Could it be that he intends to defect? Nonsense. Although Zaiyun may have erred, there is no way he would betray the village. I heard that today. Hatake Zaiyun visited Uchiha, but some unfortunate incidents occurred. Could that be the reason? Unfortunate incidents? It is unclear, but it is said that Uchiha shouted for him to die. What a venomous woman. If it were not for Zaiyun's attempt to save her, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? You know how the Uchiha clan is. A young man sneered pointedly. Upon hearing this, a 4 or 5-year-old boy standing beside him suddenly looked up, blinking innocently as he asked, "Uncle, what is wrong with the Uchiha clan?" The young man was taken aback, then ruffled the boy's hair, casually responding, "Little one, don't ask foolish questions, just know to keep your distance from the Uchiha clan." The boy's expression faltered, filled with confusion and a hint of grievance as he replied, "But I am part of the Uchiha clan." What? The young man's hand froze mid-motion, and he let out a huff, his demeanor changing instantly as he turned and walked away. "Uncle?" The boy, perplexed, was about to follow when a nearby young woman waved. "Don't run off, Itachi, come here to mommy." Watching the young man depart, Uchiha Itachi's gaze dimmed considerably, and he lowered his head, silently returning to his mother's side. Another half-hour passed before the third Hokage finally emerged from the courtyard with Kakashi. Upon seeing Kakashi, Nohara's expression momentarily froze. Kakashi was being led by the third Hokage with one hand while the other was repeatedly wiping his eyes, which were red and streaked with tears, even dampening the mask over his mouth. Under the glow of the evening lights, Kakashi wiped his eyes, occasionally glancing at the murmuring crowd around him. His normally half-asleep eyes were now filled with an unprecedented sense of confusion and helplessness. The third Hokage leaned close to his ear, offering words of comfort for some time until Kakashi's emotions finally stabilized somewhat. After a moment, the third Hokage stepped forward, cleared his throat, and spoke with a heavy heart. Regarding today's events, an announcement will be posted at the Hokage building tomorrow morning to clarify the situation. For now, please return to your homes. The crowd exchanged glances before bowing slightly to the third Hokage and dispersing. Observing Kakashi, who was still quietly sobbing, Noara hesitated for a moment, ultimately shaking his head with a silent sigh before turning to leave. What was inevitable has indeed come to pass. Faced with public condemnation and betrayal, Hatake Zaiyun ultimately chose to take his own life. When the announcement was posted at the Hokage building, the people were filled with mixed emotions. Some expressed sorrow, while others could not help but revel in the misfortune. Dear reader, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading, for what lies ahead is truly captivating. However, for the moment, Noara Genshin finds himself rather preoccupied. After hastily glancing at the announcements in the morning, he promptly made his way to school in preparation for the final examination. This concluding assessment consisted of a written test lasting 1 hour, followed by a practical evaluation of ninjutsu application. For the lower-ranked ninjas, the ninjutsu under scrutiny was predominantly the body replacement technique. Yet, perhaps due to the nature of the impending evaluation, Genshin sensed a subtle leniency in the atmosphere. To label it as leniency might be somewhat misleading. It would be more accurate to describe it as a tiered examination. For instance, students like Kai, whose proficiency in ninjutsu was rather lacking, faced only the simplest transformations, while Genshin and his adept peers were tasked with the more challenging body replacement technique. It must be noted that Kai's ninjutsu skills were indeed quite poor. He nearly risked failing the transformation technique, and onlookers might have thought he was purposefully challenging the instructor. Only a select few were assessed on the body replacement technique. In Class 5, merely 4 individuals were subjected to this, namely Genshin, Shizune, and the duo of Inuzuka and Yamanaka. As anticipated, all 4 managed to pass the examination without incident. According to the plan, the results would be announced 3 days after the examination, granting the status of lower-ranking ninja and assigning upper-ranking instructors. Those 3 days passed swiftly, and this morning marked the time when the Ninja Academy would reveal the graduation results for the 5th-year students. As the students entered the classroom, they eagerly rushed to scrutinize the results posted on the wall, accompanied by some parents. Throughout the morning, many lingered near the announcement, pointing and discussing the outcomes. In the morning, Hebe and Kai arrived at their class, jostling through the crowd to find their results, both revealing expressions of relief upon discovering they had passed. "Thank goodness I made it," Kai remarked, glancing at his ninjutsu score. Hebe pointed to his general knowledge score, equally relieved, exclaiming, "Me too. Finally, I can sleep soundly tonight." "How did Genshin fare?" he inquired. Sporting a rather flamboyant pair of sunglasses that suited his character, Hebe adjusted his glasses and began scanning the announcement. 15th, 14th, 13th. 10th place. Upon seeing Noera Genshin's ranking, Hebe exclaimed. He scored 64 in general knowledge and still placed 10th. Beside him, Inuzuka expressed disbelief, saying, "Genshin is only in 10th? No way." Hearing this, Shizune, who had been observing the announcement, shifted her gaze downward, her expression one of astonishment. How did Genshin only score 64 in general knowledge? Did the teacher make a mistake? Hebe, grinning mischievously, replied, "Perhaps he felt pity for you, seeing you always come in second, and decided to give you a hand." What? Shizune puffed her cheeks and glanced again at Noera Genshin's score, questioning if he truly thought that. Otherwise, Hebe shrugged nonchalantly. If it weren't intentional, do you really believe Genshin would score 64 in general knowledge? You see, his ninjutsu and taijutsu are, as always, superior to yours, yet his general knowledge score stands at a mere 64. Moreover, I can inform you that Uchiha deliberately answered the first 33 questions incorrectly. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with him yourself. Shizune blinked, gazing at the announcement of results for a while, then left the classroom dejectedly. Hibiya and Kai exchanged glances. "Do you think she took it seriously?" Kai inquired. "It appears so." Just then, Uchiha arrived at the classroom, intending to enter when he encountered Shizune. He greeted her with a smile. "Shizune." "Humph." Shizune, however, turned away disdainfully and walked off. Uchiha was perplexed, at a loss as to when he had offended her. "Ah, women," he muttered, shaking his head as he proceeded into the classroom. Approaching the announcement board, he scrutinized the results closely, soon locating his graduation scores. Uchiha, Ninjutsu 100, Taijutsu 95. General Knowledge 64, total score 259, ranking 10th. The 10th place slightly exceeded his expectations, primarily due to his perfect score in ninjutsu, which was somewhat extraordinary, yet overall, it was acceptable. He glanced upward. In 9th place was Sarutobi Asuma with 260 points, followed by Yamanaka Ino in 8th with 263 points, Aoyama in 7th with 264 points, Nara Shikamaru in 6th with 266 points, and in 3rd place, Nara Shikaku with 274 points. Second was Hakayama with 277 points, and first was Shizune with 279 points. Shizune securing first place was entirely anticipated. After all, over the past 2 years, aside from Uchiha, she was the only one to have claimed the top spot. Particularly in terms of hand seals, despite his considerable efforts, he still found himself outmatched by Shizune's prodigious speed. Uchiha continued to skin downwards. Noting the 11th place was Yuzuki Yugao, 12th was Kurigane, 13th was Hyuga Irika, and 14th was Yamanaka Hibiya with 241 points, which categorized him as average. A notable decline from his usual performance. Mike Guy scored 233, including the only perfect score in taijutsu in the class. Uchiha briefly estimated that the average score among himself, Mike Guy, and Hibiya was roughly equivalent to the class average. Thus, they were likely to be assigned the same Jonin instructor. The last place was occupied by Uchiha Obito, with scores in the 60s across all subjects, barely passing. Upon seeing Obito's name, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, struggling to fathom that someone so lackluster as Uchiha Obito would later rise so unexpectedly, even manipulating the Akatsuki from behind the scenes through Nagato. He wondered if the Akatsuki had been established yet. After contemplating the results for a while, Uchiha returned to his seat. "You are utterly formidable. How can you score so low in general knowledge, yet still remain in the top 10? Hibiya remarked. Sarutobi Asuma, sitting not far in front, turned to him, chuckling. "Huh, that was close. I almost got surpassed by Uchiha." Uchiha smiled nonchalantly. "By the way, when will the Jonin instructors be assigned? I heard it will be in the afternoon. We are supposed to take a group photo at noon. To think we have to wait until the afternoon is quite bothersome. Who do you suppose our teacher will be?" I guess, without any academic tasks, the students eagerly engaged in animated discussions, their spirits lively and their chatter sprawling. "Have you heard? said Hyobu. 2 days ago, a woman named Uchiha Izumi committed suicide at the hospital. Shiranui Genma was taken aback. Is that true? Hyobu nodded. My mother is a medical ninja at the hospital, she told me. The nearby students were astonished. Is that really the case? No way. Why would she commit suicide, Sho? Hyobu shook his head. How would I know? My mother only heard it from someone else. It's probably because she couldn't recover her sight and couldn't bear the blow. Who cares? Such a person deserves to die. Lord Zain saved her, and yet she still slandered him. After a brief discussion, Funiyama Daikaku suddenly entered, carrying a large wooden box. He placed it on the ground and smiled, saying, Classmates, come and collect your ninja headbands. They symbolize your identity as ninjas. A cheer erupted in the classroom. The students, or rather, the ninjas, rushed to the podium, lining up to receive the headbands from Funiyama Daikaku, eagerly donning them upon their heads. Genma, congratulations on your graduation. Funiyama Daikaku remarked while holding out a headband with a smile. Thank you, sensei. Just as Shiranui Genma was about to take it with both hands, Funiyama Daikaku suddenly withdrew his hand. Genma was momentarily puzzled. Funiyama Daikaku displayed a wry smile, saying, You did quite well in the general ninja exam, 64 points. Your first time, right? A bit careless. Genma smiled awkwardly yet politely. Do your best in the future. I believe you can become a great ninja. Without further inquiries, Funiyama Daikaku handed over the headband. Thank you, sensei. Shiranui Genma accepted the headband with both hands, then stepped aside to place it on his head. Touching the Konoha ninja emblem on the headband, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. From today onward, I am a genin. Once the headbands were distributed, Funiyama Daikaku announced. Upon becoming genin, each group of 3 will be assigned a jonin instructor who will oversee your subsequent studies, training, and missions. The original group divisions will generally remain, but in consideration of balance, the school has made some adjustments based on graduation scores. Now, I will announce the members of our class groups. Funiyama Daikaku then took out a list, cleared his throat, and read aloud. The members of Group 1 are Moonlight Gale, Marino Ibiki, and Toko. Group 2 consists of Hasegawa Kawa, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai. Group 3 includes Yamanaka Sanda, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Group 8 comprises Hyuga Irika, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Mute. Group 9 consists of Shiranui Genma, Mike Guy, and Hyobu. Group 10 includes Noera Rin, Uchiha Obito, and Chiba Tetsu. In the 11th group, after the entire class was divided, Funiyadahe organized everyone to gather for a group photograph on the training ground. He then remarked, Remember to return to the classroom before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At that time, you shall meet your esteemed jonin instructors. With that, he declared the assembly dismissed. As his words fell, a cheer erupted, and the crowd dispersed in small groups. Shall we head to the cafeteria? Nara Shinkai casually inquired, only to be met with headshakes from Kai and Hebe. I'm going home with my mother, Hebe pointed out, and indeed, a woman in her 30s was approaching from a distance. Kai added, My father is coming to pick me up as well. Soon, Hebe's mother arrived, exchanging cordial pleasantries with Nara Shinkai and Kai before taking Hebe's hand and departing. A short while later, a middle-aged man, resembling an enlarged version of Kai, with a beard and clad in a green bodysuit, appeared at the school gate. Shinkai, my father has come to pick me up. I shall take my leave now. See you in the afternoon. Kai waved and dashed toward the entrance. Nara Shinkai nodded, letting out a slight sigh as he continued his leisurely walk to the cafeteria. As he walked, a thought crossed his mind. I wonder how Mike Dai's 8 Gates technique training is progressing? At 1:30 in the afternoon, the graduates gradually returned to their respective classrooms, and Nara Shinkai ambled toward his. Unexpectedly, he encountered Uchiha Haru, his taijutsu instructor for the past 5 years. Nara Shinkai did not harbor any aversion towards strict teachers. For instance, Funiyadahe was also a rigorous instructor who disciplined students without hesitation. Yet he held a profound respect for him even after graduation. However, he felt no fondness for Uchiha Haru. In his eyes, her harshness and indifference towards students stemmed from a deep-seated malevolence rather than a sense of responsibility as an educator. Uchiha Haru appeared to have no intention of concealing this aspect of her character. She never addressed students by their surnames. Thus, after graduation, she could effortlessly regard her former students as strangers. As they walked down the corridor, one trailing behind the other, Nara Shinkai made no effort to greet her, and Uchiha Haru completely ignored him. Soon, They approached the classroom of Class 5. Shinkai, you have arrived. Hebe and Kai had already gathered in the classroom, chatting with a group of classmates in the corridor. Nara Shinkai nodded and proceeded directly into the classroom. Isn't that Teacher Haru? Just then, a voice filled with mockery suddenly rang out. Everyone, including Uchiha Haru, paused in surprise and turned to look. There stood Uchiha Nakamura, arms crossed and exuding an air of nonchalance. Teacher Haru, long time no see. Uchiha Haru's demeanor remained cold, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation, as she merely nodded and continued on her way. Uchiha Nakamura initially seemed unfazed, allowing her to walk a short distance before her retreating figure caught the attention of the onlookers. Do you know what Teacher Haru is like in her daily life? At this moment, Uchiha Nakai suddenly pointed at Uchiha Haru and addressed the surrounding classmates. As his words echoed, Uchiha Haru, who was walking, froze mid-step, nearly coming to a halt. Although the atmosphere was awkward and peculiar, upon hearing Nakai's remark, everyone displayed a curious expression. What is she like? Someone inquired. Uchiha Nakai let out a cold laugh. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by her fierce demeanor in front of students. At home, she is daily subjected to beatings by her husband. She lives near me, and once I witnessed her being dragged on the ground and kicked by him, bruised and battered. She was crying and wailing. It was utterly hilarious. Ha ha. Nakai pointed at Uchiha Haru, laughing heartily. A woman who has yet to open her eyes to the world, and her husband finds another woman while still beating her. She doesn't even dare to retort. Who would have thought our teacher Haru leads such a life? Ha ha. Nakai laughed uncontrollably. Uchiha Haru, who had been walking ahead, suddenly slumped, nearly falling to the ground, but ultimately raised her hand to wipe her eyes and ran away, covering her mouth. A hush fell over the scene. Nakai, still reveling in the moment, turned to his classmates. I've held this in for 2 years, and finally, I get to reveal it on graduation day. Isn't it a delightful surprise? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Heibei's expression darkened slightly, his brows furrowed as he glanced at Nara Gunjian. Though I have no particular fondness for Teacher Haru, Nakai is truly a scoundrel. Agreed. Nara Gunjian replied coldly. Kai clenched his fists. Gunjian, I want to punch him. Nara Gunjian shook his head. Let it go. After all, we are still in school. And what about? Nara Gunjian continued meaningfully. I believe Nakai will eventually meet his demise. Heibei, with a hint of excitement, whispered, Are you planning to take him down? Perhaps. Nara Gunjian replied noncommittally. A moment later, Funaya Dahe arrived at the doorway, clapping his hands. Everyone, please take your seats in the classroom. Your Jonin instructor will be here shortly. Upon hearing this, the students eagerly surged into the classroom, animatedly discussing among themselves. Even Nara Gunjian, as he entered the classroom, couldn't he help but ponder who his guiding instructor would be. The students waited in the classroom for over 10 minutes, and soon footsteps and conversations could be heard from outside. Funaya Dahe then smiled and announced, Your Jonin instructor has arrived. Those whose groups are called should proceed with their respective teachers. As soon as he finished speaking, several ninjas clad in vests entered the room, all appearing to be around 30 years of age. Group 3, follow me. Group 1. Group 5, over here. Group 8. Group 2. The Jonin displayed a no-nonsense demeanor, promptly calling their groups as they entered and then leading them out of the classroom. In less than 10 minutes, the classroom had emptied significantly, leaving only a few groups behind. Shonin Dahe glanced outside. Some teachers might arrive a tad late, but there was no rush. They likely wouldn't be long. After a while, 2 upper ninjas entered. I am the instructor for Group 4, along with the lower ninjas from my group. Group 11 has come to my side. The 6 individuals from Groups 4 and 11 promptly vacated their seats and followed the teacher out of the classroom, as classmates were gradually escorted away by their respective instructors. The trio of Noera Genkan, Kai, and Hibiki Su couldn't help but feel a slight anxiety. Only their Group 9 and 1 member from Group 6 remained. Why is our teacher still not here? Hibiki repeatedly adjusted his small sunglasses, appearing quite apprehensive. Kai sat up straight. Let's wait a bit longer. The members of Group 6, sharing the same predicament, murmured amongst themselves. Soon, a strikingly voluptuous woman clad in fishnet stockings entered. She gently tossed her soft, long hair and languidly announced, Group 9. Hibiki was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with an almost palpable brilliance. Indeed, the longest wait yields the greatest reward. Though Noera Genkan and Kai were indifferent to whether their instructor was beautiful, They wouldn't mind if the organization insisted on such arrangements. Just as the three prepared to rise, the enchanting teacher blinked, as if just awakening. Her face flushed, and she quickly corrected herself. "Ah, my apologies, it's actually Group 6. Group 6, come with me." She waved her hand, and the three from Group 6 joyfully rushed over, surrounding the teacher as they exited the classroom. Noara Jinkan and Kai exchanged glances, while Hibiki wore an expression of disbelief. "Why is this happening?" "Why?" Kai patted his shoulder. "The longer the wait, the greater the reward, right? Don't fret. Perhaps our instructor is exceptionally talented." Hibiki slumped over the desk, dejectedly murmuring, "I hope so." Moments passed, yet no teacher entered. Shon and Dahei checked the time. "You all wait here for now. There is an important meeting at the school starting soon. If the teacher hasn't arrived by 4 o'clock, feel free to come to my office." Understood. After Shon and Dahei departed, only Noara Jinkan and his two companions remained in the classroom. Following another lengthy wait, a lean young man with short braids and a sword hurriedly entered the classroom. Upon spotting Noara Jinkan and his friends, the young man wore an apologetic expression and bowed as he entered. "I sincerely apologize. I am Muki Nagayoshi, the instructor for Group 9. I was delayed due to personal matters, and I regret making you wait." "Muki Nagayoshi?" Noara Jinkan pondered for a moment, then shook his head inwardly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had not heard of Muki Nagayoshi, and it seemed unlikely that he was a formidable figure. However, he had heard of Muki Koto, a highly esteemed ninja in the village. Perhaps they were related? Note, neither a captivating beauty with long hair nor a formidable veteran of the ninja world. Arriving so late seems to be the stark reality. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, yet Kai appeared indifferent to it, rising first to approach, followed closely by Nara Shikamaru and Ebisu. "Teacher Nagai," the three of them bowed respectfully. Mukumo Nagai returned the courtesy with a polite smile, exclaiming, "Hello, everyone." He then turned his gaze towards Nara Shikamaru, grinning as he remarked, "You must be Nara Shikamaru. I've heard you are among the few in your entire grade to score full marks in ninjutsu, with your taijutsu also nearing perfection. Moreover, you are the youngest Fuinjutsu master. I, as a special jonin, feel rather humbled to be your teacher." The term special jonin encompasses two categories: the ordinary jonin, who are seasoned warriors with widely recognized strength and life experience, having passed the jonin examination overseen by the Umbu, such as the adult Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma in the original narrative. In contrast, special jonin, despite their impressive title, possess slightly lesser strength than ordinary jonin, existing in a realm between jonin and shunin, often excelling in specific areas such as assassination, intelligence, or education. The adult Nara Shikamaru from the original story is characterized as an assassination-type special jonin, while Ebisu serves as an education-type special jonin. Nara Shikamaru's Fuinjutsu teacher, Sarutobi In, is similarly a special jonin. However, due to age and prolonged absence from combat missions, his abilities have likely diminished to that of an ordinary chunin. Officially, both special jonin and ordinary jonin share the same status and benefits, regarded broadly as jonin and qualified to serve as instructors. Nevertheless, apart from a few exceptionally contributing special jonin, the general populace tends to hold a greater respect for ordinary jonin. The revelation that Mukumo Nagai is merely a special jonin left Nara Shikamaru feeling somewhat disheartened, pondering if this was a deliberate act of retribution by the school for his low scores. He sighed inwardly but maintained his politeness, stating, "You flatter me, Teacher Nagai." Mukumo Nagai then turned to Guy, saying, "You must be Mike Guy, with full marks in taijutsu. Quite impressive." Guy scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he replied, "Thank you, teacher." He also acknowledged Ebisu's excellence and hard work. After a moment of thought, Mukumo Nagai offered a word of encouragement to Ebisu. He then cleared his throat, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword, and solemnly introduced himself. "Allow me to formally present myself. My name is Mukumo Nagai. I am 23 years old, and I serve as a guiding special jonin. I will be your instructor for Team 9 and will lead during missions." Ebisu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Guiding special jonin?" Mukumo Nagai's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Indeed, a guiding special jonin. Unlike basic instructional types, the primary responsibility and strength of a guiding special jonin lies in mentoring genin and uncovering their potential." Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru felt a sense of inner balance restored. Though Teacher Nagai's prowess may not seem particularly formidable, he is undoubtedly a distinguished special jonin adept in pedagogy. in a comprehensive assessment. He may well surpass the ordinary jonin serving as an instructor. With a smile, Nagai added, by the way, the number of special jonin who are mentors is rather scarce. After graduating from the academy, the genin must undergo a further evaluation by their guiding teacher. While I have great faith in your abilities, the assessment is still necessary. Today is slightly late. We shall convene at the eastern gate of the village tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, where I will conduct a brief evaluation of you all. Stated Nagai. Yes, Teacher Nagai, the three responded in unison. All right, you are dismissed. The following morning, after refreshing himself and donning his attire, Nara Hashin pondered as he grasped his ninja headband. Initially, he had felt a surge of excitement upon receiving it. Yet he had to admit that wearing the headband was rather uncomfortable. If worn loosely, it would slip off, while a tighter fit caused a headache. And the necessity of tying it added to the inconvenience. Were it not for the village's mandate that ninjas must wear a headband, he would prefer not to don such an accessory daily. After a moment of contemplation, Hashin rose and rummaged through his wardrobe, ultimately retrieving a dark-colored coat. The coat featured 2 iron buttons on the upper sleeves, which he had previously been oblivious to their purpose, but it now seemed plausible that they were intended to secure the headband. After all, the methods of wearing a headband are diverse, and it is reasonable to have garments designed specifically for that purpose. Securing the headband on his left sleeve, Hashin donned the coat and approached the mirror. Not bad. Since his rebirth, compared to his original self in the narrative, Hashin's appearance had undergone a notable transformation. For instance, due to a more rigorous training regimen and a balanced diet, his physical development had advanced considerably faster and better, resulting in a physique that would likely surpass that of his original counterpart. Furthermore, his once-long hair had been cut short, presenting a much neater appearance. Had his face also become more handsome? Gazing at his reflection, Hashin was genuinely taken aback. He had never encountered anyone so strikingly dashing. This would be his attire moving forward. Once fully attired, Hashin set forth towards the Hokage building. Upon arriving, he navigated through the corridors until he discovered a room adorned with a sign reading Orphan Asset Management Office. According to the regulations of Konohagakure, orphans are entitled to access their parents' inheritance following graduation from the Ninja Academy, provided their parents did not stipulate otherwise regarding the inheritance. At this moment, several graduates had already formed queues inside the room, among whom were familiar faces to Hashin. Hello, Aoi, he greeted. Yamashiro Aoi turned at the sound. Ah, Hashin, are you here to claim your inheritance as well? Indeed, with the impending conflict, I need to procure additional ninja tools. Hashin nodded in response. You're fortunate. As a talisman maker, you have an advantage. I can only rely on my parents' legacy. Aoi sighed deeply. If only I could access it sooner. The prices of ninja tools have surged, and with what I can withdraw, I won't be able to purchase much. After a brief silence, Hashin shifted the conversation. By the way, Aoi, who is your guiding teacher? It is teacher Chuan Yuan Haya, who is exceptionally skilled in illusion techniques, and was also the mentor of Uchiha Shursui. Yamashiro Aoba chuckled. What about your mentor Genma? My mentor is Makuji Nagayoshi, a particularly guiding jonin, replied Nara Shikamaru. At that moment, it was Yamashiro Aoba's turn. Documents and identification, a woman in her 30s said flatly from behind the counter, gesturing towards a sign that listed the required documents. Oh, all right. Yamashiro Aoba, feeling somewhat anxious, retrieved several documents and handed them over. The woman accepted the papers, perusing them thoughtfully as she read aloud. Yamashiro Aoba, graduated from ninja school, level 38. After a brief moment, she continued, the total inheritance left to you by your deceased parents amounts to approximately 22.8 million ryo. This sum will be deposited into your account within 3 days. Thank you, Yamashiro Aoba responded, visibly excited. After bidding farewell to Nara Shikamaru, he exited the room. Next, Nara Shikamaru also presented his documents and identification. The woman glanced at them and remarked, Nara Shikamaru, graduated from ninja school, level 38, Father Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikamaru eagerly anticipated the total of his parents' inheritance, silently speculating. Based on the notes left behind, his father had been quite active during his lifetime, undertaking numerous high-risk missions, thus accumulating considerable wealth among the Chūnin, and with his mother's share, it should amount to at least 30 to 40 million ryo. After a pause, the woman suddenly stated, you may only withdraw a maximum of 1 million ryo. Nara Shikamaru was taken aback. Why? The woman handed him a piece of paper, explaining, this is your father's will, which places additional restrictions on the inheritance. Until you are promoted to Jonin, you may only withdraw 1 million ryo. Nara Shikamaru examined the document and indeed recognized his father's neat and powerful handwriting. As the woman had indicated, according to the will, he was only permitted to withdraw a maximum of 1 million ryo until his promotion. Furthermore, his father had penned a note to him, congratulating him on his graduation and urging him to strive for promotion to Jonin in order to inherit the entirety of his substantial estate, while also advising him to exercise utmost caution. Frankly, having merged with his original soul, Nara Shikamaru felt a twinge of emotion upon reading those words. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that his father's tone seemed somewhat peculiar, especially the phrase regarding the unspecified substantial inheritance, which gave an impression of ostentation. Was his father wealthier than he had imagined? Was it true? Regardless, as a seal master, he need not be as financially constrained as Yamashiro Aoba. 1 million ryo would suffice. After leaving the Hokage building and walking a short distance, he spotted a familiar figure. Kakashi. He hurried over. Kakashi, with his hands shoved in his pockets and head down, acknowledged Nara Shikamaru with merely a grunt, displaying little interest. It was apparent that his father's suicide had profoundly affected him. Kakashi, where are you headed? Kakashi continued to look down. I'm going to the cemetery to visit my father. After a moment of silence, Naruto Genma said, I will accompany you. Kakashi hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. The two made their way to the cemetery and settled down before the gravestone of Hatake Tsukumo, remaining in silence for an extended period. Eventually, Kakashi sighed. In these past few days since my father passed, I have been alone at home, and I even hesitate to turn off the lights when I sleep. Genma, how have you managed all these years? Genma pondered for a moment before replying. My parents left early, and over the years, I have gradually grown accustomed to it. Kakashi tilted his head slightly. Sometimes I wonder if I will end up like you, leaving this world early and leaving my own children to live alone. That will certainly not be the case, Genma replied casually. With your strength, it is entirely possible for you to become Hokage in the future. Kakashi shook his head. What does strength have to do with it? My father is a prime example, and even as a Kage, one cannot guarantee their safety. Genma fell silent for a moment. Indeed, as Kakashi had said, even a Kage could not ensure their own safety. In the midst of a Shinobi World War, anyone could lose their life. For instance, if he recalled correctly, during the impending Third Great Ninja War, a powerful Kage would fall, specifically, the Third Hokage. Moreover, Genma was aware that the pinnacle of power in this world extended far beyond that of an ordinary Kage. There were even greater figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, not to mention divine beings such as Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki. What does the ultimate power in this world of ninjas truly look like? Is there a realm even more magnificent beyond the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki? The Shinigami sealing the corpses and the King of Hell summoned by the Rinnegan. Are they truly deities from a pure land? Suddenly, Kakashi remarked, in that case, I might as well remain alone. That way, if there ever is an unforeseen circumstance, I would surely be free of attachments. Genma was taken aback. Could this be the reason for Kakashi's perpetual singleness? And you, Genma? Kakashi turned to ask. Me? Genma chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it too early to discuss that? Just then, a familiar, cheerful voice rang out from behind them. Oh, Genma, what brings you here? The two turned to see Shizune standing behind them, holding several bouquets of flowers. Beside her stood a blonde woman in a green jacket, adorned with a blue diamond mark on her forehead. Shizune, Lady Tsunade. Both stood up in surprise. Tsunade nodded slightly. I came to visit Tsukumo and some old acquaintances. As she spoke, she took a bouquet from Shizune and personally placed it before the gravestone of Hatake Tsukumo. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi said gratefully. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Your parents were old friends of mine. It is only right that I come to pay my respects. Leaving Konoha? Both Naruto Genma and Kakashi were taken aback, while Tsunade's face was etched with helplessness. Most of my family and friends are no longer here, and I do not wish to remain in this place indefinitely. I shall consider it a mere stroll, Tsunade remarked with a hint of melancholy. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, Naruto Genma's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and concern. He was aware that Tsunade intended to leave Konoha, but he did not anticipate her departure at such a critical juncture. With the impending war on the horizon, her departure would undoubtedly spell great disadvantage for Konoha. After a brief pause, he mustered the courage to speak. The nations of fire and wind are poised to clash imminently. Do you truly intend to leave Konoha at this time, Lady Tsunade? It seemed that Tsunade only then acknowledged him, casting a glance in his direction. You are Noara Genin, the apprentice of that fiery old man. Noara Genin bowed his head slightly, responding, indeed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tsunade nodded thoughtfully before continuing. Even if I wished to remain, my presence would serve little purpose. For certain reasons, I am no longer capable of adapting to the realities of warfare. Certain reasons? Noara Genin was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled that her certain reasons must refer to her hemophobia, a detail he had nearly forgotten. No wonder. Just as he resolved to abandon his attempts at persuasion, he noticed Tsunade's companion, Shizune, signaling him with an earnest expression. Noara Genin found himself perplexed. What could this mean? Shizune persisted in her silent entreaty, appearing somewhat anxious. Was she hoping for him to persuade Lady Tsunade further? A flicker of doubt crossed Noara Genin's eyes. He hesitated briefly before cautiously articulating, Lady Tsunade, I believe that even in your current state, your strength far surpasses that of an ordinary ninja. Moreover, as the granddaughter of the First Hokage, you embody a symbol for Konoha. Even if you do not take to the battlefield yourself, your mere presence would greatly bolster morale. Would you not agree? Upon hearing his words, Tsunade appeared slightly swayed, yet she remained noncommittal. Shizune added, Lady Tsunade, I find Genin's argument quite compelling. Given the current tension, it might be prudent to remain in the village. Kakashi interjected, if possible, I too would hope for your continued presence in the village. I believe the villagers share this sentiment. Tsunade sighed softly, then gestured dismissively. Very well, since you all feel this way, I shall temporarily stay in the village until the war concludes. At this, Shizune couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile. The four stood before the grave of Tsukumo Hatake for a moment, preparing to depart when Kakashi cast a glance downward, his expression darkening. It is, after all, the grave of that woman. The others followed his gaze and beheld, beside the gravestone of Tsukumo Hatake, the unmistakable grave of Uchiha Izumi. Kakashi instinctively clenched his fists. I shall relocate my father's grave from this place. Tsunade inquired, Kakashi, do you harbor a strong dislike for Uchiha Izumi? In the past, she had nefarious intentions and frequently entangled herself with my father. Now, she has brought him to such a state. If it were possible, I would prefer to relocate her grave. Kakashi remarked. Do you know why she committed suicide? Tsunade inquired. Kakashi frowned. Why? Because of your father's death, Tsunade explained. Upon learning of Sakyen's suicide, Uchiha I had wept bitterly and ultimately chose to end her own life. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Tsunade sighed softly. I, too, harbor a strong aversion towards the Uchiha clan. However, you must understand that, as humans, one cannot act solely based on self-interest. Uchiha, I may have approached your father out of ulterior motives, yet she did harbor genuine feelings for him. Kakashi scoffed, remaining silent. Tsunade continued, during the Warring States period, Uchiha men were permitted multiple wives and could even choose to execute their wives at will. Even today, after numerous conflicts, the Uchiha clan remains the only prominent family in Konoha with a balanced gender ratio, with a significant number of females being terminated by their parents shortly after birth. Theoretically, due to the dangers faced by males, females often outnumber them, particularly during wartime. The only reason for a surplus of males must be the abandonment and slaughter of female infants. Noara Izumi thought to herself, no wonder in the original story. Sasuke was so resolute in stabbing Karen. It seems that his intense hatred for Danzo was compounded by a familial disdain for women. Uchiha women are perhaps the most unfortunate in this world, especially those without the Sharingan, who are utterly vulnerable and lack any status. Tsunade gazed at Kakashi. When Uchiha, I slandered your father, her mental state was likely on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, she would not have acted in such a manner. Moreover, since Sakyen has only just departed, I advise against relocating his grave. Persuaded by Tsunade, Kakashi ultimately relinquished his plan to move the grave. The four lingered momentarily at the cemetery before parting ways. Time was running late, and after leaving the graveyard, Noara Izumi hurried towards the east gate, finally arriving just before 9 o'clock. Muki Choya, Guy, and Ebisu were already waiting at the entrance. Apologies for being a bit late, Noara Izumi said as he approached. Muki Choya smiled. Not at all, your timing is just right. Let us proceed to find an open area outside the village. With that, He led the way into the dense forest beyond the village, and Noera Izumi and the others quickly followed. Before long, Team 9 arrived at a clearing not far from the village. This will do. Muki Choya assessed the surroundings and then retrieved a small bell from his waist pouch. Shaking it lightly, today's assessment task is to snatch the bell. Through teamwork, if any one of you can seize the bell from my hands, you will pass. Snatch the bell? Is it really that? Noera Izumi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the day's assessment to revolve around such a simple task. Is this not the ancestral examination of the Third Hokage's lineage? Or is it that the bell snatching is actually a common test throughout Konohagakure? However, in terms of formality, the bell snatching conducted by Mokumura is evidently different from that of the Third Hokage. The former requires only the acquisition of a single bell, while the latter necessitates the seizing of 2 bells with more intricate rules. Mokumura smiled and remarked, unless it involves some formidable talisman. Feel free to employ any other techniques. Explosive tags, shuriken, and kunai are all permissible. While I may be somewhat lackluster, I am not someone you can easily contend with. Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Noera clan exchanged glances and huddled together for a hushed discussion. What should we do to snatch that bell? Kai inquired. Noera Jinkin pondered. I will first unleash a ninjutsu from a distance. Then you 2 swiftly approach and attempt to seize the bell. Ebisu blinked. Is that all? Noera Jinkin awkwardly cleared his throat. What else could we do? Aside from their previous brawl with Uchiha Nakai, this marked the trio's inaugural collaboration in battle. Frankly, when faced with a particularly adept jonin, he struggled to conceive a concrete battle plan. Considering the trio's abilities and characteristics, having him unleash a ninjutsu while Kai and Ebisu moved in to snatch the bell appeared to be the most feasible strategy. Ebisu, somewhat anxious, replied, "All right." The 3 briefly discussed their plan before taking their positions, adopting a posture of readiness. Mokumura glanced at them, holding the bell in his left hand. "Are you prepared?" "Yes," they replied in unison. "Then let us commence." No sooner had Mokumura's words faded than Kai and Ebisu leaped forward, swiftly encircling from both sides. Simultaneously, Noera Jinkin formed hand seals, gathering his chakra. Serpent, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. As the tiger seal was completed, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, transforming into a massive fireball that surged towards Mokumura. Mokumura was not at all surprised by Noera Ginkan's ability to perform fire-style ninjutsu. He had anticipated this and began forming seals almost in synchrony. Earth-style, earth flow wall. With a resounding boom, a solid earthen wall rose from the ground before Mokumura, forming a semicircle that effectively blocked the advancing fireball. Soon after, Kai and Ebisu closed in from the flanks. Kai shouted and lunged forward, reaching out to seize the bell from Mokumura's left hand. However, Mokumura deftly propelled himself upward, using the earth wall to leap several meters away, leaving Kai grasping at thin air. Meanwhile, Ebisu threw several shuriken, only to have them easily evaded by Mokumura, one even being caught in his hand and tossed back at Ebisu's feet. At that moment, Kai pursued once more, moving with the swiftness of lightning towards the bell. Mokumura swiftly dodged, executing a sweeping kick, which forced Kai to narrowly evade. Seizing the opportunity, Mokumura fled to the edge of the clearing. Ebisu charged after him, but Mokumura did not even glance back, running along the edge of the clearing, maintaining a consistent distance from Ebisu, no matter how fervently he pursued. As Kai was about to pursue from another direction, a sudden flicker of realization crossed his face. As if he had recalled something, he promptly bent down and swiftly unfastened the weight strapped to his legs. Observing this scene, the swiftly running Mumu Chogai couldn't help but furrow his brow and murmur, "This kid is still encumbered." At that moment, a burst of flames erupted, and a torrent of fire spewed forth from the mouth of Nohikage Jinkan, hurtling directly towards Mumu Chogai. Startled for a brief moment, Mumu Chogai quickly employed a familiar technique, raising an earth wall to intercept the fire technique. Yet Kai, having shed his burdens, surged forward with increased speed and engaged him in combat. Before long, Hibishu also closed in, and the 2 joined forces to grapple with Mumu Chogai, who found himself momentarily trapped. Witnessing this, Nohikage Jinkan made a decisive move, drawing his silver blade and rushing forward, shouting as he aimed to strike down with the back of his sword. "Earth release, crumbling earth palm," Mumu Chogai shouted, striking the ground with force. With a thunderous sound, the earth nearby erupted as if shaken by an earthquake. The three were taken by surprise, hastily dodging, nearly losing their footing. Mumu Chogai leapt away effortlessly. Seeing this, no Hokage Jinkin couldn't help but grit his teeth. Is this special Jonin truly this formidable? He quickly formed hand seals, chanting, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs, resembling the fruits of a phoenix flower, shot forth from his mouth, swiftly covering a vast area and leaving Mumu Chogai with little room to evade. To everyone's astonishment, Mumu Chogai did not employ a defensive earth technique this time, but instead unleashed a wind technique, wind release. Great breakthrough. The area engulfed by the phoenix fire was suddenly pierced open, allowing Mumu Chogai to dash through the gap like the wind, heading straight for no Hokage Jinkan. Truly a master of ninjutsu, he exclaimed with a smile. As Mumu Chogai charged forward, still forming the hand seals for an unfamiliar technique, no Hokage Jinkan, alarmed, quickly raised his hand and hurled a shuriken. Boom! To everyone's surprise. Upon being struck by the shuriken, Mumu Chogai instantly vanished with a loud bang. Shadow clone. No Hokage Gunkan's pupils dilated as he began to scan the surroundings frantically. When did he use a shadow clone? Had they merely been fighting against Mumu Chogai's clone all along? At that moment, earth release, heart-cutting technique. Bang! The ground beside no Hokage Jinkin shattered, and a hand suddenly emerged from below. As no Hokage Jinkin glanced down, that hand yanked him fiercely, while the earth beneath him surged like quicksand. With a startled cry, no Hokage Jinkan was helplessly pulled into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Jinkan! Kai and Hibisha shouted in unison. Mumu Chogai then emerged from the earth, jingling a bell in his left hand with a smile, saying, "Let us continue." Before his words had fully faded, he dashed off again. Hesitating for a moment, Kai and Hibisha quickly followed suit, and the three resumed their chase across the open ground. Trapped by the earth, Shiranui Jinkin found himself unable to move, forced to observe the fierce struggle between his opponents while reflecting on the recent battle. Undoubtedly, the most surprising aspect of the encounter was Moku no Myun's shadow clone technique. Upon further contemplation, it became clear that Moku no Myun likely activated the shadow clone just as Jinkan unleashed his great fireball technique. At that moment, his vision had been obstructed by the earth flow wall, and neither Kai nor Hibi was in position to witness the event, making it the perfect opportunity for Moku no Myun to execute his tactic. Now immobilized, Jinkin pondered whether Kai and Hibi could still seize the bell, or if Moku no Myun would allow it to be taken after adequately assessing their abilities. How he wished to break free from the constraints binding him or to deliver a sudden strike, which would undoubtedly astonish Myun. Lost in thought, an idea suddenly sparked within Shiranui Jinkan, causing him to blink with newfound clarity, and a smile crept onto his lips. He had devised a plan. With this in mind, he focused intently on the three engaged in combat, subtly channeling his chakra as he prepared for action. Moments later, Moku no Myun continued his chase of Kai and Hibi, undeterred by Ginkan's earlier ninjutsu interference. Without the threat posed by Jinkan, he refrained from using any additional techniques, evading their grasp with agility. As time passed, both Kai and Hibi began to show signs of fatigue, their expressions serious. Kai shouted as he surged forward once more, while Hibi simultaneously approached, aiming for a pincer attack. Moku no Myun maintained a calm demeanor, clutching the bell, and retreated with his characteristic swiftness. However, this time, his retreat brought him perilously close to Jinkan's trapped position. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, as Moku no Myun approached, Ginkan's right hand, bound by the earth, surged upward with force. Rasengan, the hand, empowered by the swirling chakra, broke free from the soil's grasp, directing the pale blue sphere towards Moku no Myun. Unprepared for Gunkan's sudden display of ninjutsu, Moku no Myun was taken aback and hastily evaded, inadvertently positioning himself next to Hibi. Recognizing the opening, Hibi leapt into action with a flying kick. Moku no Myun instinctively raised his hands to block, just as Kai closed in with even greater speed, swiftly grasping the bell. Clink! Holding the bell triumphantly, Kai exclaimed, "I've got it." Finally, Hibi echoed his sentiment, visibly relieved. Moku no Myun exhaled deeply, halting his movements, and remarked with a hint of resignation, "I didn't expect you to seize it so quickly." At that moment, Shiranui Jinkan emerged from the earth, brushing off the dirt with a somewhat disheveled appearance. Moku no Myun turned to him, arms crossed, and after a brief contemplation, inquired, "Jinkan, What is the name of the ninjutsu you just executed? In the midst of a conversation, Noera Hikari initially intended to refer to the spiral sphere. But upon recalling that Minato Namikaze had likely either developed or was in the process of developing it, he opted to rephrase his statement. Instead, he declared, "The art of ball manipulation." The art of ball manipulation? Moki Nagayoshi was taken aback, with both Guy and Ebisu casting curious glances in his direction. Noera Hikari scratched his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed as he explained, "This is a jutsu I invented myself. It resembles the act of molding a ball with chakra, hence the name." Moki Nagayoshi was greatly moved, exclaiming, "You invented this? When?" His astonishment was warranted. The majority of ninjas go their entire lives without creating anything of note. And here was Noera Hikari, freshly graduated, having developed such a formidable technique as the art of ball manipulation. Despite knowing that Hikari had achieved a perfect score in ninjutsu, this was still quite remarkable. It was probably a few years ago. One day, while playing with a water balloon, I suddenly wondered if I could make it burst using chakra movement. After some experimentation, I was surprised to find that it worked. Noera Hikari added, "AKA and Ebisu are aware of this as well." Moki Nagayoshi turned to Guy and Ebisu, the latter nodding in affirmation. Guy remarked, "Indeed, Hikari often played with water balloons. Balloons are rubber balls, and we witnessed him using chakra to burst them." However, they had not anticipated that Hikari could actually invent a jutsu through this method. Ebisu then leaned closer to Noera Hikari, patting his shoulder with a grin. "The art of ball manipulation sounds impressive. Hikari, could you teach me how to do it? That is something I can't teach you. You already know how I practice it. Just take your time to train," Noera Hikari replied. "Though I feel this technique still lacks perfection, both its speed and power leave much to be desired." Moki Nagayoshi, stroking his chin in contemplation, remained silent, lost in thought about the remarkable art of ball manipulation. "Teacher, have we passed the assessment?" Guy inquired, holding a bell. Moki Nagayoshi returned to the moment, smiling and nodding. "Yes, you have successfully passed the assessment." However, before Noera Hikari and the others could celebrate, he shifted his tone, stating seriously, "Although you have passed the bell-grabbing test, I have also identified some issues during your assessment." "What issues?" Noera Hikari and the others exchanged glances, perplexed. Moki Nagayoshi first addressed Guy, "As far as I know, you struggle with using ninjutsu, correct?" Guy lowered his head in shame, replying, "I can't even perform the shadow clone technique yet. If the graduation exam hadn't involved the transformation technique, I probably wouldn't have graduated." Due to his innate talent, this was an inevitable circumstance. "Your awareness of the issue and your dedication to improving your physical techniques is commendable," Moki Nagayoshi responded with an open mind. He then continued, "I noticed you were wearing weights earlier, is that correct?" "Yes," Guy affirmed. Moku Muryu nodded slightly, acknowledging, "While diligent training is undoubtedly commendable, given your age, the intensity of your current regimen may be excessive. If this continues, it could hinder your long-term development." Kai hesitated, "But if I do not train like this, I will struggle to keep pace with others." Moku Muryu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I recommend that you temper your training intensity, unless your ambition is to be merely a ninja for 2 decades. Upon hearing this, Kai lowered his head, his countenance heavy, remaining silent. Moku Muryu chuckled lightly. "Of course, a teacher who merely lectures is not a competent one. Therefore, while I advise you to reduce your training intensity, I will also devise a means to ensure that your prowess does not diminish." "Really?" Kai blinked in disbelief. "What weapons will you use?" Moku Muryu inquired suddenly. Kai shook his head. "I do not know how to use any." "I see. Then I shall bring a few weapons for you to try when we return." A taijutsu-focused ninja without weaponry is indeed at a disadvantage in battle. "Thank you, teacher," Kai responded, somewhat invigorated. Moku Muryu continued, "In addition, you need to train in chakra control techniques. This is fundamental. Even if you do not learn ninjutsu, it is essential to master. I will elaborate on the specific training content later. All 3 of you must learn this." "Understood," the trio replied in unison. At that moment, Noera Jinkin pondered that the chakra control techniques Moku Muryu mentioned likely referred to walking on trees and water. After analyzing Kai's concerns, Moku Muryu spoke again. "Aside from a few exceptionally powerful ninjas capable of operating independently, the vast majority must function within a team, and you are no exception, at least for now. Teamwork necessitates synergy, where each member fulfills their role. This requires ninjas to possess a distinctive combat style. For instance, Kai excels in taijutsu, while Genkan is proficient in ninjutsu. His gaze then shifted slowly towards Ebisu. As for Ebisu, Moku Muryu contemplated, in comparison to most graduates, your overall strength is quite remarkable. However, within this team, you undeniably lack a defined combat style. In other words, you cannot contribute your unique capabilities to this team. Ebisu's face turned slightly red as he scratched his head. Yes. During the recent bell-grabbing exercise, he was neither able to unleash various ninjutsu like Noera Genkin nor engage in agile, forceful close combat like Kai. He could only flit about like a scattered soldier, ineffectively harassing Moku Muryu, rendering his impact rather insignificant. Initially, in ninja school, Ebisu's overall performance was average among the trio. Yet upon graduation, he found himself as the one facing the most significant challenges, which was rather embarrassing. "Teacher, what should I do?" Ebisu asked. "If you wish to remain in this team and aspire for its strength, I recommend that you delve into one or two areas among Jinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, or sensory ninjutsu. This way, the three of you can form a closely knit team without apparent weaknesses," Moku Muryu suggested gently. Jinjutsu, medical, sensory. Ebisu appeared to be grappling with the choices before him. Mu Changyi smiled gently, saying that it was not yet necessary for them to ponder over it. As the primary factors would depend on their innate talents and interests, he would subsequently assess their abilities in these three areas, so there was no need for them to be overly concerned at this moment. Indeed, Mu Changyi nodded. Additionally, there is another matter to consider. At around 11 years of age, you are at a crucial stage of growth, and thus it is imperative to maintain a balanced diet. Do not underestimate the importance of this. Your future physique, chakra capacity, and mental acuity will be significantly influenced by your current dietary habits. This alone could account for at least 1/10 of your future strength. The specific considerations have undoubtedly been covered in your textbooks, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Thereafter, Mu Changyi imparted various essential knowledge and foundational insights related to the Chūnin stage to the trio of Shiranui Genkan. During this exchange, Shiranui Genkan gradually discerned the distinctive traits of this exceptional jonin, who possessed a remarkable breadth of knowledge on a multitude of subjects, not merely confined to the common lore. Even in the realm of scientific knowledge, which often faces unwarranted disdain, Mu Changyi exhibited a profound understanding, devoid of any dismissive attitude. Consequently, Shiranui Genkan's feelings of imbalance dissipated entirely. As an exceptional jonin, Mu Changyi certainly demonstrated considerable expertise. Rising to his feet, Mu Changyi declared, "Now, I shall demonstrate a small technique for chakra control." With that, he turned and approached a large tree, effortlessly walking up its vertical trunk as if it were flat ground. "So that is how it is," Hibaishu remarked in realization. Mu Changyi paused, glancing back. "Have you learned this?" Hibaishu nodded. "Yes, teacher. Both Genkan and I have practiced tree walking and water walking, though Kai has yet to master them. You have learned quite early." Mu Changyi replied as he descended from the tree and turned his attention to Kai. "In that case, I shall focus on training Kai in these two techniques moving forward." Kai nodded nervously in agreement. As noon approached, Mu Changyi glanced up at the sun. "All right. You may all return for now. Assemble at the mission assignment area by 2 o'clock this afternoon. You will undertake your very first mission." "Yes." Dismissed. At noon, in the jigging hall, the largest bookstore in Kanahagakure, a myriad of books ranging from fairy tales, comics, and ninja literature to humanities, geography, and science texts could be found. Naturally, the bookstore was bustling with patrons every day. While leisurely enjoying some meat skewers, Mu Changyi made his way to jigging hall, wandering over to the geography section and beginning his search. After a short while, a golden-haired youth entered, playfully tapping him on the shoulder before continuing deeper into the bookstore. Initially, Mu Changyi paid it no mind, but then it struck him. It was Minato. "Just as well, I have something to discuss with you." The moment he picked up a spirited comic book, the young man, bluffing Minato, paused and turned back, asking, "What is it?" "It resembles a setting book for that kind of story. This chapter serves as the setting book for Shiranui Genkan of Kanahagakure. The correlation between ability data and actual combat strength is not absolute. A character rated 40 may indeed triumph over one rated 45. Therefore, there is no need for excessive seriousness. I write for amusement, and you may simply enjoy reading." Official data reference: Naruto at graduation, 29 Rock Lee at first appearance, 35 Sasuke at graduation, 37 Neji at first appearance, 42 Iruka, early stage 48 Iruka, later stage 52 Kurinayi, 54 Tsunade, 59 Guy, 63 Kakashi, 69, later stage, Itachi, 71 Jiraiya. 71 all-time references are set to year 643. Month 2. Uchiha Obito, date of birth. Fire Country, July 17th, 631 ability data. At age 11 Ninjutsu 6, Taijutsu 5, Jinjutsu 4, Wisdom 9, Strength 6, Speed 5. Precision 5, Seals 6 total. 46, Hatake Kakashi, date of birth. Fire Country, September 15th, 631 ability data. At age 11 Ninjutsu 7, Taijutsu 6, Jinjutsu 6, Wisdom 6. Strength 6, Speed 7, Precision 5, Seals 8 total. 51, Might Guy, date of birth. Fire Country, January 1st, 631 ability data. At age 12 Ninjutsu 3, Taijutsu 7, Jinjutsu 1, Wisdom 3, Strength 6, Speed 6, Precision 6, Seals 2 total. 34, Ebisu, date of birth. Fire Country, March 8th, 631 ability data. At age 11 Ninjutsu 5, Taijutsu 4, Jinjutsu 4, Wisdom 5, Strength 4, Speed 5, Precision 4, Seals 4 total. 35, Uchiha Sasuke, ability data, before his demise, around age 33 Ninjutsu 10, Taijutsu 8, Jinjutsu 8, Wisdom 8, Strength 8, Speed 8, Precision 9, Seals 10 total. 69, on par with Jiraiya, yet met an untimely end, failing to reach 70. Uzumaki Kushina, ability data, at age 23 Ninjutsu 7, Taijutsu 7, Jinjutsu 7, Wisdom 9, Strength 7, Speed 7, Precision 7. Seals 7 total. 58, Namikaze Minato, ability data, at age 22 Ninjutsu 9, Taijutsu 8, Jinjutsu 6, Wisdom 8, Strength 7, Speed 10, Precision 8, Seals 9 total. 65, indeed. A prodigy, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ability data, at age 54 Ninjutsu 7, Taijutsu 5, Jinjutsu 5, Wisdom 9, Strength 5, Speed 4, Precision 5. Seals 9 total. 49, Kankuro, ability data, at age 25 Ninjutsu 3, Taijutsu 3, Jinjutsu 0, Wisdom 6, Strength 4, Speed 3, Precision 4. Seals 1 total. 24, Shino Aburame, ability data, at age 28 Ninjutsu 6, Taijutsu 6, Jinjutsu 6, Wisdom 9, Strength 6, Speed 6, Precision 6. Seals 6 total. 51, Inazuka Kiba, ability data, at age 30 Ninjutsu 8, Taijutsu 6, Jinjutsu 6, Wisdom 7, Strength 7, Speed 7, Precision 7. Seals 8 total. 56, ultimately achieved the rank of Jonin in the original narrative. Uchiha Sakura, ability data, at age 34 Ninjutsu 5, Taijutsu 7, Jinjutsu 6, Wisdom 6. Strength 6, Speed 6, Precision 5, Seals 6 total. 47, I recall you recently invented a ninjutsu. What was its name? Asked Uchiha Obito. Namikaze Minato set down the manga he was engrossed in and replied, Are you referring to the Konoha Ninjutsu Ultimate Technique? Whirlwind Light Zero style. Mumu Chogai fell silent for 2 seconds, then promptly pulled Bluffing Shuemin out of the Konoha Hall and into a nearby clearing. He stated, Show me that technique. I wish to see it. Bluffing Shuemin, puzzled yet compliant, raised his right hand as if to grasp the air. In an instant, chakra swirled within his palm, coalescing into a faintly glowing blue chakra sphere, shimmering brilliantly. Upon the emergence of this chakra sphere, Mumu Chogai exclaimed with astonishment, This is it. What's wrong? Bluffing Shuemin dissipated the chakra sphere, looking perplexed. Mumu Chogai replied, One of my students has also created a jutsu called the ball technique, which closely resembles your waves of light. How can that be? Bluffing Shuemin, clearly skeptical, retorted. The Leaf Village secret technique. Cyclone Wave Zero took me 3 years to perfect. Did your student develop it while still in the academy? Indeed, he began developing it during his studies. And at first, I was incredulous. However, the accounts from my other 2 students corroborate this. Mumu Chogai then inquired, You've just completed this jutsu. So you haven't taught it to anyone yet, right? No, Bluffing Shuemin shook his head. Then it appears that both you and Gunma have simultaneously invented this technique. Mumu Chogai remarked. Observing Bluffing Shuemin's furrowed brow and skeptical expression, he added, At 2 o'clock this afternoon, I will take them to the mission assignment office to receive tasks. If you doubt me, you are welcome to come and see for yourself. Wolfeng Shuimin pondered for a moment before finally nodding. All right, but not today. I'll find time to visit in a couple of days. Do you have something to attend to now? Yes, I'm reading. With that, Wolfeng Shuimin returned directly to the Konoha Hall. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Konoha Village Mission Assignment Office. The building was situated near the Hokage Tower, bustling with people coming and going. High-ranking members of Konoha, including the Hokage himself, often visited for inspections. As Mumu Chogai led Shiranui Genma and Ebisu towards the Mission Assignment Office, he explained, "This is the place responsible for managing missions. Most tasks below rank S will be processed, issued, and assigned here. The Mission Assignment Office will be one of the places you frequent the most in the future." Most? Shiranui Genma inquired. Does that mean tasks below rank S may not always be managed by the Assignment Office? Mumu Chogai smiled, indeed. For example, confidential missions from the Umbu, regardless of rank, are not managed by the Assignment Office. Additionally, tasks specifically for medical ninjas, seal masters, weaponsmiths, and other specialty ninjas are often not directly handled by the Assignment Office. Furthermore, during wartime, the village's mission assignment will shift into a wartime mechanism, differing significantly from peacetime operations. The four entered the first floor of the mission assignment office and joined a line. Mumu Chogai continued, according to village regulations. Each level of mission must be completed at least 5 times before one may accept a higher level mission. Thus, although D-rank missions may not offer much learning, you will still need to complete at least 5 of them in the coming days. After a brief moment, it was their turn. Mokumo Nagatari handed over the ninja identification cards of the 4, a D-rank mission, with a deadline of 1 day. Very well. The middle-aged man seated behind the counter took the cards, examined them, and then picked up the mission ledger. D-rank mission. Transport miscellaneous items to the Konoha Hospital. Commencing at 4 in the afternoon and concluding at 6 in the evening, with a reward of 10,000 ryo. Will you accept? Yes, Mokumo Nagatari replied. The middle-aged man recorded the details, stamped the document, and tore off a page from the ledger, handing it over. All right, you may proceed with the mission. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the task was completed. Following Mokumo Nagatari's suggestion, after moving the items, Team 9 headed straight to a barbecue gathering. At the dining table, Ebisu could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, why do D-rank missions exist? Tasks like transporting items seem utterly unnecessary for ninjas." Mokumo Nagatari chuckled lightly. To provide ample practice opportunities for newcomers like you, the village has stipulated that undertaking D-rank missions can yield certain tax benefits, thus prompting people to compete for these tasks. The result is that the difficulty of D-rank missions has diminished over time. Previously, they involved patrols and investigations. But now they mainly consist of moving items, guarding, and searching for things. Kai inquired, what about C-rank missions? C-rank missions are somewhat more challenging, yet generally devoid of danger, such as patrolling, assisting in investigations, or driving away and capturing wild beasts, as well as terrain surveying within the country. And B-rank? B-rank missions require engaging in combat with other ninjas, potentially leading to casualties. One of my teammates suffered grave injuries during a B-rank mission and ultimately succumbed to them. Mokumo Nagatari said slowly. He then sighed softly. Given the current situation, war between the fire and wind countries will commence within 3 to 5 days, or at most a month. I hope your skills can improve before then. In the following 2 days, Mokumo Nagatari led Shiranui Genma and the others through 4 consecutive D-rank missions, all trivial tasks aimed solely at swiftly meeting the minimum requirement of 5 D-rank missions. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, the 5 D-rank missions were finally accomplished. In a clearing amidst the forest to the east of Konoha village, Mokumo Nagatari smiled, holding a scroll in one hand and a kunai in the other, saying, "Before we accept C-rank missions, we have a few matters to attend to." After a moment, he casually tossed the kunai to the ground and formed a hand seal to create a shadow clone. "Kai, come with me. Shu, over here." Mokumo Nagatari called Kai and Ebisu away, disappearing into the nearby woods, leaving Shiranui Genma in a state of confusion. Just as Shiranui Genma began to feel bewildered, his gaze swept across the area and froze. There lay the kunai that Mokumo Nagatari had carelessly discarded. Its peculiar design and the talisman on the handle evoked a sense of familiarity. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, the kunai suddenly glimmered faintly, a golden light flashing momentarily. Suddenly, the figure of a golden-haired youth materialized in the open space. One must admit, such an entrance was undeniably sophisticated. At the moment the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared, the admiration in Kakashi's heart for the Flying Thunder God technique surged to its zenith. You must be Kakashi Hatake, correct? Yes, Master Minato, Kakashi replied politely. Minato scrutinized him for a moment before hesitantly asking, Are you a disciple of Master In? Indeed, Kakashi affirmed. No wonder you look somewhat familiar. Minato nodded slightly before continuing. I heard from Nagai that you invented a ninjutsu called, the Rasen Shuriken technique. Could you demonstrate it for me? As expected, upon witnessing Minato's sudden appearance, Kakashi had a premonition that he had come specifically for his Rasen Shuriken technique. This aligned perfectly with Kakashi's aspirations. The technique he had created was still far from perfected, and with Minato's guidance, it could surely reach its pinnacle swiftly. Of course, Kakashi nodded. Then with a flourish of his right hand, he summoned a swirling sphere of chakra that shimmered with a faint blue hue, pulsating gently. As the sphere materialized, Minato's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he leaned in for a closer look, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Did you truly invent this? It was not uncommon for two individuals to develop the same ninjutsu, and had Kakashi been an elite jonin, it would not have been remarkable. However, the fact remained that Kakashi was merely 11 years old, precisely 11 and a half. The notion that a child under 12 could independently conceive such a technique would astonish anyone, particularly since it bore an almost exact resemblance to Minato's own invention. Yes, Master Minato. Is there an issue? Kakashi inquired, dissipating the chakra sphere. Minato paused for a moment before also raising his right hand, effortlessly summoning a high-speed, rotating chakra sphere. This process was evidently far smoother than Kakashi's, and the chakra sphere appeared significantly more solid, almost incomprehensibly refined. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then feigned astonishment, exclaiming, Why can you also use this ninjutsu, Master Minato? Minato cleared his throat a couple of times, chuckling awkwardly yet politely. Well, I actually invented this technique not long ago, so in truth, we both developed it almost simultaneously. Due to his own insecurity regarding his performance, Kakashi chose to say little, merely donning a look of incredulous disbelief that appeared quite convincing. Observing this expression, Minato felt an inexplicable pang of guilt for seemingly bullying a child, which made him even more awkward, instinctively scratching his head and exclaiming, What a coincidence, haha. After a brief silence, he shifted the conversation. However, why did you choose the name Rasen Shuriken technique? To be frank, it is rather unappealing. Kakashi seemed to realize this for the first time, responding, I thought it resembled the technique of forming a round ball, so I just named it that. Forming a ball? Kushina's brows furrowed slightly. It simply would not do. Such formidable ninjutsu ought to bear a name of commensurate elegance. However, the name that Sensei Minato had chosen was, in truth, rather lackluster. He mused that it was finally time to bestow a more fitting name upon the Rasengan. Upon hearing this, Minato's lips curled into a confident smile. The secret technique of Konoha, spiraling wind wave 0. How does that sound? Kurenai, however, recalled that Minato's greatest flaw was his textbook-level Chinibyu. The names he conjured for ninjutsu were an eclectic mix, each more cringeworthy than the last. Had it not been for Jiraiya, Naruto's name might have also been a source of embarrassment. Initially, he had worried that naming the Rasengan might lead to redundancy, but it now appeared that his concerns were unfounded. Kurenai shook his head repeatedly. No, that name is far too peculiar. It is even less appealing than the ball technique. Impossible. It is a name I labored over for 3 days. Nothing could be more suitable, Minato insisted with unwavering conviction. After a moment of silence, Kurenai inquired, Sensei, what do you think of the name Rasengan? Rasengan. Minato's expression shifted slightly. It seemed acceptable, yet it was evidently inferior to the secret technique of Konoha, spiraling wind wave 0. Reluctantly, Kurenai proposed, let us wager. If the next person to learn of this technique does not endorse the name you have chosen, we shall rename it Rasengan. What do you say? Very well, Minato replied, still smiling confidently. I believe the vast majority will recognize the merit of my chosen name. Kurenai felt a sense of relief wash over him and deftly shifted the conversation. Sensei, I can't shake the feeling that the ninjutsu I developed isn't quite perfect. Could you demonstrate it one more time for me? Minato interrupted, of course. Kurenai nodded and once more concentrated, conjuring a sphere of chakra in the palm of his hand. Observing the chakra sphere, Minato pondered for a moment. What method did you employ to create this technique? Kurenai recounted his moment of inspiration while playing with the water ball. Minato, without a hint of doubt, nodded in approval. Your ability to derive inspiration from such minute details is far superior to mine. I only had a similar thought after observing the tailed beast bomb. Tailed beast bomb. Kurenai feigned curiosity. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. The tailed beast bomb is a chakra attack unleashed by the tailed beasts, powerful creatures of immense strength, of which there are 9 in total. Minato, not wishing to elaborate on the tailed beast bomb, continued, for certain reasons. I had the opportunity to observe the creation and power of the tailed beast bomb up close several times, which inspired me to create the secret technique of Konoha, spiraling wind wave 0. Kurenai nodded in understanding. The certain reasons Minato referred to likely involved his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Kurenai couldn't help but ponder. What must it be like to have a Jinchuriki as a spouse? Though there are similarities, it is only natural that the circumstances surrounding the water ball and the tailed beast bomb differ, which explains why your ninjutsu is not yet perfected, Minato remarked slowly. What should I do then? Kurenai asked. The matter is not grave. Do take a closer look. With a smile, Minato Namikaze opened his palm, and chakra began to swirl and coalesce gently in the center of his hand. The formation of the Rasengan, inherently swift, could be executed almost instantaneously by several users in the original narrative, including Minato himself and Jiraiya, with the exception of early Naruto. Yet, at this moment, the creation of the Rasengan appeared to unfold in slow motion, taking several seconds to gradually take shape, with every intricate detail laid bare. Watching intently, Kurenai Yuhi felt a flicker of enlightenment dawn upon her. Now, do you comprehend? Minato dissipated the chakra sphere with a slight smile. Outside the hot springs inn in the village of Konoha, Minato strolled while glancing around, seemingly in search of something. After a brief moment, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a familiar figure not far ahead. The individual, adorned with a mane of abundant white hair and bearing a scroll upon his back, was crouched motionless in a corner, engaged in some unknown activity. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato exclaimed, hastening towards him. The white-haired figure appeared startled, promptly rising to his feet, turning around in surprise, and then chuckling lightly. Ah, Minato, what a coincidence. Jiraiya-sensei, I finally found you. Minato replied. Oh, what brings you to seek me? With a smile, Minato responded, recently, I devised a new ninjutsu and wish to share it with you, Jiraiya-sensei. A newly invented ninjutsu? Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Very well. Let me have a look. Minato then extended his right hand, slightly parting his fingers as he gradually conjured a chakra sphere radiating a soft blue luminescence. This is it. What do you think, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya gazed at the chakra sphere, astonished. This technique resembles Kushina's tailed beast bomb. You are correct, Jiraiya-sensei. It was indeed inspired by the tailed beast bomb that led to the creation of this ninjutsu, Minato chuckled. He continued, however, aside from myself, there is a child who has also invented a similar technique. A child? Are you referring to Shursui? Jiraiya asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. No, it is a student of Nagato, Minato clarified, then awkwardly added. That child drew inspiration from the water sphere and ended up creating a technique nearly identical to mine. It is rather embarrassing. Is that so? The youth of today have become quite impressive, Jiraiya remarked, blinking in surprise. By the way, there is one more thing. Minato shifted the conversation, seeming poised to articulate his true intention. Regarding the name of this ninjutsu, Jiraiya-sensei, which do you think is better, Konoha Ninjutsu Ultimate Spiral Waves or a Rasengan? Jiraiya paused momentarily before laughing. Is that even a question? Naturally, Rasengan is far superior. I must commend you. It is quite remarkable that you could conceive such a conventional name. Haha, Rasengan. Following Minato's earlier guidance, Kurenai lifted her right hand, and a rapidly spinning chakra sphere swiftly took form, its pale blue radiance gleaming brilliantly. Compared to before, the spiral sphere he had gathered at this moment was evidently much more mature. Both its formation speed and stability had greatly improved, and it was reasonable to assume its power would be significantly greater as well. Noera Jenkin glanced around, then immediately targeted a large tree not far away, thrusting his right hand forward before charging at full speed. A tremendous crash echoed as the tree, seemingly struck by a tempest, shattered into 2 pieces, with chips flying in all directions. After clapping his hands, Jenkins surveyed the somewhat chaotic scene before him, a faint smile gracing his face. Just before the outbreak of the Ninja World War, he had finally mastered the spiral sphere, and in addition to the hundreds of talismans he had accumulated, he now possessed a trump card. Feeling the dwindling chakra within him, Jenkins settled onto the ground to rest for a moment. At that instant, an unusual shout suddenly pierced the air from the nearby woods. Oh, was that Kai? Jenkins was momentarily taken aback. The exuberant exclamations continued, growing increasingly urgent and powerful, each wave surpassing the last. What on earth were teacher Nagayoshi and Kai doing? His curiosity did not linger for long, as soon after, Muki Nagayoshi appeared, leading Kai back to the clearing. At that moment, Kai was holding a pair of nunchaku, occasionally brandishing them with excitement, his face flushed with eagerness. So it was nunchaku, Jenkins thought with relief. In the original storyline, Kai frequently wielded nunchaku against his foes. It seemed that this weapon was indeed a perfect match for him. Jenkins, what do you think of this? Kai exuberantly approached, swinging the nunchaku. Jenkins smiled. If you find it suitable, that is all that matters. I have never used one myself. You know, Jenkins, when I first received these nunchaku, it felt like, Kai struggled to find the right words, his excitement evident. Muki Nagayoshi approached as well, saying, nunchaku is not a weapon I excel at. So Kai, I can only teach you the basics. The rest will be up to you. Of course, I will help you find a few ninjas proficient in nunchaku whom you can consult when you have the time. Yes, teacher Nagayoshi, Kai nodded in agreement. A moment later, Muki Nagayoshi's clone led Hibi from another side of the woods. As the clone dissipated, Muki Nagayoshi smiled slightly, saying, Hibi has a decent aptitude for illusion and perception ninjutsu. Given this, I will focus more on training him in these two areas. Excellent. Now with the 9th group covering ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, we should still have a bit of time. Let us go acquire a C-rank mission, he concluded, gesturing for Jenkins and the others to follow him to the mission assignment area. C-rank missions are preferable for tomorrow, Muki Nagayoshi remarked as he presented the 4 identification cards to the mission dispatcher behind the counter. After reviewing the credentials, the dispatcher picked up the mission ledger and stated, C-rank patrol mission, participate in patrolling near the west gate of the village. The first shift begins at 9 tomorrow morning, with 3 shifts in total. The reward is 30,000 ryo. Will you accept the mission? We accept, Muki Nagayoshi replied after a moment of contemplation. At 8:50 the following morning, the 4 members of Team 9 gathered on the western outskirts of Konohagakure, ready to commence their patrol duties. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses, casting a glance at the nearby patrol team, and expressed his anticipation. Makomo Nagayoshi, however, remained serene. Patrolling was hardly an exhilarating task, especially in times like these. The absence of incidents meant merely a monotonous back and forth, but any disruption could lead to dire consequences. Disruption? Such as an attack, Makomo remarked. Konohagakure is protected by sensory barriers, so should a few adversaries dare to approach, they would be promptly detected and eliminated, causing no significant upheaval. Thus, if an attack were to occur, it would likely involve formidable foes. In such scenarios, the patrol team would be the first to face peril. The 3 members of Nara Shikamaru exchanged glances, taken aback by the gravity of his words. Is it truly that dangerous? Makomo chuckled lightly. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. One cannot simply stumble upon them. I merely speak hypothetically. Now, it is time to take over the shift. After completing the handoff with another team, the 4 members of Team 9 commenced their patrol near the western gate. As Makomo had indicated, patrolling was far from an engaging endeavor. The entire process was tedious, consisting mainly of walking back and forth while scanning the surroundings. The only somewhat distinctive aspect was the issuance of an armband during their duties, which, once donned, imparted a fleeting sense of importance. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the first patrol shift concluded following the exchange with the incoming team. The second shift would begin at 3 o'clock, with the team regrouping at 2 to discuss a few matters before resuming their patrol. Understood. The 3 members of Nara Shikamaru replied. You are dismissed. As the group dispersed, Nara Shikamaru sought a nearby restaurant for lunch. To his surprise, upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure wearing goggles. After a moment's hesitation, he greeted, Hello, Obito. Obito, who was enjoying his meal, looked up at the sound of his name, instinctively adjusting his goggles, and smiled. Ah, it's you, Shikamaru. Come sit. Though Nara Shikamaru was not particularly inclined to share a table with him, they were classmates. Despite their lack of familiarity, they had never been adversaries, and it felt inappropriate to disregard such an acknowledgement. He took a seat opposite Obito, ordered a couple of dishes, and inquired, "Aren't you going home for lunch?" Obito lowered his gaze slightly. "My grandmother is unwell. If I were to go home, I would only trouble her with cooking." Nara Shikamaru nodded in understanding, choosing not to probe further. At this juncture, Obito had yet to succumb to darkness. One could even say he possessed a kind heart. From Shikamaru's limited interactions, it was evident that, while Obito's disposition remained generally benevolent and not as aggressive as many from the Uchiha clan, his emotional state was still rather unstable, occasionally leading to erratic behavior. His most notable trait was an almost naive belief in emotions. To Obito, feelings were an otherworldly, illogical phenomenon, unbound by reality and untainted by reason. To put it kindly, one might call it being guided by emotion. Less charitably, it could be deemed irrational. Born into the Uchiha clan, the orphaned and marginalized Obito Uchiha never had the opportunity to truly comprehend emotions. Such individuals may possess a kind heart, yet they are prone to extreme actions, particularly when confronted with significant emotional dilemmas. This was indeed the case. Upon the death of Rin Noara, Obito's worldview shattered completely, shedding his once steadfast principles as if they were worthless rags. He became ruthless, sparing neither women nor the elderly, descending into darkness. As they dined, the two engaged in casual conversation. "Do you enjoy carrots?" asked Kakashi, glancing at Obito's meal. "Not at all. I detest carrots. They ruin my appetite," Obito replied, even as he picked up a piece of carrot and savored it slowly. "Then why are you eating them?" Kakashi pressed. "I heard that carrots are beneficial for one's eyesight, so I thought I'd consume more in hopes of awakening my Sharingan sooner," Obito explained. "I see," Kakashi nodded, returning to his meal. After a brief while, having finished their meal, Kakashi bid Obito farewell and departed the restaurant. At 2 in the afternoon, near the western gate of Konohagakure, Team 9 gathered and, under the guidance of Kakashi, made their way to a clearing within the forest outside the village. Kakashi created 2 shadow clones, while he himself took guide to practice nunchaku and chakra control techniques. The clones began instructing Kakashi and Ebisu. "Kakashi, that sword of yours is a silver blade, isn't it?" Kakashi nodded in affirmation. Kakashi continued, "The silver blade can channel ninja chakra. Have you practiced this aspect?" "I have, but with little success. When I channel chakra, it merely causes the wood that I cut to darken slightly," Kakashi replied. Kakashi nodded slightly. "That's quite normal. Progress in chakra nature transformation exercises is typically slow." As he spoke, he drew his long sword from his waist and gave it a gentle flick. "Kakashi, watch closely." As soon as he uttered the words, the blade shimmered with a faint light, which rapidly intensified, revealing a fiery hue accompanied by a palpable heat wave. "Huh!" Kakashi exclaimed, raising his sword. And a nearby sapling was swiftly cleaved in two, flames erupting from the severed end. Kakashi watched in astonishment, and after a moment, he asked, "Sensei, I recall you are of earth and wind natures, correct?" "Fire is my third nature, though I seldom utilize it. My teacher was proficient in fire chakra. Hence I learned a bit about fire nature transformation," Kakashi explained. After a pause, he added, "The core concept of fire nature transformation is intensity, the intensity of combustion. By making chakra more intense, the unique scorching power of fire will manifest more fully." Kakashi furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Intensity." After a moment, he suddenly looked up. "That sounds somewhat akin to form transformation?" Mu Changyi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Your thoughts are not without merit. For instance, there exists a perspective that posits a profound connection between nature transformation and form alteration. Some even believe that with the correct methodology, one can entirely alter the innate chakra attributes of nature. Is there truly such a notion?" asked Shiranui Genma. Lord Orochimaru is the foremost supporter of this perspective, though his reputation in the village, well, you understand, Mu Changyi hinted. Although he had not yet defected, Orochimaru's standing within the village was already quite tarnished. When his name was mentioned, most individuals would conjure 2 distinctly vivid descriptors, heretical and aberrant. The latter had reached an almost surreal extremity, neither male nor female, neither human nor ghost, evoking trepidation in all. Fortunately, it seemed that Orochimaru was aware of his peculiarities, hence he rarely made public appearances, reportedly residing in the woods outside the village. Mu Changyi elucidated for about half an hour before concluding, "Well, these are the fundamental concepts of fire nature transformation. Practice diligently whenever you find the time." Understood, replied Shiranui Genma. Subsequently, Mu Changyi dispelled his clone and led Team 9 back to the village to continue their patrol duties. The following morning, the patrol mission was successfully completed, and the 4 members collected their reward of 30,000 Ryo before promptly heading to the task assignment area on the first floor. Sea-level missions are preferable when they involve combat, Mu Changyi stated as he handed his identification to the task assigner. After reviewing the credentials, the assigner began to peruse the task ledger and soon declared, "There is a task to hunt beasts." The task assigner continued, "This is a sea-level hunting mission, requiring the elimination of 4 large beasts within 3 days in the vicinity of the second forest guard station. Species are not restricted, with a reward of 2. Shall we accept?" asked Mu Changyi, nodding. The task assigner recorded the mission, stamped it, and completed all necessary formalities swiftly. After receiving the task, the 4 engaged in a brief discussion and decided to conduct the hunt the following day, after which they each returned home. On the next morning, Team 9 gathered at the eastern gate of the village and proceeded outside. Along the way, Mu Changyi elaborated. Konohagakure is nestled within a vast expanse of mountains and forests, teeming with numerous beasts. Hence, the village often dispatches individuals to the vicinity for cleanup, ensuring that the habitats of these creatures do not encroach too closely to the village. Such hunting missions are among the few sea-level tasks that necessitate combat, he added. "Teacher, what is a forest guard station?" asked Haibishu. A guard station is a watchpoint established around the village, tasked with vigilance, forest management, and beast eradication. To complete our hunting mission, we must submit the carcasses to them, Mu Changyi explained, smiling. Working at a guard station is quite an intriguing B-level task, with daily culinary delights from the wild. You all should seize the opportunity to try it someday. At this moment, Shiranui Genma inquired. The mission states we must hunt large beasts. What constitutes a large beast? Actually, there is no strict definition, Mu Changyi replied. Generally speaking, any beast that poses a lethal threat to an ordinary person is considered a large beast. For instance, tigers, wolves, pythons, bears, leopards, and the like. Muki Muniki elucidated. Noera Genma nodded in acknowledgement. The quartet exited through the eastern gate and continued their journey, soon arriving at the second forest guard station located in the northeastern part of the village. At the guard station, a small team of 4, all Chūnin, was on duty. Muki Muniki handed over the task assignment documents to them before leading Noera Genma and the other 2 to a nearby clearing. "Let us divide the teams. I will partner with Sho, and I shall assume the role of team leader. Genma, you will team up with Kai, and you will be the leader of that group," Muki Muniki stated. Each team will hunt 1 beast in the morning and another in the afternoon, completing the task within a single day. Kai hesitated for a moment. "Sensei, hunting wild beasts shouldn't be too challenging, right? With 4 of us, each taking 1, we should be able to finish this in the morning." "You are underestimating the situation," Muki Muniki shook his head. "Indeed, for ninjas, the majority of wild beasts pose little threat. However, within this vast forest, there exist exceptionally fierce creatures that can inflict harm on ninjas. Should one encounter such a beast, and fortune does not favor them, even a genin might leave no trace behind." He then chuckled. "Nonetheless, such occurrences are rare. Typically, the exceptionally ferocious beasts are either dealt with by the patrolling teams or have been driven into the northern death forest. Now, let us commence our mission." Understood. Muki Muniki immediately led Hybees to depart, while the 2 teams split up to pursue their respective paths. Kai retrieved his nunchaku from his waist, excitedly swinging them as he exclaimed, "Genma, which way shall we go?" Noera Genma surveyed the surroundings before pointing, "That way." Without hesitation, they ventured forth, occasionally glancing around in search of beasts lurking within the forest. Approximately half an hour later, a deep, resonant roar echoed from a distance, causing Kai's eyes to light up as he eagerly brandished his nunchaku. Noera Genma also unsheathed his long blade, stealthily advancing towards the source of the sound. Now within the forest, and with Muki Muniki absent, he was cautious not to unleash any fire techniques, as they would be ill-equipped to extinguish a raging blaze should one occur. Armed with their weapons, the pair soon spotted a massive black bear lumbering through the underbrush. "A bear," Kai remarked, glancing at Noera Genma. "I'm going in." After a moment's hesitation, Noera Genma nodded. Together, though he lacked a clear understanding of the beasts in this world, their size suggested they were far more formidable than those he was accustomed to. Teaming up seemed the safer option. "Let us go." As soon as Noera Genma finished his sentence, Kai leaped forward, shouting, and struck the bear's back with his nunchaku. Noera Jenkins swiftly followed, slicing down with his blade. A few seconds passed. Observing the bear before them, motionless, they exchanged glances and kicked it with their toes, both displaying a hint of disappointment. Is it really that easy? Kai remarked as he stowed away his nunchaku. What shall we do now? Noera Jenkins sheathed his long blade and sighed softly. Let us drag the carcass back to the guard station. He has only just realized that the most troublesome aspect of the beast hunting mission is not the act of hunting the beasts themselves, but rather transporting their carcasses back to the forest outpost. The journey, spanning over half an hour across rugged mountainous terrain while dragging several hundred pounds, is indeed quite arduous. The two men each seized a bare leg and proceeded toward the outpost. After nearly an hour, they arrived at the forest outpost where they encountered Mumu Choi, Hebe Shu, and an old tiger's corpse before them. Well done, Mumu Choi remarked with a smile, after handing over the two beast carcasses to the on-duty Chūnin. Team 9 disbanded for a midday break. In the afternoon, the four returned to the second forest outpost to continue their hunting task. This time, Nara Shinkanjin and Akai searched for quite a while before finally reaching a riverbank. A snake, they exclaimed, gazing at the large serpent coiled beneath the water. It's difficult to strike it from under the water. Should we find another target? Akai suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Nara Shinkanjin surveyed the surroundings. Let me use fire release to see if I can flush it out. He stepped back slightly and began to weave hand signs with remarkable speed. Serpent of the fire release, great fireball technique. A fierce flame erupted from his mouth, transforming into a blazing fireball that surged toward the river. With a resounding boom, the intense heat caused a thick mist to rise, agitating the water. The great serpent, startled and enraged, surged upward, splashing water everywhere. Unfortunately for it, as it emerged, it collided directly with the flames, hissing in pain and swiftly attempting to retreat back into the water. Nara Shinkanjin quickly extinguished the fireball. Just as Akai was about to act, an unexpected pale red object, propelled by the splashing water, struck him squarely in the face, leaving him momentarily flustered. This delay allowed the snake to retreat into the depths, preparing to escape. Seeing this, Nara Shinkanjin hastily formed more hand signs. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A long pillar of fire erupted from his mouth, shooting directly toward the submerged serpent. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Following up with 3 successive dragon fire techniques, the river's water was nearly brought to a boil, and at last, the serpent ceased its movements. It appeared that it was almost cooked. Alongside the serpent, several fish and shrimp also met their demise, floating on the surface, steaming, some even charred black. Nara Shinkanjin stepped onto the water's surface, attempting to retrieve the serpent's carcass. However, no matter how he tried, even with a blade, he struggled to touch the snake's body. Was he to dive beneath the water to retrieve it? Just as he pondered other methods, Akai's unique outfit came into play. Let me handle this. With that, Akai reached down from the collar of his outfit, gripping the waistband and swiftly pulling it down, shedding his entire attire, including his undergarments, with effortless grace. Then, with a splash, the bear Akai leaped into the water and soon emerged dragging the serpent's corpse onto the shore. What do you think? This outfit is quite convenient, I assenti it. Akai, ever eager to promote his garments, flashed a radiant smile. Would you care for a set as well? He inquired, only to be met with a dismissive shake of the head from Noera Jinkan. His gaze then sharpened as he pointed toward Akai's head. What is that atop your head? Oh, this? Akai replied, reaching up to retrieve a small, pale pink object from his crown. Upon closer inspection, Noera Jinkan realized it was a diminutive, pale pink turtle, roughly the size of a palm, now gazing around in bewilderment from Akai's hand. The very thing that struck my face just moments ago, Akai explained. Noera Jinkan nodded in realization. What do you intend to do with it? I suppose I shall take it home and care for it. Such a turtle in this hue is quite rare, Akai remarked, weighing the creature in his hand. After a brief moment, once Akai had donned his attire, the two began retracing their steps, dragging the serpent's corpse behind them. However, just a few paces away, Noera Jinkan suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to peer into the depths of the dense forest, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. What is it? Akai inquired. Noera Jinkan hesitated before responding. Nothing. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed a presence in the shadows of the forest, as if someone were silently observing him. He shook his head, dismissing it as mere illusion. A sea-level investigation task. To monitor the movements of 4 suspicious outsiders over a span of 72 hours and report the findings to the Umbu. The reward is 2. With a deadline of 4 days. Will you accept? The task assigner stated in a matter-of-fact tone. I accept. After receiving the assignment, Muki Choya led Noera Jinkan and the others to a clearing beside the task distribution area. Glancing over the 4 sheets of paper in his hand, he began distributing them among the trio while explaining, each of you will track the movements of your assigned subject for 3 days, including their sleeping patterns. Does that mean we must stay awake for 3 consecutive days? Heibai asked, blinking in disbelief. Indeed, Muki Choya nodded slightly. Sea-level investigation targets are merely civilians, and the scope is confined to the village. Thus, danger is minimal. The only challenge lies in the relentless 3-day vigil. You must remember, unless faced with a security threat, avoid any form of armed confrontation with the subjects. Armed confrontation? Are there ninjas hidden among these civilians? Akai questioned, scrutinizing the documents in his hand. Not at all. That is simply a fundamental principle of all investigation tasks, Muki Choya clarified. With the presence of sensory barriers, ninjas cannot be mistaken for civilians. Only someone capable of bypassing those barriers could achieve such a feat, but how likely is that? Finally, Muki Choya added, this marks our 5th sea-level mission. Upon completion, I shall take you on a B-level task. Now disperse. Understood. The 4 parted ways, and as Noera Jinkan walked, he perused the details of the subject assigned to him. Name: Chūnin, no surname. Gender: male. Age: 19. Country: land of fire. Occupation: poet, self-proclaimed. Traveler. Location: Konoha Inn, room 206. Quite the handsome fellow. Noera Jinkan mused as he gazed at the photograph of Chūnin. He bears a striking resemblance to myself. It must be said that the individual known as Chūnin possesses an extraordinary appearance. His features are well-defined, exuding a charming demeanor, and he is indeed a youthful figure, yet not overly effeminate. The quality of his identification photograph attests to his true allure. Upon arriving at the Konoha Inn, Noera Jinkan inquired about him and soon discovered Chūnin dining at a nearby restaurant. As noon approached, he contemplated his next move and decided to enter the establishment, ordering a meal while discreetly observing. Being handsome certainly has its advantages. Before long, a young female ninja with light golden hair seated nearby initiated a conversation with Chūnin. You don't seem to be from Konoha, do you? She asked. Chūnin smiled and replied, I hail from Kumazaki, a poet traveling southward to Konoha. My next destination is Shinkawa. The mention of being a poet sparked curiosity and admiration in the young ninja's eyes. Indeed, he affirmed confidently, and then suggested, allow me to compose a poem for you right now. The girl appeared pleasantly surprised. Really? Certainly. Chūnin responded with a charming smile, pondering for a moment before clearing his throat and reciting his poem. To his credit, this self-proclaimed poet demonstrated undeniable talent, crafting verses that were quite commendable. At least, according to Noera Gunkan's discerning taste, the recital was indeed impressive. Within a few minutes, the young ninja had moved closer to Chūnin, their laughter and conversation flowing freely. By the time their meal concluded, Chūnin had already wrapped an arm around her, and together they ventured back to the inn, sharing jovial banter. Not long after, Chūnin emerged from the inn with a beaming smile, making his way southwest towards the village, entering a shop known as the Oddities Store. This establishment was the sole retailer in Konoha specializing in technological creations, such as cameras and watches, as well as an array of eclectic novelties. Noera Jinkan had visited this store several times before, but, due to the relatively primitive technological state of this world, he found the so-called novelties rather mundane and eventually lost interest. However, he distinctly recalled that the merchandise typically bore a serpentine emblem, suggesting that the eccentric scientist Orochimaru likely had some connection to this shop. After a brief moment, Chūnin exited the Oddities Store, clutching a meticulously wrapped parcel with evident excitement. Noera Jinkan entered, surveying the surroundings before approaching the counter and inquiring, "Excuse me, what did that person just purchase?" The proprietor, a man in his 40s, waved dismissively. "Oh, go on. Why are you asking such childish questions? When you grow up, I might tell you." From the proprietor's response, Noera Jinkan surmised the nature of Chūnin's purchase. Truly, the Oddities Store sold everything imaginable. As he contemplated leaving, his gaze fell upon an intriguing item on a nearby shelf, a Rubik's Cube. Approaching it, he confirmed it was indeed the same puzzle he had encountered in his past life, and it was a 5-layered version, exceptionally crafted. While a Rubik's Cube may not be classified as a technological marvel, it was the first he had seen in this world. "How much for this, good sir?" he inquired. 200 Rio, came the reply. "Though somewhat expensive, it is only to be expected, as it is a novelty. After all, rarity is valuable." Having purchased a Rubik's Cube, Noara Hanjian continued to follow his target. Room 206 of the Konoha Inn. Outside the window, he observed the daylight's lewd display within the room, where various props were in abundance, leaving Hanjian's feelings difficult to articulate. The blonde female ninja appeared exceptionally uninhibited, her cries unabashedly echoing, likely audible to the neighboring rooms. How had this investigation of suspicious foreign personnel devolved into such a scenario? A few hours later, Chiyun and the blonde ninja emerged from the room, laughing and affectionately heading to a nearby restaurant. Hanjian merely grabbed a quick bite himself, preparing to resume his surveillance. However, he was utterly unprepared for the turn of events. After dining, Chiyun and the blonde ninja returned to the inn, engaging in activities best left unspoken, seemingly tireless. Hours passed, deep into the night. After a cacophony of laughter and playful banter, room 206 fell silent. The couple had likely succumbed to slumber. Hanjian, nestled outside the window, finally exhaled in relief. Closing his eyes, he sought to steady his emotions, endeavoring to return to a tranquil state of mind. That said, the female ninja was indeed quite striking, and her figure. At that moment, his eyelids twitched, and he abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively retreating, drawing his long blade, its edge glinting coldly under the moonlight. "Quite alert, aren't you, little one?" The female ninja had somehow appeared outside the window, standing bare upon the wall, playfully toying with her light golden hair as she spoke. Faced with this unclothed woman, Hanjian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this not a touch too audacious? "Do you find me attractive?" She seemed to surmise his thoughts, flashing a sudden smile. After a moment of silence, he replied, "The man is a suspicious foreigner. I am on a mission, my apologies." "A suspicious foreigner?" She frowned slightly, her earlier boldness waning. "Indeed. I recommend you maintain your distance from him." Upon hearing this, the female ninja rolled her eyes, reverting to her previous demeanor, nonchalantly responding, "Maintain distance? How about -20 centimeters? Hanjian was rendered speechless. After a brief pause, the female ninja yawned dramatically and waved her hand dismissively. "All right. You may return and report that this person has always been with Yamashiro Nari. What do you think I am doing here? You must be aware. If the Umbu has any issues, just reach out to me." Hanjian found himself in a quandary. What if we all? Yamashiro Nari was about to return to her room when, as if struck by inspiration, she glanced at Hanjian with intrigue. "3 of us would be delightful, and it would facilitate your mission." A cold sweat broke out on Hanjian's brow as he hurriedly replied, Perhaps not. My apologies, I must decline. The mission is quite demanding. Farewell." With that, he leapt down from the wall and swiftly departed from the Konoha Inn. Observing the flustered retreat of Noara Jinkan, Neri in the mountains could not help but stifle a laugh, before waving her hand and returning indoors. Once home, Noara Jinkan reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling in contemplative silence for a considerable time. Eventually, he sat up and vigorously shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. After a brief wash, he prepared for slumber. As he settled back onto the bed, a flicker of intrigue crossed his face. He reached for the 5-layered Rubik's Cube beside him. Staring at the cube in his hands, he fell into deep thought. Earlier that day, he had purchased it on a whim. But now he pondered. This item seemed to belong to the realm of extreme manual dexterity. The speed of one's hands and the agility of one's fingers are fundamental requirements for a ninja's hand seals. And the process of solving a Rubik's Cube demands both physical action and mental engagement, resembling the very act of unleashing ninjutsu. Thus, it occurred to him that the cube might indeed serve as a valuable tool for enhancing his foundational skills in hand seals. With this in mind, Noara Jinkan scrambled the cube and began to solve it. In his previous life, he had only ever solved a 3-layered cube and had little experience. Thus, the 5-layered cube posed quite a challenge. Fortunately, due to his reincarnation and the merging of his soul, his intellect had sharpened considerably. Although it was his first attempt, after more than half an hour, he successfully restored the 5-layered cube to its original state. Still yearning for more, he engaged with it several more times. And by the early hours of the morning, he had reduced his solving time to under 15 minutes, finally drifting off to sleep in satisfaction. In the following 2 days, Noara Jinkan primarily remained at home, indulging in marathon sessions with the cube. His solving time swiftly diminished from 15 minutes to under 3 minutes, until he eventually hit a plateau where progress slowed significantly. Meanwhile, near the Umbu building, the ninth team of 4 convened as Noara Genkan presented his investigation notes to Moku no Myun. Upon noticing that Genkan had only half a page of records, Moku no Myun paused in surprise. "Genkan, is this all you have?" With no choice but to recount his encounter with Neri, he disclosed her identity. "Oh, so it is her," Moku no Myun replied, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "You know her?" "In a manner of speaking. She is quite renowned for her 100-man slaying." Clearing his throat, Moku no Myun added, "Well then, let us proceed to the Umbu to submit our mission." As they walked, Hebisa blushed and quietly inquired, "Genkan, what was that woman's name again?" Upon arriving at a side entrance of the Umbu building, they entered a relatively spacious room where several masked Umbu members were seated behind a counter, each attending to various tasks. Moku no Myun submitted the documents and explained Noara Genkan's situation. The Umbu member remained silent for a moment, ultimately choosing not to complicate matters and handed the completion certificate back to Moku no Myun. Upon reaching the mission assignment area, they submitted the completion certificate and collected their reward, finally concluding their 5th C-rank mission. Standing at the stairway entrance of the task allocation center on the 2nd floor, Moki Chogi spoke slowly. "If the situation were stable, I would lead you through dozens of C-rank missions before considering B-rank tasks. However, the circumstances are far from ordinary. War looms on the horizon. To ensure you possess some combat experience before facing the battlefield, we must expedite the acceptance of B-rank missions." He paused, his expression growing more solemn. "Let me reiterate, B-rank tasks carry the potential for personnel casualties. They must not be treated with the same nonchalance as C and D-rank tasks. Do you understand?" "Understood," replied the 3, their expressions marked with a certain gravity. Moki Chogi nodded, falling silent as he led them upstairs to the task allocation center. The building comprised 3 floors. The first floor handled C and D-rank missions, the second focused on B-rank assignments, while the third was dedicated to A-rank tasks. The personnel on the 2nd floor were all Chūnin, clad uniformly in formal ninja vests, sitting upright and exuding a distinct atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the 1st floor. Moki Chogi guided the trio to queue, and before long, it was their turn. After collecting their credentials, the task allocator flipped through the mission ledger, a B-rank reconnaissance task requiring them to travel to a designated location in the Land of Rain to survey the terrain, eliminate potential traps and wind country ninjas, and report their findings back to the Hokage building. If they encountered ninjas from outside the wind country, they were to avoid conflict whenever possible. The time limit was set at 10 days, with a reward of 2. "Do you accept?" Moki Chogi pondered briefly before responding, "Accepted." After completing the necessary formalities, Team 9 departed from the task allocation center. At the entrance, Moki Chogi addressed the trio, "Prepare yourselves today. We shall meet at the West Gate tomorrow at 9 in the morning to depart for the Land of Rain." "Understood." Each returned to their respective homes. Nara Genkan sought out a nearby restaurant for a meal before heading to the Full Point Hall. Upon entering the workspace of the talisman maker, a tense and bustling atmosphere enveloped him, as everyone diligently crafted various talismans with utmost precision. As the threat of war intensified, the demand for talismans surged. Prices soared, and the Hokage building had issued corresponding quotas, leaving the talisman makers with no time to spare. As a junior talisman maker at Full Point Hall, Nara Genkan had also been assigned a quota, but due to his recent commitments to tasks, he had only just managed to fulfill it. With his upcoming assignment in the Land of Rain, he would be unable to create talismans for at least the next 6 or 7 days, necessitating a request for leave. Knocking on Sarutobi Enka's door, Nara Genkan felt a flutter of anxiety in his chest. "Come in," echoed Sarutobi Enka's voice. Nara Genkan opened the door. Sarutobi Enka, engrossed in drawing talismans, looked up and inquired, "Ah, Genkan, what brings you here?" Sensei. My team has accepted a B-rank task to survey the terrain in the Land of Rain for 10 days, so," before Nara Genkan could finish his sentence, Sarutobi Enka's hand trembled, causing the talisman he was crafting to become invalid. Setting the brush down, he raised his gaze, exhaling sharply through his nose. "So, you have decided not to pursue your path as a talisman maker?" "No," the teacher, Sarutobi En, interrupted him with a raised hand, then pulled out a chair to sit in front of him. "Do you comprehend the current situation? War is on the verge of erupting. Do not even speak of A-rank missions or B-rank. Even C-rank missions could result in fatality. Sarutobi's tone was tinged with urgency. As a talisman master, you have the option to withdraw from the regular ninja ranks and cease undertaking missions. Unless it reaches a point where even the Hokage must intervene, your life will not be at risk. Moreover, with the recent surge in talisman prices, remaining in the shop to craft talismans could yield a monthly income of 3 to 500,000 ryo for a novice talisman master. Before Nara Jinjin could respond, Sarutobi raised his hand once more to interrupt. Why would you forsake such a secure position to take on the perils of a B-rank mission? You are merely 11.5 years old. What are you thinking? Huh? Nara Jinjin added an extra syllable, lowering his gaze. Teacher, while I acknowledge my identity as a talisman master, I cannot relinquish my ninja career. I believe I can reach a level unattainable by the majority of ninjas. I cannot bear to withdraw from the ninja ranks at just 11. Sarutobi tapped his finger on the table, waving his hand in frustration. Nearly all ninjas share your sentiments, yet they still meet their demise. Among them are individuals more talented than you, and they too have perished. Your father has already faced this reality. The lesson lies before you, and you cannot repeat history. Nara Jinjin fell silent for a moment. Teacher, I wish to ask you a few questions. What questions? What caused your teacher's demise? Upon hearing this question, Sarutobi fell silent, and after a brief pause, he replied. In battle, what were the primary causes of death for the Second Hokage and all the deceased leaders of the 5 great nations? In battle, Sarutobi's tone softened, his expression darkening. Nara Jinjin continued. The ninja school has already informed us that ninjas cannot escape war. Although talisman masters differ from ordinary ninjas, they ultimately belong to the same category. As a ninja, there is no exemption from war. Even if I desire to focus solely on crafting talismans, the situation may not permit it. If that is the case, what significance does evasion hold? After a pause, Nara Jinjin added, furthermore, is not the income of a talisman master derived from war? If the world were to be at peace, the life of a talisman master would not be stable. Rather, it would lead to poverty. Sarutobi found himself at a loss for words. Sigh. The room fell into silence for a long while before he finally sighed deeply and shook his head. Akaiba was right. In the world of ninjas, the finest geniuses are forever entwined with war. Very well, Sarutobi continued. I shall not impose my will upon you. If you wish to partake in the war, go ahead, but remember to return with your life. Thank you, teacher, Nara Jinjin said, feeling a sense of relief within as he bowed. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to speak further as he turned back to his talisman crafting. Nara Jinjin hesitated for a moment before descending the stairs and exiting the establishment. However, just after stepping outside, an object was hurled from the second-floor window, heading straight for his head. In a swift motion, Shiranui Genma caught the falling object and, upon examining it closely, discovered it to be a small leather pouch. As he unfastened the pouch, he found it meticulously filled with a stack of talismans, each inscribed with the character for explosion. However, this particular explosive symbol was notably smaller than typical detonation seals, surrounded by an intricate array of runes. This was a composite explosive talisman. Shiranui Genma blinked in astonishment, realizing that the pouch contained no less than 100 composite explosive talismans. He was well aware of their value. At this juncture, each would command a price of at least 100,000 ryo, if not more. Thus, the total worth of the numerous composite explosive talismans was not less than 10 million ryo. As he gazed upwards, he noticed the window above closing, accompanied by a singular remark, "Be cautious when using them." With a sharp thud, the window shut, and the figure of Sarutobi vanished from sight. A wave of emotion surged within Shiranui Genma, compelling him to bow towards the window before turning to depart with the composite explosive talismans in hand. The following morning at 9 o'clock, near the western gate of Konohagakure, the members of Team 9 convened. Makyum Nagayoshi nodded and addressed his team, directing his gaze to the western horizon. Very well, our target is the Land of Rain. Let us proceed. The Land of Rain, situated between the Fire, Wind, and Earth countries, is notorious within the shinobi world as a battleground. Its leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, is a notoriously harsh dictator, and internal strife is perpetually tense, resulting in almost continual skirmishes. The primary theater of the Second Shinobi World War unfolded here, and thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, The Land of Rain was poised to become a significant battleground once hostilities commenced, serving as a site for the great nations to vie for dominance. The mission of Team 9 was to conduct reconnaissance at 3 potential combat locations, assessing the terrain and eliminating any possible traps or enemy presence. After 2 days of travel, Makyum Nagayoshi led Team 9 into the Land of Rain, quickly approaching their first objective, a grand bridge. As they hurried along, Makyum Nagayoshi suddenly raised a hand, signaling the group to halt. The expressions of Shiranui Genma and his companions reflected a hint of tension. Without uttering a word, Makyum Nagayoshi formed a series of hand seals, placing his palms against the ground, closing his eyes in concentration as if listening intently for something. After a moment, he rose, stating, "I just utilized the Doton Daiteki no Jutsu technique to examine the area, and it appears there are no signs of ninja activity near the bridge." The 3 companions exhaled in relief upon hearing this. However, Makyum Nagayoshi abruptly posed a question. What does this imply? Taken aback, Shiranui Genma and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of how to respond. Could it indicate an ambush? Akai ventured hesitantly. Makyum Nagayoshi shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Shiranui Genma suggested, "Does it mean there are no enemies nearby who have detected us?" Makyum Nagayoshi smiled. "Precisely. The absence of any signs of enemy activity through my ninjutsu indicates either that there are no enemies present or that they have preemptively employed similar techniques to detect us and have laid an ambush." Akai and Hibizo suddenly understood. If there were indeed no enemies, it would be most fortuitous. Yet, since this location had been designated for our reconnaissance, it was equally plausible that it had caught the attention of other nations for the same purpose, thus rendering the latter possibility quite significant. Makyum Nagayoshi continued. "If the enemy has indeed set an ambush, where do you think the most likely location would be?" he inquired. "On our path," asked Ebisu. "That could be said, but it's not entirely accurate." After a moment of contemplation, Ebisu's eyes lit up. "Could it be beneath the bridge? To be precise, it should be behind the bridge and underwater," replied Muki Chogyo. "Therefore, when we cross the bridge shortly, we must remain on high alert. Understood?" "Yes," responded the 3 from the Shiranui clan. They continued their journey. The 4 hastened towards their destination, and soon a long, broad wooden bridge came into view. "I will team up with Sho, while Genkan and Kai will pair together. Let us first survey the terrain on this side of the bridge. And do not stray too far from one another. Stay vigilant," instructed Muki Chogyo. The 4 promptly divided into 2 groups, investigating the terrain while meticulously recording their findings, without encountering any unexpected events. After approximately half an hour, the terrain and environmental conditions on this side of the bridge had been thoroughly surveyed. Muki Chogyo then summoned the 3 to prepare for crossing the bridge. Crossing the bridge requires caution. Recalling Muki Chogyo's earlier admonition, the 3 from the Shiranui clan felt a surge of tension as they approached the bridge for the first time during a B-level mission, remaining exceptionally alert. Naturally, Shiranui Genma had his hand poised on the hilt of his blade, ready for action. As they stepped onto the bridge, nothing unusual occurred. They continued walking, and all remained ordinary. Upon nearing the other side, still, nothing transpired. It seemed likely that there were no enemies. Just as Genma began to relax, a sudden chill ran down his spine as he noticed Muki Chogyo still gripping his blade tightly, not daring to let his guard down. "Be careful." Just then, Muki Chogyo shouted loudly. Boom. Immediately, the waters beneath the bridge surged violently, and in an instant, a massive column of water erupted like a dragon, forcefully breaking the bridge apart. The 4 from the 9th group had just descended from the bridge when 4 figures swiftly emerged from behind, armed with weapons. Their kunai aimed directly at them, advancing with ferocity. Grimly, Shiranui Genma gritted his teeth, drawing his long knife from his waist in midair, just in time to deflect the opposing blade. Clang! The clash of their blades sparked fiercely. Genma then recognized that his opponent was a genin from Sunagakure, appearing around 12 or 13 years old, whose movements were awkward, betraying a hint of timidity in his eyes, likely his first real combat experience. Observing the trace of fear in his opponent's gaze, Genma found that the pressure he had felt vanished entirely. In a narrow confrontation, victory does not always belong to the brave, but defeat is certainly met by the cowardly. Splash! Splashing sounds echoed as 7 out of the 8 combatants stood on the water's surface, with only Kai still struggling to master walking on water, plummeting directly into the depths below. Fortunately, he was adept in water techniques and possessed considerable physical prowess. His adversary, merely a genin wielding a kunai, did not seem particularly formidable, suggesting that they could at least engage in a prolonged struggle. Opposing Mukichogyo was a tall, slender jonin from Sunagakure, his head wrapped in a bandage, wielding a long sword. The adversary of Hibiki is a plump, seemingly innocuous lower-ranked ninja, bearing a gentle demeanor. I shall swiftly dispatch this opponent and then assist Akai, thought Noera Genkin inwardly. As he refocused on his opponent, Noera Genkin pondered for a moment before feeling a surge of chakra within him, swiftly forming hand seals. Zien, Su Cho Maoyin. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A multitude of fireballs erupted forth, engulfing a vast area before him, leaving little room for escape. C-rank ninjutsu is typically utilized by Chūnin, although some lower-rank ninjas can master it. Yet for most, C-rank ninjutsu remains a formidable offensive technique. Just as the Sunagakure ninja prepared to charge forward, he was struck with alarm upon witnessing Noera Genkin unleash the Phoenix fire technique, causing him to falter and inadvertently plunge into the water, narrowly avoiding disaster. Noera Genkin furrowed his brow, yet he dared not pause for a moment, brandishing four poisoned kunai and rushing forth, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface. It was not long before the Sunagakure ninja could no longer hold his breath and leapt from several meters away. Noera Genkin had been waiting, a cold smile crossing his lips as he hurled the four kunai, all striking the man's back. With a pained scream, the ninja nearly fell back into the water, staggering in a panic to flee. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A fierce column of fire surged forth, sweeping from beneath him to above, and his cries faded within seconds. Observing the shadow slowly sinking into the water, Noera Genkin exhaled softly, having eliminated one foe. Open! A loud shout drew Noera Genkin's attention, revealing Akai suddenly emerging from beneath the surface, seizing the ankle of the opposing Sunagakure ninja. The ninja, taken aback, was about to thrust a kunai when Akai roared again, his veins bulging, strength seemingly surging exponentially. The ninja barely had time to gasp before Akai yanked him into the depths. 8 gates. It appeared that Akai had just opened the second gate, the rest gate. Previously, the Sunagakure ninja had enjoyed an advantage due to his ability to walk upon the water's surface. But with Akai's activation of the rest gate and his subsequent pull into the water, the tides of battle were likely to shift rapidly. After all, in terms of both water techniques and physical prowess, Akai far surpassed the average lower-ranked ninja. Noera Genkin turned his attention to Hibiki, who, as expected, was entangled in a stalemate with the plump Sunagakure ninja, neither gaining the upper hand. Though Hibiki possessed a solid foundation, his youth placed them in a deadlock, and it seemed unlikely that a victor would emerge swiftly. Suddenly, the river churned violently as the Sunagakure jonin unleashed a powerful water-style technique, forcing the approaching Mukomoku Nagayoshi to retreat. For water-style ninjas, the aquatic environment provides a significant advantage. Utilizing water techniques in such a setting yields amplified effects with reduced consumption of energy. The sand-hidden jonin was evidently well aware of the situation. Thus, he persistently employed water release techniques to launch his attacks, harboring no intentions of engaging in close combat. Makyum Choya aspired to engage in a sword duel. Yet, faced with the relentless barrage of ninjutsu from his adversary, he was compelled to utilize wind release to defend, rapidly depleting his chakra and finding himself in a dire predicament. Without assistance, he would most likely be worn down by his foe. Observing this, Nohokage Genkin made a swift decision to aid Makyum Choya against the sand-hidden jonin. He drew forth a handful of shuriken and hurled them at the jonin, swiftly forming hand seals. Anticipating the move, the enemy deftly evaded the shuriken and, astonishingly, disregarded Makyum Choya to charge towards Nohokage Genkin. Clearly, he aimed to swiftly eliminate the seemingly weaker, yet somewhat troublesome Genkin before resuming his battle with Makyum Choya. Genkin's countenance paled, a flicker of panic evident. Yet he gritted his teeth and unleashed his ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a massive fireball that surged towards the sand-hidden jonin. The jonin's gaze grew steely as he formed merely 3 seals, summoning a tumultuous wave to meet the fireball. A resounding explosion ensued as water and fire clashed, sending mist billowing and obscuring a vast expanse of vision. As the fog began to clear, Nohokage Genkin let out a fierce shout and charged forth, his face flushed with determination, clearly prepared to fight with all his might. Reckless. The sand-hidden Jonin chuckled coldly, advancing while rapidly forming seals. In an instant, his right hand conjured a water dragon, its spiraling currents resembling a colossal spear, thrusting towards Genkan. However, Genkan leapt into the air, diving downward, seemingly unfazed by the devastating technique aimed at him. The sand-hidden Jonin hesitated for a brief moment, only to be struck by sudden dread as he swiftly sidestepped. Boom! A blinding light erupted from Genkan's chest, revealing the outlines of 3 explosive tags. The ensuing explosion unleashed a torrent of flames accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, creating a large hole in the water, with waves crashing and steam billowing. Although the sand-hidden Jonin had sensed the impending danger, he did not anticipate that the explosive tags placed on the shadow clone were not ordinary, but rather a far more potent composite type, and to his astonishment, there were 3, boasting incredible destructive power. Caught in the aftermath of the massive explosion, he was immediately swept away by the shockwave. Makyum Choya seized the opportunity, charging forward while executing his ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind surged from his mouth, hurtling towards the sand-hidden Jonin, sending him crashing against the cliffside. With a cry, the Jonin spat out blood, the cliff fracturing upon impact. Makyum Choya pursued relentlessly. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A colossal and rapid wind projectile shot forth, carving a long indentation across the water's surface, hurtling towards the sand-hidden Jonin with the force of a thunderbolt. Should this strike land directly, it could spell doom for both of them. However, with a resounding thud, just as the vacuum sphere was about to strike, the sand-hidden Jonin vanished into the mist, coinciding with a stone materializing out of thin air, which, along with a large portion of the cliff face, was obliterated by the vacuum sphere. It was a substitution technique. A flicker of regret crossed Muki Mushogane's eyes as he glanced around, and indeed, he spotted the sand-hidden Jonin who had narrowly escaped near the riverbank. Although he had dodged the lethal blow of the vacuum sphere by a hair's breadth, the simultaneous detonation of 3 composite explosive tags, coupled with the devastating wind release, had still left him gravely injured, his complexion pale and blood gushing from his mouth. A quick glance revealed that his small team of 4 had been reduced to a mere 2 individuals. Aside from himself, there was only the stout comrade, who was also entangled in a dire struggle. In essence, he now faced a daunting 1 against 3 scenario, and he was in a severely weakened state. Even though the heavily browed youth lying not far on the bank seemed to have lost the strength to act, the opposing side still boasted a Jonin and a Chūnin-level ninja with a substantial cache of explosive tags. As he beheld the emerging figure of Noera Genkan from beneath the water, the sand-hidden ninja clenched his teeth, his expression a mix of fury and frustration. "Damn it," he muttered, inadvertently coughing up more blood. Despite his intense hatred, he realized that continuing the fight was futile. Otherwise, he would surely sacrifice his life here. Lightning release, electromagnetic wave. He struck the water surface with both hands, causing arcs of lightning to surge through the nearby expanse of water, prompting fish and shrimp to leap into the air. Just as Noera Genkan intended to pursue, the electric arcs surged from beneath the water's surface, causing his legs to weaken and his speed to diminish sharply, nearly causing him to stumble. Muki Mushogane, Ebisu, and the stout ninja embroiled in combat with Ebisu also found their movements significantly slowed. Only Akai, reclining on the shore and gasping for breath, remained unaffected by the wave of electricity. The sand-hidden Jonin cast a final glance at the stout ninja, steeling himself with a determined bite of his lip before decisively fleeing. "Sensei." The stout ninja's face turned ashen at the sight, his composure shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Ebisu thrust his kunai, striking the stout ninja in the abdomen, who let out a pained cry before collapsing onto the water's surface. Just as the sand-hidden Jonin was about to make his escape, a resounding shout suddenly pierced the air. The third gate, the opening of life. Akai roared as he leaped into action, chakra surging around him like a tempest, wielding his nunchaku and charging towards the sand-hidden Jonin with unprecedented speed. The sand-hidden Jonin, utterly unprepared for the sudden burst of speed from the seemingly exhausted Akai, could only hastily draw his blade to defend himself. Clang! The nunchaku collided with the blade, the tremendous force nearly causing him to lose his grip on the hilt, and in his already weakened state, he erupted with another spurt of blood. Failing to land a counterattack, Akai swiftly followed up with a powerful spinning kick, sending the sand-hidden Jonin hurtling away. The sand-hidden Jonin let out a cry of anguish as he crashed to the ground, struggling to rise, but repeatedly collapsing under the weight of his injuries. Though the inhabitants of this world possess supernatural abilities through chakra, the vast majority of ninjas, with the exception of a few like the Raikage lineage, do not possess formidable physical strength, and further training seldom elevates them beyond the limitations of mere mortals. To have survived a direct kick from the formidable guy, known for opening the 8 gates, is already a stroke of fortune. Muki Nagayoshi arrived on the scene and swiftly struck the hands and legs of the Sunigakure ninja, rendering them utterly incapable of performing jutsu or even moving. A piercing scream erupted from the Sunigakure ninja. Unfazed, Muki Nagayoshi addressed the nearby Noera Jinjin, stating, "I shall interrogate this individual. You take on that portly fellow. Focus on gathering intelligence regarding Sunigakure's preparations for war. Once you have what you need, end it swiftly. Understood?" "Yes," Noera Jinjin replied, immediately rushing to Hibi's side and dragging the already gravely injured portly ninja to the shore. "Please, spare my life. Do not kill me." The portly ninja begged, tears of blood streaming down his face as he writhed in desperation. Even Noera Jinjin and Hibi, enemies in this moment, could not help but feel a twinge of compassion witnessing such a scene. Yet, the necessity of interrogation remained paramount, and it would not be gentle. After a moment's hesitation, Noera Jinjin inflicted further injuries upon the portly ninja, severing his hands and feet, which elicited another round of anguished cries. "No, please, don't kill me." Noera Jinjin pressed the blade against his ear, declaring, "I will ask you several questions. Answer truthfully, or I shall take an ear." The portly ninja trembled, tears cascading down his face, and stammered, "If I tell you, will you spare my life? What do you think?" Noera Jinjin taunted, "Are you not a ninja yourself?" Upon hearing this, the portly ninja broke down in tears, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I promise to tell you everything I know. Just ask, and I will answer. Please, spare my life." Noera Jinjin furrowed his brow, then swiftly brought down the blade, severing one of the ninja's ears. "Will you speak?" The portly ninja howled, rolling on the ground in agony. "I will speak. I will." Noera Jinjin contemplated for a moment and inquired, "What is the status of Sunigakure's preparations for war? Has the task allocation mechanism changed? The reconnaissance missions we are undertaking are already considered war assignments." The portly ninja replied weakly. After a brief pause, he clutched his bleeding ear and continued to sob. "I am merely a lowly genin. I know only this much. You might as well just kill me." Noera Jinjin hesitated for half a second, glancing at Hibi, who appeared pale, clearly shaken by the gruesome scene. "Forget it. Let us end this," he concluded. After all, he was just a genin. Even if captured, he likely had nothing of substantial value to divulge. With a shake of his head, Noera Jinjin plunged his blade into the portly ninja's heart. The portly ninja wept for a moment longer before falling silent, transforming from a living being into a lifeless corpse. Hibi sank to the ground, his complexion even paler. Noera Jinjin sat down beside him, patting his shoulder, and said, "You will gradually grow accustomed to this." After a moment of silence, Hibi lowered his head and mused, "I wonder, if we had lost just now, would we have met the same fate?" "Without a doubt," Noera Jinjin replied. At this moment, Mumu Changya approached, supporting the weakened Akai. "Teacher Changya," said Heinekage Jinkan and Huibishu as they stood up. Mumu Changya nodded slightly, then turned to Huibishu and spoke slowly. "Had the outcome of our battle been reversed, our fate would have mirrored theirs. Jinkan and Akai's bodies would have sunk to the riverbed, while I would have abandoned you to cling to life, only to ultimately fail in my escape, gravely injured and near death, and then face execution alongside you. This is the essence of being a ninja and the reality of war." The group fell into a contemplative silence. Mumu Changya gently laid Akai down and performed a few simple healing ninjutsu. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Akai nodded in response, "Much better." Mumu Changya then tended to a wound on Huibishu's arm, and the group took a moment to rest, catching some fish from the river to roast and replenish their strength. As they savored the grilled fish, the sky gradually darkened. This battle was indeed perilous. I never expected we would encounter a sand-hidden Jonin adept in water ninjutsu. Had it not been for Gunkan's explosive tags, the outcome could have been quite different, Mumu Changya remarked. "Jinkan, how many explosive tags did you use?" The commotion was quite significant, Huibishu inquired. "3 composite explosive tags," Heinekage Jinkan replied casually. "Composite explosive tags?" Akai seemed unfamiliar with the term. Mumu-Chanya explained. There are 3 types of tags: ninjutsu type, chakra type, and composite type, each generally increasing in power. Most ninjas typically use ninjutsu type explosive tags. Chakra and composite types are primarily favored by tag makers. When I graduated from the Ninja Academy, I also wished to learn some tags, but unfortunately, my talent fell short, and I only grasped the basics. I see, Akai nodded, then smiled. Teacher Chanya truly knows everything. Mumu-Chanya chuckled softly. Quibishu asked, Jinkan, how much does a composite explosive tag cost? I would like to purchase a few. It should be around 100,000. Heinekij Jinkan pondered before responding. So expensive. Quibishu exclaimed in surprise. Buying more ninjutsu-type explosive tags would be just as effective. In terms of cost-performance ratio, composite tags are inferior to ninjutsu tags. In fact, even among tag makers, only someone of Teacher Yan's caliber prefers composite tags. My composite explosive tags were given to me by him. It must be nice to have money. Quibishu sighed, but the reward for this mission is only around 100,000. You just spent over 300,000 on explosive tags. Doesn't that seem excessive? At that moment, Mumu-Chanya picked up a knife from beside him, the very knife used by the sand-hidden Jonin. With a slight smile, he remarked, 100,000 is merely the mission reward. We also have spoils of war. For instance, this knife, although damaged, is of excellent quality. It could fetch around 100 to 180,000. After finishing the grilled fish, the group washed up briefly by the river. Mumu-Chanya stated, though we ultimately triumphed over our adversaries, this battle revealed many of our shortcomings. For instance, Akai, your chakra control skills indeed require significant improvement. Akai lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, yes, if I could walk on water, I would not have struggled so much in the fight. Your mastery of physical techniques has reached an impressive level. Henceforth, it is imperative that you prioritize the control of chakra in your studies and training. Otherwise, should you encounter a Chūnin or higher-ranked ninja in water, especially one skilled in water release techniques, you will find yourself utterly defenseless. Mikomo Nagayoshi then turned to Ebisu. Little Ebisu, you may temporarily ease up on sensory ninjutsu, but intensify your practice of illusion techniques to enhance your offensive strategies. Ebisu nodded in agreement. Furthermore, after this mission concludes, I believe you should attempt to learn a B-rank fire release technique, such as fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The ranking of ninjutsu, S, A, B, C, and so forth, primarily reflects their difficulty. For techniques like the Great Fireball technique or Dragon Fire technique, it is estimated that the current Nara Shikamaru could master them within a fortnight. The Spiral Sphere is classified as an A-rank technique, which he began to explore in his second year, dedicating approximately 3 years to its mastery through trial and practice. If undertaken now, with detailed instructions, he could likely master it within 6 months. It is estimated that acquiring a B-rank technique may take him 1 to 3 months. Of course, the quantity of chakra is a significant limitation. Although Nara Shikamaru currently possesses more chakra than the vast majority of his peers, he is still only 11 years old. Even with remarkable chakra control, he is unable to practice at a high frequency. Reflecting on this, Nara Shikamaru sighed, pondering how advantageous it would be to possess a tailed beast. While he dares not wish for the 10 tails or 9 tails, even a 2 tails would suffice, particularly as it would align with his affinity for fire release. However, he merely entertains such thoughts, knowing that the 2 tails is currently sealed within the body of a Jinchuriki in the land of lightning. Even if wild, he lacks the strength to capture it at this juncture. Mikomo Nagayoshi then expounded further knowledge to the trio. As night fell, he declared, we shall rest here for the night and resume our mission tomorrow. From 9 to midnight, little Ebisu will stand watch. From midnight to 3, I will take over, and from 3 to 6, Shikamaru will be on guard. Do you understand? Understood. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the 4 enjoyed a meal of grilled fish before continuing their reconnaissance mission. The subsequent 2 locations were surveyed with remarkable ease, devoid of any unforeseen events, allowing them to complete their tasks within a single day. The next day, the quartet of Team 9 embarked on their journey back to Kanahagakure. On their return, at a modest inn in a border town of the Land of Rain, they gathered for a meal. Seated around the table, they engaged in casual conversation. Master Nagayoshi, how many countries have you visited? Asked Akai. Mikomo Nagayoshi pondered for a moment. The land of wind, the land of earth, the land of birds, the land of rivers, the land of rain, the land of soup, and the land of grass. Those are the main ones. It seems they are predominantly in the west, Nara Shikamaru remarked. Quite so, replied Nagayoshi. The conflicts among the three great nations, fire, wind, and earth, often serve as the catalyst for war. With both wind and earth situated to the west of the land of fire. Therefore, most ninjas from Konoha primarily operate in the western regions. At this juncture, Ebisu inquired. So, Master Nagayoshi, which western country have you not visited? Mu Changya. Only the country of stone and the country of Chiji are indeed too remote. I recall that the country of wind is quite vast, isn't it? Akai inquired. Mu Changya nodded. Indeed, the country of wind spans 1.76 million square kilometers, making it the largest nation in the ninja world. However, much of it is desert, resulting in a sparse population despite its extensive area. At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking of territorial size, each of the 5 great nations in the ninja world has its own claims. For instance, the country of wind boasts of being the largest in area. The country of earth claims the largest non-desert terrain. The country of fire asserts it has the largest plains. The country of thunder claims 1 million, but in reality, it is only over 900,000 square kilometers. The country of water also claims 1 million, but that includes water bodies. Upon hearing this, the three couldn't help but laugh. Nara Shinkanjin then asked, by the way, Teacher Chanya, what lies beyond the ninja world? The textbooks state it is flat and round, with nothing beyond, yet they do not elaborate, which has always puzzled me. Since ancient times, people have believed the earth to be a flat slab suspended in the void, round in the heavens. Although some argue the earth is round, this remains a minority view lacking substantial evidence. Currently, it is known that in the distant corners lie extremely harsh, desolate environments where humanity cannot survive. Thus what exists beyond remains a mystery. A harsh, desolate environment? Nara Shinkanjin was greatly intrigued. Has no one ever attempted to explore it? Yes, but most have perished. It is rumored that the Second Hokage once ventured there, only to return empty-handed, claiming that beyond the land lies an endless expanse of chasms, volcanoes, and ice fields, untraversable and devoid of life. As for what lies even further, not even the Second Hokage could ascertain. Mu Changya spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Nara Shinkanjin was taken aback. What could the environment be like in a place that even the Second Hokage could not reach? Could it truly be a void? Is the earth of this world really a flat slab? No, various signs, such as lunar eclipses, indicate it should be a planet. Yet, what about the harsh conditions surrounding it? It seems impossible for a planet to evolve such an environment, worse than the poles, and to evolve so peculiarly. Encircling the ninja world. No wonder, even with the advent of electricity, people still cling to the primitive notion of a flat earth. Within the deeply entrenched belief of a flat earth, the theory of gravity is naturally difficult to cultivate. The absence of gravitational theory is a significant reason for the stunted technological development in the ninja world. What shape does the earth of this world truly possess? Just as Nara Shinkanjin fell into contemplation, a slight commotion suddenly arose at the entrance of the restaurant. The group turned to see 3 young individuals, 2 men and a woman, entering the establishment, each holding a stack of flyers, distributing them to the tables, inciting a wave of discussion. Upon seeing these 3, Mu Changya and the others paid them little mind and resumed their meal. Yet Nara Shinkanjin's pupils dilated, and his expression shifted. Red-haired, orange-haired, and blue-haired individuals. Could they possibly be Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin? He scrutinized the young man with red hair for a while, but was unable to discern his eyes due to the hair's obstruction. Soon, the slender red-haired youth approached their table, briefly glancing at the Konoha headbands worn by the 4, as if hesitating for a fleeting moment. The Rinnegan. At that instant, when he lifted his gaze, the enigmatic rippled eyes flickered momentarily, and Nara Shikamaru immediately recognized him as Nagato. Naturally, the other male and female must be Yahiko and Konin. It was not surprising for these 3 to be present here, as they hailed from the land of rain. Judging by their distinct attire, it seemed that the Akatsuki organization had yet to be established at this time. The moment of hesitation was brief and almost imperceptible. Nagato subsequently handed a flyer to Muki Nagao, saying, "Please take a moment to read this." After that, he moved to the next table. Muki Nagao took a glance at the flyer, chuckled, and shook his head, dismissing it and placing it back on the table. Nara Shikamaru, however, picked it up for a closer look. Peace. The bold letters proclaiming peace captured his attention immediately, followed by extensive statements urging for peace, resisting war, and rallying the people of the Land of Rain to unite and stand against conflict, safeguarding their homeland. In addition to the noble and uplifting rhetoric, the text subtly expressed dissatisfaction with the authoritarian leader Hanzo of the Salamander, suggesting that he lacked the will to protect his citizens. It argued that only through the people's spontaneous organization could they prevent the Land of Rain from becoming a battlefield and grave once more, thus truly welcoming the dawn of peace. This could be regarded as a rather veiled anti-government flyer. It appeared that the Akatsuki organization was in the nascent stages, soon to emerge and rapidly grow stronger by drawing sustenance from the Third Shinobi World War. Observing Nara Shikamaru and his companions taking turns reading the flyer, Muki Nagao remarked, "The Land of Rain is rather chaotic. Such incidents are not uncommon. Just take a look, but do not dwell on it. Sooner or later, Hanzo will take action against these individuals." After finishing their meal, the group continued on their journey, returning to Konoha the following day. They reported to the Hokage's office, received their task completion certificates, and submitted them to the Mission Distribution Center. The task rewards, combined with the spoils of battle, amounted to over 1 million Ryo after taxes were deducted. Due to Nara Shikamaru's utilization of 3 expensive composite explosive tags, which proved immensely effective during combat, he ultimately received over 500,000 Ryo, slightly more than Muki Nagao. They celebrated their success with a meal at a barbecue restaurant, and on their way home, Nara Shikamaru encountered a familiar face, Uchiha Obito. At that moment, Obito's expression was marked by disillusionment and despair. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets as he walked with his head down, completely oblivious to Shikamaru's presence. "What is the matter, Obito?" Nara Shikamaru casually inquired. Shikamaru. Hearing a voice, Obito looked up, greeted the speaker, and then sighed. "Aja has sustained severe injuries during a mission. The hospital has just informed me that he has passed away." The Aja mentioned by Obito refers to Chashanja, a graduate from Class 38, who had performed commendably during his time at the Ninja Academy, despite his reticent nature and limited acquaintance with Nara Shikamaru. Nevertheless, Shikamaru felt a heavy weight in his heart. Barely a month after graduation, a classmate had already perished in battle, an experience that had been fraught with peril during their recent reconnaissance mission. It seemed that war had subtly crept upon them. At that moment, Obito, in frustration, smacked his forehead and lamented, "Aja was injured right before my eyes. Why, despite this, could I not awaken my Sharingan? Am I truly of no use at all?" Observing Obito's emotional turmoil, Shikamaru fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, he refrained from saying much, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder before departing. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, within Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, a series of knocks echoed. Sarutobi, engrossed in reviewing documents, replied without lifting his head, "Come in." As the door swung open, a young man with golden hair stepped inside. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" "Ah, Minato, you've arrived," Sarutobi said, placing the documents down with a smile. He then continued, "I wonder if you've heard about Kakashi's situation?" "Kakashi? What happened to him?" Minato inquired, bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi sighed and explained, "A few days ago, Kakashi prioritized the completion of a mission over the safety of his teammates, resulting in 2 of them being severely injured and his subsequent expulsion from the team by the captain." Minato was taken aback. How could this be? Kakashi would never act in such a manner. The death of Zabuza had profoundly affected Kakashi's mentality. With this latest incident, it was likely that other teams would be reluctant to accept him. Sarutobi hesitated, then suggested, "Minato, you were once Kakashi's mentor, and your current team has an opening. I propose integrating Kakashi into your squad. What are your thoughts?" Given that Obito and Rin are still merely genin, and Kakashi has been a Chūnin for several years, is this arrangement appropriate? Minato expressed concern. "If we do not proceed this way, Kakashi may have to undertake missions alone," Sarutobi countered. After a moment's thought, Minato replied, "Very well, let us follow the Hokage's plan." Sarutobi nodded. "Please offer Kakashi guidance. He is a bright child, and I trust he will not disappoint Zabuza." "Understood," Minato affirmed. "By the way," Sarutobi suddenly recalled, tapping his forehead, "I must inform you that in 3 days, Konoha will officially enter a war footing and commence registration for the Chūnin Exams. If your 2 students wish to participate, ensure they prepare adequately." In an open area to the east of Konoha, the mention of the Chūnin Exams caused Nara Shikamaru and his companions to widen their eyes in unison. Indeed, Sarutobi confirmed. Moku Munio nodded. To be precise, it should be referred to as the Chūnin exam during wartime, which operates under a wartime mechanism. The procedures differ significantly from those in peacetime. Akai rubbed his fists in anticipation, seemingly eager to inquire. Teacher, when does the Chūnin exam commence? Moku Munio cleared his throat and continued. The wartime Chūnin exam possesses both advantages and disadvantages. Allow me to elaborate before you reach a decision. The Chūnin exam serves as the primary pathway for ninjas to ascend to the rank of Chūnin, typically held twice annually during peacetime, once at the end of June and the beginning of July, and once at the end of the year, often organized as a multinational event. Generally, one of these exams is exceptionally fierce, characterized by a high elimination rate and frequent casualties, resulting in fewer participants. This particularly brutal Chūnin exam is colloquially known as the Colosseum, a microcosm of the conflicts among nations, imbued with profound political and diplomatic significance. Thus, those who persevere to the end are more likely to evolve into Jonin, and capable genin are inclined to participate in this Colosseum, Moku Munio remarked. You should possess a certain level of understanding regarding these circumstances surrounding the Chūnin exam during peacetime. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, during wartime, the Chūnin exam is conducted only once a year, with dates that remain uncertain. The preliminary processes of the wartime Chūnin exam largely mirror those of peacetime. Yet they are considerably more concise, and the Death Forest segment strictly prohibits any form of killing, if such actions are discovered. The consequences range from disqualification to charges of treason. Ebis Suzawa interjected. If that is the case, wouldn't the wartime Chūnin exam be exceedingly safe? Even if one fails, there would be no threat to life. Not quite. Moku Munio shook his head. While it may appear that way, the reality is quite different. For the wartime Chūnin exam, the primary examination venue is neither a classroom nor the Death Forest. It is the battlefield. The battlefield? Indeed. The wartime Chūnin exam will only extend to the preliminary phase of the third examination. The true third examination occurs amidst the chaos of war. In essence, those who successfully navigate the first two examinations and the preliminaries must endure the trials of combat to obtain the rank of Chūnin. Nara Shikamaru inquired. What precisely does the trial of combat entail? It involves completing a specified number of wartime missions, Moku Munio elucidated. During the Second Ninja World War, the standard was set at 20 C-rank missions and 10 B-rank missions. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this time should be quite similar. Ebisuzawa's eyes widened. 30 missions? That's quite a number. Moku Munio chuckled softly, saying, the counting of wartime missions differs from that of regular tasks. Each completed mission is counted multiple times, at least twice or even more. Thus, in reality, you should only need to fulfill about 10 missions. Nara Shikamaru appeared to contemplate deeply. The advantages of the wartime Chūnin exam that you just mentioned must be related to this counting method, right? Moku Munio nodded affirmatively. Precisely. In principle, only by becoming a Chūnin can you qualify for participation in S-rank and A-rank missions, as well as lead B-rank missions. The completion of S-rank and A-rank missions is a crucial metric for advancing to Jonin and serves as a significant reference for assessing a ninja's credentials. Makyum Nagaya continued with a measured tone. Thus, participating in and successfully passing the Chūnin exams during this tumultuous time will enable you to capitalize on the forthcoming war period, swiftly amassing the completion of advanced missions, thereby facilitating your future promotions and development. He paused briefly, adding, of course, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Given your trio's capabilities, passing the Chūnin exams should be quite manageable. However, once you succeed, you will inevitably confront foes that are far more formidable and perilous than those you have previously encountered. Now, how do you wish to proceed? The three of them exchanged glances, determination swiftly illuminating their faces. Teacher, we choose to participate in the exams. Very well. Makyum Nagaya nodded with a smile. I shall submit your names this afternoon. The written examination is scheduled for April 2nd at 9 a.m. to be held at the Ninja Academy. There are just a few days remaining. Let us make the most of this time to learn. Subsequently, Makyum Nagaya elucidated some theoretical knowledge to the trio and then dispatched a shadow clone to guide Akai and Hebisabesa in practicing chakra control and illusion techniques. Meanwhile, Noara Jinjin commenced his training on his first B-rank fire release technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Although Makyum Nagaya was not a fire release ninja and could provide limited instruction, Jin was fortunate to find this technique detailed in his father's notes, allowing him to self-study. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is arguably the most practical B-rank fire release technique, with moderate chakra consumption and elevated flame temperatures, attacking from 3 directions: left, front, and right, making it difficult for adversaries to evade. Even at the level of the Third Hokage, this technique is frequently employed during combat. It can be said that the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is an essential technique for every fire release ninja. As a B-rank technique, it presents a considerable challenge, significantly more demanding than C-rank techniques. Consequently, after a morning of practice, Noara Jin had yet to produce even a semblance of the technique. He struggled to achieve the most basic levels of temperature and scale, let alone the branching of flames. It appeared as he had anticipated, with his current skills. Mastering a B-rank technique would require at least a month of dedicated effort. Days passed swiftly, with Team 9 immersing themselves in rigorous study and training during their brief periods of rest. Gunyan's progress with the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was notably slow, and Akai's chakra control skills were no better. Despite pouring nearly all his energy into chakra control, he still could not maintain a steady walk on the water's surface. Any significant movement would result in him plunging into the depths. Among the trio, it was Hebesabesa who achieved a breakthrough in illusion techniques, managing to grasp a simple illusory attack, thus finally establishing a semblance of his own combat style and alleviating the need for constant grappling during battles. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. During this time, the Land of Wind issued an ultimatum to the Land of Fire, demanding reparations and the body of Tsukumo Hatake. Should the Land of Fire fail to comply, they would declare war. In response, the Land of Fire ceased all negotiations, and as a result, the two great nations entered a state of complete hostility. The specter of large-scale warfare loomed ominously on the horizon, and the tense atmosphere of impending conflict became increasingly palpable. The bustling scenes emerging from the Konoha hospital offered a subtle glimpse into the current state of affairs. On April 2nd, 643 in the Land of Fire, shortly after 8 in the morning, the genin participating in the Chūnin Exams, including ninjas from various other nations, arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Among them was Noara Hikari and his companions. As they entered the examination hall, the papers were distributed, and the time for the exam approached swiftly. The chief proctor of their examination was a particularly stern-looking young jonin with a long, pale, and square face, his demeanor unyielding. As he surveyed the quiet classroom, he cleared his throat twice and stated solemnly, "Let me reiterate the examination rules. Under no circumstances should anyone attempt the foolish act of cheating. Any detected cheating will result in a 0 score for the entire group." 2 minutes later, the bell rang. The examination commenced. As his words faded, the classroom was filled with the sound of writing. The written portion of the Chūnin exam bore similarities to the general knowledge tests, yet it encompassed a broader range of topics and was significantly more challenging than the graduation exams. Overall, it adhered to standard expectations, except for the scientific questions, which remained as complex and arduous as ever, a fact that was anticipated. After all, in the minds of many young ninjas, the creator of the science questions resembled a psychologically twisted instructor. Some candidates, confident of passing yet unambitious for high scores, would often skip the science questions altogether, avoiding even a cursory glance at them. After spending over 40 minutes completing the exam, Noara Hikari raised his hand to submit his paper and exited the examination hall early. Finding a quiet spot within the school, he amused himself with a Rubik's Cube for over an hour. And only when the examination time was nearing its end did he leisurely depart from the academy. As he wandered down the street, he noticed a man gesturing animatedly in front of a shop, directing 2 young individuals to hang lanterns, signaling the opening of a new establishment. Upon closer inspection, Noara Hikari was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the ramen chef, Uncle Ichiraku? He was the very same who worked in the academy's cafeteria, known for his delicious ramen. And Noara Hikari had often indulged in his culinary creations, even learning his name by chance. Uncertain of Uncle Ichiraku's true name, Noara Hikari had always wondered if he was indeed the same character from the original story. Could it be that this shop was Ichiraku Ramen? After a brief hesitation, Noara Hikari approached. As he drew near, he glanced up and indeed saw the name Ichiraku inscribed on the lanterns. It was truly Ichiraku. He had not anticipated that the legendary Ichiraku Ramen would open so unexpectedly. "Uncle Ichiraku, are you opening a ramen shop?" Noara Hikari inquired. Uncle Ichiraku, recognizing him vaguely, smiled and replied, "Yes, I've had this idea for 2 years, and I only resigned last month. Now, the ramen shop has finally come to fruition." "Is there ramen available now?" Noira Hikari asked. "Not yet. We officially open on April 5th, Uncle Ichiraku informed him. "Make sure to come by. The ramen will be free on opening day." On the morning of April 5th, a long line formed outside Ichiraku Ramen, predominantly filled with recently graduated genin, who chatted in small groups as they waited. The discussion primarily revolves around the recently concluded written examination of the Chūnin Exams and the impending second phase set to commence in the Forest of Death. It has come to light that only 3 participants from the Land of Grass have arrived for this Chūnin exam. How could the number be so scant? It is largely attributed to the prior rebellion that has left the Land of Grass in a state of frailty, likely sending only a token representation of 3 individuals. The international participation in this Chūnin exam is rather disheartening, with only the lower-ranked ninjas from the countries of Takigakure, Yumgakure, and Kusagakure present, and the Land of Grass contributing only 3 representatives. Indeed, the absence of the other 4 great nations raises concerns, with some voicing fears that this may result in a scenario where we face 4 adversaries alone. Others, however, remain unfazed, asserting that Konoha will undoubtedly triumph over the other ninja villages. By the way, do you recall the 3rd question of the written exam? I couldn't even tackle the first part of that question, and I am uncertain which eccentric teacher devised it. I managed to answer just 1 question. Yet, I heard of a level 38 candidate who supposedly achieved a perfect score, though I am skeptical of its veracity, as I have not heard of any level 35 candidates completing all questions. I have grown accustomed to this. When confronted with scientific queries, I simply skip them. Otherwise, it's an exercise in futility that yields no rewards, a veritable self-inflicted hassle. My father is a grader, and he mentioned that those capable of solving that question could be counted on one hand. Is it really that many? I presumed one head would suffice. Nara Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, silently moved to the back of the line and then took out a Rubik's Cube to play with. Shikamaru. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from behind. Upon hearing it, Nara Shikamaru turned to see Ino approaching, taking her place behind him in the queue. "Did you score full marks again?" Ino puffed her cheeks slightly, expressing a hint of frustration. "Just luck," Shikamaru replied with a smile. Although he downplayed it, the sensation of being at the top was indeed gratifying. In his previous life, relying on a modicum of intellect, Shikamaru consistently performed reasonably well in his studies. However, his lethargic disposition prevented him from achieving exceptional results, even as he found himself relegated to a school ranked far down the national list. Perhaps in this life, the amalgamation of 2 souls, each with their own tendencies towards lethargy, has paradoxically enhanced his execution, allowing him to accomplish many feats previously beyond his grasp. "Oh, I must say, you're attired today," Nara Shikamaru casually remarked, glancing at Ino's chest. There, amidst the collar of her pink jacket, a glimpse of a semi-transparent black fishnet outfit could be discerned. Coupled with her cherubic face, this ensemble exuded a unique charm. Ino's face flushed, and she instinctively covered her chest. "It's a fishnet top. I didn't want to wear it, but Tsunade insisted." The fishnet attire is a popular form of soft armor among ninjas, being both lightweight and resilient, suitable for all ages. Many characters from the original series, such as Jiraiya and Hinata, have donned such garments. Nara Shikamaru also possesses a fishnet top that belonged to his father, though he has never worn it due to its oversized nature. "What do you hold in your hand?" asked Shizune, her curiosity piqued. "A 5-layered Rubik's Cube. One might consider it a toy, available at the curiosity shop," replied Nara Shikamaru, handing the cube to her. "How does one play?" Shizune inquired. Nara Shikamaru explained the rules and demonstrated a solution. Following his instructions, Shizune twisted the cube for over 10 minutes without making any progress. "This is quite challenging," she remarked. "Practice makes perfect. With time, you'll improve," he encouraged. After a brief moment, it was their turn to order ramen. As they settled into the restaurant, Shizune continued to wrestle with the Rubik's Cube. "Shikamaru, have you undertaken any missions abroad lately?" she asked. "I recently visited the Land of Rain and encountered a bit of trouble," he replied. "Trouble?" Shizune raised an eyebrow. Nara Shikamaru nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. "I crossed paths with a skilled Suna Jonin adept in water ninjutsu, and it just so happened to be near a river. Had I not possessed a sufficient number of explosive tags, I might not have made it back." "What is the Land of Rain like?" "I've heard it is quite isolated." Shizen probed. It's manageable, albeit rather chaotic. It pales in comparison to the tranquility of the Land of Fire. Due to its prolonged state of turmoil, the ruins are abundant. I passed through an ancient city over a century old, now reduced to mere remnants of its walls. Shizen seemed to recall something, letting out a soft sigh. The border town of Kikyo has suffered significant devastation as well. I had intended to visit, but with the impending conflict, I wonder if I will ever see Kikyo again. The Kikyo town she spoke of is a renowned ancient city located near the western border of the Land of Fire, close to the Kikyo Mountains. It was originally constructed hundreds of years ago and has witnessed numerous conflicts. Having endured cycles of destruction and reconstruction, it once flourished for over a century, only to exist in ruins for another 100 years. From the Land of Wind to the Land of Rivers, and then to the Land of Fire, Kikyo has repeatedly faced obliteration and rebirth, traversing through many trials. The current iteration was built before the establishment of Konohagakure and belongs to the territory of the Land of Fire, with a history nearing a century. However, after 2 ninja world wars, it has once again fallen into disrepair. Plans had been laid out by the Land of Fire to restore this ancient city, yet various circumstances have prevented any actions from being taken. After finishing their ramen and bidding farewell to Shizun, Nara Shikamaru met up with Guy and Ebisu in the afternoon, and they journeyed to the Forest of Death, located to the northeast of Konohagakure. The Forest of Death, also known as Training Ground 44, is a dense forest enclosed by iron mesh and high walls, spanning a radius of 10 kilometers, with 44 locked entrances. From the vicinity of the entrance, one can occasionally glimpse various beasts roaming within. Compared to ordinary wildlife, the creatures of the Forest of Death are significantly larger. In the realm of beasts, size often determines strength, and there is no doubt that the inhabitants of this forest are far more formidable than their counterparts in the forests beyond the village. In fact, many of the beasts within the Forest of Death possess the capability to eliminate a lone genin, a reality that has manifested in the past. Given that the examination was relatively standard, most genin passed the written test, resulting in a considerable number of participants for the second round. Moreover, as this year's Seoul Chūnin exam unfolds, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all candidates congregate near the primary entrances of the Forest of Death, creating a bustling scene filled with animated discussions and lively chatter. How fares your mastery of illusion techniques, Sho? In the midst of their casual exchange, Nara Shikamaru inquired. At his words, Ebisu displayed a spark of enthusiasm, responding with a smile. Allow me to demonstrate. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, enacting his illusion. Nara Shikamaru blinked, only to witness the landscape before him sway and whirl, reminiscent of a swinging pendulum, inducing a mild sense of dizziness. In stark contrast, Guy exhibited far more pronounced symptoms, swaying precariously as if he were attempting to maintain his balance on a tumultuous vessel. Had it not been for his agile movements, he would surely have tumbled to the ground. Steadying his mind, Nara Shikamaru focused intently on the illusion before him. Within moments, the disorienting sensations of swaying and spinning dissipated from his consciousness. Observing Nara Shikamaru's calm demeanor, Ebisu's eyes widened in surprise. Shikamaru, are you all right? I'm fine. Nara Shikamaru nodded. The efficacy of an illusion is contingent upon the mental fortitude of both the caster and the subject. With lifetimes of experience, his mental strength far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, while Ebisu, merely a novice in illusion techniques, was naturally less affected. Although he had anticipated that Nara Shikamaru would demonstrate superior resistance to illusions compared to Guy, witnessing his composure still elicited a sense of disappointment in Ebisu. Stop! Stop! Guy's symptoms persisted, prompting him to call out urgently. Upon Ebisu dispelling the illusion, he finally regained his footing. So, illusions are truly formidable, Guy exhaled, expressing his relief. Having practiced for just a month, the effectiveness of my illusions must largely be attributed to your abilities, Ebisu coughed lightly. Guy lamented, how splendid it would be to possess a Sharingan, for then I could utilize illusions with far greater efficacy. Ebisu mused, why not possess 2? One could be a Byakugan. An eye of insight. Ebisu's expression suddenly transformed into one of mischief, a grin spreading across his face. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the examiners responsible for the second round made their appearances, heightening the tensions surrounding the Forest of Death. The second exam was poised to commence, focusing on a scroll capture battle, with the testing ground designated as the 44th training field, which is, in fact, the forest of death before them. Each examination team would soon receive either the heavenly scroll or the earthly scroll, subsequently entering the forest of death to engage in competition with other teams. The chief examiner, hands clasped behind his back, solemnly declared, "The duration of the exam is set at 120 hours, equivalent to 5 days. Within this time frame, teams must gather both the heavenly scroll and the earthly scroll and make their way to the central tower of the 44th training field to qualify." After a brief pause, the chief examiner continued, "During this Chūnin exam, acts of murder are strictly prohibited. Any such actions discovered, regardless of their completion, will be met with severe repercussions." As soon as the words fell, whispers began to circulate. How did this come to light? Throughout the examination period, examiners would patrol the venue, supervising the conduct of the candidates. Urging them to refrain from impulsive actions, the chief examiner declared. Furthermore, candidates were allowed to withdraw mid-examination should they find themselves incapacitated. They could simply leave the examination hall or inform the patrolling examiner to exit the exam. Once withdrawn, the scroll would remain in the examination venue. Overall, the rules of this examination were largely in line with what Naruto Genma had gathered, with a notable reduction of life-threatening risks. After all, during wartime, even a mere additional pawn is invaluable. "Do not open the scroll before reaching the tower," concluded the chief examiner. Following the introduction of the rules, he continued, "Candidates entering through the same entrance will receive identical scrolls, so there is no need to quarrel upon entering the training ground." He gestured towards a pair of examiners seated nearby. "Now, you may proceed to collect your scrolls and entrance passes." With a nod from Akai and Hibiki, the trio joined the other candidates in line to receive their scrolls and passes. Heaven S Book, Entrance 17. They received a scroll of the Heaven S Book along with the pass for Entrance 17. Moments later, as all candidates collected their scrolls and passes and stood before their respective entrances, the chief examiner glanced at the time and proclaimed, "The examination begins. Enter immediately." As soon as the words were uttered, the candidates rushed into the death forest, leaving only the examiners behind. Upon entering the forest, the groups instinctively maintained a respectful distance. Some advanced directly, while others darted off to the sides. "Jinkan, how should we seize the Earth-S book?" Akai inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto Genma replied, "We shall proceed straight ahead, lying in wait near the tower." Their strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the majority of the examination groups, and with the absence of life-threatening dangers, lying in wait while conserving energy was certainly the most prudent course of action, sparing them much of the search trouble. The three hastened forward, soon arriving in proximity to the tower. Amidst the dense woods several hundred meters away, a magnificent tower of 5 stories loomed over a stone bridge, beneath which flowed the crystal-clear waters of the Nanha River, meandering from the northwest to the southeast. Naruto Genma raised his hand to signal, and Akai and Hibiki immediately halted. "Akai, go to the riverbank and gather some dry branches or the like. I will go with Hibiki to catch some fish." "Understood." Akai nodded and turned to search for dry branches to prepare a fire. The Nanha River, the largest river in the Land of Fire, originates from the Land of Grass and stretches towards the sea, sharing its title as the mother river of the Land of Fire with the Chishin River. The section flowing through the Death Forest is the river's lower reaches, characterized by deep waters and a wide surface, teeming with plump fish and shrimp. Naruto Genma and Hibiki approached the water's edge, rolled up their sleeves, and quickly caught 3 lively fish, returning to the shore to grill them. The trio enjoyed a hearty meal and subsequently rested on the spot, with Naruto Genma toying with a magic cube until dusk fell, taking turns to keep watch. A night passed in silence. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, the 3 individuals concealed themselves among the trees, on high alert, poised to await their opportunity. Given the fierce contest of the previous afternoon and the night that followed, it was reasonable to presume that several examination teams had acquired the 2 scrolls and were making their way towards the tower. It was only a matter of time before they encountered a group that possessed both types of scrolls. An hour later, faint rustling could be heard from the nearby woods. Someone was approaching. "Prepare yourselves." Barely half a minute had passed when 3 figures swiftly emerged from the forest. The astute Nara Shikamaru paused momentarily, recognizing that the newcomers were none other than Uchiha Nakai and 2 other classmates, all familiar faces. "Should we engage?" Ebisu hesitated. Although Uchiha Nakai was quite unpopular, the other 2 bore no ill will towards them, being old classmates. Thus, It seemed rather ungracious to strike. Akai tightened his grip on his nunchaku, exclaiming, "Humph. Even if we don't seize the scrolls, it would still be a satisfying opportunity to confront Uchiha Nakai directly." Nara Shikamaru chuckled lightly. "Akai, bear in mind that Uchiha Nakai possesses the Sharingan. He likely has some knowledge of Jinjutsu. Considering your resistance to such illusions, it may not be as effortless to deal with him as before." Upon hearing this, Akai faltered. If they were to engage, there was no reason to forego the scrolls. Besides, it was only the second day. They would still have opportunities to seize another. "I shall confront Uchiha Nakai. We will proceed according to the plan." With that, Nara Shikamaru began to form hand seals, culminating in a powerful incantation, fire-style, fireball jutsu. Many ninjutsu techniques, particularly those of the elemental nature, are intrinsically linked to the skill of the practitioner. Perhaps due to recent intensive practice with the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Nara Shikamaru's comprehension of fire style had deepened, resulting in a fireball of greater potency than before. Flames erupted from Nara Shikamaru's mouth, instantly transforming into a rolling fireball that surged downward towards Uchiha Nakai and his companions. "Watch out!" The trio, caught off guard by the approaching inferno, hastily scattered. Now, as the command was issued, Nara Shikamaru, Akai, and Ebisu leaped from their perch in the trees, charging towards the three opponents. Upon witnessing Nara Shikamaru's advance, Uchiha Nakai's eyes flickered with a blend of fear and anger. He was well aware of Nara Shikamaru's capabilities as an old classmate. Among peers, apart from the acknowledged prodigies Uchiha Shursui and Hatake Kakashi, none could confidently claim they would triumph against Nara Shikamaru. This was under the condition that the use of talismans was prohibited. Logically, surrendering at this juncture would have been the wisest course of action, conserving energy for the possibility of seizing scrolls from others. The most foolish decision would be to resist stubbornly, risking not only the loss of their scrolls, but also a sound beating, leaving them with no chance of acquiring others. Yet, I am of the Uchiha clan, a proud scion of the Uchiha Ye, a bearer of the bloodline's strength. The Uchiha cannot retreat. What of Nara Shikamaru? If you seek battle, then let us engage. In an ephemeral moment, within the heart of Uchiha Nakai, anger triumphantly vanquished fear, and an overwhelming sense of confidence permeated every cell of his being. With a resounding shout, he brandished his kunai and charged forth. In contrast, Noera Genkan, harboring a bemused smirk, swung his blade, its edge subtly glimmering with fiery hues. Clang! The impact from the kunai sent Uchiha Nakai reeling, forcing him to stagger back several steps, nearly losing his balance. His complexion paled as he began to grasp the harsh reality of his situation. The rigorous physical training and strict dietary regimen had endowed Noera Genkan with a physique that far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Although his martial arts skills were markedly inferior to those of Kai, his strength was on par, rendering Uchiha Nakai no match for him. Just as Uchiha Nakai pondered surrendering, Noera Genkan, wordless, surged forward once more, swinging his sword with ferocity. Gritting his teeth, Nakai braced himself for another confrontation. Clang! 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 A flurry of sparks erupted as Noera Genkan unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, forcing Uchiha Nakai to retreat in a state of disarray. Were it not for the constraints of the killing prohibition, a swift Rasengan from Nakai would likely have sealed his fate. Alas, with the inability to resort to lethal force, Noera Genkan resorted to this rudimentary method, leveraging his strength and martial prowess to exhaust his opponent. Clang! Noera Genkan pressed his blade against the kunai, pushing Uchiha Nakai back repeatedly, leaving him defenseless. Just then, an exclamation escaped Uchiha Nakai's lips as his kunai slipped from his grasp. The prolonged skirmish had caused the chakra on Noera Genkan's silver blade to heat Nakai's kunai to searing temperatures, burning his palm. Seizing the opportunity, Noera Genkan delivered a swift kick, sending Nakai crashing to the ground, face first. As he struggled to rise, a glint of cold light flashed before his eyes. The silver blade loomed ominously. "You must have gathered the two scrolls of heaven and earth," Noera Genkan remarked coolly. "Is the scroll with you? If so, present it." Lying on the ground, Uchiha Nakai fell silent for a moment. "You intend to take both scrolls?" Noera Genkan pondered briefly. Suppressing the impulse to bully him from within, "The scroll of earth will suffice." "Very well." Uchiha Nakai nodded, retrieving a scroll inscribed with the character earth, preparing to hand it over. Just as Noera Genkan reached out to take it, he suddenly froze. The Sharingan, A pair of crimson eyes met his gaze, and as their eyes locked, the single tomo within began to whirl rapidly. Jinjutsu. As the tomo spun swiftly, the surroundings morphed into a crimson vortex, swirling chaotically. This scene bore resemblance to the Jinjutsu demonstrated by Ebisu, yet the resultant effect was strikingly different. Even with Noara Gunkan's superior mental fortitude, he found himself momentarily dizzy. Teetering unsteadily, Uchiha Nakai swiftly drew a kunai from his waist and bellowed, aiming directly for his throat. Die! The complexion of Noara gent and drastically changed, prompting him to leap aside just in time to evade the strike. However, due to the effects of the illusion, his movements were inevitably sluggish. Upon landing, he inadvertently stepped on a protruding stone and nearly lost his balance. Uchiha Nakai advanced, kunai poised once more for his throat. Clang! Noara Jinkin hurriedly raised his blade to parry the incoming kunai, narrowly blocking the deadly strike in a moment fraught with peril. In an instant, he summoned his strength, repelling Uchiha Nakai while swiftly retreating, forming a hand seal with one hand. Release. A surge of chakra coursed through him like a raging torrent, causing the illusions before him to dissipate. Grasping his silver blade, flames danced along its edge as he charged forward, delivering a fierce slash. Uchiha Nakai was forced back repeatedly, while Noara Jinkin deftly redirected his blade downwards, slicing through Nakai's hand. The blood sizzled under the searing intensity of the chakra. Ah! Uchiha Nakai cried out in agony as he staggered back. Noara Jinkin pursued relentlessly, seizing his collar and delivering a punch squarely to his nose. The impact left Nakai dazed, tears and blood streaming down his face as he lost the strength to retaliate. Noara Jinkin unleashed a flurry of blows, soon bringing Nakai to the ground. Moments later, as he regarded the trembling figure of Uchiha Nakai, a shadow flickered in Noara Jinkin's eyes. Just moments ago, while ensnared in the illusion, Nakai had disregarded the prohibition against killing, clearly intent on taking his life. Naturally, Noara Jinkin felt the urge to retaliate against someone who sought his demise. Yet, he was not Uchiha Nakai. Even with the desire to kill arising within him, he understood the need for careful consideration. Setting aside the ever-present threat of the exam proctor who could appear at any moment, Nakai's two companions posed a significant dilemma. To eliminate Uchiha Nakai, he would have to neutralize both of his allies as well. This made the task decidedly more challenging. Moreover, he had once been classmates with those two, sharing no grievances. It was not easy to resolve himself to such an act. After pondering for some time, Noara Jinkin bent down to retrieve the Book of Earth and inquired, "Where is the Book of Heaven?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nakai's face paled. "You intend to take both? Any objections?" Uchiha Nakai fell silent, contemplating the location of a chung. Noara Jinkin nodded, promptly lifting him and heading nearby, soon locating Akai, Hibazu, and the two engaged in combat with them. Akai appeared to have the upper hand, relentlessly pursuing his opponent despite not having opened even a single gate of the 8 gates of heaven. Hibazu was embroiled in a standoff with a chung, both parties locked in a stalemate. "Enough!" Noara Jinkin exclaimed as he tossed Uchiha Nakai to the ground, dusting off his hands. "We need to talk." Nakai. A chung and his companion were startled, hastily retreating from one another. In the midst of the unfolding drama, Noara Jinkin brandished the Book of Earth, declaring, "I have successfully acquired the Book of Earth. The current situation is 3 against 2, and should I desire, you shall not possess even a single scroll." One of Uchiha Nakai's comrades interjected, "Jinkin, we are all classmates. Is this behavior not excessive?" Jinkin cast a glance at him, retorting, "After Uchiha Nakai cast an illusion upon me, he attempted to strike at my throat multiple times. Though he did not succeed, you must recognize the gravity of his actions." "What?" Both Achung and his companion paled at the revelation. "I initially sought merely to take the Book of Earth, yet his actions have compelled me to reconsider." Their gazes shifted to Uchiha Nakai, who lay on the ground, inciting a flicker of anger within them. After a moment of contemplation, Jinkin added, "Rest assured, my ire is directed solely at Uchiha Nakai. I harbor no intentions of involving you. Thus, I offer you a choice. Assist me in administering a beating to Uchiha Nakai, and I shall forego the acquisition of another scroll." This predicament, though seemingly trivial, bore significant implications. While they understood the necessity of the situation, the inevitable discord among teammates would ensue. Moreover, Jinkan, possessing insight into the dynamics between Uchiha Nakai and his comrades, recognized that their relationship was already fraught with tension. Consequently, even if the repercussions were not immediate, over time, Nakai would undoubtedly find himself distanced and isolated from his allies. This, within the bounds of non-lethal confrontation, represented the harshest lesson Genkan could conceive. Achung and his companion hesitated, while Uchiha Nakai's face drained of color, revealing his trepidation. Genkan pressed on, "If you agree, come forth and strike him. If not, I shall seize the Book of Heaven from Achung." After a fleeting moment of silent communication, Achung and his companion appeared to reach a resolute decision, turning to the prostrate Nakai and uttering, "Our apologies, Nakai." 15 minutes later, as they beheld the retreating figures of Noara Genkan and his companions, the bruised and battered Uchiha Nakai pounded his chest in frustration, nearly gasping for breath, and shouted hoarsely, "Ah, Noara Genkan." The other two teammates exchanged glances, momentarily engulfed in silence. "Nakai, we have less than 20 hours until the examination begins. We must devise a plan to acquire another Book of Earth, or we shall fail this test. I will kill you, Noara Genkan." Uchiha Nakai, seemingly oblivious to their concerns, continued to yell hoarsely, his gaze fixated on the now vanished figure of Genkan, teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. Nakai calmed down. After a prolonged moment of shouting, he forcefully slapped his forehead, bowed his head in silence, then lifted it once more, his eyes turning a vivid crimson. "Achung, Achung, have my eyes transformed into the double tomo?" He gazed wide-eyed, breathing heavily. Achung, startled by the bloodthirsty expression on Nakai's face, hesitated for a second before leaning in for a closer look, only to shake his head in denial. "No. By the way, did you notice how Achung and his companion seemed to derive a certain satisfaction while they were confronting Uchiha Nakai?" Hibisho remarked as they strolled along. Akai pondered for a moment before responding, "I suspect they have harbored such sentiments for quite some time. Back in school, I distinctly recall Achung expressing his grievances about being assigned to the same group as Uchiha Nakai. Indeed, Uchiha Nakai's popularity is remarkably dismal," Hibisho observed. As Noara Genkan approached a grand door at the tower, he pushed it open and casually remarked, "Were it not for the examination's prohibition against killing, I would undoubtedly gouge out this fellow's eyes. To waste the Sharingan on him is a travesty. It would be far better suited for someone like Sho." Hibisho chuckled before realizing, "Wait a moment, what do you mean it would be better suited for me?" Noara Genkan fell silent for a moment before stating, "Your chakra reserve is not particularly abundant. Perhaps you are not the most suitable candidate for the transplantation of the Sharingan." "What do you mean? What does chakra have to do with the transplantation of the Sharingan?" Hibisho inquired, perplexed. "Nothing much," Noara Genkan replied nonchalantly. "I merely overheard someone mention that non-Uchiha individuals experience significant bodily strain when transplanting the Sharingan." He offered no further explanation, as he himself was only vaguely aware of the implications. He recalled that Kakashi's limited chakra seemed to stem from his Sharingan transplantation, and from what he understood, Kakashi's chakra was no longer scarce. In fact, it rivaled his own. In retrospect, it appeared that Kakashi's body had suffered considerable depletion due to the transplantation of Obito's Sharingan, resulting in a drastic reduction of his chakra, placing him at the bottom among the elite Jonin. Noara Genkan even suspected that the Uchiha clan members themselves might also face similar repercussions, as it was a widely recognized truth that the Uchiha clan possessed a relatively low chakra reserve throughout Konoha. Among the three of them, Akai possessed the most chakra, surpassing his peers, followed by Genkan, and then Hibisho. Although Hibisho's chakra exceeded the average for his age group, it was evidently inferior to Kakashi's current levels. Should he undergo Sharingan transplantation, his body would likely struggle even more. Perhaps only someone as vigorous as Naruto could endure the transplantation of the Sharingan without suffering significant depletion. "Is that true?" Hibisho expressed his skepticism. "I am uncertain," Noara Genkan replied, shaking his head. The trio then continued their leisurely walk through the chamber, and upon glancing upward, they noticed an inscription adorning the wall. "Without heaven, one must recognize wisdom to prepare for opportunity. Without earth, one must pursue the original to seek profit. When heaven and earth are inscribed together, the perilous path returns to the righteous path. This is the pinnacle of leadership talent, as articulated by the Third Hokage." Akai scratched his head in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the message. Noara Genkan chuckled softly. "It is likely a piece of life advice from the Third Hokage. What is the missing character in the middle?" Hibisho inquired. Noara Genkan remained silent, and instead produced the Heaven and Earth scroll, handing it to Hebe Sho. "We have arrived at the tower. Let us unveil the scroll." As the two unfolded the scroll, an enormous character resembling appeared before them. A talisman, Nora-Jinkan, being a master of talismans, instantly recognized it and promptly placed the Heaven scroll upon the ground. Indeed, mere moments after the two scrolls unfurled, the figures inscribed within the celestial tome began to stir. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a young man clad in a vest materialized out of thin air. Staring at the unexpected arrival, Akai and Hebe were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Who are you?" they inquired. The young man smiled and replied, "I am Kazuki, one of the heralds for this Chūnin exam. My presence here signifies that you have successfully passed the second stage of the examination. Congratulations. Please follow me for registration." With that, he led the trio through a labyrinthine path to the registration room, where he meticulously recorded their successful completion of the second exam. Once the entries were completed, Kazuki stated, "Allow me to escort you to your resting quarters. You will remain within the confines of the tower for the next 4 days, as you are not permitted to venture outside." Nara Shikamaru hesitated slightly before asking, "If I wish to practice some ninjutsu?" Kazuki interjected, "You may explain your intentions to the examiners near the main entrance, and you will be allowed to practice within 50 meters of the tower." Understanding, Nara and his companions nodded and followed Kazuki to a room on the second floor of the tower. As the wooden door creaked open, a faint musty odor wafted through the air. The room contained 2 bunk beds, accommodating 4 individuals, and while the furnishings were adequate, they were rather sparse. Kazuki tugged at the light switch, but the bulb stubbornly remained dark. The forest of death is quite humid, and the living conditions are less than ideal. Power outages are not uncommon. Well, make do with what you have. After imparting a few more guidelines, he added, "Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach the examiners at the main entrance. I shall take my leave now." Thus, for the next few hours, Nara Shikamaru and his companions remained within the tower, engaging in training when not dining or resting. Shikamaru focused on the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, while Akai practiced walking on water, and Hebe continued honing his Jinjutsu skills. As days passed, the exam groups, having gathered the volumes of Heaven and Earth, gradually arrived at the tower, leading to a burgeoning atmosphere filled with aspiring genin. For days swiftly elapsed. On the afternoon of April 10th, at 3 o'clock, by the riverbank of the Southern He River, Nara Shikamaru shouted, "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." A torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth, resembling 3 fierce dragons, surging forth from the front, left, and right, crashing onto the water's surface in a magnificent display of fiery brilliance. The enormous commotion drew the attention of nearby genin, who paused in their training, many displaying expressions of shock. For a genin, mastering a few C-rank jutsu was commendable, and those capable of wielding B-rank jutsu were exceedingly rare. In fact, such individuals were hardly considered genin. They were more akin to Chūnin who had yet to complete the exam. However, just as the 3 fire dragons burst forth from Shikamaru's mouth, they suddenly trembled and, as if losing cohesion, dissipated into a chaotic, disordered blaze. Cough, cough, cough. Shikamaru felt a sharp pain in his throat and began to cough vigorously, his face turning crimson. Instantly, a chorus of hisses erupted from the onlookers. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I was startled, thinking he would genuinely unleash the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The other day when I arrived, this fellow's Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was always like this. It left me in stitches, someone chuckled. What is so amusing about it? After all, it is a B-rank ninjutsu. Others might still be far from achieving such a feat. If I practiced for a year, I would undoubtedly surpass him. I remarked, "Do you not recognize him? Xianjian cannot be so obscure, can he?" Ignoring the discussions surrounding him, Xianjian took a sip of water, paused for a moment to rest, and then stood firm once more, forming hand seals as chakra surged within him. Un Wu Si, Chun Zi, Cho In. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Blazing flames surged forth, transforming into 3 paths, akin to a fire dragon, directly assaulting the water's surface. The intense heat caused the water to shudder, vapors rising. Unsurprisingly, this attempt also ended in failure. The flames still collapsed midway, their might nearly extinguished. At the pinnacle of the tower, 2 figures stood, one on the left and the other on the right, silently observing the endeavors of Xianjian below. Among them, one bore a scroll on his back, his hair completely white, yet appearing relatively youthful. The other, in his 50s, with graying temples, donned a long robe and a Hokage hat. He was none other than the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, how long do you think it will take for this child to master the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired slowly, holding a pipe. Jiraiya crossed his arms over his chest, pondered for a moment, then chuckled, perhaps 20 days. The 120 hours of examination time swiftly came to an end, and the examination groups, having gathered the 2 books of heaven and earth, were summoned to the martial arts hall on the first floor of the tower to hear the address of the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage's speech was conventional, briefly outlining the current situation, followed by motivating remarks, expressing hope that everyone would strive to enhance their strength and grow into capable individuals amidst the war. In conclusion, he turned to a broad-shouldered leaf ninja in his 30s beside him. Yama, the next proceedings will be entrusted to you. Yes, Lord Hokage, the ninja, addressed as Yama, replied respectfully before turning to face the throng of lower-ranked ninjas. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tukio Yama, a special jonin of Konoha. I will preside over the preliminary round of the upcoming 3rd exam. Yama stated slowly. This Chūnin exam is categorized as a wartime examination, with an elimination rate of only 1 in 8 for the written test, and the forest of death presents almost no life-threatening dangers. However, this does not imply that the wartime Chūnin exam is simple, for the battlefield is ultimately your final examination venue. On the battlefield, not only do you risk death, but you may also be captured, interrogated, subjected to violence, and even tortured, far exceeding the horrors of the gladiatorial arena. Listening to this account, the expressions of the lower-ranked ninjas shifted, murmuring quietly amongst themselves, some filled with trepidation, others brimming with excitement. How terrifying! There is even the threat of violence. It is so frightening, quite normal. Regardless of gender, once captured by the enemy, ninjas face the possibility of such atrocities. Some male ninjas suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Is there really such a thing? Huh, do you think it is women who would assault you? My father once told me that it's uncertain whether we are even human. Some scoff at such notions. However, let's maintain a sense of optimism. Although we may face the possibility of capture and brutal treatment, we also possess the opportunity to capture and inflict suffering upon others. Uchiha Nakai remarked with a grin. It must be said that unknowable Hoshigaki was somewhat surprised that Nakai's team managed to acquire another copy of the Book of Earth. Could it be that this fellow has been stimulated to achieve the double tomo, thus greatly enhancing his power? Yet, based on his demeanor and actions, it remains unclear whether he has indeed evolved into the double tomo. His character and intellect seem to be as mediocre as ever. Unknowable Hoshigaki has ample reason to suspect that, for a considerable portion of the Uchiha clan, the organ responsible for learning from experience is their eyes rather than their brains. Before his rebirth, he held a somewhat neutral view of the Uchiha. However, over the past few years, through sporadic encounters and observations, the image of the Uchiha in his mind has repeatedly plummeted to new lows. This group, characterized by extreme insularity, xenophobia, blatant misogyny, a glorification of violence, and unbridled arrogance, is one he has seldom encountered in either of his lives. Tsuchibashiyama continued. The first 2 exams were quite simple, and the average level of those who passed falls significantly short of the Chūnin standard, thus making the preliminary rounds necessary. The content of the preliminaries consists of one-on-one battles. The defeated will be eliminated, while the victors may advance to Chūnin by completing certain war tasks. The preliminaries will commence on the afternoon of April 12th, and killing is strictly prohibited. In cases where lives are at risk, the offstage referees will intervene to halt the combat. Finally, he stated, the arrangement of combatants will be determined by your written test scores, task experience, results from the 2nd exam, and the opinions of your guiding instructors. Very well. You may all return to rest for now. The battle roster will be announced the morning after tomorrow. Amidst a flurry of discussions, the lower ninjas dispersed. In the ensuing 2 days, unknowable Hoshigaki practiced the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet slightly, then enjoyed a good night's rest, leading up to the morning of April 12th. At that time, near the entrance of the first-floor training hall, several lists were affixed to the wall, surrounded by a throng of lower ninjas who were jostling for position. Make way, don't push. Utilizing his exceptional physical prowess, Akai quickly navigated through the crowd, shortly re-emerging. What did you find out? Ebisu inquired. Akai replied, your opponent is named Mizuki. If I recall correctly, he should be from Class 3. What is his strength like? I don't know. Akai shook his head. I've only heard someone mention him, but I don't know him personally. Mizuki shouldn't pose a challenge to Shoshu, unknowable Hoshigaki remarked, stroking his chin. He then asked, Who am I matched against? A classmate. Take a guess, Akai said with a smile. Unknowable Hoshigaki pondered. Could it be Uchiha Akai? No, unknowable Hoshigaki frowned. About to think again, when Ebisu suddenly wore a mischievous expression and said, It wouldn't happen to be Shizun, would it? Unknowable Hoshigaki responded, due to certain academic reasons. He has been quite close to Shizun, considering her his best friend of the opposite sex. In the eyes of certain classmates, the relationship between the two appeared rather ambiguous, frequently provoking the playful antics of elementary school students. Noera Jinkin vowed by his own integrity that there existed not a trace of impurity in his friendship with Shizun, which was remarkably pure. Akai shook his head, proclaiming, That is not the case. Hibishu interjected with a scoff. Then who could it possibly be? Surely not you. Of course not. It would be impossible for members of the same team to find themselves in direct confrontation. My opponent is Obito. Ultimately, Akai shrugged and stated plainly. To be direct, Jinkin's opponent is Asuma. Upon hearing this name, Noera Jinkin was momentarily taken aback. Asuma? The proctor, Tachiyama, had previously mentioned that the pairing for this preliminary round was not random. Rather, it was determined by factors such as written examination scores, task experience, second exam results, and the opinions of guiding instructors. Thus, it could be inferred that the aim of this preliminary round was to eliminate the weaker participants through matchups, thereby preventing excessive and meaningless casualties in the third examination. Akai's match against Obito and Hibishu's against Mizuki represented typical strong versus weak confrontations. As the underdog, Obito's lack of strength was self-evident, and Akai was unlikely to face any pressure in defeating him. Regarding Mizuki, although Noera Jinkin was unfamiliar with him, given that the original narrative depicted Mizuki as a Chūnin instructor still active in the ninja academy at the age of 20 or 30, it could be assumed that his current strength was also lacking. Hibishu, depicted in the original as a particularly skilled jounin, had strengthened his foundation through additional physical training and should easily triumph over Mizuki. However, Asuma's strength was commendable. Not only was it commendable, but it could even be described as exceptional, particularly in the realm of taijutsu. Asuma was among the elite of his peers, second only to Akai, and his level was comparable to that of Noera Jinkin, at times even slightly superior. Although Jinkin believed he could secure victory in a confrontation, it was undeniable that Asuma was not a mere weakling like Obito or Mizuki. The match between them could not be categorized as a classic strong versus weak contest akin to Akai against Obito or Hibishu against Mizuki. What could this mean? Was the purpose of the preliminary round not as Jinkin had presumed? After contemplating this for a while without reaching a conclusion, Noera Jinkin shook his head and inquired, When do the three of us compete? Jinkin, you are in the fourth match, which is this afternoon. Sho is in the 28th, and Akai scratched his head. When am I scheduled to compete? After some deliberation, Akai corrected himself and confirmed their respective match details. I am in the 47th match. About half an hour passed, and the crowd near the announcement area had thinned considerably, leaving only a few individuals who occasionally wandered over to take a look. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai walked closely together, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie, while their other teammate, Hasegawa, remained indifferent, walking expressionlessly on Asuma's other side. My brother informed me that the third exam of the wartime Chūnin selection would mirror those of the past, requiring 20 C-rank missions and 10 B-rank missions. Typically, wartime tasks are recorded around 3 times, so completing 10 missions should suffice, Asuma stated confidently. However, Kurenai appeared somewhat concerned, remarking, 10 missions. I wonder how many battles will arise. Combat is an inherent duty of a ninja. There is no need for worry. In narrow encounters, the valiant prevail. Excessive concern only invites defeat, Asuma replied. For instance, at this moment, I harbor no apprehension regarding the forthcoming duel. Kurenai smiled faintly. That is because you possess considerable strength. Others may not share the same fortune. Hearing her praise, Asuma's face flushed with pride, and he scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. As the trio walked, Kurenai suddenly waved at a familiar figure in the distance, Shizun. Shizun, who was reviewing a list, turned her head. Kurenai, you've arrived. Shizun, who is your opponent? Kurenai inquired as she trotted over. I don't know. Just a genin from Takigakure, Shizun replied, gesturing at the announcement before abruptly covering a certain name. Smiling as she asked, Asuma, can you guess who your opponent is? Me? Asuma was momentarily taken aback, but shrugged indifferently. Whatever. Shizun removed her hand, gazing at him with a knowing smile. Uchiha Obito, Land of Fire, versus Sarutobi Asuma, Land of Fire. April 12th, afternoon, 4th match. Upon reading the line, Asuma's smile gradually faded, replaced by a surge of anger that furrowed his brow. Clenching his fists, he muttered, Damn that old man. With that, Asuma stormed out of the hall, heading straight for the stairs, leaving Kurenai and Shizun exchanging bewildered glances. In a room at the top of the tower, Sarutobi Hisashi sat in a chair, conversing with a young man before him. Has Sunagakure recently been in close contact with AIM? Hisashi inquired, frowning as he glanced at the documents in his hand. The young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s and resembling Hisashi, nodded, Yes, father. Recent intelligence indicates that Sunagakure and AIM have forged a clear alliance, likely preparing to wage war against Konoha. Hisashi rubbed his forehead. What about the Land of Rivers? Sarutobi Takamitsu responded, Father, I believe the Land of Rivers poses little threat. However, the situation in Konoha is quite dire. The four great nations seem to have united against us. At the very least, Sunagakure and Kumogakure will take action. Iwagakure and Kirigakure may either remain passive or take advantage of our plight. Sighing deeply, Hisashi massaged his temples and pondered, Takamitsu, what do you believe we should do now? I think we should at least attempt to win over Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Otherwise, even if Konoha's strength surpasses that of other nations, engaging on multiple fronts will likely lead to defeat, he suggested. Just as Hisashi was about to respond, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open. Sarutobi Asuma stormed in, fury etched on his face, and approached Hisashi, slamming his hand on the table. Did you arrange this? To have me face Uchiha Obito? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the excitement only intensifies. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. No. Asuma was utterly taken aback by this denial. His face flushed crimson in disbelief, nearly struggling to catch his breath. Can you honestly claim that this was not orchestrated by you? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, letting out a soft sigh. Asuma, the battlefield is not a mere playground. The current situation is perilous. The third exam could easily lead to casualties. Asuma slammed his hand on the table, interrupting. Why is it acceptable for others, but not for me? You, a Hokage, cannot even set an example by sending your own son to the battlefield? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Even if it were another, if the first son has already gone to war, I would not demand the second to follow suit. Asuma, you are still young. Wait until you mature. Not this again. Not this again. Asuma seemed provoked, stomping his foot. I do not care. I want to go to the battlefield. I want to participate in the third exam. Do not be so reckless, Asuma. Your father only wishes what is best for you, said Sarutobi Hiruzen. No one can dissuade me. Asuma waved his hand dismissively, displaying an obstinate demeanor. I have but one demand, to partake in the third exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, remaining silent for a moment before stating, I am not prohibiting you. If you can defeat your opponent, then you may indeed continue in the exam. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, amidst an atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation, the preliminary rounds of the third exam commenced as scheduled, with a crowd gradually gathering on the second floor. Soon, the referee, Tsuchibashi, made his entrance, standing at the center of the first floor training hall, announcing, for the first match, from the Land of Waterfalls, Kayamizu no Yama, against the Land of Fire, Hiragana. Please have the two contestants enter. No sooner had he finished speaking than two youths, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years of age, approached from either side of the hall. As they positioned themselves in the center, Tsuchibashi reiterated, the preliminary rounds also prohibit killing. The match concludes if one party surrenders or loses the ability to fight. Furthermore, should there be any danger to life, the other two referees will intervene to halt the combat, and I will directly announce the outcome. In addition to the head referee, two elite jonin stood in the arena, seemingly agile individuals, responsible for overseeing the contestants' conduct. The match begins. With a retreating gesture, Tsuchibashi commanded, and the two contestants faced each other for a brief moment before charging forth into combat. On the second floor, Nara Shikamaru and his companions were gathered with Moku no Nagayoshi, observing the battle below while conversing. Teacher Nagayoshi, I heard that only ninjas from the land of waterfalls, the land of grass, and the land of soup have come for this exam? Asked Hebe. Moku no Nagayoshi nodded. It has only been a little over 40 years since the Warring States period ended. The ninja world remains unstable. The land of fire, being the mightiest, inevitably faces hostility from all sides. Many nations seek to carve a peace from us. With the current tensions, should this war persist, it is likely that all 4 great nations will engage in conflict with Konoha. Then why are these 3 nations willing to participate? Queried Guy. The land of waterfalls is enveloped by cascades, living in harmony with the world, and it generally participates in any Chūnin exams hosted by other nations. However, following the preliminary rounds, they promptly return home and do not partake in the 3rd exam we are hosting, Mumu Changyi expressed slowly. The land of grass and the land of hot water are our close allies. The former lies to the northwest of the land of fire, serving as a buffer between fire and earth, with the southern He River and the Chishin River's upper reaches both situated in the land of grass. The latter is positioned in the northeast of the land of fire, effectively obstructing the southern advance of the land of clouds. After a pause, he continued, should the land of earth and the land of thunder choose to wage war against us, the land of grass and the land of hot water would undoubtedly not escape unscathed. Not knowing Fire Jinkin nodded subtly. If his memory served him correctly, the renowned battle of the Third Great Ninja War, the Battle of Kamina Bridge, was instigated by the invasion of the land of fire by the land of grass through the land of rock, in the spirit of hospitality befitting a grand nation. The first 3 rounds of competition featured the land of waterfalls, the land of grass, and the land of hot water sequentially, with their opponents being the top 5 combatants from the land of fire, swiftly determining the victors. Concurrently, as the 3rd round commenced, not knowing Fire Genkan descended from the 2nd floor and prepared himself at one side of the training hall. Moments later, the announcement for the 4th round echoed. Not knowing Fire Genkan from the land of fire versus Asuma Sarutobi from the land of fire, exclaimed Tokyo Mountain, inviting the 2 candidates to enter the arena. Rising, not knowing Fire Genkan entered, soon encountering the approaching Asuma Sarutobi. Standing opposite one another, he greeted with a smile, Asuma. Asuma managed a faint smile before his expression quickly turned serious, his grip tightening around the chakra blade. After the rules were explained, the supervising judges took their positions behind not knowing Fire Genkan and Asuma, and Tokyo Mountain stepped back, waving his hand. Begin. Asuma's fierce roar propelled him forward, clearly intent on striking first. Clang. Not knowing Fire Genkan drew his blade to block, swiftly dodging another strike from the chakra blade, while his right hand moved diagonally downwards, aiming the silver edge at Asuma's fingers. Asuma twisted his wrist, redirecting the chakra blade against the silver edge, sparks flying. Observing the sparks erupting from the blade, not knowing Fire Genkan felt a jolt of alarm, hastily retracting his blade and dodging. Yet Asuma pressed on relentlessly, closing in once more, the 2 chakra blades slicing through the air with vigor, delivering successive strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades ignited sparks, their silhouettes darting across the arena at astonishing speed. After a brief entanglement, not knowing Fire Genkan finally seized an opportunity to withdraw, retreating to one side of the training hall, breathing slightly heavier. Despite his own physical prowess and martial skills, Asuma wielded superior chakra blades, making close combat a formidable challenge. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Not knowing Fire Genkan raised his hand, gazing at his long blade, silver edge, and a pained expression crossed his face. Asuma's weapon was of far superior quality. After their recent skirmish, Silver Edge bore numerous scratches and small nicks. Damn the privileged offspring. Not knowing Fire Genkan thought fiercely. Asuma appeared to be somewhat fatigued, standing several meters away, breathing heavily and keeping his gaze fixed intently on him, not daring to let his guard down. Nara Shikamaru exhaled deeply, steadying his mind. During their time at the academy, in both sparring and examinations, their prowess in taijutsu had always been closely matched, with neither able to gain a definitive upper hand. Given the current situation, it seemed exceedingly difficult for him to defeat Asuma in a direct confrontation to secure victory. He would need to leverage his unique advantages. Nara Shikamaru's most significant advantages were twofold: an abundance of explosive tags capable of obliterating an entire tower, and the A-rank ninjutsu Spiraling Sphere. However, he was acutely aware that employing either would be reckless. After all, the Third Hokage was observing from above. If he were to inadvertently injure or even kill Asuma, the ramifications would be dire, regardless of intent. Furthermore, he harbored suspicions that Asuma's pairing with him was a deliberate arrangement by the Third Hokage, aimed at ensuring Asuma would withdraw, thereby minimizing the risks associated with the third round of the examination. Indeed, aside from Nara Shikamaru, no other lower-ranked shinobi participating in the exam could reliably best Asuma. Thus, to ensure Asuma's safety while conceding was not a choice he would easily entertain, especially since Nara Shikamaru was not one to surrender lightly. He needed to achieve victory without inflicting serious harm upon Asuma. Observing the two referees present, Nara Shikamaru contemplated for a moment before forming hand seals to create a shadow clone, positioning it in the center of the hall. The appearance of the shadow clone sparked a wave of murmurs among the spectators on the second floor. What was he intending to do by utilizing a shadow clone? Without uttering a word, Nara Shikamaru's original form dashed forward after creating the clone, swinging his blade towards Asuma. Clang! Asuma intercepted the blow. Yet his gaze momentarily wandered to the other Nara Shikamaru not far away, confusion and hesitation evident in his expression. The shadow clone stood in the center of the hall, fixedly staring at him, neither attacking nor moving, which inevitably instilled a sense of unease in Asuma, leaving him apprehensive. However, the ongoing battle demanded his full attention. As Nara Shikamaru's relentless attacks came crashing down, forceful and unyielding. Clang! 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 The clash of blades sent sparks flying, and soon they found themselves cornered against the wall. At this point, Nara Shikamaru was pressed against the corner, seemingly at a disadvantage, while Asuma advanced with increasing intensity, each strike more ferocious than the last. Fire style. Suddenly, the Nara Shikamaru standing in the center of the hall called out softly, his hands beginning to weave seals with resolution in his eyes. What? Both Asuma and the spectators on the second floor, whether lower-ranked shinobi or the Third Hokage, were struck by a wave of incomprehensible astonishment. What could Nara Shikamaru be planning? Did he intend for the clone to eliminate both himself and Asuma? It was merely a Chūnin exam. After all, was such an extreme necessary? Or was it possible that the one fighting Asuma was the clone, while the true Nara Shikamaru stood in the hall? But how could that be? Although the shadow clone possesses a certain degree of corporeality, it is utterly incapable of engaging in high-intensity, physical confrontations. If it were indeed a shadow clone, after such a prolonged skirmish, it should have dissipated long ago. What is the true nature of this situation? Following a sudden burst of fire, Asuma's heart raced with panic, his mind going blank amidst the audience's bewilderment and astonishment. The dragon fire technique. A wave of heat was already surging from behind him, and in the blink of an eye, Asuma had no time to ponder. He pivoted to escape. Yet, the searing pillar of fire seemed to have no intention of attacking him, instead hurtling directly toward the corner of the wall, igniting fervently beside him. In an instant, Asuma realized the gravity of the situation, swiftly turning to wield his chakra blade, just in time to intercept the silver edge of the entity known as Nohibiki. Clang! However, what greeted him was a knowing smile from Nohibiki. At the very moment Asuma blocked the silver blade, Nohibiki's other hand swiftly descended upon his shoulder, revealing a square talisman inscribed with the character for suppression. The suppression talisman. Asuma's complexion paled as he attempted to evade, but it was futile. He was ultimately marked by the talisman. The instant the suppression talisman adhered to him, his chakra became sluggish and constrained. Nohibiki then leapt onto the wall, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. In a heartbeat, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The pillar of fire unleashed by the clone continued its sweep, closely followed by the pillar released by the original. The two flames converged like a pair of scissors, cornering Asuma with no escape. His only chance for survival lay in reaching the wall and engaging in close combat with Nohibiki before the original's fire pillar engulfed him. Such a maneuver would compel the clone to cease its jutsu, thereby averting disaster. Alternatively, he could attempt to employ wind release techniques as a means of defense. Although the prospects were grim, considering that wind is inherently weaker against fire, especially given Nohibiki's superior skill in ninjutsu. However, due to the suppression talisman, Asuma's chakra had become exceedingly sluggish. Though the effect might be short-lived, during this fleeting moment, he was unable to utilize his jutsu or ascend the wall, helplessly watching as the fiery scissors advanced toward him. In a critical moment, a supervising referee sprang into action. swiftly transporting Asuma to safety just before the two fire pillars collided, resulting in a thunderous dissipation. Gazing at Asuma, now held by the referee, both the original and the clone of Nohibiki breathed a sigh of relief. Despite incurring significant losses, including the damage to the silver blade and the suppression talisman, this battle may have cost Asuma 5 times his future bounty. Nevertheless, victory was attained, and Asuma emerged relatively unscathed. Once placed back on the ground, Asuma stood dazed for a moment before shouting, "Nohibiki, you are despicable. To use a suppression talisman. How infuriating. I demand a rematch." At that moment, Tsuchibashi coughed twice, stating, "Ahem, the rules have clearly stipulated that the battle is not limited to ninja tools, talismans, hidden weapons, specialized ninja dogs, or summoning beasts. Therefore, the outcome has been determined. The victor is none other than Noera Jinkan. How infuriating, how despicable. I demand a rematch." Asuma remained relentless, his face flushed with anger. On the second floor, Sarutobi Hisashi displayed a satisfied and reassuring smile before turning to say, "Ryumi-I, take Asuma away to calm down." "Yes, father," Ryumi-I responded, then leaped down, heedless of Asuma's shouts, dragging him away. The next match would see the Country of Fire's Bayun Yeshan continue presiding over the contest against Tsuchikyo Mountain. Noera Jinkan returned to the second floor. "Well done," Mukomoku Nagayoshi remarked, patting his shoulder with a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Jinkan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. "Jinkan, what was that seal you used on Asuma?" Akai inquired. "It was a suppression seal. Didn't you hear me shout it just now?" As he spoke, Hibishu seemed to realize something. "By the way, Jinkan, why did you specifically shout suppression seal?" Noera Jinkan laughed heartily. "Perhaps it was due to my excitement." "Excitement? Really? I feel like if you exerted yourself fully, defeating Asuma would have been effortless," Mukomoku Nagayoshi chimed in with a smile. "All right, we have no further business today. The upcoming matches may not be as thrilling. Let us return," he concluded. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Noera Jinkan, Akai, and Hibishu arrived on the second floor, engaging in conversation with their peers as they awaited the imminent match. "Has teacher Nagayoshi not arrived yet?" Noera Jinkan questioned, glancing around in mild confusion. "I recall your teacher was just here. How could he suddenly vanish?" remarked Morinai Ibiki, leaning against the railing. "Oh, I just saw Ryumi-I-sensei call him away," another classmate interjected. Noera Jinkan nodded, unperturbed, and continued chatting with others. Moments later, a voice called out, "Jinkan." He turned to see Mukomoku Nagayoshi standing nearby, waving him over. "What is it?" "Teacher Nagayoshi?" Noera Jinkan approached and asked. Without a word, Mukomoku Nagayoshi gestured for him to follow, leading him to a secluded corner before retrieving a scroll from his robe. "This is..." Mukomoku Nagayoshi smiled slightly, handing over the scroll. "The Hokage believes your performance yesterday was remarkable and wishes to offer you a small token of encouragement. Take it." "Encouragement?" Noera Jinkan quickly grasped the implications. It seemed the third Hokage indeed intended for Asuma to withdraw early from the third exam, and his own successful completion of the task warranted such recognition. Curiosity piqued, he accepted the scroll. Mukomoku Nagayoshi, with a knowing look, added, "Though this matter isn't a secret per se, please refrain from discussing it with outsiders." "You understand my meaning, Jinkan?" "I understand," Noera Jinkan replied earnestly, nodding repeatedly. Eagerly, he returned to his quarters, unrolling the scroll to read. The first line of text caught his eye, "Heart of Fire," written in a script that was both precise and somewhat ethereal. From the name alone, it is evident that this scroll primarily records the reflections and insights of the third Hokage during his training in the art of fire release. Indeed, the first paragraph presents a succinct introduction to the 5 elements. Under the duality of yin and yang, chakra comprises 5 fundamental attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, each corresponding to the basic phenomena and transformations of the world. Among these, fire release is undoubtedly the most exceptional. This is not merely due to fire's unique status in the natural world, but rather because it represents one of the earliest powers harnessed by humanity. Long before recorded history, humans had already learned to wield fire to create light, warmth, stability, and sustenance. Thus, for humanity, fire holds a special significance, and for ninjas, it is even more profound. A few paragraphs later, the scroll delves deeper into the understanding of fire release, drawing on a multitude of references and providing an intricate description. Interspersed throughout are the Third Hokage's musings and inquiries about fire release, revealing a remarkably expansive perspective. After a brief time, Kazekage Uchiha could not help but express his admiration. The Third Hokage, a master of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, possesses a level of knowledge that far surpasses that of an ordinary ninja. Within that brief moment, the fire release techniques that had eluded him were elucidated with just a few concise words from the Third Hokage, illuminating his understanding and refreshing his spirit. For a practitioner of fire release, such insights are invaluable, propelling him further along the path of mastery. As he pondered while reading, over an hour passed, and Kazekage Uchiha completed the scroll. His gaze sharpened, and a hint of surprise graced his features. At the scroll's conclusion, he discovered the remarkable inclusion of 2 B-rank fire release techniques, one being the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, which he had been diligently practicing, and the other, fire release, head hardening. If the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is deemed the most practical and cost-effective B-rank fire release technique, then fire release, head hardening stands as the most potent, renowned for its destructive power and extensive range, ranking among the foremost of all B-rank ninjutsu. Naturally, this technique demands a substantial expenditure of chakra. Kazekage Uchiha estimated that, given his current chakra reserves, he could only deploy head hardening once. While B-rank techniques are not exceedingly rare, his father's notes contain several, albeit primarily wind release techniques that he has yet to practice. The scroll also encapsulates the Third Hokage's insightful commentary, presented in an accessible manner that will undoubtedly enhance his training efficiency. After reviewing the Third Hokage's explanation of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Kazekage Uchiha was confident that he could master this technique within the next 10 days, perhaps even in 5. As for head hardening, considering its severe chakra consumption, without the scroll, it would likely take him 6 months to perfect. Now, he believed that 3 months would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Kazekage Uchiha nodded to himself. It appears that the investment of those 5 Asuma was indeed worthwhile. Due to the arrangement of opponents, which primarily favored the strong against the weak, the preliminaries progressed swiftly, with some matches concluding mere minutes after they had begun. For instance, during the encounter between Akai and Obito was poised to unleash a grand fireball technique when, unexpectedly, something obstructed him. His complexion instantly flushed crimson, and he collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly, only to be sent sprawling by a kick from Akai. Remarkably, it was as if Akai had exerted no effort at all. Obito simply fell. One might say that the entire episode was rather farcical. Numerous similar incidents transpired, leading up to the 15th, when the preliminary rounds concluded. The Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, once again summoned the assembly, delivering a speech to elucidate the specifics of the third exam. With the preliminaries now behind them, all successful candidates were to soon enter the battlefields of the Land of Rain or the Land of Rivers, where they would be assigned corresponding military tasks. Sarutobi elaborated. Should they complete 20 C-rank missions and 10 B-rank missions within 6 months, they would be bestowed with the rank of Chūnin. Simultaneously, they would gain the opportunity to lead a squad, oversee B-rank missions, engage in S and A-rank tasks, serve as teachers in the Ninja Academy, and qualify for the Umbu. In a grave tone, Sarutobi concluded, "The second Hokage once stated that ninjas are the vessels of war. Now, you are about to confront both war and your own destinies. After the preliminaries, there is no room for withdrawal, only success, failure, or death in battle. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading." April 16th, 10 a.m. Hokage Building, Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. Namikaze Minato, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Hatake Kakashi stood respectfully within the room while Sarutobi perused a report. After a moment, he nodded. "You have performed commendably on this mission, yet you cannot rest just yet." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 grew somber. Sarutobi set the report aside, speaking slowly. "Just the day before yesterday, Sunagakure and Amigakure have officially allied. Following discussions in the council, Konoha has decided to take the initiative and launch an offensive against the Land of Rain, while simultaneously deploying forces at the border of the Land of Rivers. You are to join this operation immediately." Yamanaka Inoichi hesitated before inquiring, "Lord Hokage, are we to engage in a 2-front war?" "The battlefield in the Land of Rivers primarily entails defensive tasks, as per our strategy. We plan to first secure a breakthrough in the land of rain before confronting Sunagakure in the land of rivers. Sarutobi paused. Naturally, we have also prepared for the worst. Inoichi nodded, refraining from further comment. Sarutobi continued. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Mitarashi Anko will serve as commanders for the offensive in the land of rain, with Orochimaru as the overall commander. Shimura Danzo and Koko Munio will lead the defensive tasks in the land of rivers, with Danzo as the overall commander. Choji and Inoichi will join the 1st Brigade in the land of rain under Orochimaru's direct command, departing on the 19th. Minato and Kakashi will be part of the 2nd Brigade in the land of rivers under Koko Munio's leadership, departing on the 20th. Shortly after, the four exited the Hokage building. Minato and Kakashi walked a distance before encountering Obito, who was seated alone on a bench. Minato-sensei, you've returned from your mission. Upon seeing Minato, Obito was instantly filled with joy, rising to rush over. Indeed, we just got back, Minato replied with a smile. Obito turned to Kakashi and inquired, Kakashi, you should be eligible to participate in the Chūnin examination, right? Kakashi turned his head slightly and replied nonchalantly, we are now under a wartime protocol. There is no longer a Chūnin examination. We should focus on completing our missions. He then continued, by the way, weren't you two grouped with a level 35 individual for the Chūnin exams? How did it go? Did you pass the first 2 rounds? Obito hesitated, stammering, of course. I definitely passed the first 2 rounds. Kakashi remained unfazed. What about the 3rd round? Did you also make it through the preliminaries? No, Obito replied. But before he could finish, Kakashi let out a scoff. How infuriating, Kakashi. Obito clenched his fists, fuming, once I awaken my Sharingan, I will surely defeat you. Kakashi, showing no sign of disturbance, suddenly recalled something. Oh, I believe there is a saying by the sage that is quite fitting for you Uchiha folks. Obito frowned slightly. The sage? What did he say? Nearby, Minato displayed a hint of curiosity, looking towards Kakashi. Kakashi spoke slowly. If a person becomes nothing after losing something, then they do not deserve to possess such a thing. Initially taken aback, Obito soon grasped the meaning, his fists tightening further. Though he found himself at a loss for a retort, his face growing increasingly flushed. Kakashi. Minato awkwardly waved his hands, stepping between the two. All right, let us not start off like this. Humph. Obito turned his head away, while Kakashi looked up at the sky, remaining silent. Minato turned to Obito. Obito, how did Rin and your temporary teammate fare? Rin and Konoha both passed, Obito said, blushing as he scratched his head. He added, actually, I could have passed the preliminaries too, but an accident occurred. I failed to execute the great fireball jutsu and lost regrettably. Minato chuckled softly, offering reassurance. No worries. There will be many more Chūnin exams in the future. Take your time. He then cleared his throat, his demeanor becoming more serious. However, let us not dwell on that now. In a few days, we will enter the land of rivers to undertake war missions, so prepare yourselves well. The war has already begun. On the morning of April 19th, outside the western gate of Konoha village, 3,000 Konoha ninjas were arranged into 3 large formations along with several smaller squads, all poised for departure, the atmosphere solemn. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Mikazuki Yekio stood at the forefront of the formations, each delivering speeches to invigorate the morale of the troops. Hiruzen's address was conventional and devoid of faults, yet lacked any remarkable flair, far less captivating than Danzo's impassioned and aggressive rhetoric. Mikazuki Yekio, a renowned figure in the ninja world after the legendary Sannin, in his 30s with a beard, delivered a speech akin to Hiruzen's, also quite moderate in tone. Jiraiya, however, was ill-suited for such a serious occasion. He read a few lines from his notes before trailing off, his tone even somewhat stammering. Fortunately, his eloquence shone through, rendering his words relatively captivating. As the supreme commander of the offensive operation against the Land of Rain, Orochimaru was assigned to the final phase. However, as a figure notorious for his eccentricities and aberrations, he had no intentions of conforming to the norms of humanity. Thus, when he stepped forward, he uttered not a single word. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and silently regarded the 3,000 ninjas before him, resembling a serpent coiled upon a rock, flicking its forked tongue. In the midst of the formation, Nara Shikamaru silently scrutinized Orochimaru. Clad in black, with shoulder-length hair, serpentine eyes, pallid skin, and an androgynous visage that exuded an unsettling elegance. He embodied a creature that prompted an involuntary doubt in anyone who laid eyes upon him. Could this being, reminiscent of a humanoid viper, truly be human? Nara Shikamaru was no exception to this unspoken apprehension. Just as he pondered this, Orochimaru's gaze suddenly shifted, his sinister eyes lingering on him for a fleeting moment before moving away. A shiver ran down Nara Shikamaru's spine as an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. His complexion paled, and beads of cold sweat quickly formed on his forehead. He was almost certain that Orochimaru had indeed fixated on him, rather than merely conducting a casual survey of the crowd. This realization sparked a wave of unease within him. Faced with such a calculating and cold-blooded individual as Orochimaru, he had no desire to draw near until he had sufficient strength. Yet, what did that fleeting glance signify? Had Orochimaru been observing him prior to this moment? It seemed implausible. This was undoubtedly their first encounter, and they should not have had any prior interaction. As Nara Shikamaru wrestled with his anxious thoughts, Orochimaru, after a moment of silence, spoke in a raspy voice. As the commander of this military operation, I expect you to make every effort to avoid mistakes. Otherwise, you shall face consequences from either myself or the enemy. The battlefield knows no mercy, and neither do I. The atmosphere fell into a brief stillness, and the sharpness of Orochimaru's words elicited a subtle discomfort on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Lord Hokage, he interjected. Orochimaru then turned slightly, showing a semblance of respect, indicating that it was time to depart. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and cleared his throat. Addressing the assembled crowd, the land of fire and the hidden leaf village await your triumphant return. Let us embark. With that, he and Danzo stepped aside, leaving only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade at the forefront. Let us proceed. Orochimaru commanded, leading the way with swift strides, followed closely by the 3,000 ninjas, who soon vanished from the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Wasn't what Orochimaru said a bit excessive? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Danzo dismissed her concern, stating, isn't he merely speaking the truth? How can truth be deemed excessive? Mito Kazumi seemed to recall something. Speaking of which, it appears that Orochimaru and Jiraiya last engaged Hanzo 8 years ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile. At that time, it was Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade against Hanzo. And alas, they were defeated. However, at present, the two should be more than sufficient. On the evening of April 20th, the ninja forces led by Orochimaru arrived at the border of the Land of Fire, setting up camp by a riverside clearing just a few kilometers from the Land of Rain, preparing to formally enter the latter the following day. Various earth and fire-style ninjas busied themselves, erecting tents and lighting fires, and soon, 3,000 ninjas were settled by the river, resting and patrolling. Captain Akimichi Dingza, deeply engrossed in reviewing documents, looked up at the sound and remarked, "Ah, Nagayoshi, you've arrived." The newcomers were none other than Kikamura Nagayoshi and the 3 members of the Nara clan, Shinkai, Akai, and Sho. Akimichi Dingza flipped through the papers in his hands, nodding as he spoke. Tonight, there is a patrol assignment for you. It is a C-rank mission, with 3 experience points and a stipend of 2. Scheduled from 9 to 12. The rewards for wartime missions are presented in the form of stipends, primarily because participating in warfare is an obligation of the ninjas to their village. Fulfilling this duty evidently does not come with a reward, only stipends. However, although it is an obligation, the returns for participating in military actions are still quite substantial. In addition to the mission stipend, there are also benefits such as combat stipends, ninja tool stipends, and injury stipends. After a significant war, the gains can be considerable, and those fortunate enough to acquire numerous spoils can indeed reap great rewards, provided they survive the conflict. Go report to Nichi Higa. He will arrange your patrol route. Akimichi Dingza handed over a document as he spoke. Let us go? Kikamura Nagayoshi waved his hand, leading Shinkai and Akai away. The 4 soon located Nichi Higa, who was responsible for overseeing the patrols, and presented him with Akimichi Dingza's document. After learning the route, they prepared to embark on their 3-hour night patrol. Kikamura Nagayoshi formed a hand seal and pressed his hand against the ground, causing 3 square stones to rise. Shinkai, Akai, prepare for the substitution technique. Not yet adept at the technique, Akai felt a twinge of anxiety and swallowed hard. Sensei, do you think we will encounter an enemy attack tonight? Kikamura Nagayoshi pondered for a moment. We are only a few kilometers from the Land of Rain. The enemy may have already noticed us and could likely send someone to raid our camp. It is even possible that the rain and sand ninjas are lying in wait nearby, prepared to act at any moment. Akai replied, yes. Kikomura Nagayoshi smiled slightly. So, you must hasten to improve your ninja skills. While I do not expect you to master the elemental techniques, you must be proficient in the basic three-body techniques, shadow clones, and chakra control. Understood, Akai nodded in agreement. Just then, a sound of rocks cracking at their feet drew their attention. Having just completed preparations for the substitution technique, Hibisa blinked in surprise. Shinkai, what are you doing? It turned out that Nara Shinkai was crouched down with a kunai, chipping away at the square stone, creating a small crevice, into which he inserted 3 explosive tags. By hiding a few explosive tags inside, we might utilize the substitution technique to our advantage in the event of danger, he explained, forming the hand signs for the substitution technique and slapping his palm against the square stone. Mu Changyi was momentarily taken aback, but soon stroked his chin and pondered, I would not recommend employing such a tactic. Why? Uncertain Fire Xianjian was momentarily stunned. On one hand, the expense is negligible to you. The crux of the matter is that due to the limited evasion range of the substitution technique, concealing the explosive talisman within this stone could result in the shards from the explosion injuring yourself. Mu Changyi spoke slowly, recalling that his mentor had once shared with him that he had attempted this in his youth and had indeed sustained injuries from the flying debris. He then added, of course, if used with caution, it might prove to be a surprisingly effective strategy. Uncertain Fire Xianjian nodded, silent, with a contemplative expression on his face. Let us commence the patrol. Yes. Subsequently, Mu Changyi led the 3 individuals along the predetermined path, initiating their patrol around the perimeter of the camp. The area where the 4 patrolled was adjacent to a dense forest, from which the occasional howling of wolves echoed, lending an unsettling air to the surroundings. Fortunately, they gradually acclimated, and the ninjas within the camp soon succumbed to slumber, leaving only the flickering campfire and the patrolling ninjas awake. In the deep of night, around 11 o'clock, I feel a bit drowsy, Hibishu yawned. Mu Changyi remarked, the most perilous moments are often when one feels the most fatigued. Thus, during patrols, the greater the weariness, the more vigilant one must remain. After a brief pause, he continued, one must not relax until the incoming shift exchanges the secret signal. 10 minutes passed. The haunting howls from the forest persisted intermittently. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, bringing a slight chill. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from nearby, causing the previously gentle night air to turn ominously cold. Be cautious. The faces of Uncertain Fire Xianjian and his companions paled, and as they turned, Mu Changyi swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his hands to the ground to conjure a sturdy earthen wall. Then, with a thunderous boom, the wall shattered under a fierce gust of wind, scattering earth and stones everywhere, sending dust swirling into the air. With a commanding shout, Mu Changyi drew his sword and charged forward to confront an approaching rain ninja Jonin head-on. Behind this Jonin were 3 young ninjas, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, each clad in ninja vests, all of them Chūnin. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Besides these 4, numerous rain and sand ninjas, seemingly of Chūnin and Jonin rank, surged forth from the forest, launching a direct assault on the Leaf Camp. Charge! Observing that the enemy consisted of Chūnin and above, Akai immediately opened 3 gates, wielding nunchaku as he advanced towards a Chūnin with remarkable speed. Hibishu also unleashed a Jinjutsu, gritting his teeth as he rushed forward. Uncertain Fire Xianjian drew 4 poisoned kunai, dashing ahead while hurling the kunai with great force. Clang, clang, clang. Opposite him stood a rain ninja Chūnin brandishing a long iron staff, which he spun swiftly, deflecting the 4 kunai aside. Uncertain Fire Xianjian leaped into the air, his long sword igniting with fiery hues, and struck fiercely at the enemy. Clash! Yinfeng's attack was thwarted by the long staff, sparks flying in all directions. Without hesitation, Noera Jinkin twisted his wrist, aiming the blade directly at his enemy's right hand. The rain-hidden ninja relaxed his right hand and wielded the staff with his left, swinging it fiercely. The 2 engaged in a close-quarters struggle, exchanging blows for less than 2 minutes, when Noera Gunkan's age-related disadvantages became apparent. Although his physique surpassed that of most peers, it was still no match for his opponent, who was nearing adulthood, revealing a considerable gap in strength. At that moment, a sudden cry of anguish mixed with rage echoed from a distance. Out of the corner of his eye, Noara Jinkin caught sight of the rain-hidden ninja, who was battling Akai, having suffered a broken leg, while Akai himself was sent flying to the ground. Die, brat! The rain-hidden ninja bellowed, forming hand seals and striking the ground fiercely. Instantly, where Akai landed, a series of earthen walls rose up, encircling him, as these walls rapidly closed in. Despite Akai's relentless strikes causing significant damage, more walls emerged, pressing in on him. The rain-hidden ninja seemed intent on crushing Akai to death with this method. Seeing this, Noara Jinkin acted without hesitation, forming a single hand seal to activate the shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, a stone block appeared in the place he had just occupied, while he himself vanished to a distance of several meters. As he retreated swiftly, Noara Jinkin simultaneously formed hand seals. The rain-hidden ninja mirrored his actions, and they both completed their seals almost simultaneously. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from Noara Genkan's mouth, transforming into a massive fireball that hurtled toward his foe. The rain-hidden ninja countered with a C-rank water release technique. Water bullet technique. In terms of scale and momentum, the water bullets were not as striking as the fireball. However, due to the elemental advantage of water over fire, the two techniques clashed evenly, creating a dense mist in the air. Boom! Noara Jinkin raised his finger sharply, retreating once more. The enemy clearly did not anticipate that the stone used for the shadow clone technique concealed explosive tags, leading to a deafening explosion as shards of stone shot in all directions, accompanied by faint cries of agony. Just as Mumu Nagayoshi had described, the explosion of the tags within the stone sent countless fragments flying outward. Had Noara Jinkin not evaded in advance, he would have sustained serious injuries. Even after retreating a considerable distance, he was still grazed by several fragments, leaving him with minor wounds. As he rushed forward, he beheld the rain-hidden ninja, whose lower half had been obliterated and upper half pierced by debris, presumably lifeless. Meanwhile, as the earthen walls continued to close in, Akai's efforts appeared increasingly futile, on the verge of being completely engulfed. Observing the injured rain-hidden ninja, Noara Jinkin retrieved two shurikens and hurled them fiercely. With a loud bang, a wooden segment replaced the enemy in his previous position, while the enemy blinked to the side, glaring at Noara Jinkin with an expression of fury. Deprived of chakra support, the ever-rising earthen walls ceased to grow, and amidst the sound of crumbling stone, Akai quickly burst through the barrier. Akai, go help Sho. Understood. As Akai's words lingered in the air, Noara Jinkin exhaled softly, initiating a series of hand seals at a pace slightly slower than usual, yet remarkably steady. Opposite him, the rain shinobi clenched his teeth, his movement severely hampered due to a broken leg, forcing him to form seals and prepare to counter with ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Just as the earthen barrier rose, Noara Jinkin completed his own hand seals. Dragon fire technique. Fiery surges erupted, instantly transforming into three towering pillars of flame, resembling three fire dragons charging towards the enemy from the front, left, and right. The rain shinobi, caught off guard, never anticipated that a mere Chūnin like Noara Jinkin would unleash a B-rank ninjutsu, the dragon fire technique. He had no time for remedies and was consumed in a cacophony of screams as the three fire dragons engulfed him. After catching his breath, Noara Jinkin was about to assist others when a multitude of serpents suddenly surged from the woods, slithering towards the sand, and rain shinobi engaged in battle with the leaf ninjas, instantly throwing the enemy ranks into disarray, resulting in countless fatalities. Turning his gaze, he indeed spotted a figure with flowing hair resembling a humanoid serpent amidst the chaos. Orochimaru. Seemingly aware of his scrutiny, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes locked onto Noara Jinkin. Why is he looking at me again? Cold sweat trickled down Noara Genkan's brow as he quickly turned away. In mere moments since the assault began, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade launched their counterattacks, and the leaf ninjas within the camp swiftly rallied to repel the invading foes. Clearly, Konoha had not been entirely unprepared for the night raid by the rain and sand shinobi. Both sides appeared evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Once the battle concluded, the four members of Team 9 gathered, exchanging glances and noting the various injuries they bore. Akai, having opened 3 of the 8 gates, was particularly exhausted, supported by Ebisu. With a long exhale, Ebisu remarked, "That was quite perilous. The enemy consisted of Chūnin and Jonin. Had Akai not arrived in time, I might not have made it." Akai echoed, I feel the same. If Jinken hadn't come to my aid, I too would have faced dire consequences. Moku no Chogyo remained silent, merely employing healing ninjutsu to provide basic treatment for the group. Around them, the leaf ninjas swiftly restored order, tending to the wounded, clearing the battlefield, and collecting both bodies and spoils. Moments later, Akimichi Dingza approached the four and stated, "Chogyo, your patrol mission is complete. You may return to rest. Tomorrow, we will officially advance into the Land of Rain." "Will there be fighting tomorrow?" Moku no Chogyo inquired as he rose. Akimichi Dingza pondered briefly before nodding. "It is highly probable. 60 kilometers away lies a significant enemy encampment, housing at least 500 ninjas, potentially rising to 1,000. A major battle may erupt within 2 days, so rest well and prepare yourselves." "Understood," the four replied, promptly returning to the camp to recuperate. In the dead of night, Noera Jinken lay upon his arm, tossing and turning, eventually directing his gaze towards the profound sky, lost in contemplation. Since his departure on the first day until the recent battle, Orochimaru had paid attention to him on 2 separate occasions, and an intense intuition whispered to him that these instances were not mere coincidence. In the stillness of the night, he felt a subtle awareness that even prior to their first encounter, Orochimaru had seemingly been observing him from the shadows. But for what reason? Noera Jinken found himself perplexed. Although he possessed considerable talent compared to ordinary ninjas, excelling in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and seals, it seemed unlikely that such skills would warrant Orochimaru's unwavering gaze. Furthermore, he had always maintained a low profile, while Orochimaru had long been absent from the village. If there were anything that piqued Orochimaru's interest, it would likely be a unique physique, particularly one endowed with a powerful bloodline limit, such as that of the Uchiha clan. Yet, he himself lacked any bloodline limit. The exceptional talent displayed by Noera Jinken was largely derived from his formidable and continually developing spiritual strength, as well as glimpses of foresight granted by his past life's memories. Physically, aside from his handsome appearance, he found little to distinguish himself. What could possibly be the reason for Orochimaru's attention? With these questions and unease swirling in his mind, Noera Jinken tossed and turned until he finally succumbed to a deep slumber, the night passing in silence. As Akimichi Choza had foretold, the following day, 3,000 ninjas ventured into the Land of Rain, covering a distance of merely 40 miles, where Konoha engaged in a fierce battle with nearly 1,000 combined forces from Amigakure and Sunigakure. In this initial clash, bolstered by the prowess of 3 formidable warriors and their numerical advantage, Konoha delivered a significant blow to the enemy, dispatching over 300 ninjas in a single onslaught. Following this encounter, the enemy, evidently pained, retreated to fortify their defenses. Consequently, in the ensuing days, Konoha's ninja forces struggled to make substantial progress, resulting in a stalemate. While both sides remained locked in confrontation, Konoha's deputy commander, Mikomo Yagiri, divided 1,000 men to circumvent the conflict, targeting another nearby Amigakure encampment. The battlefield of the Land of Rain rapidly unfolded. On the morning of April 27th, deep within the dense forest, Noera Jinken swiftly struck, and a wild boar collapsed with a resounding thud. Blood gushed from its neck, and the creature convulsed a few times before falling silent, dragging the boar's carcass. Noera Jinken soon reunited with Mikomo Choya and his companions, who similarly bore the weight of a large beast. "Surely, this exceeds 1,000 kilograms. Let us return," Mikomo Choya remarked, surveying the beasts. The four had been executing a C-rank mission to hunt beasts with a cumulative weight surpassing 1,000 kilograms to supply provisions for the troops. Given the humid climate and mountainous terrain of the Land of Rain, the abundance of wildlife provided a valuable resource that should not go to waste. "Uncle Pao, here are the beasts we have captured. Please take a look," Mikomo Choya stated as they arrived at the camp's mess area, dragging the carcass of a buffalo before a middle-ranking ninja in charge of provisions. The middle-aged ninja performed a brief inspection and subsequently nodded, handing over a certificate of task completion. "That will suffice." With the certificate in hand, they approached Akadu Dingzu, and the four swiftly completed the necessary formalities, each experiencing a 2-fold increase in their C-level task experience. "Changya, there is a B-level task to be assigned to you," Akadu Dingzu stated. "Reconnaissance?" Mokoma Changya appeared to have anticipated this. "Indeed," Akadu Dingzu affirmed. "Tonight, you are required to scout the periphery of the enemy's encampment. The primary objective of the reconnaissance is to ascertain whether there has been any change in the enemy's numbers. Should there be a significant increase or decrease, a detailed report must be relayed to me. In the early hours of the morning, around 2 o'clock, the 4 members of the Noera clan departed from their camp, heading straight towards the enemy's position. Teacher Changya, how should we ascertain the enemy's numbers? As they hurried along, Mukumu Changya replied, as a Doton ninja, the reconnaissance task is best entrusted to me. I will provide you with specific arrangements once we are near the enemy's stronghold. The 2 encampments were not too far apart. Thus it wasn't long before they approached the enemy's camp. Mukumu Changya raised his hand, signaling the group to halt, and then began to form hand seals. Bending down to concentrate. After a brief moment, he frowned slightly. I cannot sense the enemy's numbers from here. Their patrol is 500 meters away. I must stealthily position myself behind the patrol before commencing the reconnaissance. Hibiki, feeling a surge of anxiety, remarked, isn't that rather dangerous? I will attempt the false movement technique to see if there are any sensory ninjas among the patrol. Mukumu Changya pondered for a moment before forming a series of hand signs. One hand pointed forward while the other lightly touched the ground. Moments later, he appeared to exhale in relief. Fortunately, they did not detect my false movement technique. This patrol should lack sensory ninjas. Advancing 400 meters, the 4 moved a short distance into a nearby grove, where, amidst the night, they faintly discerned the 4-member patrol ahead. Mukumu Changya instructed, I will utilize the earth movement technique to traverse underground and conduct reconnaissance. You should remain nearby and be prepared to assist. He turned to Noera Jinkan. If I do not return within an hour, Jinkan, you are to lead the team in retreat. Understood? Yes, Noera Jinkan replied, his expression growing considerably more serious. Mukumu Changya nodded, promptly formed the seals, and activated the Doton earth movement technique. The earth writhed momentarily, and he vanished into the ground, leaving no trace. Noera Jinkan and the others concealed themselves within the grove, their gazes fixed intently on the enemy patrol 100 meters ahead, remaining utterly still. The night was profound, and the patrol repeatedly emerged and disappeared from their view, moving along a fixed route as they conducted their surveillance. 30 minutes swiftly passed, yet Mukumu Changya had yet to return, leaving the trio increasingly anxious. At that moment, 4 figures emerged from the darkness ahead, approaching the patrol, seemingly engaged in conversation. Noera Jinkan glanced at his watch, noting it was precisely 3 o'clock in the early morning, which likely indicated the change of guard for the patrol. The patrol had changed shifts, yet Teacher Nagami had still not returned. As he pondered this, the newly arrived patrol abruptly halted after only a few steps, lingering for nearly half a minute. Observing this, Shiranui Jinkan felt a weight in his heart and whispered, Akai, Shoshu, prepare for battle. Understood, both Akai and Shoshu replied, their voices tinged with apprehension. Perhaps it was Ginkan's overthinking, for after that brief pause, the patrol continued its route for a full 20 minutes without incident, maintaining its original pattern. In contrast, the prolonged absence of Mume Nagami only heightened the trio's anxiety. Jinkan, how much longer until Teacher Nagami returns? Asked Hibis. About 10 minutes, Jinkan replied, just as he was about to glance at his watch when a barely perceptible surge of fire chakra made his pupils constrict and his expression shift dramatically. Be cautious. Hardly had he spoken when a wave of scorching heat surged forward, a ferocious blaze sweeping in like a torrent, incinerating a vast expanse of trees in an instant. The trio barely managed to evade the attack, their faces reflecting utter dread. B-rank ninjutsu. It was clear that their assailants were the very patrol they had just observed, a 4-man team, likely comprising 1 Jonin and 3 Chūnin. If it were merely a Jonin against 3 Chūnin, Gunkan's array of talismans could offer them a chance of victory. Yet, given their proximity to the enemy's stronghold, reinforcements would surely arrive within minutes. No matter how many talismans Jinkan possessed, a mere few hundred were insignificant against hundreds of ninjas. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Jinkan made a decisive call, run. However, a mocking voice echoed through the woods. You think you can escape? Leave your lives behind. No sooner had the words left their mouth than 4 ninjas leaped from the underbrush. Leading them was a scarred man in his 30s, wielding a long blade, adorned with the headband of Sunagakure, clad in a ninja vest. Behind him were 3 Chūnin, all around 12 years of age, similar in stature to Jinkan. The 4 advanced menacingly, the Jonin targeting Jinkan directly, while 1 Chūnin charged at Akai and the other 2 at Hibis. The Jonin moved with lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant while swinging his blade. Startled yet resolute, Genkin gritted his teeth and raised his own weapon to parry. Clang! The force of the blow nearly knocked the silver blade from his grasp, causing him to stagger back, his palms throbbing with pain. The Sand Jonin, surprised that Genkin had withstood the strike, let out a cold laugh and swung his blade once more. Clang! Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. In that narrow space, Genkin struggled to block the next attack. Although he barely managed to deflect it, the Jonin's subsequent kick struck him squarely in the chest. Genkin felt a tremendous impact, blood spilling from his mouth as he was sent crashing against a tree, his vision spinning. The sand-hidden Jonin moved with the swiftness of a gale, swiftly closing the distance to Uchiha Izuna, and struck fiercely once more. The overwhelming sense of impending doom finally roused Uchiha Izuna from his stupor, compelling him to hastily sidestep and raise his blade in defense. In the frantic moment, however, he could not fully avert the blow. The sand-hidden Jonin's blade reached his shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant. "You can perish," the sand-hidden Jonin sneered, retracting his weapon to thrust again. The blade's gleam aimed directly at Uchiha Izuna's eye socket. If this strike landed, it would undoubtedly spell his demise. At that critical juncture, stimulated by blood and pain, Uchiha Izuna activated the body replacement technique. With a resounding thud, the sand-hidden Jonin's blade pierced a stone instead. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna had swiftly retreated several meters. Adopting a sword-hand position, the sand-hidden Jonin, poised to pursue, felt an unsettling chill upon seeing the gesture, as if sensing something awry, prompting him to withdraw hastily. Discovered. Uchiha Izuna gritted his teeth in frustration, daringly activating an explosive tag, then immediately shielding his head with his arms. A thunderous explosion erupted, flames surged, and dust billowed as debris flew, some fragments striking Uchiha Izuna's arms. Feeling the sharp sting in his limbs, Uchiha Izuna remained vigilant, promptly forming hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique. It seems I must resort to that tactic. Meanwhile, although the sand-hidden Jonin had sensed the explosive tag beforehand, he could not escape unscathed. His clothing was tattered in several places, blood seeping through. "Cursed wretch," he muttered darkly, and as the dust began to settle, he charged forward once more, blade in hand. In a flash of cold light, Simban shot forth. The sand-hidden Jonin deflected them with a sweep of his blade, and Uchiha Izuna's form became distinctly visible before him. Uchiha Izuna brandished a wind demon shuriken, launching it with ferocity, its spinning trajectory aimed straight at the sand-hidden Jonin, who dismissed it with contempt but regarded the spiraling sphere in Uchiha Izuna's left hand with caution. He ducked to evade the wind demon shuriken, but as his long knife reversed, flames erupted from the blade, targeting Uchiha Izuna. At that moment, a sudden explosion echoed. The wind demon shuriken transformed back into Uchiha Izuna, who kicked off a tree and lunged, wielding two suppression tags aimed directly at the sand-hidden Jonin's back. The transformation was so abrupt that the sand-hidden Jonin had no time to react, and the tags were affixed to him. With a resounding smack, his chakra within became significantly restrained, causing the flames on his blade to extinguish momentarily, and his movements were hindered. The sand-hidden Jonin's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily evaded to the side. However, though the effects of the low-grade suppression tags were short-lived and weak against the Jonin, the proximity rendered escape nearly impossible. Uchiha Izuna bellowed, charging with all his might. His right hand met the sand-hidden Jonin's long knife in defense, while his left hand raised the spiraling sphere, aiming for the foe's chest. Die! The spiral bomb erupted with an explosive force, propelling the sand-hidden Jonin backwards with a piercing scream. The presence of two suppression talismans rendered him incapable of utilizing any ninjutsu, including the substitution technique, as he was flung away, crashing into a tree before landing heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, Akai's opponent appeared to be no ordinary genin. Despite being overwhelmed by Akai's third gate, he managed to endure and had not been eliminated yet. The situation for Hibi was considerably dire. Although his adversaries were not particularly formidable, their numerical advantage inflicted severe injuries upon him, placing him in a precarious position. The demise of the sand-hidden Jonin instilled fear in the three genin, causing a momentary panic. Seizing this opportunity, Hibi, in a fierce display, caught a kunai with his hand, sacrificing his injured left hand to stab it into his opponent's neck. The other sand-hidden genin, filled with shock and rage, immediately launched a kunai aimed at Hibi's throat. With no time to react, Hebe found himself on the brink of being struck. At that moment, the ground beneath the sand-hidden Genin began to stir, and suddenly, a pair of hands emerged, gripping his ankle. Earth release, decapitation technique. The sand-hidden Genin cried out as he was dragged underground. Before Hebe could take action, the Genin's scream was abruptly silenced. Overjoyed, Hebe exclaimed, "Teacher Nagayoshi." Indeed, the ground beside them shifted, and Nagayoshi emerged, swiftly dispatching the last sand-hidden Genin with a strike of his blade, urging, "We must flee. The enemy approaches." The three nodded, mustering their remaining strength despite their wounds, and sprinted back at full speed. However, 3 minutes later, in the dense forest, the 4 members of the Nara clan halted, their expressions dark and tense as they gazed at a figure a few meters away, bracing themselves for confrontation. In the shadows of the night, the figure appeared to be a man in his 40s, with graying short hair and chains around his waist. He wore a Rain Village forehead protector, yet his attire was decidedly casual, not that of a typical ninja. At first glance, this middle-aged man did not resemble an ordinary ninja. Were it not for his unusual attire, Nara might have suspected him to be the legendary Hanzo the Salamander. Without uttering a word, the man began forming hand seals with remarkable speed, executing a multitude of them. Observing this, both Nagayoshi and Nara's expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to commence their own hand seals. Wind release, vacuum big ball. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. These 2 B-rank ninjutsu, one of wind and the other of fire, surged forth with tremendous might, illuminating the night sky with their fiery brilliance. Yet, the middle-aged man displayed no sign of fear. Upon completing his seals, arcs of electricity crackled violently between his hands, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Lightning release, false darkness. The flashing arcs erupted, transforming into a blinding curtain of light that illuminated the horizon and surged towards the 4. The clash of false darkness with the vacuum big ball and fire dragon flame bomb resonated with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves through the air, uprooting trees and scattering debris in its wake. The prowess of middle-aged individuals is indeed extraordinary. Despite the concerted efforts of Mumu Nagai and Noera Genkan to withstand the assault, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the remaining momentum of the lightning release, false darkness, swiftly engulfs the 4 of them. After a brief moment, as the dust begins to settle, the middle-aged man murmurs in surprise. Remarkably, they are still alive. Before him, a mere 10 meters away, Mumu Nagai and Noera Genkan are gasping for breath, visibly battered and weakened, their legs trembling perilously. Their exposed skin bears numerous charred marks, evidence of their grievous injuries. Beside them stands a crumbling earthen wall, which, at the critical moment, Haibasu activates his only well-mastered C-rank ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, barely shielding himself and Akai. Noera Genkan swallows hard, struggling to remain upright. This man has withstood the combined might of our 2 B-rank techniques, one of which counters lightning release with wind release. If my assumptions are correct, he is most likely Shinhara from Amage Cure. Mumu Nagai, equally unsteady, weakly adds, Shinhara, the second in command of Amage Cure. Known as the demigod of lightning, pinnacle of lightning release, and lightning shadow of Amage Cure. While his titles may be exaggerated, he is undoubtedly beyond our capacity to confront. Breathless, Mumu Nagai continues. While Haibasu's complexion pales, what shall we do now? Unless a miracle occurs, we may find ourselves. Mumu Nagai does not finish, but the implication is unmistakable. Noera Genkan grits his teeth, filled with a sense of unwillingness. After battling a Jonin from Sunagakure, he was already severely injured, and now he has endured another strike of lightning release. Though most of its power was mitigated, it has nonetheless exacerbated his wounds, bringing him to the brink of death. Now, Noera Genkan's body is paralyzed, every part of him throbbing with pain, nearly immobile, his chakra depleted. In such a state, even a lower-ranking ninja could easily end his life with a mere C-rank technique or a few shuriken. Is this truly the end? Noera Genkan feels his consciousness fading, his vision blurring into obscurity. After hesitating for a fraction of a second, he turns his head slightly and utters in a feeble voice, "Teacher, I still have many explosive tags. Perhaps we could perish together with Shinhara." Before he can finish, darkness envelopes him as he collapses to the ground, unable to sustain himself. Genkan. Mumu Nagai exhales deeply, seemingly resolved. "Akai, can you open the 4th gate?" Let us follow Gunkan's suggestion and make our final stand. Without hesitation, Akai clenches his fists. Fourth gate, the gate of pain, open. The previously weakened Akai suddenly bursts forth with immense strength, chakra surging throughout his body, even eliciting a flicker of surprise from Shinhara. A lower-ranking ninja capable of utilizing Fire Dragon Fireball and this strange technique that transcends human limits. What an intriguing team. However, all of this ends here. Shinhara snorts coldly and begins forming hand seals once more, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to eliminate the four of them. At that moment, a blade of wind suddenly shot forth from a short distance away, moving with astonishing speed directly towards Nobufumi. What? Nobufumi was startled and hurriedly dodged. However, in his haste, he could not entirely evade it, and his left arm was grazed, causing a considerable amount of blood to spill forth. Mokichoya, Akai, and Ebisu were equally taken aback. Turning to look, their faces instantly lighting up with surprise. Lord Orochimaru. Not far away in the woods, a figure clad in black, resembling a human serpent, slowly approached. As he drew near, the night air seemed to grow significantly colder. Under normal circumstances, the three would have fled from Orochimaru at the first opportunity. Yet at this moment, the androgynous figure appeared far more approachable, even benevolent, than the third Hokage in their eyes. Nobufumi's expression darkened. So it is you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru paid him no heed, merely glancing at the unconscious Shiranui Genma on the ground, and then at Akai, who was surrounded by a surging chakra as he opened the 8 gates. He then spoke to Mokichoya in a calm tone. You all may leave now. Yes, the three responded, immediately hoisting Shiranui Genma and making their way back to the camp. It is truly surprising that this venomous serpent would come to save someone, Nobufumi scoffed. Orochimaru merely chuckled coldly. Those who cling to life. At his words, Nobufumi seemed to be stirred by painful memories. Trembling in anger as he retorted, it was you three who ambushed my team back then. My 3 students were all mere genin, certainly no match for you. Had it been one-on-one, you would have perished at my hands long ago. I endured humiliation to survive for this day, and now I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. Orochimaru assumed a combat stance, coldly replying, Times have changed, old man. No sooner had the words left his lips than he surged forward, moving like a serpent through water, his speed causing Nobufumi's pupils to constrict in alarm. In a stone chamber, a short-haired youth, bound in bandages, lay motionless on a sickbed, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the unconscious Shiranui Genma with an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. Moments later, Shiranui Genma's hazy consciousness gradually began to clear. He moved slightly, awakening and blinking his eyes. Just as he attempted to rise, a sudden wave of pain coursed through his body, causing him to gasp sharply and lie back down. This pain instantly jolted him awake, and after taking a breath, he turned his head to survey his surroundings. Upon turning, Shiranui Genma gasped once more. Orochimaru. At that moment, the figure of Orochimaru in his black attire stood right beside him, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing him like a serpent stealthily watching its prey. Shiranui Genma steadied himself, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately managed to force a faint smile. Lord Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru remained silent, habitually extending his tongue to lick his lips. The sight of this tongue left Noara Genkin feeling a chill down his spine, causing the smile on his face to vanish involuntarily. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru finally spoke in a raspy voice. You are Noara Genkan, correct? Yes, replied Genkan, somewhat tense. Orochimaru paused for a moment before continuing. You are quite remarkable. Of the 2 questions I posed, you are the only one who answered both correctly. Genkan felt perplexed, unable to comprehend the implication of Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru continued, his voice still hoarse. The third problem on both the graduation exam and the written portion of the Chūnin exam was crafted by me. Among this year's graduates, only one individual answered both questions correctly, and that person is you. Genkin suddenly understood. It turned out that Orochimaru had set the scientific questions for both exams, which explained the speculation among classmates that the question setter was some kind of eccentric. At that moment, Orochimaru smiled, albeit in a manner that resembled a cold smirk. After the written results of the Chūnin exam were released, I paid special attention to you. To be frank, Genkan, I hold you in high regard. A shinobi as intelligent and gifted as you is a rare find in the entire shinobi world. Even more so than I was in my youth. Lord Orochimaru, you flatter me, Jinkin replied politely, displaying a hint of shyness. No, Orochimaru shook his head. I am not flattering you. You are more exceptional than you realize. You simply lack awareness of your own capabilities. Jinkin, do you know what your chakra nature is? Upon hearing this, Jinkin was momentarily taken aback, wondering if his chakra nature had caught Orochimaru's attention. My primary nature is fire, my secondary is wind, and my third nature is still unknown, perhaps non-existent, he admitted after some contemplation. You tested it with the 5-nature paper, didn't you? Yes, Jinkin affirmed. Orochimaru shook his head. No wonder you lack confidence. You relied on such an outdated method to assess your chakra nature. After a pause, he added, in fact, a single drop of blood is sufficient to determine a person's complete chakra nature. During the days you have been unconscious, I have conducted the test for you. Jinkin felt a surge of disbelief, sensing that Orochimaru had likely tested him long before this moment. The results of that test must have drawn Orochimaru's interest in him. After all, since graduation, he had sustained various injuries, making it relatively easy for Orochimaru to obtain a drop of his blood. As for Orochimaru's initial claim about the 2 correct answers, it felt like a mere facade. But what was it about his chakra nature that piqued Orochimaru's curiosity? Could it be that he possessed the same versatile abilities as Kakashi, mastering all 5 elements, including both yin and yang? Observing the curious expression on Gunkan's face, Orochimaru smiled slightly. Your complete chakra nature encompasses fire, wind, lightning, earth, and both yin and yang. Only the water element is missing. 6 natures in total, with yin and yang only lacking the water element. Although not as formidable as full mastery of the 5 elemental natures, the news momentarily stunned Uchiha Gunkan. Am I truly that remarkable? The original Uchiha Gunkan was not known to possess all 6 elemental natures. Could it be that the fusion of souls has altered my chakra? Orochimaru continued, stating that, in terms of elemental affinities, the vast majority of ninjas possess only 2. Those with 3 are considerably rarer, while 4 elemental affinities are deemed exceptional. Individuals who embody all 5 elements are exceedingly scarce within the shinobi world. Moreover, those who encompass both the 5 elements and yin-yang are virtually unparalleled. Thus, throughout the annals of shinobi history, aside from the mythic figures, there are only a handful who surpass you in distinction. In fact, to my knowledge, there are merely 2, the Second Hokage and my mentor, the Third Hokage. The existence of these 2 polymaths is indeed one of the principal reasons for the strength of Konoha. Reflecting for a moment, Uchiha Gunkan ventured to inquire about Orochimaru's own elemental affinities. Orochimaru revealed a smirk that could be perceived as a cold smile, not quite as impressive as yours. While I possess yin-yang, I lack 2 of the 5 elements. I have long sought a means to attain chakra of all elemental natures, thereby deepening my understanding of its essence. In fact, I have made some progress. Pausing briefly, he continued, through experiments conducted on several volunteers. I have acquired methods to alter the elemental nature of chakra, successfully transforming some ninjas with 2 elemental affinities into those with 3. Uchiha Gunkan recalled his mentor, Nagayoshi. Speaking of Orochimaru as the foremost proponent of the idea that the essence of chakra's elemental natures is interconnected. Yet he never anticipated that Orochimaru would put this notion into practice with such success. Gradually, Uchiha Gunkan began to comprehend Orochimaru's interest in him. It was likely that he wished for Gunkan to serve as a volunteer in his experiments, to refine his chakra theories. Perhaps it was due to his awareness that he was not well regarded by most, while Gunkan was evidently a very normal and intelligent individual. Thus, Orochimaru did not employ any convoluted means to draw him in, but quickly got to the point. He stated, in the experiments concerning the augmentation of chakra affinities, the first addition is always relatively easy to achieve, the second becomes quite challenging, and the third has yet to yield success. Furthermore, augmenting yin-yang affinities is even more arduous, with even a single attempt proving exceptionally difficult. Consequently, I have yet to enable any ninja to attain chakra of all elemental natures through this method, and some theories have remained unverified. You require merely the water affinity. A single augmentation should theoretically suffice to grant you all elemental natures. Thus, I wish to know whether you aspire to possess chakra of all elemental natures, akin to the second and third Hokages. enabling you to utilize all ninjutsu? Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Gunkan, speaking in a tone laced with temptation. Or do you yearn for power? All attributes belong to the essence of chakra. One cannot help but acknowledge that Noara Jinkan was indeed momentarily stirred. However, he quickly regained his composure, for it is said that the greater the benefit, the greater the risk. The notion of chakra completion sounded far from amusing. After some contemplation, he inquired, what are the consequences of a failed completion? The repercussions of failure remain uncertain. For some, there may be no harm at all, while others might experience a significant decline in chakra quality, regressing their ninjutsu proficiency to that of a mere academy student. Overall, though, there seems to be no imminent threat to life, Orochimaru replied slowly. Noara Jinkan paused in surprise. Chakra quality? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. The concept of chakra quality first emerged from the esteemed Second Hokage's work, Clarification, and serves as a summation of the intrinsic nature of chakra, primarily encompassing aspects such as strength, completeness, and controllability. How does this relate to the commonly discussed chakra controllability? Noara Jinkan asked. In simpler terms, chakra controllability is a reflection of both chakra quality and the ninja's mental acuity. It is influenced not only by the inherent qualities of chakra, but also by the ninja's intellect and mental energy. As if recollecting a thought, Orochimaru suddenly shifted the topic. Your teammate who employs the 8 gates technique likely does not utilize ninjutsu, correct? Indeed. Orochimaru nodded. His shortcomings primarily lie in the completeness and controllability of his chakra, which is deficient in attributes and excessively vibrant, making it difficult to manage. Furthermore, that child does not appear to possess exceptional intellect, which explains his poor chakra controllability, as he cannot even perform a decent ninjutsu. Fortunately, his physical prowess is exceptional, and his willpower far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to achieve some accomplishments in the path of the 8 gates. Noara Jinkan secretly nodded, pondering why Orochimaru seemed so knowledgeable about the 8 gates technique. Sensing Noara Gunkan's thoughts, Orochimaru remarked, if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to explore the works of the Second Hokage. I believe you will find them immensely beneficial. He continued, in comparison to the risks, the rewards of chakra completion are undoubtedly extraordinary. Once one possesses a fully attributed chakra, its quality will be significantly enhanced, enabling the use of all ninjutsu and elevating chakra controllability to new heights, effortlessly mastering thousands of techniques, as exemplified by the Second and Third Hokages. Noara Jinkan found himself largely convinced by this statement. Although he knew little of the Second and Third Hokages, Kakashi was a renowned copy ninja, and his series of undefeated feats in the original work spoke volumes. Even without the Sharingan, Kakashi's speed in learning ninjutsu was extraordinary, clearly surpassing Noara Jinkan by a considerable margin. So, are you willing to participate in my chakra completion experiment? Orochimaru inquired once more. Noara Jinkan pondered. What does Lord Orochimaru estimate the success rate of this experiment to be? Orochimaru smiled. As long as you cooperate willingly, the success rate should not fall below 80%. With an 80 success rate, Kazuki Shiranui found himself in a quandary. On one hand lay the alluring temptation of pure chakra, while on the other, the ominous uncertainty of potential failure loomed. Although Orochimaru proclaimed a success rate of 80 and assured that failure would not be fatal, who could truly ascertain the veracity of such claims? When it comes to theoretical prowess, few could rival Orochimaru throughout history. If he were to deceive, Shiranui had no means to verify the truth. Could Orochimaru lie? Given his subsequent actions, Shiranui harbored doubts about the reliability of this matter. It was not a question of Orochimaru's character, but rather a fundamental disbelief in it. Betrayal of his homeland, conducting human experiments on fellow villagers, and the murder of his mentor. Such a person lying seemed utterly commonplace. Even setting aside those transgressions, Orochimaru's androgynous, almost monstrous demeanor instilled a lingering sense of wariness. Shiranui's expression fluctuated between contemplation and uncertainty. After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke. Lord Orochimaru, may I have some time to consider? Of course, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Rest assured, I shall return to see you after some time. Or you may come to seek me. Yes, Shiranui responded respectfully. Once Orochimaru departed, Shiranui exhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax on the bed. His eyes closed as he meticulously replayed the conversation in his mind. After a while, he shook his head. choosing to set those thoughts aside and redirect his gaze to a small stone table beside his sickbed. On it lay a knife, 2 leather pouches, and a ninja headband, his personal belongings. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Shiranui shifted his body, reaching for one of the small pouches. He unzipped it and retrieved a Rubik's Cube. Currently incapacitated, particularly after suffering a severe blow to the chest from that Sand Village ninja. He figured he could only practice his dexterity. However, as he grasped the cube, his hand trembled, causing it to tumble to the floor. With a sharp intake of breath, he leaned over to pick it up. To his dismay, as he rose, he inadvertently knocked the small pouch to the ground, scattering kunai, a notebook, pencils, and other items across the floor. Shiranui sighed, ultimately deciding against collecting the scattered items. He adjusted his position on the bed and began to manipulate the Rubik's Cube. Time slipped by, perhaps minutes or even hours, when suddenly footsteps echoed from outside the door. "You're awake." Upon entering, Hibi had an expression of pleasant surprise. Shiranui looked up to see Muki Chagaku, Hibi, and an elderly man with white hair entering the room. "Ah, you are all unscathed." Shiranui smiled and then inquired, "How is Akai?" "He is well, thanks to Lord Orochimaru's timely intervention. He woke up yesterday," Muki said, placing a lunchbox on the table while bending down to help Shiranui gather the fallen items. "What about the Rain Village ninja who used lightning techniques?" In a moment of contemplation, the name of the individual eluded Izuna Shiranui, though he recalled that the person possessed numerous titles and an impressive reputation. As he spoke, a white-haired man, who had been intently focused on something below, suddenly lifted his head and burst into hearty laughter. "You mean Shinbo, the half-god of escape, the pinnacle of evasion, and the rain-shadowed fugitive? Of course, he has fled again. After all, Orochimaru lacks the prowess to capture him." At that moment, Izuna Shiranui truly took note of the man, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Jiraiya, with his white hair, broad face, the crimson markings beneath his eyes, the large scroll on his back, and his robust physique. The man's innate comical demeanor could belong to no one else. Observing Izuna's stunned expression, Komoku Nagai chuckled and addressed Jiraiya. "Teacher, this is Izuna." "Teacher?" Izuna Shiranui exclaimed in surprise. Komoku Nagai nodded with a slight smile. "Indeed, both Minato and I are students of Jiraiya-sensei." "Nagai-sensei's teacher is Jiraiya?" Izuna Shiranui was momentarily taken aback, but then he reflected on the matter and found it entirely plausible. After all, Nagai had previously mentioned that his teacher was a master of fire release, and Jiraiya certainly held a prominent position in that domain. Furthermore, Nagai and Minato were quite familiar with each other, and Izuna had often witnessed their camaraderie, which was marked by a casual ease and even occasional risque jokes. He wondered where they had learned such behavior. It turned out that their relationship extended beyond mere classmates. They were also comrades and allies, all hailing from the same lecherous sage's tutelage. Izuna remarked, "Nagai-sensei, why have you never mentioned this to us before?" "There's no need to bring it up specifically, considering my level hardly reflects that of Jiraiya-sensei's students." Komoku Nagai chuckled in response. At this juncture, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Unimpressed. "Oh, don't say that. You have at least inherited my aesthetic sensibilities quite well, which is far superior to that full Minato. Do you know what he intended to name the Rasengan? It would shock you. By the way, Izuna," Jiraiya suddenly recalled, shifting his gaze to Izuna Shiranui. "Minato informed me that you nearly invented the Rasengan at the same time as he did. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Izuna nodded, although he had been aware of this fact. Hearing it spoken aloud seemed to surprise Jiraiya nonetheless. "When I was your age, I could hardly produce a single C-rank technique. Yet here you are, having spent 3 years developing an A-rank technique. That is truly remarkable." "Your praise is excessive, Lord Jiraiya," Izuna replied modestly. Jiraiya shook his head vigorously, his luxuriant white hair swaying. "Not at all. I am well aware that just a few days ago, you single-handedly took down a Sand Village Jonin during a reconnaissance mission. Your strength is comparable to that of Kakashi and Shursui." Izuna scratched his head. "It primarily relied on talismans, and that Jonin clearly underestimated me, thinking he could dispatch me with merely a few strikes. Had he chosen to prolong the engagement, I would have inevitably lost, at best managing a mutually destructive outcome with my numerous explosive tags." "Ha!" Unbeknownst to which remark struck him as humorous, Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter, disregarding his image entirely. Muki Nagayoshi inquired, "Genma, how did you manage to defeat the enemy that day with such swiftness?" "I asked Shosuke and Akai, but they seemed oblivious to the details. Heibei also chimed in. Indeed, how did you vanquish that Jonin so suddenly? Without hesitation, Noara Genma recounted the events of that day's battle in meticulous detail. Heibei's eyes widened in astonishment. You transformed your shadow clone into a windmill shuriken and hurled it beside the enemy? Noara Genma nodded, reflecting on how fortunate it was that Naruto from the original story conceived such an ingenious strategy. Otherwise, the outcome that day could have been quite uncertain. With such clever tactics, the Sand Ninja's defeat was indeed justified. Jiraiya was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Your method of concealing the explosive tag within the substitute technique stone is remarkably reminiscent of my own youthful exploits. Do you also enjoy utilizing talismans, Lord Jiraiya?" Noara Genma inquired. Of course, Jiraiya replied proudly. I am a senior talisman master, specializing in suppression seals. Had you employed one of my suppression seals, that Sand Ninja would have been rendered unconscious instantly. Such prowess. Heibei marveled. Heh. Jiraiya crossed his arms and chuckled heartily. Muki Nagayoshi remarked, Genma's approach is indeed sagacious. Regardless of their genius, young ninjas face inherent disadvantages due to their age. Thus, when pitted against adult jonin, they must dare to employ unconventional tactics and take risks, even if it means exchanging their lives for a swift resolution. Otherwise, the longer the battle drags on, the more pronounced their disadvantages will become. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. He continued, speaking of which, when Minato mentioned the Rasengan, I was eager to meet Genma, but I've been preoccupied with gathering materials, which has delayed my plans. Gathering materials? Heibei expressed his confusion. Muki Nagayoshi, half-jokingly, remarked, Master Jiraiya once vowed to become the greatest writer in the ninja world, so it is only natural for him to collect materials. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment. He coughed lightly and said, What do you mean by the greatest writer in the ninja world? I write purely out of interest. Fame and fortune are fleeting, mere trinkets of the outside world. I have never cared for such things. As in the original narrative, even in the presence of his juniors, Jiraiya could not maintain a serious demeanor. His every gesture exuded the distinctive aura of a lecherous sage. However, it seems that at this juncture, his renowned literary work, Aika Paradise, had yet to be published. Perhaps not even penned. After all, over the years, Noara Genma had never encountered any reference to Jiraiya as an author. At this moment, Jiraiya was likely still merely a celebrated figure in the ninja world. Heibei inquired, What books has Lord Jiraiya published? Jiraiya felt a wave of awkwardness. He had only contributed articles to various publications and had yet to release any personal works. But there will certainly be some in the future, he reassured. Curious once more, Heibei asked, Which publications? Well, Jiraiya pondered for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Let me share some insights on the writing process with you. The conversation among the group seamlessly transitioned to the realm of writing. As he dined, Noara Genkan attentively listened to Jiraiya expound on his literary experiences, occasionally interjecting with his own thoughts. Moku no Chuya, possessing little interest in writing, contributed only sporadically to the discussion. However, Hebe was thoroughly enamored with Jiraiya's identity as a writer, persistently inquiring about his various articles and works. Yet, Jiraiya deftly sidestepped these questions, choosing instead to elaborate on his life experiences. It was not until Noara Genkan finished his meal that the topic of writing finally drew to a close. Moku no Chuya tidied up the lunchbox, prompting Noara Genkan to ask, Teacher, how much longer until I fully recover? Daily, specialized medical ninjas attended to the severely injured, employing healing jutsu. I have frequently come to treat you and Guy over the past few days, so I estimate that within 3 to 5 days, you both will be healed and able to resume your missions, Moku no Chuya replied. In the midst of discussing writing with Hebe, Jiraiya turned and smiled, saying, Genkan, once you are well, I have a few matters to discuss with you. What matters? Genkan inquired. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively and rose to his feet. It is nothing urgent. Take the time you need to recuperate over the next few days. After the three departed, Noara Genkan lay on his bed, lost in contemplation. He had never anticipated that he and Jiraiya shared such a connection. Previously, he had hesitated about participating in the chakra augmentation experiment while simultaneously learning from Orochimaru. Now, however, his inclination had decidedly shifted towards a firm refusal. Setting aside the unknown risks associated with the chakra experiment, the mere thought of Orochimaru inspired deep unease. He recalled the subordinates of Orochimaru from the original story. While he could not remember every detail, he was acutely aware that several of his subordinates had been directly chosen as sacrifices for the Edo Tensei technique. Those who surrounded Orochimaru were either test subjects, sacrifices, or spare bodies. Only Kabuto could be considered a true subordinate. Even then, their relationship had initially been fraught with suspicion and wariness, lacking harmony. In stark contrast, Jiraiya's character and integrity were immeasurably superior, and his teaching prowess was undoubtedly exceptional, marking him as a rare model of an ideal mentor. Following Jiraiya would guarantee both an enhancement in strength and personal safety. After a moment of reflection, Noara Genkan resolved firmly. He would never board Orochimaru's ship. Possessing 6 elemental chakras was already commendable. Risking the acquisition of the final element by venturing into treacherous waters would leave him with nowhere to lament should he fall victim to Orochimaru's schemes. Nevertheless, the allure of possessing all elemental chakras was undeniably tempting, with boundless potential. Perhaps, as Orochimaru claimed, mastering all elemental chakra could allow a ninja to grasp the essence of chakra more profoundly, thereby glimpsing higher realms. Noara Genkan mused to himself, contemplating whether there might be an opportunity to obtain Orochimaru's research findings in the future. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and a medical ninja clad in white entered the room. The healer first conducted a thorough examination of Noara Genkan before performing several healing jutsu. As the healing technique took effect, the pain in the chest of Noara Genkan significantly alleviated, and he felt rejuvenated. 3 days swiftly passed. Reclining on his bed, he deftly manipulated the Rubik's Cube, fingers dancing in a flurry. With a decisive click, after a final twist, the 5-tiered cube was restored to its original state. Each of its 25 squares on every face now uniformly colored. Glancing at his watch, Noara Genkan furrowed his brow slightly. 1 minute and 31 seconds. He shook his head, setting the cube aside to stretch his body. After several days of healing, he had nearly recovered. Today or tomorrow, he should be able to shed his identity as a patient and resume his missions. Genkan, you seem to have recuperated well. Without warning, a hoarse voice echoed from the doorway, instantly chilling the atmosphere of the room. Noara Genkan froze for a moment, turning his head, his expression stiffening. Yet he managed to smile and respectfully greeted, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, approaching with measured steps, inquiring, how are your considerations regarding the chakra restoration? Noara Genkan hesitated for a moment before carefully articulating, may I ask, Lord Orochimaru, how does the first Hokage compare to the second and third Hokages in terms of strength? At this, Orochimaru frowned, yet replied, naturally, the first Hokage is stronger. After all, he single-handedly quelled centuries of chaos. Is the chakra of the first Hokage purely elemental? Orochimaru fell silent, a smirk creeping across his lips, a blend of anger and derision. What? Are you preparing to refuse? Noara Genkan steadied himself, continuing. While failure in restoration does not pose a life-threatening risk, the degradation of chakra quality remains a catastrophic consequence I cannot bear. Such an outcome, even you would likely prefer to avoid, wouldn't you? My elemental affinity is threefold, requiring 2 additions for completion, with a success rate below 20%. I cannot take such risks. Were I to possess 4 affinities like you, with a success rate exceeding 80%, I would undoubtedly proceed without hesitation. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes glinted ominously. Noara Genkan remained silent for a moment. 80% is merely your theoretical estimate. After all, there have been no precedents for 6 elemental restoration, and no one knows the true outcome. Moreover, even with an 80% success rate, failure remains a possibility. A 1 in 5 chance of failure is not insignificant. Orochimaru's pallid visage darkened slightly, and after a pause, he stated, in this world, there is nothing that cannot be altered by human effort. Even in failure, I can devise a method to elevate your chakra quality anew. Noara Genkan lowered his gaze slightly, refraining from further argument, and spoke directly. I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. After careful consideration, I believe the risks outweigh the potential benefits in this matter. While mastering all 5 elements may indeed unveil a new horizon, perfecting fire release to its utmost could equally lead to unforeseen breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru fell into a prolonged silence, and the room remained still for quite some time. Ultimately, he uttered no more words and turned to leave. After Orochimaru departed, Noara Hyuga let out a long breath, feeling a wave of relief. To be honest, he had been somewhat apprehensive that Orochimaru might, in a fit of rage, strangle him. Fortunately, at that moment, Orochimaru had no intention of betraying his country and still held some reservations, refraining from taking any drastic actions against him. The next day, following one final physical examination, Noara Hyuga officially shed his identity as an injured party and rejoined the ranks. During lunch, he engaged in conversation with Muki Chuya and others. "Chuya-sensei, how has the situation on the battlefield evolved during my time away due to my injuries?" Noara Hyuga inquired. Muki Chuya, chewing on spiced roasted pork, pondered for a moment before responding. "The primary reason I delayed our reconnaissance mission that day was due to a significant increase in enemy numbers. Upon repeated confirmation, they had at least 2,000 personnel at that time." 2,000. Noara Hyuga exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, the enemy has received considerable reinforcements." Muki Chuya nodded, then smiled slightly. However, that night, taking advantage of the fact that Lord Orochimaru had detained Shinsuke, Master Jiraiya led a surprise attack, resulting in substantial losses for the enemy. Consequently, they have reverted to a defensive strategy, and now both sides are essentially at a stalemate. Minor skirmishes occur, but a major battle has yet to unfold. Haibizu remarked. "Another stalemate. It is uncertain when a victor will emerge." Muki Chuya remained silent for a moment before replying. "This likely depends on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Should there be any changes there, the impasse in the Land of Rain will undoubtedly be broken." Soon, the four finished their meal of roasted meat. After tidying up a bit, Muki Chuya stood and said, "A major battle is unlikely to occur in the near future. And since we sustained 2 serious injuries in our last mission, the next few days should be relatively quiet. I will take Akai and Shoshu to train. Hyuga, you should go find Master Jiraiya. He mentioned he had something to discuss with you." "All right." Noara Hyuga nodded. His curiosity piqued regarding what matter Jiraiya wished to discuss, which seemed rather mysterious. Subsequently, as Muki Chuya and the others departed, he made his way to the stone room where Jiraiya was located, knocking on the door. "Enter," came the reply. Upon entering, Noara Hyuga discovered Jiraiya bent over his desk, engrossed in writing, seemingly troubled as he furrowed his brow. "Hyuga, you're here. Have a seat." Jiraiya smiled upon seeing him and set down his pen. "Master Jiraiya, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. I wonder what it could be?" Noara Hyuga asked as he took a seat. "Well, it's not a major issue, mainly some personal matters." Jiraiya coughed lightly, his face inexplicably flushing with a hint of embarrassment. After a considerable pause, Jiraiya finally spoke. "I happened to notice that day, your notebook seemed to contain several drawings." "Drawings?" Noara Hyuga was taken aback. Jiraiya gestured to indicate a rectangle. "The very small notebook you possess. That day, when Changye and I visited you, it fell to the ground. And I noticed several exquisite portrait sketches within it, did I not?" Nara Shinkai suddenly realized this and promptly retrieved his notebook from the small pouch at his waist, offering it to Jiraiya. "Is this what you meant, Lord Jiraiya?" "Indeed, this is the one." Jiraiya nodded repeatedly, taking it in his hands, his eyes lighting up as he flipped through the pages. "I usually enjoy painting. This little notebook serves both as a journal and a canvas for my doodles." Nara Shinkai remarked. "Just doodles?" Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes gleamed even more brightly. "Your artistic skills are astonishing. It is rare, even among older artists, to encounter such talent at the tender age of 11 or 12. Nara Shinkai smiled modestly, choosing not to respond. It is evident that art and science are intricately intertwined. The flourishing of painting in his previous world was largely due to the application of perspective and anatomy. In this world, however, science has developed in a peculiar and distorted manner, leading to a relative stagnation in artistic techniques. Coupled with the entrenched biases of traditional art schools, many artists believe that overly realistic portrayals lack soul and are overly mechanical. Consequently, Nara Shinkai's strong realistic style is indeed a rarity in the ninja world. Should the day arise when realistic art becomes fashionable, Nara Shinkai might well achieve recognition as an artist and potentially amass great wealth. Jiraiya continued to peruse the small notebook, nodding in approval, exclaiming, "Very good, indeed. This girl has talent, and oh, this one is quite nice as well." Nara Shinkai interjected, Lord Jiraiya, are you here merely to admire my drawings?" Jiraiya paused, as if finally recalling the matter at hand. He set down the notebook, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Ahem. The truth is, I have conceived a story that I am currently crafting. A few days ago, upon seeing your artwork, I suddenly thought you might assist me by illustrating it. Nara Shinkai was taken aback. Aren't you an adult literature author? Is it appropriate to seek the assistance of an 11-year-old child for illustrations? Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head, handing over several sheets of paper from the table. Take a look, this is it. After a brief moment of hesitation, Nara Shinkai accepted the papers, skimming through them and subsequently releasing a sigh of relief. The content was not overly explicit, primarily belonging to the realm of ordinary romantic novels. Although it occasionally hinted at some suggestive themes, it appeared that Jiraiya had yet to fully recognize his own creative prowess. What do you think? Jiraiya could not help but inquire. Nara Shinkai held the novel and pondered for a moment. One must concede that Jiraiya's literary flair is indeed remarkable. His prose may not be ornate, yet it is precise and evocative, particularly adept at metaphor, and possesses a strong sense of imagery. Not only that, although Jiraiya's novel is riddled with plot holes and displays a certain naivety in its conception, it evokes a profound emotional response, offering an unforgettable sense of immersion. With a hint of eagerness, Jiraiya rubbed his hands together and inquired, primarily, could you perhaps illustrate the protagonist's character? Certainly, replied Nara Shinkai decisively. Jiraiya, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly produced several sheets of white paper and handed them over. Shall we begin now? He asked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. To be candid, Nara Shinkai found himself at a loss on how to commence. It was not a matter of skill, but rather a lack of connection to the character Jiraiya had envisioned. The primary issue stemmed from the cliched plot development, which rendered the characters somewhat two-dimensional, devoid of distinctiveness. After sketching a rough figure, Nara Shinkai pondered for some time, twirling his pencil. Well, since Jiraiya is destined to make a name for himself in the adult literary realm, perhaps it would be prudent to awaken his potential sooner rather than later. With that thought, a woman's image suddenly flashed into Nara Shinkai's mind. Nara on the mountain, known for her audacious demeanor, unashamedly bearing herself before strangers and engaging in suggestive banter. Recalling Nara's striking pose on the wall, inspiration surged within Nara Shinkai, and he swiftly put pen to paper, as if guided by divine intervention. The likeness soon took on a semblance of life, leaving Jiraiya utterly astonished. Oh no, I forgot to draw her clothing. Midway through, Nara Shinkai abruptly halted, hastily adding a couple of modest garments to preserve the innocence of his youthful character. After a moment, the illustration was complete. Jiraiya, what do you think? Nara Shinkai exhaled deeply, setting the artwork before him. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he accepted the drawing, staring at the beautiful young woman depicted therein, momentarily rendered speechless. Jiraiya? He finally snapped back to reality, giving a resounding thumbs up. This is fantastic. You've done an extraordinary job. Unable to contain his excitement, he slapped Nara Shinkai on the arm, exclaiming, you truly are a remarkable talent. As Jiraiya admired Nara Shinkai's creation, he nodded repeatedly, his satisfaction growing. Yet, after a brief pause, he furrowed his brow, as if realizing something. You're not even 12 yet. How come you draw women so adeptly? Well, Nara Shinkai stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Hee. Jiraiya winked and playfully patted his arm, wearing a knowing expression. Nara Shinkai sheepishly scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Jiraiya then glanced back at his own writing and, after a moment, asked, Shinkai, what do you think of my novel? To be frank, your writing is exceptional. Undoubtedly at the level of a first-rate author, but what? Jiraiya prompted. However, Nara Shinkai continued, the plot structure is somewhat trite, and it contains numerous flaws that do not withstand scrutiny. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiraiya's face as he reclined in his chair. You feel the same way, huh? Sigh. I wonder when I will be able to create a masterpiece that garners widespread acclaim. He sighed again. Noera Jenkins stroked his chin thoughtfully, and after a moment of contemplation remarked, there exists a category of works that, despite having modest narrative demands, often receive high recognition from readers. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but upon exchanging a glance with him, he quickly grasped the implication and shook his head, declaring, no, such writings are too superficial. However, Noera Jenkins shook his head and began to speak eloquently. It is only the form that may be superficial. The essence of spirit is what truly matters. As the saying goes, literature serves to convey the way. The significance of literature lies in its ability to express thought. If one can allow more people to engage with their philosophical depth, does it truly matter if the form is somewhat shallow? To create profound works in the most accessible and widely appreciated manner, shouldn't that be the hallmark of a great literary figure? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya felt as though his soul had been stirred. His expression shifted instantaneously. He crossed his arms over his chest, gazing at the ceiling with a flicker of thoughtfulness in his eyes, as if certain ideas were emerging from the depths of his heart. He remained silent for a long while, and the room was enveloped in stillness until a knock echoed from outside. "Lord Jiraiya, come in." Noara Genkin turned to see a serious-looking young man with short hair enter, holding a document. "Ah, it's Kuroka," Jiraiya said with a smile. "Kuroka? It must be Kawahari Kuroka, the teacher of Yamashiro Aoi," Noara Genkin mused internally. "Lord Jiraiya, here is the task assignment report for the past 3 days. Please take a look." Kawahara Kuroka placed the document on Jiraiya's desk, speaking with meticulous attention. "Hey, why do you always look so serious?" "It's quite dull," Jiraiya remarked casually, glancing at the document before waving his hand dismissively. "All right, I understand. You may return." "Yes." Once Kawahara Kuroka had left, Noara Genkin inquired, "So what do you think?" "Lord Jiraiya?" Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then seemed to finally resolve himself. He slapped the table, his gaze firm. "You are right. The form is not important. True literature should return to its essence." In the afternoon, in a clearing amidst the trees at the camp's periphery, Jiraiya sat on the ground, holding a notebook and a pen, fervently jotting down notes. Not far from him, Noara Genkin formed hand seals, his chakra circulating within, the power of fire rapidly expanding. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing light shot forth from his mouth, but instead of propelling forward, it condensed rapidly before him, faintly resembling a solid fireball. As the fireball took shape, a wave of heat surged forth, and Noara Genkin could even see the vapor produced by the evaporation of his saliva. Hot, hot, hot. Noara Genkin's face flushed, yet he could no longer withstand the overwhelming heat, and with a powerful shout, the solidified fireball erupted, shooting straight toward a nearby rock. However, the fireball abruptly shattered midway, its power dissipating, ultimately transforming into a scattered array of flames that flickered momentarily upon the stone before vanishing into thin air. In his initial attempts at mastering the fire release technique, Nohike's Genkin faced considerable challenges and ultimately failed. He plopped down onto the ground, breathing heavily for a moment. This technique proved exceedingly difficult to practice, as it not only consumed chakra, but also demanded exceptional control, even with his utmost effort. It was nearly impossible to avoid being scorched by the heat of the fireball. Since he was merely practicing, his ninjutsu had not been fully unleashed, resulting in a relatively lower chakra expenditure. With the amount of chakra he currently possessed, he should be able to attempt it one more time. Nohike's Genkin took out the Third Hokage's Heart of Fire and glanced at it, his brow furrowing slightly as he fell into contemplation. After a moment, he sat beside Jiraiya and inquired, "Lord Jiraiya, why is it so challenging for me to control my chakra properly while practicing the fire release technique according to the Heart of Fire, thus preventing me from being harmed by the fireball's heat?" Jiraiya, engrossed in his writing, replied without lifting his head, "The old man's chakra is wholly elemental. His control over chakra is not something an ordinary person can match. Therefore, he does not encounter the nuanced issues that a typical practitioner might face. Trusting in books too much can be as detrimental as not reading them at all. Do you understand?" Nohike's Genkin found himself at a loss for words. "So, Lord Jiraiya, how should I address this issue?" "Utilize a bit more chakra to compress the fireball," Jiraiya suggested, continuing to write fervently, his excitement visibly growing. "Compress the fireball?" Nohike's Genkin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in realization. After pondering for a while, he rose to prepare for another attempt. Success! Just then, Jiraiya's excited voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Nohike's Genkin turned to find Jiraiya had already handed him the notebook. "I've finished. The simplified version is ready. Quickly take a look and then illustrate a few images." "That was fast." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "I cannot explain it." This time, the creative process was unprecedentedly smooth, flowing seamlessly from start to finish. "It seems my talent has awakened." Nohike's Genkin nodded inwardly and accepted Jiraiya's work. "Lord Jiraiya, how many illustrations are you planning to include?" "Just the usual scenes. You will know once you've seen them," Jiraiya replied, his face turning slightly red as he rubbed his hands together. As he rapidly perused the contents, even with Nohokage's Gunkan's extensive experience. He felt his cheeks flush and his heart race. Jiraiya could not resist asking, "What do you think?" Nohokage's Genkin exhaled deeply, calming his emotions until he reached a state of tranquility. "Lord Jiraiya, will the illustrations be in black and white or color?" "Of course, they will be in color," Jiraiya declared without hesitation. "From now on, I will rely on you for illustrations, and once the article is published, you shall receive half of the royalties." Half of the royalties. Nohokage's Genkin couldn't help but feel a moment of excitement. After all, anyone familiar with the original work knew that Jiraiya would undoubtedly become a best-selling author, and even a half share of the royalties would amount to a fortune. Upon careful reflection, Nohokage's Genkin shook his head. "You are the mentor of my mentor. How could I possibly ask you for money?" As a master of talisman crafting, he led a life of relative comfort, with ample opportunities to earn in the future. Thus, there was no necessity to claim half of Jiraiya's earnings. Otherwise, even if Jiraiya were to be exceedingly generous, the thought of his earnings being diminished by a mere utterance today would undoubtedly weigh heavily on his conscience. Moreover, not accepting payment would allow him to follow Jiraiya in his training, which, in a sense, could be considered a form of tuition. "No, I must insist," Jiraiya interjected with a serious expression. "If I require your illustrations, it is only right that I compensate you. As a writer, one must respect the creative efforts of others. Besides, your artistic skill is remarkable. You are destined to become a renowned master in the world of shinobi art, and every piece you create is invaluable. I merely wish for a few illustrations, and taking half of your earnings seems excessive." Jiraiya raised his hand to interrupt. "Surely 30% is acceptable? I am not a celebrated author." After much negotiation and Nohokage's Genkin's repeated refusals, they ultimately reached an agreement. Nohokage's Genkin would provide illustrations for Jiraiya's novel, and Jiraiya would pay 20% of the earnings as remuneration for his artistic contributions. In the following days, Jiraiya composed a short story approximately every few days, entrusting Nohokage's Genkin with the task of illustrating them. It must be said that Jiraiya possessed an extraordinary talent for adult literature. Once he found his direction, his progress was rapid, and in a brief period, his works became increasingly vibrant and expressive. While illustrating for Jiraiya, Nohokage's Genkin often sought guidance on various training matters and gained invaluable insights. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. As July arrived, in a clearing near the Hidden Leaf's base in the Land of Rain, Nohokage's Genkin diligently practiced his fire release technique. At the moment of completion, a blazing light surged forth from his mouth, rapidly coalescing into a solid fireball of several centimeters in diameter, dazzling in its brilliance. The air trembled violently as the fireball shot forth like a meteor. With a thunderous boom, the fireball erupted, transforming into a fierce inferno that spread swiftly. In an instant, a radius of over 10 meters was engulfed in flames, with waves of scorching heat radiating outward. Witnessing this grand spectacle, Nohokage's Genkin gasped for breath, a smile gracing his face. "I have mastered the fire release technique." Given his current chakra reserves, executing such a large-scale ninjutsu would consume a significant portion of his chakra, rendering it somewhat impractical. However, in specific scenarios, it could prove immensely beneficial. For instance, during his previous confrontation with Nobushige, had he employed this powerful technique alongside his mentor's vacuum sphere, overcoming Nobushige's shadowy illusions would have been feasible. Similarly, in large-scale battles, launching this technique at a densely packed enemy would likely yield impressive results. To have mastered fire release in just 2 months, your talent in fire release is truly exceptional, Jiraiya remarked as he approached from behind, munching on a wild fruit he had foraged. Turning around, Nohokage's Genkin casually inquired, "How long did it take Jiraiya-dono?" "I've forgotten, but certainly not as quick as you," Jiraiya replied as he sat down on the ground. He then added, "However, when compared to the Third Hokage, your speed still falls considerably short." Curious, Nohokage's Genkin asked, "How long did it take the Third Hokage to master the head-hardening technique?" Jiraiya pondered for a moment. "It seems it was less than 10 days, perhaps around that." 10 days. Nohokage's Genkin's eyes widened, while aware that mastering ninjutsu with universal chakra is swift. Accomplishing a complex B-rank technique in merely 10 days seemed rather exaggerated. The Third Hokage not only possessed universal chakra, but also appeared to have a remarkably balanced distribution across all elemental types. According to Orochimaru's theories, this indicated that the Third's chakra was exceptionally versatile, arguably the finest throughout history. Jiraiya continued. Otherwise, how could the third be known as the professor of ninjutsu? Don't let his current retired demeanor fool you. He seems like an old man, perpetually with a cigarette in hand, and perhaps even leaning on a cane. But in his youth, he was quite formidable. Noara Jinkan inquired further, Jiraiya Dano, what is your chakra affinity? For out of the 5 elements, with both yin and yang present. Jiraiya replied, reclining on the ground, then added nonchalantly, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and I all possess 4 elemental affinities, though Tsunade has only yang without yin. Can you believe it? A woman with only a yang affinity. Initially, Noara Jinkan dismissed it, but then his expression stiffened. Orochimaru Dano has 4 elemental affinities? Indeed, what of it? Jiraiya lounged on the ground, crossing his legs, oblivious to Noara Gunkan's altered demeanor. Nothing. As Noara Gunkan's expression returned to normal, he silently reflected on the precariousness of the situation. It seemed Orochimaru had indeed been lying. He constantly claimed to have 3 elemental affinities while actually possessing 4. Despite having the potential for 6 affinities, he dared not complete his own abilities and instead sought to experiment on others first. This indicated that the so-called chakra enhancement experiment was likely a significant trap, and the claimed success rate of 80 was surely a fallacy. Even if one were to fail, it would not be as simple as he portrayed. Thank goodness he had not agreed. Otherwise, he would have unknowingly become someone else's test subject. By the way, where is that colorful cube you had? Show it to me. Jiraiya suddenly sat up, intrigued. This. Noara Jinkan produced the cube. Indeed, this one. Jiraiya took the cube and fumbled with it for a while, ultimately unable to restore it to its original form, and returned it. How is this contraption operated? Noara Jinkan took the cube back, his hands moving swiftly, and soon restored it, glancing at his watch. It had taken precisely 1 minute. Jiraiya, astonished, was about to speak when a young ninja approached hurriedly from a distance, looking somewhat flustered. Jiraiya Dano, what is it? Jiraiya asked, turning his head with indifference. The young ninja quickly halted and said, Orochimaru Dano requests your immediate presence. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted subtly, and he immediately ceased his playful demeanor. Rising to his feet, what has happened? The young ninja cast a hesitant glance at Noara Ganjin, revealing uncertainty on his face. Speak plainly. Jiraiya waved his hand impatiently. The youth nodded slightly, stating, we have suffered a defeat on the battlefield in the Land of River. A defeat in the Land of River? Both Jiraiya and Noara Ganjin exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Jiraiya continued, isn't the strategy in the Land of River primarily defensive? How could there be a setback after merely a few months of conflict? What transpired? The young man hesitated for a couple of seconds. Initially, we held our ground at the border, and both the Wind and River nations repeatedly failed in their assaults. Everything was proceeding smoothly. However, due to Lord Danzo's insistence on attacking the Wind nation's homeland, we transitioned from defense to offense. Consequently, during one encounter, we pursued the enemy too deeply and suffered a fierce counterattack. Moreover, aside from Chiyo and Aizo, 2 formidable new foes have emerged from Sunagakure. One named Rasha and the other Yakura, inflicting significant losses upon us. Jiraiya clenched his fist, his expression darkening slightly. Before turning to Ganjin, you should go find Nagayoshi and prepare them. A great battle is likely approaching soon. With that, he gestured for the young man to follow him as they departed. On the evening of July 15th, near a hill outside the campsite, Muki Nagayoshi was leading Noara Ganjin and 2 others on patrol. Sensei, it seems our patrol area has significantly expanded compared to before? Noara Ganjin inquired. Indeed, it has grown considerably. Muki Nagayoshi nodded, then hesitated to add, generally speaking, when the patrol radius of a camp is widened, it is for enhanced counter-surveillance. Counter-surveillance? Yes. Muki Nagayoshi offered no further explanation, and silence ensued. At that moment, Haibizu voiced a complaint. The last B-rank mission only required us to record 3 times. Had it been 4, we would have been promoted to Chūnin after this patrol. Akai couldn't help but lament. Indeed, I wish to don the Chūnin vestment sooner. Sensei, when did you attain Chūnin status? At 13, Muki Nagayoshi reflected. When I was promoted to Chūnin, Minato had just celebrated his 12th birthday not long before. On the day of his birthday, Kushina publicly kissed him, and the atmosphere was quite lively, leaving a profound impression on me. Kushina? Akai inquired. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato's fiancé, and my second teammate alongside Minato. They have been together since childhood. Thinking back on it, it truly evokes a sigh. Muki Nagayoshi said, shaking his head with a sense of nostalgia. Akai then asked, Sensei, you must have had a girlfriend as well, right? Muki Nagayoshi smiled somewhat awkwardly, but did not respond. Hibazu suddenly seemed to have a revelation, looking at Noera Ganjin. Ganjin, I recall your birthday is on July 17th. What date is it today? The 15th. Muki Nagayoshi smiled. The day after tomorrow is Ganjin's birthday. Upon their mentioning, Noera Ganjin recalled that his 12th birthday was indeed approaching, momentarily taken aback. He then nonchalantly remarked, You all know I have little interest in celebrations, although if you insist on gifting me something, I suppose I would not refuse. In 2 lifetimes, Shinobi Hashigane remained oblivious to the significance of festivals, often disregarding most celebrations, including his own birthday. To him, the sole purpose of such occasions was to enjoy a holiday. Those that did not grant a day off were hardly worthy of attention. Momoku Nagayoshi interjected, though that may be true, one should pay a modicum of respect to birthdays, especially the 12th. What makes the 12th so special? Shinobi Hashigane inquired, puzzled. Well, 12 is a multiple of 1, 2, 3, and 4. It is among the most commonly utilized and easily divisible numbers, replied Momoku Nagayoshi with utmost seriousness. As Shinobi Hashigane and his comrades completed their patrol and handed over duties to the incoming team, they made their way back to the camp. Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions erupted behind them, accompanied by blinding flames and the cacophony of battle cries. Enemy attack! A shrill voice pierced the air, prompting the ninjas at the camp to spring into action, readying themselves for combat. In mere moments, around 2,000 ninjas from the rain and sand villages surged forward, with several leaf patrol teams hastily retreating. It appeared the enemy had abandoned their previous defensive posture, opting instead for a bold offensive. Momoku Nagayoshi formed a hand sign, pointing his sword to the ground. Instantly, 3 square stones rose from the earth as he simultaneously performed the body replacement technique, declaring, Body replacement technique, act swiftly. Shinobi Hashigane and Ebisu immediately prepared for the body replacement technique, drawing their weapons and bracing for the impending clash. The enemy closed in quickly, and the fierce battle commenced between the 2,000 sand and rain ninjas and those of the leaf. Open! Akai shouted as he unleashed 2 gates, chakras surging around him. Wielding his nunchaku with ferocity as he engaged 2 sand ninjas in combat, Shinobi Hashigane unsheathed his long blade, flames flickering along its edge, and joined the fray against 2 lower-ranked enemies. Though his martial skills paled in comparison to Akai's, his mastery of fire techniques and swordplay rendered him formidable, allowing him to push the 2 adversaries back with relative ease. However, the tide of battle was far from favorable. Before he could dispatch his 2 foes, a third enemy joined the skirmish, amplifying his pressure and causing him to falter momentarily, resulting in a wound along his arm. Open! Akai, too, found himself in a similar predicament, quickly opening a 3rd gate, a look of urgency creeping onto his face. It was then that Shinobi Hashigane noticed a stark reduction in the number of leaf ninjas compared to earlier. They were clearly outnumbered by the invading forces. What was happening? A sense of unease settled within him. Could it be that the losses on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers had drawn away reinforcements from the Land of Rain? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a young sand ninja, clad in a shinobi vest, charged at him, while the 3 lower-ranked enemies clung to him tenaciously, denying him any chance of escape. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Shinobi Hashigane swiftly formed a hand sign, activating the body replacement technique in an instant. Unbeknownst to the world, the incantation resonated, Wei, Wu, Thu, Chun, Hu, Shu, In. Flames danced as he unleashed the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. In a swift motion, he appeared nearby, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. 3 fiery columns resembling dragons erupted from his mouth, unleashing a scorching wave of heat. The young sand ninja who had just arrived turned pale, hastily retreating to narrowly evade the onslaught of the fire dragon's attack. However, the 3 subordinate ninjas were not as fortunate. 2 were engulfed by the searing flames, struggling momentarily before collapsing, reduced to mere ashes. The remaining one, although spared immediate death, found himself ablaze, screaming in agony. In an instant, a glint of cold steel flashed as a sharp, long sword pierced through him, bringing swift demise. Unbeknownst to Hashigaki, he looked up to see Moku no Kage dispatching the unfortunate soul. Are you feeling a bit out of your element? Moku no Kage casually flicked the blade. Hoshigaki indeed felt a twinge of discomfort. Since graduating, he had yet to witness Moku no Kage single-handedly eliminate an upper ninja. Just moments before, he had witnessed Moku no Kage face off against an Amage Cure upper ninja, and now the battle had concluded with such rapidity, marking a first for Moku no Kage's overwhelming victory. At that moment, another Amage Cure upper ninja charged towards Moku no Kage, immediately putting him on the defensive. Hoshigaki swiftly threw 2 shurikens, momentarily disrupting the Amage Cure ninja, and then rushed in with his blade, joining Moku no Kage in a 2-on-1 assault that quickly turned the tide in their favor. Seizing an opening amidst the fray, Hoshigaki swung his sword while simultaneously launching 4 shurikens. The Amage Cure ninja managed to block the silver blade, but could not evade the shurikens entirely, resulting in a shoulder wound. The poisoned shurikens had an immediate effect, slowing the ninja's movements and instilling panic in his eyes. Moku no Kage capitalized on the moment, thrusting his blade into the ninja's abdomen. The Amage Cure ninja let out a horrifying scream, instinctively grasping the blade with his right hand, blood pouring forth as he feebly attempted to defend against the onslaught. Yet, this futile effort proved insufficient to save his life. Mere moments later, Moku no Kage severed his head in a single stroke. The decapitated head, still clinging to life, beheld the fountain of blood erupting from its neck, despair flashing in its eyes before succumbing to the inevitable. Open. Nearby, Guy's thunderous voice echoed as he unlocked the 4th gate, the injury gate. Witnessing this, Hoshigaki and Moku no Kage felt a pang of concern. After all, the 4th gate represented Guy's limit. Once the 8 gates technique's duration expired, he would be left severely injured and devoid of fighting capacity. At that moment, from within the Konoha ranks, Orochimaru, clad in black, slithered forth like a serpent, swiftly confronting Shinboku, who had appeared seemingly from nowhere. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Shinboku's face contorted with rage, his body trembling with barely restrained fury. Orochimaru, this time we have the advantage of numbers. Your defeat is inevitable. Orochimaru remained unfazed, his demeanor icy, uttering not a word, yet swiftly forming seals with his hands. Despite his anger, Shinboku dared not hesitate, promptly beginning his own incantation. Wind release, vacuum wave. Water release, water fong bullet. Confronted with the formidable Orochimaru, a master of wind release techniques, Shinobu dared not casually unleash his lightning release. Instead, he resorted to the water bullet technique, clashing against Orochimaru's vacuum wave in a spectacular confrontation. The power of these 2 B-rank jutsu, wielded by such esteemed ninjas, was nothing short of cataclysmic. As their techniques collided, water arrows erupted, causing collateral damage to numerous nearby ninjas, some of whom were caught unawares and met their demise. As the waves subsided, Orochimaru unleashed a chilling long sword from his mouth, his serpentine tongue darting as he charged forward. Shinobu, brandishing a chain crackling with electricity, met him head-on. The 2 engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, but soon, a group of Leaf Village ninjas appeared, swiftly joining the fray. Jiraiya. Shinobu's expression shifted dramatically as he caught sight of a white-haired man maneuvering through the battlefield, effortlessly dispatching rain and sand ninjas in his wake. With a mocking smile, Orochimaru swung his sword. Caught off guard, Shinobu felt a searing pain as a gash opened across his chest, blood spilling forth as he hastily retreated. Clutching his wound, his face pale, he stammered, "You." Orochimaru licked his lips, tauntingly remarking, "For the past few days, I've gone to great lengths to impersonate Yajima, causing Jiraiya to be diverted. I expected you to endure a bit longer, yet here you are, so impatient. It appears your hatred for me knows no bounds. Just moments ago, Jiraiya and Yajima dismantled your stronghold, so it is you who have truly lost. I wonder if this will deepen your loathing for me. Ha ha ha." Orochimaru's laughter echoed, his crimson tongue dancing in the air. Shinobu clenched his chains, gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Orochimaru, still chuckling, continued, "Your best option now is to utilize your talent for escape and abandon your subordinates to save your own skin. At least you might salvage your worthless life. Though I cannot predict how Hanzo will deal with you." Clearly provoked, Shinobu's face flushed with anger, alternating between red and white, as if he might explode. Yet, he ultimately remained silent, his body crackling with lightning as he turned to flee with astonishing speed. Even Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. However, Jiraiya emerged from the fray, intercepting Shinobu with a swift motion, his right hand wielding a Rasengan aimed directly at the fleeing ninja. "Shinobu, it's been a while," Jiraiya exclaimed. Shinobu's expression shifted slightly. Then, with a flash of lightning from his left hand, arcs of electricity swirled around him, coiling into a shield-like formation. Yet, the power of the Rasengan exceeded his expectations. With a deafening explosion, he was hurled away, crashing into the depths of the forest. However, Jiraiya did not escape unscathed. As the Rasengan struck, Shinobu's chain lashed out, striking him twice and causing smoke to billow from his body, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru, sword in hand, pursued Shinobu into the forest. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Yajima rallied their forces, swiftly turning the tide of battle as the Leaf Ninjas encircled their foes, initiating a relentless slaughter. Amidst the unrelenting cries of despair, the numbers of the Rain and Sand Ninjas dwindled drastically, ultimately forcing them to make a desperate breakout, barely tearing a hole in the encirclement, with fewer than 1,000 fleeing in a state of panic. Just as Muki Nagayoshi dispatched another foe, he exchanged a glance with Nara Shinkai, who nodded in agreement, and they simultaneously began to weave their hand signs. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The two formidable ninjutsu intertwined, with the wind fueling the flames and the fire borrowing the wind's might, charging fiercely towards the retreating enemy. A tremendous roar erupted, and within a radius of several dozen meters, wind and fire enveloped the area, flames surging violently. Many Rain and Sand Ninjas were incinerated before they could even utter a scream. Numerous Leaf Ninjas unleashed their powerful techniques in pursuit of the fleeing enemies, leading to substantial losses for the Rain and Sand Ninjas attempting to break free. Ultimately, only around 500 shattered remnants managed to escape, as hundreds of defeated foes fled. The Leaf Village celebrated a resounding victory. Yet, even amidst the cheers, there were tears. Ninjas busied themselves with gathering the fallen and tending to the wounded. Among the 4 members of Team 9, Guy, who had opened the 4th gate, inevitably succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Hibiki sustained only minor injuries, he had been poisoned and was immediately taken away by medical ninjas for treatment. Moments later, Orochimaru emerged from the dense forest, his expression somber, one hand gripping a long sword, the other holding a severed arm, leaving a faint trail of blood upon the ground. Jiraiya, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, immediately sat up upon witnessing this and inquired, "What of Shinsuke?" "He has escaped," replied Orochimaru, his tone indifferent. Jiraiya glared incredulously. "What? You let him get away again?" Orochimaru remained silent for a moment before opening his mouth to swallow the sword and the severed arm, then extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips. This grotesque act sent several nearby lower ninjas collapsing in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Jiraiya's face grew slightly pale, and he grimaced. "Can you not be so uncouth?" Unperturbed, Orochimaru licked his lips again and remarked, "I have severed Shinsuke's left hand, and he is gravely wounded. Even if he survives, it matters not. I estimate that another major battle will soon conclude the conflict in the Land of Rain." "Are you referring to Hanzo?" Jiraiya blinked in surprise. Orochimaru regarded him with a look that suggested he found the question exceedingly foolish, gave him a fleeting glance, and then turned to depart. In the deep of night, in a certain location within the Land of Rain, a fine drizzle fell. Beneath the thick shroud of night, Shinsuke, drenched in blood and with only one arm remaining, stumbled forward in disarray, resembling a lost dog, a stark contrast to his former powerful demeanor. As he walked, he suddenly tripped, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood, his face paling in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Panting, Shinsuke tightly gripped the chain with his left hand, gazing at his empty left sleeve, despair flashing in his eyes. His 3 students had been slain by Orochimaru and his associates years ago. He had intended to exact revenge and redeem his honor, but now, not only had he failed in vengeance, but he had also lost a significant portion of his life, clinging to existence. Over 2,000 subordinates were either dead or fled, marking an utter rout. Shinfan could not help but ponder that, aside from death itself, his situation could scarcely be more tragic. In fact, one might argue that, to a certain extent, he currently found himself in a state worse than death. Coughing, he resumed his struggle for survival, forcing himself to rise from the ground. Stumbling, he made his way into a nearby cave and collapsed onto the ground, intending to rest. At that moment, A voice filled with astonishment suddenly echoed from the far corner of the cave. "Who is it?" Shinfan exclaimed, alarmed, and sprang to his feet, gripping a chain with utmost vigilance. From the shadows, a figure emerged, clad in a long robe and wearing a square scarf, with piercing green eyes that glowed eerily in the darkness, reminiscent of a specter. The figure scrutinized Shinfan for a moment before speaking. "You must be Shinfan of the rain-hidden village." With a swift motion, Shinfan brandished the chain, electric arcs flickering ominously. "Who are you?" he demanded coldly. The stranger, undeterred, observed the crackling chain in Shinfan's grasp and nodded slowly, murmuring, "It seems I've indeed stumbled upon good fortune." "Who exactly are you?" Shinfan, his complexion pale, gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the chain as electric sparks danced. The figure paused, contemplating before slowly introducing himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiao Du, and I possess a rather unique identity." "What identity?" Jiao Du casually rolled up his sleeves, his voice gradually taking on a menacing tone. "I am to be the next master of your heart." While it was true that Noera Jinken did not particularly care about the celebration of birthdays on July 17th, Moki Nagayoshi still took it upon himself to gather some wild vegetables, fruits, fish, shrimp, frogs, wild chickens, and rabbits, and shared a sumptuous dinner with Akai and Ebisu in a modest celebration. As time swiftly passed to July 20th, most of the injured ninjas at the Konoha camp had recovered. Meanwhile, Miya Murakami had departed with a portion of the team, reportedly heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers for support. At noon, the 4 members of Team 9 were summoned to the office of Captain Akito Toza. "Captain Toza," the 4 announced as they entered. "Ah," Captain Akito nodded, perusing the documents in his hands, then declared, "Nagayoshi, there is a B-rank mission I need to assign to you." Upon hearing this, Noera Jinkan, Akai, and Ebisu felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, the 3 were merely one B-rank mission away from achieving the rank of Chūnin, and since Akai and Ebisu had recovered, they had been eagerly awaiting the assignment of such a task. Captain Akito continued, "This afternoon, you are to head northeast to search for the body of the powerful Shinfan from the rain-hidden village. If you locate the body, return with the head, and if possible, bring back his chains. The mission deadline is 5 days, and you will earn experience for 3 missions. Multiple teams will execute this mission simultaneously, and failure will not result in negative repercussions." "A corpse?" Moki Nagayoshi frowned slightly. Captain Akito shrugged. "I am unsure of the details. However, Lord Orochimaru stated that Shinfan is already dead and instructed us to arrange several missions to locate the body." Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, each harboring a mix of doubt and concern. They were uncertain whether Shinfan had perished directly in that fierce battle. However, if he died in battle, the notion of searching for his remains becomes moot. If Nobushige did not perish but instead fled, how could Orochimaru ascertain his demise? If it were confirmed that Nobushige had indeed met his end, why were there no remains to be found? According to Lord Orochimaru's directive, merely assigning a C-rank mission would suffice, yet I deemed it somewhat perilous, thus I elevated it to a B-rank task. Akimichi Dingzo interjected, "So what say you? Will you accept?" Theoretically, during wartime, ninjas lack the liberty to choose their missions. However, in practice, if a ninja voices dissent, the commanding officer responsible for task allocation usually takes it into consideration. After a moment of contemplation, Kimura Nagayoshi ultimately nodded in agreement. "We accept." The 4 of them completed their mission briefing, enjoyed a meal, and then proceeded towards the northeast of the camp, diligently searching along the way. Upon reaching each location, Kimura Nagayoshi would employ the Doton sensing technique to probe the surrounding area. At last, on the following day, his ninjutsu yielded results. There appeared to be something unusual within a cave ahead. Rising to his feet, he pointed forward, his expression turning solemn as he spoke. "Let us proceed." The 4 immediately set off and soon arrived at the cave's entrance. However, upon entering, their expressions shifted drastically, revealing their astonishment. There lay a corpse sprawled within the cave. Its left arm severed, the chest and abdomen violently torn open, innards strewn about, clothing in tatters, and the scene was horrifically brutal. The humid climate of the Land of Rain had initiated the decay of the body, an abhorrent stench permeating the air. Instinctively, the 4 covered their mouths and noses, drawing closer to discern the identity of the deceased, and they immediately recognized it as the formidable Nobushige of Amigakure. "What a gruesome fate!" Hybe exclaimed. Gazing at the gaping wounds on Nobushige's torso, Kimura Nagayoshi pondered aloud. Perhaps he was ambushed by enemies, and part of his remains was consumed by wild beasts. After uttering this, he unsheathed his blade and severed Nobushige's head, sprinkling a vial of preservative fluid over the remains. Then carefully wrapping it in layers of cloth and holding it aloft. "Is the chain missing?" he inquired, scanning the area. Nara Shikamaru waved his hand, attempting to disperse some of the foul odor. "Not just the chain, even a kunai is gone. His shoes and belt have been taken as well," Akai pointed out. Haibi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Which destitute wretch would do such a thing, taking even shoes and belts?" Kimura Nagayoshi chuckled softly. After all, Nobushige was a prominent figure in Amigate Cure. His attire would likely be quite valuable, so it is no surprise it was looted. He continued, "However, it is indeed rare to see someone strip a corpse of its clothing. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon." Haibi scoffed. "It seems every sort of person exists. What shall we do with this body?" After a moment of silence, Kimura Nagayoshi sighed and said, "Let us give him a proper burial. None can predict their own fate. Should we one day meet a similarly grim end in the wilderness, I imagine we would hope for someone to bury our remains." With that, he formed a few hand seals and then pressed his palm to the ground, causing the earth to convulse as it enveloped Nobushige's remains. The four individuals subsequently embarked on their journey back, swiftly returning to the camp to report their mission to Commander Akimichi. "Your efficiency is commendable," remarked Akimichi with a smile, as he recorded 3 instances of B-rank mission experience for each of the 4. He then continued, "Narashikamaru, Ebisu, and Might Guy, your mission experience has now met the selection criteria for the 3rd round of the Chūnin Exams during wartime. I shall forward the review documents to Lord Orochimaru shortly. If all goes as planned, you will officially be promoted to Chūnin within 3 days." Orochimaru is known for his promptness. By the following day, all necessary formalities were completed, and Shikamaru and his companions received several items symbolizing their new Chūnin status: a Chūnin identification card, a ninja vest, the book The Way of the Chūnin, and a brand new forehead protector. Upon receiving these items, even Shikamaru felt a surge of excitement, eagerly donning the ninja vest and glancing around. Guy and Ebisu were even more animated, with the former exuberantly shouting and the latter blushing profusely. After a while, the 3 gradually regained their composure. "Sensei, what distinguishes this forehead protector from the one for Genin?" Shikamaru inquired, weighing the new forehead protector in his hands. "The material is of superior quality, and the serial number on the back is different, but visually, there is little distinction," replied Muki Nagayoshi. "Serial number?" Shikamaru paused, hearing this for the first time. "You can see it once you remove the fabric, though it holds no significant meaning. I suspect it's merely a way for the village to convey that each forehead protector is unique," Muki elaborated. Shikamaru nodded and promptly affixed the new forehead protector to his arm. Chūnin. On July 22nd, 43 AD. Subsequent dates will be abbreviated. Shortly after celebrating his 12th birthday, he officially became a Chūnin. Muki Nagayoshi remarked, "You are fortunate. The battlefield in the Land of Rain has entered its later stages. Once the conflict here concludes, you should enjoy a prolonged respite to further enhance your knowledge, skills, and physical development." Guy paused. "Is the war coming to an end?" Ebisu interjected, "A respite does not imply the war is over. The Land of Rivers will certainly continue to engage in battle." Muki nodded in agreement. Indeed, the fighting in the Land of Rivers persists, and IWA and Kumo remain watchful. Even under the most favorable circumstances, it is unlikely that the war will conclude this year. Traditionally, newly promoted Chūnin, especially those of a younger age, are granted a period of leisure when the current situation isn't particularly dire, allowing them to focus on self-improvement. During this time, you need only fulfill the minimum task requirements set by the village. By the end of July 43 AD, the battlefield in the Land of Rain, which had been relatively calm for nearly half a month, began to stir once more. The catalyst for this shift was none other than Orochimaru's relentless assault and the devastating defeat of Shinsuke's forces. The highest leader of the Land of Rain, the legendary demigod and pinnacle of the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander, finally took the field himself to confront Orochimaru's troops. On an expansive plain, Hanzo's forces faced off against Orochimaru's, with thousands of ninjas poised for battle, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. In the vicinity of the rain and sand-hidden forces stood a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s or 50s, adorned with a mask and wielding a sickle. This was none other than Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the rain-hidden village. Opposite him, not far away, were Orochimaru and Jiraiya, both locked in a silent gaze that lingered for an extended moment. Eventually, Hanzo spoke slowly. Orochimaru, has it truly been nearly a decade since our last encounter? By the way, why hasn't Tsunade graced us with her presence? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Jiraiya retorted loudly, "Old man. In the past we required the strength of 3, and now you're fortunate to face just 2 of us. You young ones are still so reckless." Far from the composure of Orochimaru, Hanzo remarked, his tone laced with the condescension of an elder. "In my view, Tsunade likely harbors some hidden ailment, rendering her unable to join us." Jiraiya faltered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Orochimaru licked his lips, a cold laugh escaping him. "Jiraiya speaks truth, Hanzo. Whether you believe it or not, just the 2 of us are sufficient to awaken you from your semi-divine slumber. Is that so?" Hanzo scoffed, yet his tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Orochimaru smirked. "I have prepared a modest gift for you. I hope you will graciously accept it." Hanzo frowned at these words. However, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals: Een, snake, dog, and dragon. As he completed the seals, he brought his hands together, and in a flash of eerie light, a coffin emerged from the ground. Witnessing this, the figure of Shiranui Genma, standing behind, could not help but narrow his eyes. This is the reanimation jutsu. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid fell to the ground, and under the harsh sunlight, a figure stepped forth. Initially, Hanzo merely frowned, but as the figure emerged, his expression transformed entirely. Shinobu. The individual who exited the coffin had short, graying hair and wore the forehead protector of the Rain Village. It was none other than Shinobu, the second in command of the Land of Rain. Seemingly accustomed to being reanimated, Shinobu paused only briefly before furiously exclaiming, "Orochimaru, you bastard, I will kill you." As he spoke, he attempted to break free from the control of the reanimation jutsu. Yet, Orochimaru appeared to take great delight in manipulating the deceased with a single hand seal. He rendered Shinobu trembling and nearly immobile. Following this, he let out a chilling laugh and, in a raspy voice, stated, "Shinobu, allow me to inform you that before your corpse rotted away, I had someone retrieve your head and preserve it as a specimen. Alas, I was unable to recover your weapon. Otherwise, you would have been able to fight with more vigor." Only then did Shinobu realize his surroundings. Trembling as he turned to see Hanzo and numerous rain and sand ninjas, his face contorting in horror. It must be said that Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu delivered a devastating blow to the morale of his adversaries. Many rain and sand ninjas, upon seeing Shinobu, controlled and rendered indistinguishable from the living or the dead, could not help but display expressions of shock and fear. After all, for the vast majority of ninjas, the reanimation jutsu was an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying technique, far beyond the realm of conventional understanding. Moreover, the overwhelming majority of ninjas cannot help but ponder whether, after their demise, they too would be manipulated by Orochimaru. Even Hanzo, when confronted by Nobushige, displayed a fleeting array of emotions, ultimately remarking, "Is this the infamous Ito Tensei? Truly a sinister ninjutsu beyond belief." After a brief pause, he inquired with a peculiar tone, "Nobushige, though it is regrettable that you have departed from this world, what I wish to know most is what realm the deceased inhabit." The departed Nobushige trembled and shook his head, seemingly rendered speechless. At this moment, Orochimaru interjected, "Those who return from that realm are bound by an irresistible, mysterious force, preventing them from divulging any details about that world. Hanzo, if you truly wish to comprehend the nature of the realm of the dead, perhaps you should accompany your old friend." No sooner had he spoken than Nobushige let out a fierce cry and charged toward Hanzo's forces. His expression twisted with rage and sorrow. "Orochimaru, I shall certainly slay you. Curse be you." Hanzo's countenance shifted dramatically as he brandished his scythe, preparing to confront Nobushige. "Hanzo, your opponent is us," Orochimaru bellowed, akin to a serpent gliding through water, sword in hand as he rushed toward Hanzo. Jiraiya observed the resurrected Nobushige, his expression shifting momentarily before he chose silence, biting his finger and striking the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous crash, a massive toad, resembling a small mountain, materialized out of thin air, draped in a wide robe, a short blade at its waist, and a pipe in its mouth. gazing down upon the assembly of ninjas with an imposing presence. Many rain and sand ninjas instinctively took a step back, betraying their trepidation. Suddenly, cries of anguish erupted from the ranks of the rain and sand ninjas as Nobushige plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc amidst a storm of electric arcs, proving far too formidable for any single adversary. In the blink of an eye, Nobushige surged into the throng, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya engaged Hanzo, their respective armies clashing with fervor, thus igniting the flames of battle. Makyum Chogai led Noera Genkan and two others against a small squad of sand ninjas, and fierce combat ensued. Genkan's opponent was a young kunoichi in her 20s, possessing a certain grace. Had she not been the enemy, he might have wished to gaze upon her longer. Yet, war knows no mercy. Genkan did not relent simply because his opponent was female. His strikes remained sharp and unyielding, and soon she was left battered and bruised. As two Senbon pierced her lungs, she let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground. Genkan swiftly ended her life, then turned his gaze toward the distance. Not far off, Hibi was subtly losing ground against a young male ninja adept in wind release, beads of sweat adorning his brow alongside several wounds. "Show!" Genkan shouted. Hibi, maintaining a calm demeanor, understood the unspoken message and executed a feint before forming seals to escape. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. As the young Chūnin finally grasped the situation, 3 columns of fiery blaze erupted like dragons, surging forth from 3 directions. With a single, anguished cry, the young Chūnin fell to the ground amidst the inferno, convulsing a few times before being reduced to a charred form. Hibisho swiftly retreated, joining Akai in the fray, while Noera Jinisuke faced off against a Rain Village youth, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age. Despite his youth, the new opponent exhibited extraordinary prowess. He was robustly built, wielding a broad-bladed sword, and adept in lightning techniques. Each clash of their blades sent tingles through Noera Jinisuke's body, placing him in peril on several occasions. What unsettled him further was the fact that this boy, even while engaged in combat, displayed moments of distraction, glancing around with an air of nonchalance. Noera Jinisuke began to suspect that this seemingly juvenile youth might actually be a jonin, for there was no definitive distinction between a Chūnin and a jonin in terms of appearance or attire. As their battle raged on, despite being at a disadvantage, the Rain Village youth was unable to gain the upper hand, leading to a temporary stalemate. Just as both warriors intensified their resolve, preparing for a decisive clash, a panicked shout echoed from nearby, "Run! Run!" The expression of the Rain Village youth shifted dramatically. In his moment of alarm, he was swiftly wounded by Noera Jinisuke's blade, blood streaming from his shoulder. Yet, he merely stifled a groan, clutching his shoulder and retreating hastily, his pallid visage revealing his distress as he called out, "Father!" Emerging amidst the arcs of lightning was Shinban, racing towards them with a sphere of electric light in hand, aimed directly at the youth. "Run!" he cried, his eyes wide with desperation. Though his movements had slowed, he did not cease his advance, the lightning in his grasp flickering menacingly. The Rain Village youth, momentarily frozen in shock, failed to flee, while Noera Jinisuke, startled, took flight. Although Shinban was under the control of Orochimaru, there was no telling whether he could break free from the Edo Tensei. Even a fleeting moment of liberation could spell doom for him. Just half a second after Noera Jinisuke fled, Shinban arrived with a roar, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The explosion resounded as the Rain Village youth's head was obliterated, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, his demise horrifically brutal. Witnessing the headless corpse collapse, Shinban trembled, collapsing to his knees, cradling his head in his hands, murmuring incoherently, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, engaged in battle with Jiraiya against Hanzo, noticed a change in Shinban's demeanor. He swiftly retreated, casting a glance at Shinban before forming a hand seal. Shinban's body convulsed violently, yet he remained unmoving. Noera Jinisuke, observing from a distance, felt a shiver run down his spine and retreated even further. Orochimaru formed several more seals, but Shinban still did not respond. His expression darkened considerably. Disbelief etched upon his features as he muttered, "Is this technique so flawed that it has spiraled out of control?" Suddenly, Shinban let out a primal scream, arcs of electricity crackling around him as he surged toward Orochimaru, seemingly driven mad. Orochimaru first took the life of his student, then inflicted grievous injuries upon him. subsequently leading him to a disastrous defeat in battle, and now has caused the tragic demise of his son. The amalgamation of old grievances and new vendettas renders their enmity irreconcilable. It is no wonder that even the restraints of the impure world reincarnation momentarily falter. With a disdainful snort, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals. As the final seal was completed, the body of Shinbaku began to crumble into fragments and dust. In a desperate struggle, Shinbaku unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Orochimaru, yet it failed to find its mark, dissipating into the endless abyss of hatred and despair. Orochimaru, I shall await you in another world, he intended to declare, but his words were cut short as he vanished entirely, revealing instead the lifeless form of a Rain Village Jonin. Upon hearing that statement, a peculiar glint flickered in the eyes of Kakashi, who had witnessed the legendary impure world reincarnation firsthand. An intense curiosity surged within him. What manner of place was the pure land where the souls reside? Orochimaru, his demeanor dark and brooding, remained silent for a moment before lowering himself to the ground. With a guttural cry, his mouth opened wide, akin to that of a serpent, expanding several times its size. Then, an onslaught of serpents erupted from his maw, surging forth like a tidal wave, ruthlessly attacking the rain and sand ninjas. Meanwhile, he wielded a long sword, rejoining the fray alongside Jiraiya and Hanzo. One cannot deny that the so-called demigod, Hanzo, possesses remarkable strength, even nearing his twilight years. He managed to gain the upper hand against Jiraiya in their one-on-one skirmish. However, Orochimaru's re-entry into the battle drastically increased the pressure on Hanzo, who found himself on the defensive. Simultaneously, the multitude of venomous serpents unleashed by Orochimaru posed significant challenges for the rain and sand ninjas. In the arena of battle, where life and death hinge upon a mere thought, even the slightest disruption could lead to a ninja's downfall. Gradually, the tide of battle began to clarify. While Hanzo was indeed formidable, his age proved to be a disadvantage. Faced with the nearly peak condition of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, he soon found himself struggling to cope. The forces of Konoha had gained the upper hand, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, victory seemed but a matter of time. In a fleeting moment during the close-quarters clash between Orochimaru and Hanzo, the flail at the end of Hanzo's scythe spun towards Orochimaru, striking him squarely in the chest and flattening him against the ground. Orochimaru let out a pained cry, akin to a kite severed from its string, and was sent sprawling. Unconscious. Humph, you are still too inexperienced to engage me in close combat. Hanzo sneered. At that moment, Jiraiya leaped from the back of Gamabunta, brandishing the Rasengan as he charged towards Hanzo's face. Suddenly, the ground erupted as a gargantuan salamander leapt forth, unleashing a water projectile aimed directly at Jiraiya. Yet, with a smirk, Jiraiya vanished within the water blast. Simultaneously, Gamabunta, as if anticipating this moment, bellowed and plunged a dagger into the salamander. Blood splattered as the creature writhed in agony, and with a powerful gust, it vanished from sight. Ha! Hanzo, your salamander has retreated. Jiraiya reappeared atop Gamabunta, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, toad oil fire bullet. Flames erupted fiercely from Jiraiya's mouth, swiftly intertwining with the oil spewed by Fukusaku, transforming into a roaring sea of fire. The scorching waves surged toward Hanzo, who, taken aback by the formidable power of the toad oil fireball, could not help but change his expression dramatically. He promptly formed a series of hand seals and executed a body flicker technique, instantly reappearing several dozen meters away. As he beheld the explosive, burning toad oil fireball, a flicker of deep trepidation crossed Hanzo's eyes, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his scythe. Prepare to meet your end, Hanzo. Just then, the once tranquil ground suddenly split open, and Orochimaru emerged, his neck elongated grotesquely like a giant serpent. With an open mouth, he released a long sword that lunged straight at Hanzo. What? Hanzo's expression shifted drastically as he could hardly fathom that the defeated Orochimaru had re-emerged in such a monstrous hybrid form. Caught off guard, the sword thrust from Orochimaru's mouth pierced his abdomen. Hanzo let out a muffled groan, hastily retreating while clutching his bleeding belly. Casting a weary glance at the advancing Orochimaru, Orochimaru swiftly retracted his serpent-like form, returning to his human guise, brandishing the long sword and licking his lips. Hanzo, his demeanor darkened and breathing heavily, remarked, "That was not a mere clone, yet you remain unscathed. How is that possible?" Orochimaru sneered. For me, blunt force holds little significance. A moment of silence enveloped Hanzo as he realized. I see. You have thoroughly transformed your body. Jiraiya, perched atop Fukasaku, spoke nonchalantly. Hanzo, what do you think? Would you consider this a defeat? Turning to observe the fierce battle between their forces, Hanzo noted the rain and sand ninjas displaying signs of imminent defeat, causing his countenance to darken. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes and sighed. Alas, I am indeed not what I once was. Jiraiya retorted dismissively. Your past victories over us were not solely due to your youth and vigor. Even if you were not aging, we could still overcome you. Hanzo offered no reply. Orochimaru, licking his lips, queried, So, do you intend to negotiate our fates? Ultimately, Hanzo shook his head and raised a hand, his voice escalating significantly. I command the Rain Ninjas to withdraw from this battle. Orochimaru smirked and raised his own hand, proclaiming, Konoha ninjas, cease your combat with the rain. As the words fell, the battlefield momentarily froze, and the Rain Ninjas quickly responded, retreating hastily, leaving only the Konoha and Sand Ninjas to confront one another. A bloodied middle-aged Sand Ninja, astonished and furious, pointed at Hanzo, exclaiming, Hanzo, you traitor! Lord Chio and Lord Hiro must. Before he could finish, Orochimaru lunged forward, piercing his throat with a swift strike. Licking his lips once more, Orochimaru coldly declared, Leave no Sand Ninja alive. With Hanzo's defeat and the Rain Ninjas withdrawing from the battle, the remaining Sand Ninjas stood no chance against Konoha's forces. At Orochimaru's command, the situation swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. In mere moments, the Sand Ninjas found themselves desperately attempting to break through, but ultimately could not escape the onslaught of Konoha's powerful ninjutsu, suffering countless casualties. Hanzo observed the scene before him, a flicker of hesitation occasionally crossing his face, yet he ultimately remained silent until every Sand Ninja had been vanquished on the plain. At last, the Sand Ninja lay slaughtered, with only a few unfortunate souls managing to escape. Orochimaru, now that the Rain Village has withdrawn from the battle, I trust you too shall depart from the land of rain. Hanzo inquired. Orochimaru smirked, uttering a statement that was uncertain in its sincerity. How about a division of half the territory of the land of rain? Territory division? Humph, Hanzo scoffed. Let alone myself. Even the Rock Village to the north would never consent. Does Konoha intend to wage war against the Rock as well? You are, after all, the defeated side. Do you truly wish to act as though nothing has transpired and part on good terms? Orochimaru retorted with a hint of mockery. Hanzo fell into silence. Then what do you propose? The land of rain pledges to never oppose the land of fire. And during the conflict between the fire and wind nations, Konoha shall dispatch a small contingent to the land of rain to oversee your actions. No, this I cannot agree to, Hanzo declared vehemently. Orochimaru remained unfazed. I am not negotiating with you. If you refuse, we shall continue to fight until you and the Rain Village are obliterated. What say you? Hanzo tightened his grip on his scythe, his chakras subtly surging. You. At that moment, Jiraiya gradually approached, speaking calmly. You are already injured. Even if you intend to perish together, you may not be able to eliminate either me or Orochimaru. Hanzo's expression darkened. Even if I cannot defeat both, one is still possible. Jiraiya suddenly smiled. I said, or rather than. Even one, you may not assuredly vanquish. It seems you need to read more, Hanzo. Orochimaru abruptly swung his long sword, ominously stating, whether it is war or peace, Hanzo, the choice is yours. Hanzo's face shifted between uncertainty and resolve, his grip on the scythe fluctuating, clearly torn within. Ultimately, he sighed softly, closed his eyes, and nodded slightly. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Orochimaru revealed a chilling smile, raising his hand to swallow the long sword. Licking his lips, excellent. News of Konoha's resounding victory in the land of rain swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. During the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were not yet Hanzo's match. At that time, Hanzo not only defeated the three but also bestowed upon them the title of Sannin, embodying the role of a mentor who cherished talent. Now, however, merely Orochimaru and Jiraiya easily triumphed over the once legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, compelling the Rain Village to surrender. A lamentable turn of events. Despite the impressive victory, Orochimaru, as the overall commander, received mixed accolades, with opinions divided. The reason was clear. Orochimaru had employed the forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei, desecrating the dead, even controlling the deceased Shin to slay his own son, an act deemed excessively cruel. Furthermore, rumors circulated that Orochimaru had amassed numerous war captives for human experimentation during the conflict, inviting considerable criticism and condemnation. Yet, regarding the myriad opinions from the outside world, Orochimaru appeared indifferent, neither confirming nor denying, offering no response whatsoever. August 1st, 43. The Orochimaru's forces have established their encampment along a riverbank in the Land of Rain, gradually organizing personnel to return to Konoha. Just now, Master Jiraiya informed me that by the latest, most of the personnel would return to Konoha by August 5th, leaving only 500 stationed here, remarked Moku Nagayoshi. Ebisu expressed his surprise. So, does this mean we can return soon? Akai and Noara Genma could not help but smile at this news. Genma, in particular, was relatively indifferent, but Akai and Ebisu had family to consider. Having spent months on the battlefield, it was natural to yearn for home. Moku Nagayoshi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but what? Moku Nagayoshi turned to Genma and said, however, Genma, Master Jiraiya wishes for you to remain here. Why? Genma was taken aback. According to Konoha's orders, Lord Orochimaru is required to assist Lord Danzo in the Land of Rivers, and the 500 stationed here will be under Master Jiraiya's complete command until the situation permits their withdrawal, Moku Nagayoshi explained slowly. As for why you must stay by his side, it is as Master Jiraiya himself stated. He hopes you can assist him in completing his forthcoming creations. Creations? Akai and Ebisu exchanged puzzled glances with Genma. Genma scratched his head awkwardly. During his writing process, Master Jiraiya sometimes seeks my help for artistic enhancements. Although I have already assisted, it still feels rather embarrassing to speak of such matters, so it's better to keep it slightly concealed, considering I am still just a child. While Ebisu and Akai found this perplexing, Moku Nagayoshi's lips curled into a knowing smile. The battlefield in the Land of Rain has concluded, and remaining here will likely pose little danger. So, Genma, are you prepared to stay? Genma hesitated for a moment. What about our team? After all, he had no family, and remaining here would allow him to train with Jiraiya, which was not a significant concern. However, being part of a small team meant they would be separated. The guidelines stipulated that a mentor and student must remain in the same team for at least 2 years. Thus, the formation would not change. Moreover, unless the situation grew dire, they were not obliged to undertake significant missions, so being short-staffed was not an issue. After a pause, Moku Nagayoshi added, of course, if the situation becomes extremely critical, team formations may still be subject to change. In such cases, it is generally expected that we 3 would recruit an additional member, while you, Genma, would likely need to form a new team and assume the role of captain. Captain? Akai's eyes widened in astonishment. Moku Nagayoshi chuckled. Yes, theoretically, all Chūnin are qualified to lead a 4-man team. Although Genma is somewhat younger, he possesses exceptional qualities across the board, making it entirely feasible for him to lead a team independently. Ebisu asked, what about us? Well, you 2 might not be appointed as captains until you reach 14, Moku Nagayoshi replied. After contemplating for a moment, Genma declared, Master, I have decided to stay in the Land of Rain. As Moku Nagayoshi had indicated, in the following days, most of the shinobi withdrew from the Land of Rain, returning to Konoha to await further orders. Only 500 ninjas remained, stationed in the Land of Rain under the leadership of Jiraiya. On the afternoon of August 5th, the 500 ninjas formed a square formation, standing at attention. Jiraiya, positioned at the front, spoke in a grave tone, from this day forth, I shall lead you in our stationing in the Land of Rain, until peace is established or a significant shift in circumstances necessitates our withdrawal. Although the war with the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind has concluded, we must not let our guard down. Do not presume that nothing will occur from here on. The possibility of total annihilation remains tangible. The threats primarily arise from 3 fronts. Firstly, the potential surprise assaults from the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand. Secondly, the chance that the Hidden Rain may reverse its stance and become our adversary again, though this likelihood is relatively low. And thirdly, following the defeat of the Hidden Rain, Hanzo's influence and control within the Land of Rain have diminished, allowing rogue ninjas and splinter factions to swiftly rise in power, posing a significant threat against us. In the back corner, the ninja known as Nara Shikamaru felt a twinge of surprise, not anticipating this serious and earnest side of Jiraiya. Just as this thought crossed his mind, something suddenly tapped at his ankle. Looking down, he was startled to see Jiraiya's face peering from the ground, beckoning him with a hand gesture. Meanwhile, Jiraiya continued his earnest speech. In the event of an attack, we will find ourselves isolated and defenseless deep within the land of rain. Nara Shikamaru glanced towards the front, hesitated for a moment, then quietly stepped away from the formation, following the earth-burrowing Jiraiya until they reached the commander's stone hut within the camp. The ground rippled, and Jiraiya emerged with a flourish, his white hair flaring out like a hedgehog. "Lord Jiraiya, how long do you anticipate we will be stationed here?" Nara Shikamaru inquired. "Well, it's difficult to say. It could be as short as 5 or 6 months, or as long as 2 to 3 years, possibly even longer," Jiraiya replied, plopping down into a chair. 2 to 3 years? That long? Primarily depends on the situation in the land of rivers. As long as Konoha can swiftly defeat the enemy there, our stay will not be prolonged, and we shall face no danger. It will merely be a matter of eating and drinking our way through. Otherwise, this conflict may escalate into a full-blown ninja world war, with flames of battle igniting and lasting for years. "I cannot guarantee my own survival," he said, while carelessly sorting through documents on the table, creating a messy stack. "I have a rather appealing position for you. Would you be interested?" "What kind of position?" "To serve as my administrative assistant to the commander. Your primary duty would be to manage these affairs," Jiraiya grinned, pushing the disordered stacks of papers forward. Gazing at the chaotic mountain of documents before him, a flicker of skepticism crossed Nara Shikamaru's eyes. "What kind of expression is that?" "The administrative assistant role offers bi-monthly B-rank mission experience, bi-monthly C-rank mission experience, along with a stipend of 60,000 Ryo, and a record of your accomplishments. Truly a fine position. Other Chūnin would envy such an opportunity." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "Bi-monthly B-rank mission experience, bi-monthly C-rank mission experience, and a stipend of 60,000 Ryo, along with a record of accomplishments? If that is indeed the case, it is indeed a beautiful opportunity, requiring no risk while yielding the experience of 48 tasks and over 700,000 Ryo in subsidies within a year." Though he is not entirely clear about the specifics of the records, he is aware that such matters are intricately linked to promotions and job responsibilities, certainly not something trivial. However, it seems that Lord Jiraiya has an abundance of documents. Noara Kyuka gazed at the towering pile of papers on the desk, scratching his head. With so many documents, it would likely take an entire afternoon to sort through them, if so much time is to be spent. The position of administrative assistant may not be as appealing after all. After all, for a ninja, enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance. Jiraiya cleared his throat. "The primary reason is that I haven't been able to handle them recently. They have accumulated quite a bit. If averaged out, it's really not that much per day, and I expect there won't be many tasks in the near future. With your talent, you should be able to finish them swiftly. What do you say, will you take it? If not, I shall seek someone else." "Yes." After a brief hesitation, Noara Kyuka replied. Jiraiya chuckled heartily and immediately stood up, moving his chair aside. "There are well-organized documents in the drawer. If you encounter any issues, just refer to them. Anything you truly cannot manage, set aside for now. It's all yours. I shall go gather materials." With that, he strode out of the stone hut. Noara Kyuka remained silent for a moment before retrieving a stack of documents from the drawer, reviewing them twice, and then began to make annotations. These documents contain no particularly significant information, primarily consisting of ordinary task assignments, task reports, and trivial matters related to camp management. Some required approval, while others needed to be recorded. Though not difficult, they were rather tedious and would test one's patience. Of course, stating that there was no difficulty was only true for Noara Kyuka. Despite appearing as a youth, he was, in terms of life experience, akin to a sage in his 30s. Had it been any of his peers, they might have struggled to manage such tasks effectively. 5 hours later, Noara Kyuka completed the final record, exhaling deeply and reclining in his chair. At last, it was done. Lying back with his eyes closed for a moment, Jiraiya's voice suddenly resonated nearby. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. You certainly have a knack for this, finishing so quickly." Jiraiya, having entered unnoticed, expressed surprise as he glanced at the neatly organized stack of completed documents. "Lord Jiraiya." Noara Kyuka rose. Jiraiya nodded, flipping through a few more pages before stating, "It's nearly 6 o'clock. Let us go out for dinner." With that, He set down the documents, gestured for Noara Kyuka to follow, and soon they arrived at a nearby clearing in the woods. As soon as they arrived, a resounding chorus of deep croaks filled the air. Upon closer inspection, Noara Kyuka noticed a frog, much larger than a human, resting on the ground, adorned with a string of large beads around its neck, the largest of which bore the character for loyalty. With a croak, the toad Zon called out several times. And then with a swift motion of its hand, a dazed wild boar rolled over. Suddenly, with a thud, Zon vanished into the wind. The wild boar, Jiraiya chuckled softly. Is quite splendid. This shall be our meal for today. Soon after, Nara Shinkai took on the task of slaughtering the boar while Jiraiya tended to the fire. And within no time, a feast of roasted pork was prepared, its aroma wafting through the air. As they savored the succulent meat, Nara Shinkai inquired, Lord Jiraiya, that large toad just now, along with the one wielding a blade during the recent battle, they must be summoned through your summoning technique, correct? Indeed, Jiraiya affirmed. After a moment of silence, Nara Shinkai finally posed a question that had been perplexing him. From where do the various animals summoned through the summoning technique originate? As long as there is sufficient chakra, they can be summoned from anywhere. Alternatively, they can be kept nearby to conserve chakra, Jiraiya replied, chewing on the roasted meat. The toads I summon come from a place known as Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku? Jiraiya nodded in confirmation. It is situated on a distant island, far removed from here. Without the summoning technique, it would take at least a month to reach. A month? Nara Shinkai exclaimed in surprise. Given a ninja's speed, traveling from the hidden leaf to the land of rain or the land of wind typically takes only 2 to 3 days. Even accounting for the sea voyage to Mount Myaboku, a month is indeed an exceedingly long journey. This indicates that Mount Myaboku is quite far from the main continent of the ninja world. Indeed, it is quite distant, Jiraiya mused, adding, the only place farther than Mount Myaboku is the desolate wasteland, where not a blade of grass grows and movement is nearly impossible. To my knowledge, only the Second Hokage has ventured into that barren land. Thus, one could say that Mount Myaboku is essentially the furthest place accessible to ordinary people. Nara Shinkai pondered for a moment. Are all summoned beasts from similar locations? Not at all, Jiraiya shook his head. Most summoned beasts are the result of human domestication. It is quite rare for sentient animals with long-standing breeding histories to form communities. I was fortunate to enter Mount Myaboku during my time. Domestication? How is that achieved? Nara Shinkai felt a spark of interest and couldn't help but ask. As a disciple and fellow practitioner of the adult arts, he saw no harm in learning the 5 elemental techniques from Jiraiya. Even he, along with the likes of Guy and Ebisu, had benefited from Jiraiya's guidance. For instance, Guy mastered the body replacement technique and the art of walking on water due to Jiraiya's teachings. However, Nara Shinkai held little hope regarding the summoning scrolls from Mount Myaboku, as their significance to Jiraiya was self-evident, and he would not easily impart such knowledge to others. Consequently, if he desired to possess his own summoned beast, he would have to consider the notion of domestication. I'm not very knowledgeable about that either. If you're truly interested, you might consider seeking out Inazukatsu. No one understands domestication better than those of the Inuzuka clan. Jiraiya then shifted the conversation with a smile, asking, so, are you quite intrigued by summoned beasts? Ji Huaxian Jian nodded earnestly. The significance of summoning beasts is not as profound as one might imagine. Otherwise, they would not be so rare. My fondness for the art of summoning primarily stems from my abundant chakra. Even if I were to summon several large toads in succession, I would not suffer from a depletion of chakra, Jiraiya remarked. Ji Huaxian Jian paused for a moment. Is it true that Lord Jiraiya possesses such an immense chakra? With a chuckle, Jiraiya replied, indeed, my chakra surpasses that of Orochimaru by more than 3-fold. Surprising, isn't it? Ji Huaxian Jian was taken aback. Although Jiraiya's stature of nearly 6 feet and his weight of 180 pounds suggested he was not lacking in chakra, the sheer magnitude of his reserves was indeed unexpected. He surmised that, aside from Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, no one in Konoha could rival Jiraiya's chakra capacity. Young one, take advantage of your growth period, engage in more training, and consume ample nourishment. While your chakra is considerable, you still have a considerable distance to cover before you can wield the summoning technique with ease, Jiraiya advised. After a while, both had eaten their fill, and the campfire gradually dimmed. Jiraiya let out a burp, stood up, and said, Xian Jian, if I recall correctly, your secondary chakra nature is wind, correct? Yes, he affirmed. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully and continued, now that you have ascended to the rank of Chūnin, it is time to develop your secondary nature. Ji Huaxianjian nodded in agreement. In fact, he had been contemplating learning wind release recently. For mastering at least 2 chakra natures is a prerequisite for advancing to Jonin. Of course, it is not impossible to ascend without 2 natures, but it requires the Hokage's endorsement or opting for the less stringent criteria of special Jonin. Excellent judgment, Jiraiya remarked, and with that, he formed hand seals and executed a jutsu with remarkable speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest erupted from his mouth, swiftly sweeping forth, stirring up dust and debris. The nearby trees trembled violently before ultimately being severed at their trunks. While the wind release, great breakthrough may not possess overwhelming power, it remains a fundamental technique, essential for anyone beginning to master wind release. The crux of developing a secondary chakra nature lies in overcoming the habitual release of one's original jutsu and mental conditioning. Jiraiya wiggled his index finger and said, my primary and secondary natures are fire and wind, respectively. Now, I shall elucidate the transition from fire to wind chakra development using the wind release, great breakthrough as a foundation. The following day, after practicing the wind release, great breakthrough alone for a while, Ji Huaxianjian returned to the campsite as noon approached, preparing for a meal. A series of distant barks reached his ears. Turning his gaze, he spotted a young man adorned with facial markings bathing a large white dog near the riverbank. The dog shook itself vigorously, splattering water everywhere, while the young man merely smiled, unfazed by the commotion. Inazukiya. Ji Huaxianjian suddenly recalled the summoning technique and approached. Captain Ya. Xianjian, what brings you here? Inazukiya smiled, reaching out to pat the large white dog on the head, calming it significantly. In the course of conversation, Noera Jinken mentioned that Lord Jiraiya had casually brought up the topic of summoning techniques, stating that the Inazuka clan excels in the art of domestication. This prompted him to inquire with Captain E about this matter. Inazuka E responded, I see. What exactly are you curious about? Jinken elaborated, as far as I know, most summoning beasts are a result of human domestication. I wish to learn which animals can be tamed into summoning beasts. He explained, it primarily depends on the type of creature you wish to embody. For instance, the toads summoned by Lord Jiraiya are nearly impossible to produce from ordinary animals. Jinken asserted, as long as they can assist in battle, that suffices. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, generally speaking, there are 3 criteria for selection: physical prowess, chakra, and intelligence. While chakra and intelligence require assessment for quality, physical attributes are readily apparent. He advised, thus, if one aims to summon their own beast, the first step is to capture a considerable number of robust wild creatures, then examine their chakra and intelligence, selecting the most exceptional 1 or 2 for domestication. Jinken nodded in understanding. He chuckled, however, unless one encounters a beast with outstanding qualities across the board, this inefficient method is seldom preferred. Jinken queried, why is that? He replied, in most instances, compared to selecting and taming adult beasts, nurturing young ones is far more cost-effective. Even those of relatively average lineage, when carefully cultivated, can surpass the majority of beasts in intelligence and chakra, and they are often more loyal and dependable. With a stroke of luck, one might even raise a talking companion. He paused, then continued, of course, selecting the young ones also requires discernment. The criteria primarily hinge on the strength and intelligence of their parents. Exceptionally formidable and intelligent parents often yield offspring of similar caliber. Are you considering acquiring a summoning beast? He asked with a smile. Jinken scratched his head. I merely have a fleeting thought, but hearing your insights makes it seem rather cumbersome. Indeed, it is quite the undertaking, he concurred. As my father used to say, the most challenging task in the world is raising children, and the second most challenging is raising dogs. Jinken felt a twinge of embarrassment at the remark. While a large dog barked a few more times, he affectionately patted the dog's head before adding, if you wish to delve deeper into the realms of domestication, cultivation, and summoning techniques, I recommend you peruse the book Summoning Beasts and the Guide to Domestication. Thank you, Captain E, Jinken replied. As he prepared to depart, Jinken suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, by the way, Captain E, how many summoning beasts can one person possess at most? Typically, one can have up to 2 summoning beasts, he clarified. Why is that? Jinken inquired. He explained, the summoning technique requires a blood contract. The hand that signs the contract must be the one that summons the beasts. Therefore, generally, a person can possess no more than 2 summoning beasts. Note, to be precise, it should be referred to as 2 types of summoning beasts, which share the same origin. For instance, the summoning toads of Lord Jiraiya can be invoked through a single contract to summon multiple beasts without any limitations on their number. As a few months swiftly passed, it was soon March of the 44th year. Following the defeat of the Rain Village, the battlefield dynamics in the Land of Rivers changed rapidly, allowing Konoha to seize the momentum and swiftly overpower the Sand Village, leaving them with little capacity for counterattack, particularly under the command of Danzo, who appeared determined to conquer the Wind Country. The focus turned towards the Sand Village, with no intention of retreating. The Sand Village was compelled to adopt a defensive stance, retreating comprehensively and delaying as much as possible. They clearly understood that the longer this battle dragged on, the more likely Konoha would face multiple fronts of conflict, thus increasing their odds of victory. Unsurprisingly, while stalling, the Sand Village was likely coordinating with the Rock and Cloud villages. Simultaneously, the repercussions of their defeat led to the death of Shinobu, and Hanzo's reputation plummeted, resulting in a tumultuous internal situation within the Rain Village. Wandering ninjas and local factions surged forth like mushrooms after rain, with repeated reports of chaos emerging, even leading to several provocative attacks on Konoha's encampment. In Jiraiya's office, Izuna sat in a chair, engrossed in a book on summoning beast training titled Birds and Beasts. After a brief moment, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, and Jiraiya entered, humming a tuneless melody. "Lord Jiraiya," Izuna exclaimed, rising to greet him. Jiraiya nodded, then continued. "Kid, are you interested in an A-rank mission?" "An A-rank mission?" Izuna queried. "Investigate a local faction in the Land of Rain, and you'll gain 3 experience points for the mission," Jiraiya replied, holding up 3 fingers. "But Lord Jiraiya, my teammates are all..." Izuna hesitated. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "Just arrange a temporary team. I've already selected the members, 2 Jonin and 2 Chūnin, Yamashiro Haichi, Kawahara Kuroya, Yamashiro Aoba, and you. What do you think?" After contemplating for a moment, Izuna nodded. "All right." Jiraiya smiled broadly. "Then hurry along. The other 3 are waiting for you." "Why so soon?" Izuna asked. Jiraiya explained. "It's because of Haichi's student. Last night, he was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake in the woods and is still lying down, so I had to adjust the personnel. You haven't undertaken any decent missions for several months. A ninja cannot grow without experiencing danger, which is why I want to entrust this fine opportunity to you for some practical training." Izuna fell silent for a moment, then refrained from further discussion, quickly tidying up before preparing to leave. "Wait," Jiraiya suddenly interjected. Izuna turned at the sound. Jiraiya handed him 3 talismans, saying, "My specialty is the suppression talisman. Any ninja of Jonin rank or below who gets affixed with it will likely faint. Take these." The principle behind the suppression talisman is to release chakra sealed within it to inhibit and disrupt the enemy's chakra. Thus, its effectiveness is significantly influenced by both the talisman master's chakra and that of the adversary. Generally speaking, suppression seals can only exert a certain level of interference, with an efficacy that lasts at most a few seconds. The potency of Jiraiya's suppression seals likely stems from their ability to seal Senjutsu chakra, thought Naruto, who held 3 such seals in his hand. In a sense, possessing these 3 seals was akin to having 3 additional lives. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya," he murmured. "Oh." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, emitting a nonchalant sound. "This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading." Naruto stowed the suppression seals and promptly exited the stone hut, only to find 3 figures, a young man and a boy, standing not far from the entrance. Yamashiro Kai, Kawahara Kuroka, and Yamashiro Aoi. "Kai, as per Lord Jiraiya's instructions, I am here to complete your team," he announced. "Oh, it's you, Shikamaru," Yamashiro Aoi replied, somewhat surprised. Yamashiro Kai smiled. "Welcome. The details of the mission have been conveyed to you by Lord Jiraiya, correct?" Naruto nodded. "Good, then let us set forth." With a command from Yamashiro Kai, the 4 immediately departed, heading south, swiftly vanishing from the eyes of the camp's inhabitants. As they journeyed at a brisk pace, Yamashiro Kai elaborated on the mission details, according to the task's directives. "We need to investigate a newly emerging local power in the Southern Rain Country within the next 7 days. Our objectives are to ascertain their numbers, strength, main personnel composition, and gather as much additional intelligence as possible. Current reports indicate that, despite their recent emergence, this local power is formidable. Thus far, they have not faced defeat in conflicts with other factions, including the Rain Village. However, their modus operandi appears somewhat peculiar. Despite numerous victories over adversaries, they rarely resort to killing. At this revelation, Kawaharu Kuroka raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Yamashiro Kai nodded slowly. They claim to be a bridge to peace. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru's expression subtly shifted. A bridge to peace? Could it be Akatsuki? Last year, I witnessed Nagato and his companions distributing anti-government pamphlets. Have they finally formed an organization? Kawaharu Kuroka scoffed. A bridge to peace? Humph. Ninjas who preach peace are either naive children or have ulterior motives. Yamashiro Kai remained silent for a moment, then stated, Shikamu, Aoi, while your abilities are commendable, this is your first A-rank mission. Therefore, unless we encounter combat, there is no need for you to overexert yourselves. The primary responsibilities will fall to Kuroka and me. Understood, Nara Shikamaru and Yamashiro Aoi replied in unison. As they continued their journey, a sudden roar echoed through the forest. The four turned to see two massive gorillas, towering several meters high, engaged in a fierce battle. Their fists colliding with such force that they uprooted trees in their wake, an awe-inspiring sight. Although it was a fleeting moment, Nara Shikamaru felt a stirring within. During this period, having immersed himself in numerous texts concerning the training of summoning beasts, his mind was filled with thoughts of these creatures, and he felt a peculiar affinity for any animal he encountered. For instance, the two robust gorillas I just encountered struck me as quite impressive. Firstly, there is no doubt regarding their intelligence. The likelihood of gorillas mastering human speech far surpasses that of other creatures. Moreover, their immense strength makes them exceptional enforcers and laborers. However, their shortcomings are equally apparent. The more intelligent an animal is, the more it tends to fear death. Once injured, gorillas often succumb to panic and disarray. Unless their intellect and willpower are cultivated to a level comparable to that of humans, they are fundamentally unable to transcend this inherent nature. Yet, such advanced spiritual beasts are exceedingly rare, primarily found in the sacred realms of Nyamu Mountain, Shirgu Forest, and Lungdi Cave, rendering human domestication nearly impossible, at least for the first generation. Aside from gorillas, I find tigers, leopards, dogs, and snakes to also possess admirable qualities. Tigers exhibit a remarkable balance across all attributes. Speed, strength, intelligence, and willpower are all exceptional, and their majestic appearance commands respect. After meticulous selection, a domesticated adult tiger can easily dispatch an ordinary lower ninja with a single swipe. Nevertheless, due to their solitary nature, tigers often struggle with teamwork and loyalty. Leopards are unparalleled in speed, dogs embody unwavering loyalty, and snakes excel in stealth. However, despite the merits of each, I find myself increasingly dissatisfied, plunging deeper into a dilemma of indecision. If only I could casually stumble upon a dragon egg, as depicted in the novels of my past life, I lamented silently. The target of our investigation was not far from the camp. After several hours of travel, the four of us arrived at our destination. It was a small town. Though not bustling, it was lively enough with a fair amount of foot traffic. In the mountains, I spoke, according to the intelligence we have, the faction currently occupies an open highland to the west of the town, with members primarily clad in black robes. Let us take a moment to regroup in the town. We will commence our operation at 2 o'clock this afternoon. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the four of us gathered and made our way directly to the western edge of the town, soon reaching the elevated area. Upon arrival, we were met with either completed or under construction tall edifices, uniquely designed and markedly different from the majority of structures within the ninja realm. In contrast, they resembled the steel and concrete buildings I had witnessed in my past life. I must admit, Akatsuki displays a certain progressiveness in its approach to science. This avant-garde architectural style was a first for me since my rebirth. Beyond the buildings, we observed rows of patrolling ninjas, all uniformly dressed in black robes, exuding a sense of strict discipline. However, being a nascent faction, they lacked depth, and most members appeared quite young, predominantly adolescents. The patrol team seemed to consist of 1 Chūnin and 3 Genin. The four of us concealed ourselves within the tree line at the edge of the highland, and I instructed. Kuroka will employ Genjutsu to capture a 4-member patrol team, while the 2 of us will extract their memories. Xianjian and Aoi will be responsible for documentation. Understood. The three replied. In the mountains, Yamashita Hachi meticulously orchestrated their plan, and soon the four of them lay in quiet ambush, awaiting the opportune moment. Almost an hour swiftly passed, during which several patrol teams, including the ones closest to the four, completed their handover in succession. One particular team, after finishing their shift, jested and prepared to depart, their route conveniently leading them close to the hiding place of the four. In a fleeting moment, Kawanohara Kuroka seized the opportunity and promptly performed a series of hand seals to initiate an illusionary technique. The members of this team, mere youths of feeble strength, stood no chance against Kuroka's art and soon succumbed to the enchantment, their path slightly diverted as they approached. Then, with a series of dull thuds, the four black-cloaked ninjas, entranced by the illusion, collapsed to the ground as if intoxicated, slipping into unconsciousness and occasionally mumbling incoherently. Yamashita Hachi and his companions swiftly bound the ninjas securely before hastily retreating to a more concealed location. It was time to extract their memories. Yamashita Hachi and Kawanohara Kuroka took turns performing the necessary hand seals, placing their hands upon the foreheads of two of the black-cloaked ninjas, closing their eyes to sense their thoughts, while speaking softly. 5 days ago, the organization known as Akatsuki was officially established, led primarily by Yahiko, Konan, and a red-haired youth whose identity remains unknown but whose power is rumored to be formidable, Yamashita Hachi stated slowly. The note-taker, Nara Shinkai, paused momentarily at this revelation. This emerging local force from the Land of Rain was indeed the early incarnation of Akatsuki. The Akatsuki organization champions peace as its core tenet. However, in practice, they exhibit significant discontent with Hanzo's dictatorial rule, harboring intentions of overthrowing it. Moreover, the members of Akatsuki generally harbor animosity towards the 5 great nations, particularly the Land of Fire, which they perceive as an aggressor and the instigator of the Second Shinobi World War, a substantial impediment to global harmony. Despite Yahiko's repeated assertions of peace, the organization, predominantly composed of ninjas from the Land of Rain, is rife with intense nationalistic sentiments and possesses aggressive tendencies. Rumors circulate within the organization regarding the ambiguous relationship between Konan and Yahiko. After a while, Yamashita Hachi and Kawanohara Kuroka successfully extracted the memories of the 4 black-cloaked ninjas, while Yamashiro Aoi and Nara Shinkai diligently recorded the findings. Kawanohara Kuroka performed several more hand seals, pointing his finger at the foreheads of the ninjas once again. The bodies of the 4 black-cloaked ninjas convulsed momentarily before they stood up mechanically, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, conversing and laughing amongst themselves as they wandered back. We have acquired a general understanding of Akatsuki, yet their numbers and true strength remain unclear, Yamashita Hachi remarked. Thus, in the coming days, we shall continue to gather intelligence in a similar manner. If circumstances permit and it becomes necessary, we may even infiltrate the headquarters of Akatsuki for further reconnaissance. Nara Shinkai felt a tightening in his chest. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware of Nagato's capabilities. With Nagato still in good health and not yet drained by the outer path, despite his youth, he was certainly not an adversary they could confront. The power of the Rinnegan was not to be trifled with. Mayahiko and Konan may not fully comprehend the extent of their current capabilities, but it is certain that they possess strength at the level of elite shinobi, rivaling that of Yamashiro Hachi and Kawahara Kuroya. Hopefully, infiltration will not be necessary. On the evening of the 3rd day, amidst a grove near an expansive highland, Yamashiro Hachi placed his hand upon the forehead of a cloaked ninja, eyes closed, and spoke slowly. This individual is the brother of Jusuk. Jusuk once mentioned that among the core members of the Akatsuki organization, most are adept in water techniques, including Mayahiko, Nagato, Jusuk, and Daibutsu, all of whom possess strength at the level of elite shinobi or higher. As the founders and leaders of Akatsuki, the combined prowess of Mayahiko, Konan, and Nagato is formidable, exceeding that of the majority of elite shinobi, a caliber beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As he spoke of Nagato, Yamashiro Hachi suddenly halted, an expression of disbelief creeping onto his face. In the midst of documentation, Nara Shinkai inquired, "Captain Hachi?" After a brief pause, Yamashiro Hachi continued, his tone now somber. That red-haired youth named Nagato seems to possess an extraordinarily powerful bloodline limit, capable of exerting attraction or repulsion on any object. In battle, Enemies often find it impossible to even approach him. Thus far, Nagato has never known defeat. The Akatsuki's repeated triumphs over Amigakure conflicts can be primarily attributed to his overwhelming strength. At these words, Kawahara Kuroya and Yamashiro Aoi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Is that so? Kawahara Kuroya remarked, creating forces of attraction and repulsion. What kind of bloodline limit is that? It is truly unprecedented. Yamashiro Hachi shook his head slightly. I do not know. While Nagato is indeed powerful, he maintains an air of discretion, rarely revealing his abilities unless confronted by formidable foes. Even now, due to his hair concealing his face, I have yet to glimpse his complete visage in the memories of Akatsuki members. After a moment's reflection, he lowered his hand and mused. Our findings have been fruitful. Thus far, we have acquired detailed intelligence regarding the number of Akatsuki members, their overall strength, and the core members, effectively completing our mission. Yamashiro Aoi interjected. Shall we return then? Indeed, Yamashiro Hachi affirmed with a nod. Initially, I contemplated infiltrating further to gather additional intelligence, but that enigmatic red-haired youth named Nagato appears to remain within the Akatsuki's main base. Should he detect us, our escape would be exceedingly difficult. Since we have fulfilled our mission, it is prudent to avoid such risks. Upon hearing this, Nara Shinkai felt a subtle sense of relief. It seemed this A-rank mission had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Kawahara Kuroya, maintaining an impassive demeanor, asked, Captain, shall we eliminate these 4 individuals directly, or? Yamashiro Hachi replied, since this is a reconnaissance mission, even upon completion, we should strive to ensure that our targets remain unaware. Kawahara Kuroya nodded, then formed several hand seals, touching the foreheads of the 4 cloaked ninjas in succession. As before, the 4 ninjas convulsed briefly, then stood up, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, as if nothing had transpired, and began to walk back as though nothing had occurred. However, at a certain moment after they rose, it was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion or something else. But Noera Genkin seemed to perceive a fleeting glimmer of doubt and terror in the eyes of the tall, slender youth leading the group. Yet, this flicker of uncertainty and fear quickly vanished as the tall youth, along with the other 3 young men, returned on their own, engaging in laughter and chatter as if they were in another world. Just as Noera Genkan was about to lower his guard, the tall youth suddenly took off running. While fleeing, he desperately shouted, Help! Help! Oh no! The faces of Yamashiro Hachi and his companions immediately paled, and they swiftly pursued him. However, given the distance already between them, and the fact that the tall youth was sprinting for his life, the 4 were unable to catch up. Drawing ever closer to the base of the dawn, a large group was approaching from that direction. Yamashiro Hachi's expression darkened, and he commanded, Kawahara Kuroya, Jinkan, swiftly eliminate this individual, then retreat. Understood. Kuroya and Noera Genkin promptly formed hand seals. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. 2B rank ninjutsu surged forth, instantly transforming into blazing flames that swept through the forest towards the fleeing tall youth. The youth barely had time to emit a cry before being consumed by the searing fire, leaving only a charred corpse sprawled on the ground. After successfully eliminating their target, the 4 immediately turned back, dispatching 3 lower-ranked ninjas still ensnared in the illusion along the way, then hastening towards the Konoha camp. It was not until over an hour later, as night fell, that they finally paused near a river. Yamashiro Hachi bent down, formed seals, and struck the ground, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings for a moment before exhaling a sigh of relief, stating, It seems the enemy has not pursued us. Let us rest briefly before continuing our journey. The expressions of the 3 others also relaxed considerably. They had not anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous tall youth could break free from Kawahara Kuroya's illusion. Had they not acted swiftly to eliminate him and retreat, they might have truly found themselves in dire straits. The 4 sat upon a rock by the riverbank to rest, drinking water and taking out some rations to replenish their energy. During their respite, Yamashiro Hachi and Kawahara Kuroya engaged in conversation, reminiscing about the past and sharing mundane family matters, such as classmates who had perished in battle or relatives who had sustained injuries. In contrast, Noera Genkan and Yamashiro Aoi remained silently munching on their provisions, not uttering a word. During this time, as he casually glanced up, Noera Genkan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a robust bird soaring through the night sky before quickly disappearing from view. With his mind occupied with thoughts of summoning beasts, this sight naturally led him to consider the possibility of avian creatures as summoning partners. After all, birds can fly, and larger ones can even carry people, making them quite convenient for travel, as well as enabling them to release ninjutsu from a lofty vantage point. However, the drawbacks of birds were equally apparent. They possess relatively low intelligence, lack close combat capabilities, and often require care from the egg stage, a process that is lengthy and cumbersome. However, at this moment, upon witnessing the majestic bird, the thoughts of Noera Jinkan took a convoluted turn, meandering towards other realms. A question surged in his mind. Is there a bird that not only soars through the sky, but also dives into the water and possesses a relatively substantial physique? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Such birds exist in abundance. Those that thrive in rivers, lakes, and seas generally possess a degree of swimming and diving prowess, capable of traversing both the heavens and the depths. If one were to consider such avian creatures as spiritual familiars, then regardless of Noera Gunkan's surroundings, he could effortlessly summon them for assistance. At the very least, should he prepare to venture out to explore the three sacred lands, such a bird would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Beyond ordinary fauna, there exist legendary and extraordinary avian beings, endowed with formidable abilities, seamlessly ascending to the skies and plunging into the seas. Capturing one would be an immense boon. Naturally, Noera Jinkan did not harbor expectations for such a rare occurrence. Finding an ordinary creature with remarkable qualities would be considered fortunate. Soon, he resolved to cultivate a seabird as his spiritual familiar, a serendipitous alignment with his own elemental deficiency in water. With a clear objective in mind, a sense of comfort enveloped Noera Jinkan, his brow unfurling as he reclined upon the rocks, gazing serenely at the starry sky. After a brief respite, the four resumed their journey, returning to the camp 2 hours later, heading towards Jiraiya's office. At that moment, Jiraiya was reclining in his chair, his gaze fixed upon his right hand, which cradled a chakra sphere emitting a faint azure glow, flickering in his palm. The four newcomers paused momentarily upon entering. Taken aback by the sight, Yamamoto Hachi presented a stack of reports, stating, "Lord Jiraiya, this is a compilation of the intelligence we have gathered. Please peruse it." "Very well. Proceed," Jiraiya replied, still engrossed in the sphere of chakra, absent-mindedly nodding. "Understood." Yamamoto Hachi, Chikawa Kuroka, and Yamashiro Alway hesitated briefly before turning to exit the room. Noera Jinkan took a seat nearby, observing the spiraling sphere in Jiraiya's hand, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Moments later, Jiraiya outstretched his right hand, and the azure sphere rapidly dissipated, stirring a breeze within the room before vanishing entirely. "Lord Jiraiya," he began, seemingly startled. "When did you return?" Jiraiya, glancing down, finally noticed the mission report on the table, offering an awkward smile. "I just got back." Noera Jinkan inquired further, "Lord Jiraiya, what about that spiraling sphere?" Jiraiya replied, "I just had a sudden thought. Could the spiraling sphere be simplified further? I conducted a slight experiment. Is the spiraling sphere truly capable of further simplification?" Noera Jinkan questioned. "It should be possible," Jiraiya affirmed, nodding before continuing. "Before entering the land of rain, I discussed the improvements of the spiraling sphere with Minato. Initially, like him, I aimed to approach it from the perspective of altering its nature, but I quickly realized that integrating a change in nature into the spiraling sphere proved quite challenging, prompting me to set it aside for the time being. Until recently, I suddenly felt that the Rasengan could be further refined, becoming more accessible and easier to master." Nara Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully, and then his brow furrowed as if struck by a sudden realization. "As far as I know, Master Minato's Rasengan was inspired by the tailed beast bomb." "What does the tailed beast bomb resemble?" "It is quite similar to the Rasengan, except that the tailed beast bomb can be thrown." Nara Shikamaru then inquired, "Is it possible for the Rasengan to be thrown as well?" Jiraiya paused for a moment and then chuckled, saying, "That would likely not work. The chakra of a tailed beast is significantly more potent than that of a human. According to Orochimaru's theory, the quality and quantity of a tailed beast's chakra far exceed that of a human's. It is nearly impossible for a human's chakra to create something akin to the tailed beast bomb." Nara Shikamaru further asked, "What about something similar to the fire release, Great Fireball technique? Can't the Great Fireball be shot out and then explode?" The Great Fireball is a ninjutsu of the 5 elements, which undergoes minimal transformation, while the Rasengan is a non-elemental technique, nearly a pure form of transformation. Moreover, one requires hand signs while the other does not. The differences are substantial. Jiraiya spoke slowly, picking up the report on the table to peruse it. Just as he was about to examine the report, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he admonished, "Hey, don't recklessly experiment. Compressing the Rasengan like you would with the Great Fireball could lead to disastrous consequences." Nara Shikamaru scratched his head and after a moment said, "Lord Jiraiya, I think I'll take a rest now." "Very well." Nara Shikamaru rose to leave, and Jiraiya began to review the investigation report submitted by Yamashiro. Initially indifferent, his expression soon shifted to one of uncertainty after only a few glances at the document. He quickly flipped through the report, his brow furrowing as he rested his forehead in his hand, seemingly ensnared in a web of contemplation. After a brief moment, Jiraiya reclined in his chair, gazing at the ceiling, heaving a long sigh. Alas, the following day, Nara Shikamaru sat in a chair, perusing a book titled Taming the Avian Summoning Beasts, his face marked by a contemplative frown. After a while, his gaze sharpened, and he halted his page-turning. The book stated, "The albatross is one of the largest seabirds in the ninja world, with rumors suggesting that the largest wild albatross can have a wingspan exceeding 40 meters. Albatrosses possess the ability for long-distance flight and generally have some capacity for swimming and diving. They can drink seawater and excel at fishing. Their elemental chakra is predominantly wind, water, and often lightning. While raising an albatross is challenging, they exhibit an unwavering loyalty akin to their lifelong partnerships when nurtured by their masters." Nara Shikamaru was immediately intrigued, and he carefully read through the information once more. The albatross, one of the largest seabirds in the ninja world, traverses sky and sea, can drink seawater, and is characterized by its elemental affinities of wind, water, and lightning, boasting an exceedingly high loyalty. This is it. After pondering for a brief moment, Nara Shikamaru resolutely decided to raise an albatross as his summoning beast. He continued to read, discovering that, after comprehensive consideration, the most suitable and high-quality spirit beast is the albatross, specifically the black-capped albatross from the Water Nation and the white-footed albatross from the Souk Nation, followed by the long-tailed albatross from the Falls Nation. In comparison, the black-capped albatross possesses a more robust physique, while the white-footed albatross exhibits greater agility. Their other characteristics are largely similar. The long-tailed albatross, lacking feet, excels in underwater capabilities,